Transmigrating into a different world, Lin Fan became the heir of the Bingjian prince's mansion. From the very start, he was framed for molesting his cousin. His father showed no love, his stepmother plotted against him, and after receiving 100 lashes, Lin Fan was stripped of his heir status and expelled from the Bingjian prince's mansion. Lin Fan then resolutely joined the Jinyui, an organization despised by civil and military officials. He acted decisively, rising step by step. He gained overwhelming power and settled accounts with his enemies. Lin Fan, you beast. She is your cousin. Guards escort the heir to see the prince. Lin Fan, supporting his head that felt like it was splitting, just opened his eyes when a furious shout rang in his ears. Then 2 guards rushed over and dragged him out of the room. Who am I? Where am I? The confusion in Lin Fan's eyes gradually faded, and the scene before him became clear. The surrounding buildings were all antique and quaint, and the people passing by were all dressed in ancient costumes. Then a flood of memories poured into his mind, the vast amount of information splitting his head with pain. After a moment, all the memories were fully digested. I transmigrated. Lin Fan was utterly shocked. He had transmigrated into a world where cultivation was possible, where the strong could cut off rivers, move mountains, and fill seas. His current identity was the heir of the Bingjian prince's mansion of the Great Jing dynasty. But as the heir, he had lost his mother since childhood, and his father had remarried a stepmother who gave him a younger brother. The world knew that the new princess of the Bingjian prince's mansion came from a distinguished family and was virtuous and kind. But what they did not know was that this virtuous stepmother had raised Lin Fan, the heir, into a useless waste. Qin Hui, you framed me. Lin Fan suddenly shouted at the beautiful woman walking at the front. The beautiful woman was his stepmother, the current princess of the Bingjian prince's mansion, Qin Hui. Qin Hui paused for a moment, but in the next second, she burst into tears like a pear blossom in the rain. Fanner, I know I am your stepmother and you dislike me, but you must not have evil thoughts about Nyener. She is your cousin. Lin Fan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Last night, he had gotten dead drunk at the Huilu and was carried home by his personal servant. A man who could not even stand straight, how could that part of him be ready? But when he woke up in the morning, he found himself holding a disheveled young girl in his arms. This girl happened to be Qin Hui's niece from her maiden family, Qin Nyener. If this wasn't a frame-up, what was it? What's going on? At that moment, a dignified voice rang out. Then came a rush of hurried footsteps. Soon a majestic-looking middle-aged man strode over. This middle-aged man was none other than Lin Fan's cheap father, the Bingjian Prince Lin Nantian. Prince. This. I really cannot bring myself to say it. Qin Hui hesitated as if ashamed and indignant. But her demeanor only made Lin Nanshan's expression heavier. Lin Nanshan's gaze fell on Lin Fan's face, and he questioned sternly, You rebellious son, have you done something heinous again? Before Lin Fan could open his mouth to defend himself, Qin Hui's anxious voice rang out. Nyener, don't do anything foolish. Your uncle will surely seek justice for you. Everyone immediately looked over. They saw Qin Nyener struggling violently in Qin Hui's arms, as if she wanted to hit the pillar in front. Auntie, I have no face to live in this world anymore. My innocence is lost. Qin Nyener sobbed while struggling. Hearing this, even though Qin Hui had not explained clearly, Lin Nantian understood. His anger blazed, and he raised his hand to strike Lin Fan. You rebellious son. In the past, I spared your life for the sake of your deceased mother despite your bullying and oppressive acts. But now you have even laid hands on your own cousin. Today I will personally cleanse the family name. As a Bingjian prince who had established his status through military achievements, Lin Nanshan's cultivation had long reached the grandmaster level. The power of one palm could split mountains and break rocks. That palm strike could smash Lin Fan into a meat paste. Seeing this from the corner of her eye, Qin Hui's eyes flashed with a hint of triumph. If this little bastard died, the heir position would naturally fall on her own son's head. But at that very moment, Lin Fan suddenly shouted, Wait, I have something to say. Lin Nanshan's hand stopped abruptly less than 3 inches from Lin Fan's forehead. Father, you only listened to their one-sided story and condemned me. Isn't that too arbitrary? Lin Fan took a long breath, then questioned loudly. You call me arbitrary? Lin Nanshan's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, Do you think I don't know about all the bullying and oppressive acts you have committed over the years? Which time did your mother not clean up the mess for you? I thought her gentle guidance might bring you back to the right path, but I never expected that you were rotten to the core and have now done such a despicable thing. Father, I am the heir of the Bingjian prince's mansion. If I just snapped my fingers, countless beautiful women would scramble to climb into my bed. Do I need to use force on someone like Qin Nyener? Insolent. Guards, bring the family whip. 100 lashes, then expel this son from the mansion. Lin Nanshan's anger grew even more. He had not expected Lin Fan to use the status of the Bingjian prince's heir as capital to seduce decent women. If this got out, how could the Bingjian prince's mansion retain its face, and how could he, the Bingjian prince, retain his face? Father, don't be so hasty. I have a way to prove my innocence. As the Bingjian prince, you cannot allow yourself to make a wrong judgment, can you? Lin Fan said. Lin Nantian suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, I will give you this chance. If you cannot prove your innocence, you will face the family punishment. No problem, but you must promise not to interfere with my self-defense. Lin Fan added. Agreed. Lin Nantian replied. Release this heir. Lin Fan turned and shouted at the two guards. The two guards quickly looked at Lin Nantian. When they saw him nod, they released Lin Fan. Lin Fan rubbed his sore shoulder and walked toward the crying girl. Qin Yin'er, please cooperate with me. Qin Yin'er was stunned for a moment with a look of confusion in her eyes. She turned to look at Qin Hui. Don't worry with your uncle here, he won't dare to do anything to you. Qin Hui reassured her. Qin Yin'er, you said I molested you last night, right? Lin Fan asked. Qin Yin'er's face flushed red, but she still nodded. Then tell me, did I succeed or not? If I succeeded according to the Great Jing law, it is a capital offense. If not, it should be 30 lashes and a compensation of 300 taels. Lin Fan continued. Qin Yin'er hesitated. Qin Hui quickly gave her a look meaning, since we've come this far, kill the snake dead. Qin Yin'er gritted her teeth and said firmly, as you see. Succeeded? Then it's easy. Lin Fan sneered, then shouted, Guzzi, come here. From the crowd, a young man wearing servant's clothes ran over. Heir. Lin Guzzi's eyes were slightly red, filled with worry. Guzzi, I have a good errand for you now. Lin Fan pointed at Qin Yin'er. See her. Now treat her as Xiao Hong from last night, and do everything that needs to be done. Huh. Lin Guzzi didn't react for a moment. Guzzi, attention, charge. Lin Fan kicked Lin Guzzi on the butt. Miss Nian, I'm sorry, I am the young master's dog, I have to obey his orders. Lin Guzzi gritted his teeth and pounced. Auntie, save me. Qin Yin'er's face turned pale with fright, and she quickly dodged. Miss Nian, don't dodge. How can I complete the young master's task if you dodge like this? Lin Guzzi, on the other hand, was unbuckling his belt while trying to pounce on her. Impudent. Lin Nantian roared in fury at the sight. He immediately raised his hand, preparing to strike Lin Goer. However, before he could make his move, Qin Yin'er slapped Lin Goer across the face. With a miserable shriek, Lin Goer was sent flying over a meter away by the slap. Lin Fan, is this your way of proving your innocence? Lin Nantian's eyes were icy cold, his rage practically bursting from his chest. How could he have fathered such a vile creature? Father, have you still not realized? Lin Fan smiled and said, although Goer is not a martial artist, he has learned some basic martial arts. You are well aware of my strength. I struggle even to slaughter a chicken. If Goer couldn't even overpower Qin Yin'er, yet she and her aunt claim that I forced myself upon her, do you really find that reasonable? Hearing these words, Lin Nantian froze as the realization dawned on him. Judging by the aura Qin Yin'er had just unleashed, she was already on the verge of entering the ranks. Lin Fan possessed not a single shred of cultivation. How could he possibly violate a martial artist who was about to enter the ranks? Seeing the shift in Lin Nantian's expression, Qin Hui and Qin Yin'er felt a sudden jolt of panic in their hearts. How could this useless trash think so clearly this time, using such a method to clear his name? Qin Yin'er deeply regretted exposing her strength just now, but she simply could not tolerate being touched by a filthy servant. Madam. Lin Nantian turned his head to look at Qin Hui. His meaning was clear. He demanded a reasonable explanation. Qin Hui panicked. She knew that if she failed to provide a plausible answer today, Lin Nantian would hardly ever believe her words again. After all, framing the prince's heir was no minor offense. Just then a voice rang out from behind the crowd. Mother, I've brought the evidence. Everyone turned toward the sound, only to see a youth 3 or 4 years younger than Lin Fan running over with a teacup in his hand. The moment Lin Fan saw the youth, his heart sank, sensing imminent danger. That youth was none other than his younger brother Lin Xiaolong. In his memories, this kid was also a wicked soul who had plotted against him on numerous occasions. Xiaolong, what is that? Lin Nantian's gaze softened considerably upon seeing his second son. Unlike the useless Lin Fan, the 14-year-old Lin Xiaolong was polite, deeply filial, and a martial arts prodigy who had already earned quite a reputation in the capital. Father, this is the teacup Sister Nina used. There are traces of tendon weakening powder left inside. Furthermore, I searched eldest brother's room and found the remaining portion. As Lin Xiaolong spoke, he produced a small porcelain bottle. Auntie, Yin'er doesn't want to live anymore. Qin Yin'er began to weep, once more looking pitiful and fragile, like a pear blossom bathed in rain. Lin Nantian took the teacup and sniffed at his brow, furrowing slightly. He then opened the porcelain bottle to verify its contents, and his expression darkened once again. Turning his head to Lin Fan, he demanded, Lin Fan, what else do you have to say for yourself? Father, are you going to conclude that this tendon weakening powder is mine based solely on this one-sided testimony? Lin Fan's voice was extraordinarily calm. Perhaps influenced by the lingering regrets of his body's original host, he felt a profound sense of disappointment toward this cheap father of his. Bring him in. Lin Xiaolong waved his hand, and 2 guards dragged in an old man. Father, this is the traveling physician who sold the tendon weakening powder to eldest brother. This man has previously used this powder to assault several women, and there is a record of it in the Ministry of Justice's archives. My lord, I have sinned. Had this lowly one known he was the young prince, I would never have sold the medicine to him. The old man immediately pointed at Lin Fan and began begging for mercy. Lin Fan, with both physical evidence and witnesses present, do you still dare to make excuses? Lin Nantian questioned harshly. Since your highness does not believe me, what use is there in saying anything more? Lin Fan felt a bitter pang in his heart. This was something that could easily be cleared up with a simple investigation, yet his cheap father chose to believe them blindly. He no longer wished to defend himself, even if he could produce 10,000 pieces of evidence to prove his innocence. That mother and son would only need a few words to seal his guilt. Rebellious wretch, what did you just call me? Lin Fan roared in anger. I am about to be expelled from the prince's residence. If I don't call you your highness, what else should I call you? Lin Fan raised his head to look directly at Lin Fan, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Good. Lin Fan trembled with rage. He immediately ordered, drag him down, administer 100 lashes, and expel him from the residence. From this day forward, Lin Fan is no longer the heir of the prince's palace. The two guards immediately dragged Lin Fan toward the punishment hall. Young master, my apologies. The madam has instructed me to take good care of you. The guard responsible for executing the family law chuckled, his tone dripping with mockery. The whip rained down like a torrent. The lash was lined with barbs, tearing away shreds of flesh with every strike. A searing pain radiated from his back, causing Lin Fan to convulse in agony. Damn it. Other people get to enjoy fine food, strong drinks, and beautiful women when they transmigrate. Yet here he was not even getting to touch a woman, but receiving a brutal whipping instead. Nevertheless, he engraved the agony of every single lash into his memory. As long as he survived, he would repay this pain 100-fold. After 30 lashes, Lin Fan had already grown numb to the pain. By the 50th lash, his consciousness began to fade. By the 70th, he thought he saw someone crying out and throwing themselves over his body. Then darkness claimed him, and he lost consciousness completely. Who knew how much time had passed before Lin Fan opened his eyes? His back burned with a searing pain as if his skin had been entirely flayed off. He lay prone on the ground, lacking even the strength to roll over. Where am I? Did I die of misery and end up in the underworld? Lin Fan scanned his surroundings only to find a vast void with nothing but a mirror suspended in midair. Upon seeing the mirror, Lin Fan froze in shock. The bronze mirror. Could it be this thing that brought me here through transmigration? Lin Fan remembered clearly that while wandering the streets that day, he had come across an antique stall. Sensing that the mirror looked decent, he had picked it up to examine it. However, the rough edges of the mirror had not been smoothed down, cutting his hand. In his pain, the mirror slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Immediately after, a powerful wave of dizziness enveloped him, and when he finally woke up, he had transmigrated into the body of this young master who shared his name. Did you bring me here just to make me suffer and get whipped, you bastard? Enraged, Lin Fan ignored his injuries and crawled toward the bronze mirror using both his hands and feet. He reached out and slapped the mirror suspended in the air. A brilliant light suddenly erupted from the mirror's surface, and once again a powerful wave of dizziness enveloped him. Thud! Lin Fan crashed heavily onto the ground. Immediately following was an incredibly powerful oppressive force. It felt as though 10 grown men were pinning him down, making it difficult to breathe and impossible to lift his head. Where's this now? Lin Fan lay flat on the ground, like a caterpillar unable to even wriggle. But as he breathed in the air of this world, a fresh scent of green grass washed over him. Along with the grassy fragrance came a very gentle energy, causing the pain across his body to ease slightly. With great effort, he raised his head to look around. Lush green grass stretched out like a primeval forest, flanked by towering trees and surrounded by tranquil greenery. Straining, he moved his hand in front of him, the ancient bronze mirror firmly clutched in his palm. My dear ancestor, where on earth have you brought me this time? The terrifying down on Lin Fan's every muscle and bone with crushing go back. Go back. Take me back quickly. Lin Fan roared, uttering those words. He felt that if he stayed in this world any longer, he would be crushed to death by the pressure. A fierce vertigo struck again. When he opened his eyes this time, he found himself in a ruined temple. The wounds on his back hurt less, yet his throat was incredibly dry as if it were smoking. Outside footsteps sounded. Then Lin Guzi's delighted voice rang out. Young master, you're awake. He hobbled over. Seeing Lin Guzi, Lin Fan hurriedly said, Guzi, water. I want water. Young master, please wait. I will fetch water for you at once. Half a minute later, Lin Guzi returned carrying a broken bowl. Young master, the water is here. Lin Fan promptly took the bowl and drank. The water carried an indescribable fishy scent, but he was so thirsty that he gulped it all down. After finishing, Lin Fan finally felt as if he had been brought back to life. Guzi, help me up. Lin Fan's voice was weak. Young master, you still have injuries. Lin Guzi said with worry. It's nothing, help me up first. Lin Fan replied. Young master, you must be careful not to tear the wounds. Lin Guzi carefully helped Lin Fan to stand, letting his body lean against the pillar of the ruined temple. The wound tore open and Lin Fan gasped in cold air from the pain. Sitting up, he scanned his surroundings. It truly was a ruined temple full of holes and desolation. It also made him realize he had indeed been expelled from the Bingjian Wangfu. Guzi, how about you? Were you expelled from the Wangfu as well? Lin Guzi chuckled. Back then, when I was nearly starving, you saved me and granted me the Lin surname. I decided then to be your most loyal dog. When my master was expelled, there is no reason not to follow. Lin Fan remembered that memory. Lin Guzi, thin and skeletal, was bullied by a group of old beggars. He thought it amusing and tossed Lin Guzi his steamed bun, and since then Lin Guzi had become his most loyal servant. Under the moonlight, Lin Fan saw the bloodstain on Lin Guzi's back. Guzi, I swear, I will become a man above others higher than any so-called Bingjian Wangfu. Young master, you are so kind to me. Even if you asked me to die, I would be willing. Moved Lin Guzi wiped away his tears. Don't speak of dying, you will still need me to look after you. Lin Fan, seeing this tearful look, laughed and teased him. Master, I am touched really. Lin Guzi forced a smile through his tears. Lin Fan leaned against the pillar and began to think about what to do next. To stand firm in this world and to avenge today's grievances, he must walk the path of cultivation. To be learned in literature and skilled in arms, one needs cultivation methods and resources. Back at the Bingjian Wangfu, he lacked nothing, but now he was expelled and had no cultivation methods or resources. Must I resort to some sugar and salt business to earn money and buy resources? Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a headache. Suddenly, in his peripheral vision, he noticed a blade of grass on his chest. He reached to pull it off and found animal teeth marks on it. What is this? Lin Fan immediately thought of the bronze mirror and the world that resembled an ancient forest. That world had abnormal gravity and other oddities, but there he had recovered by taking a few breaths. In this world, there are already cultivators and demonic beasts along with various miraculous heavenly materials and treasures. Could this not be a higher dimensional world as well? So just by breathing a breath of air from there, my injuries improved quite a bit, Lin Fan mused, pinching the leaf. If that is a higher dimensional world and its air carries magical power, then wouldn't this leaf possess even more miraculous power? Could this help me recover? Thinking this, Lin Fan stuffed the leaf into his mouth. This leaf is so hard. Lin Fan chewed for a long while, discovering the leaf was as tough as tendon with astonishing resilience. After dozens of chews, the leaf finally broke down. He swallowed the juice from the leaf as well. As soon as the leaf slid down his esophagus into his stomach, he immediately felt a surge of power flow from within. This force was furious, raging inside his body, turning his organs over and over, his face turning pale and his body breaking out in cold sweat. Young master, what happened to you? Lin Guzi asked hurriedly, supporting Lin Fan, eyes full of worry. Lin Fan clenched his teeth, clutching his lower abdomen and curling into a ball. Pain made his body tremble, while the force grew ever more ferocious, as if it would tear his body apart. Bones creaked, muscles tautened, and it seemed they could snap at any moment. Just when he thought he would perish, a strange change suddenly occurred within him. The originally chaotic chi began to settle, and the violent power seemed to be tamed by an invisible force traveling along the meridians. Wherever it passed, the previously wounded areas warmed, and the wounds closed at a visible speed. Lin Fan's eyes widened in awe and joy. He could clearly feel his body growing stronger as this power nourished him. After a long while, Lin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, his face etched with the gratitude of having survived. Guzi, I'm fine now, he said with a smile. Lin Guzi's eyes welled with tears, his voice trembling. Young master, you finally pulled through. You scared me to death. Don't worry, master is blessed. How could fate take you so easily? Lin Fan patted his shoulder with a smile. Young master, your injuries. Lin Guzi glanced toward Lin Fan's back. Where the bloodied back once lay, there was now smooth, pale skin. Aside from a few remaining scabs, there was not a trace of injury. An immortal spoke to me in a dream, so not only have you healed, your body has also been enhanced. Lin Fan stood, his gaze sweeping the room, finally resting on the stone lion just over half a meter from the doorway. Lin Guzi saw his intention and hurriedly cautioned, Master, that stone lion weighs 500 or 600 gene, you're only just recovered. Don't rush things. Lin Fan paid no heed and strode forward, grabbing the stone lion by its ankles with both hands. Then he suddenly surged with strength, and the stone lion, weighing over 500 gene, was lifted with ease. Behind him, Lin Guzi stood dumbfounded. When had their young master grown so formidable? In the past, he could barely carry a girl from the brothel, and now he could lift a stone lion weighing over 500 gene. Lin Fan hurled it forward with all his strength. The stone lion, weighing over 500 gene, crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. He clapped the dust from his hands and returned to the ruined temple, thoroughly satisfied. Your lordship, your strength. You're on the verge of entering the ranked stages, exclaimed Lin Guzi in astonishment. Ranked? Lin Fan arched an eyebrow. Guzi, you understand martial artist cultivation. Naturally. Your lordship, you're always getting into scrapes. How could I possibly know whether our household guards can win without understanding the martial cultivation tiers? Lin Guzi let out a cheeky chuckle. Elaborate. Lin Fan took a seat on a rotting log, his eyes fixed on Lin Guzi. The path of the martial cultivator is divided into 4 great realms: post-heaven Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster, and worldly martial saint. Yet 99% of the world's cultivators remain below the Grandmaster level, trapped within the post-heaven stage. Lin Guzi paced his explanation with self-satisfied nods, clearly eager to show off his supposed erudition. The post-heaven stage itself is subdivided into 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the weakest and the 1st rank the strongest. Reaching the 9th rank means one has officially entered the ranked stage, capable of wielding 800 gene of raw strength, easily handling 10 ordinary men at once. Your lordship's force clearly shows you are not far from breaking through. After hearing the explanation, Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeply. He had consumed the grass blade and endured untold torment, yet he still had not reached the ranked stage. Meanwhile, Lin Nantian was a supreme grandmaster. It was abundantly clear that his road to revenge would be long and arduous. But even half a blade of grass from that world possessed such miraculous effects. There must surely be other treasures capable of enhancing his strength. The question was how to re-enter that world. The bronze, ancient mirror. Lin Fan immediately grasped the critical clue. The moment the thought surfaced, a mirror materialized vividly in his mind. It was precisely that very bronze, ancient mirror. Let me try once more. Just as Lin Fan was about to attempt it, he froze mid-thought. If only his consciousness traveled to that world, that would be fine. But if his physical body crossed over, wouldn't that amount to vanishing into thin air? Guzi would undoubtedly be terrified to witness such a sudden disappearance. Considering this, he said to Lin Guzi, "Guzi, go wait outside for a moment. I have something to attend to." "Yes, sir." Lin Guzi never questioned his master's intentions, he simply obeyed. In a flash, he darted outside. As for Guzi's loyalty, Lin Fan harbored not the slightest doubt. He immediately spoke to the bronze, ancient mirror. "O magic mirror, swiftly take me to that world." The bronze, ancient mirror vibrated with a low hum, radiance flickering across the ornamental patterns around its frame. But the very next instant it settled back into stillness. "What's happening?" Lin Fan paused, startled. This mirror was the very cornerstone of his rise. Could something be wrong with it? Outside the ruined temple, a gang of beggars approached, each armed with a dog-beating staff. "Huang Sen, you're not fooling us, are you? If we kill those two inside the temple, will that hidden patron actually pay us?" The beggar with a black mole on his forehead regarded the leader with deep suspicion. "Oh, rest easy. I've got the deposit right in my hand. Do you think I play pretend?" That beggar named Huang San produced a silver ingot and waved it before their eyes. The ingot weighed a solid 5 taels, whereas an ordinary family in the Great Jing dynasty could barely save 2 taels of silver after an entire year of backbreaking labor. "Brother Sin, I trust you. Once this is done, you must hand over 3 taels. I want to visit the Flower Rain Pavilion and spend some time with Xiao Chui," said another somewhat portly beggar beside him with a broad grin. "Deal." Huang San smiled. The noble patron said that as long as those two are dealt with, he'll pay us an additional 100 taels as a final settlement. That works out to 20 taels apiece. 20 taels. With this much silver, I can not only buy a house in a small county town, but also bring Xiao Chui home as my wife, the beggar exclaimed in disbelief. His eyes already shimmered with hope for the future. Once he bought the house and married Xiao Chui, he would have her handle all the laundry and cooking at home, while he continued begging on the main street. Wouldn't that be a wonderful life? The 5 beggars, chattering and laughing, arrived outside the ruined temple. "Shoo, stay quiet. Don't spook those 2 fat lambs inside." Huang Sen hastily shushed the group. "Brother Sen, what's there to fear? Didn't you say one of them is injured and can't run?" The somewhat portly beggar strode forward and kicked open the half-lowered temple door. The remaining 4 had no choice but to follow. They had the advantage of numbers, and in a contest of speed, ordinary folk could not match them. After all, beggars are frequently chased by dogs. Any beggar with weak legs would have been bitten to death long ago. "What are you doing here?" Lin Guzi was startled by the sudden intrusion. He quickly snatched up a wooden staff from the ground and positioned himself at the temple entrance. "Oh, this kid has no idea who we are, the 5 heroes of the capital. He actually dares to brandish a staff in our presence." Huang San sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. "Brother San, teach him a lesson." At a beggar's sharp cry, the 5 armed with dog-beating staffs surged forward as one. Lin Guzi knew some basic fists and staff work, but these beggars were far from soft targets. To fight over territory, beggars frequently engaged in brutal brawls, so their combat ability was no mean feat. Lin Guzi could handle 1 or 2 of them, but against 5 simultaneously he simply could not hold out. On top of that, his injuries were still troubling him, and soon he took several heavy blows. "Your lordship, run," he shouted while holding back the attackers. "The audacity to call for reinforcements, die." The somewhat portly beggar leaped into the air and raised his dog-beating staff high, bringing it down squarely toward Lin Guzi's skull. "You dare lay a hand on my man. Seek death." A thunderous roar erupted from within the temple, and almost immediately a stone block weighing well over 100 jin came flying out. With a resounding crash, the stone block slammed into the fat beggar. Accompanied by a sickening thud, the beggar let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground. The stone rolled aside. The beggar's chest was caved in, blood foam pouring from his lips, clearly beyond any hope of salvation. The remaining 4 beggars were all visibly shaken. "Bad news. This target is too dangerous. Fall back." Huang Sen shouted, then turned and fled. "Think you can run? Nobody leaves." Lin Fan burst from the temple doorway. After consuming that grass blade, his speed had increased dramatically. He pushed off the ground, launched himself skyward, and delivered a flying kick that sent the lagging beggar tumbling backward. The man flew 5 or 6 meters through the air before landing face down motionless. Lin Fan closed the distance and backhanded another beggar across the head. Snap! The beggar's neck twisted violently, the cervical vertebrae shattered, and he crumpled to the ground. For the remaining 2, Lin Fan took them alive, merely breaking both their legs and dragging them back into the ruined temple. "Master, you're truly amazing." Lin Guzi limped over, his eyes brimming with reverence. "Just a handful of good-for-nothings," Lin Fan said dismissively. Spare our wretched lives. I'll confess. I'll tell you who hired me. Please spare us. Before Lin Fan could even begin his interrogation, Huang San was already groveling in surrender. Speak quickly, Lin Fan said calmly. Someone from the Bingjian prince's mansion ordered me. He gave me 15 taels of silver up front and promised another 300 taels once the deed was done, instructing me to come to this ruined temple and kill them. Huang San hastened his explanation. How do you know it was someone from the Bingjian prince's mansion? Lin Fan pressed. Huang San forced a sycophantic grin. I kept my wits about me and secretly tailing behind him, watching with my own eyes as he slipped through the back gate into the Bingjian prince's mansion. Your lordship, could the prince truly be so merciless? Lin Guzi hesitated. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes with a cold smile. Whether he's ruthless or not I cannot say, but my stepmother and my second brother most certainly do not want me alive. Then why didn't they simply send the household guards to kill us? Why send a gang of beggars instead? Lin Guzi asked in bewilderment. They desire both to cut the roots entirely and to preserve a virtuous reputation. If they killed me themselves, it would reveal a cruel nature and invite public scorn. But if they let beggars murder me, then tomorrow they can execute these same beggars and arrange a proper burial for me. That would paint them as compassionate and benevolent. Lin Fan's voice was cold as ice. Had he not inadvertently obtained that blade of grass through the ancient bronze mirror, he would have already become a ghost beneath the beggars' staffs. The rightful heir of the Bingjian prince's mansion reduced to being clubbed to death by a mob of beggars. If word of this spread, it would be an utter disgrace. Given his cheap father's obsession with face, even in death, he would be subjected to posthumous scourging. This grievance could not go unavenged. Honored sir, I have told you everything I know. Will you let us go now? Huang San forced a sufficiently servile smile, his weathered, wrinkled face crumpling like a chrysanthemum. Let me see you off. Lin Fan reached up and twisted, and a crisp crack of shattering bone echoed from Huang San's neck. Huang San's eyes bulged wide with utter disbelief. He could not comprehend why he was being killed when he had already confessed everything. Spare my life, honored sir. Spare my life. Another man hurriedly cried out, begging for mercy. Guzi, take him for practice. Lin Fan tossed the beggar toward Lin Guzi. Now that they had lost the protection of the Bingjian prince's mansion, they would inevitably encounter no small amount of danger. If one lacked even the courage to kill, how could one hope to take vengeance on the Bingjian prince's mansion? Understood. Lin Guzi dragged the beggar out of the ruined temple. This was followed by the sound of stones crushing down. Barely a minute later, Lin Guzi returned to the ruined temple drenched in blood. My lord, he is thoroughly dead. Lin Guzi's face had gone somewhat pale, yet his eyes gleamed with excitement and agitation. Search their bodies. Didn't that lowlife Qin Hui have someone give them 25 taels of silver? That will suffice as our travel expenses, Lin Fan said. Scarcely had he finished speaking when Lin Guzi set to work. Soon, all the silver and coins from the 5 bodies were turned up. 25 taels of silver and 220 copper coins, an amount that in his previous life would barely have covered a night of wine and flowers at Hello. That wench Qin Hui will not rest until she knows we are still alive. We must leave this place at once and make our escape from the capital as soon as the city gates open tomorrow. Lin Fan rose to his feet and led Lin Guzi toward the ruined temple's exit. But no sooner had they stepped into the courtyard than their steps immediately froze. Lin Fan's gaze locked onto the middle-aged man leaning against the withered tree ahead, his eyes sharp with vigilance. The middle-aged man wore the standard attire of the embroidered uniform guard, yet though it was ordinary dress, it differed markedly from that of common guards. His garments were far more exquisite and luxurious, and a Xiao Chun sword hung at his waist. The Bingjian prince's mansion has actually colluded with the despicable and filthy embroidered uniform guard. What a surprise. Lin Fan appeared relaxed on the surface, yet his nerves were utterly taut beneath. One who could wear such magnificent ordinary attire and bear a Xiao Chun sword must certainly hold no low position within the embroidered uniform guard. And within the embroidered uniform guard, where power reigned supreme, only the formidable could claim status. This individual was undoubtedly an established martial artist of no mean rank. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the man showed no anger, merely responding with equanimity. The embroidered uniform guard serves as the son of heaven's personal army. Though the Bingjian prince's mansion holds hereditary noble titles, they lack the standing to command my services. Then why have you come to me? Lin Fan asked, perplexed. I am offering you an opportunity to join the despised embroidered uniform guard. Will you take it? The man lifted his gaze, locking it directly upon Lin Fan, his expression tinged with scrutiny and amusement. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Fan immediately declared, I will. Though the embroidered uniform guard was notorious, reviled, and spurned by officials of every stripe. Yet they were the son of heaven's personal troops, commanding immense status. By joining their ranks, no noble or aristocrat would dare openly strike against him. This was precisely the protective shield Lin Fan needed. Moreover, Lin Nantian held the deepest contempt for the embroidered uniform guard. The thought that his own flesh and blood would become one of their hounds. Lin Fan could scarcely imagine the magnificent expression that old wretch would wear upon learning the truth. Ping'an County under Fengzhou lacks a squad leader. Whether you can hold the position securely depends on your own fortune. Here are your bronze token uniform and weapons. The man raised his hand and tossed a bundle toward him. Lin Fan reached out to catch at his arm, going numb from the force wrapped within. "Why do you help me?" he asked, looking up at the man. "I owe your mother a favor, and this serves as my repayment." With those words spoken, the man turned and departed, ascending into the sky like a mighty eagle taking flight. "Owes my mother a favor? Who exactly is this person?" Lin Fan furrowed his brow, though he reasoned that once he climbed to a high position within the embroidered uniform guard, he would likely discover this individual's identity. "My lord, you have become an official. A squad leader in the embroidered uniform guard holds the rank of 7th rank lower grade. You can command 10 men. Lin Guzi's face was alight with excitement. "Guzi, I am no longer the heir of the Bingjian prince's mansion. Do not call me my lord from henceforth." Lin Fan's voice was calm. Having accepted this bundle, he was now officially registered as an embroidered uniform guard officer of the court. "Then I shall call you young master from now on," Lin Guzi said. "Either will do." Lin Fan opened the bundle and drew forth the waist sword. A squad leader lacked the privilege of wielding a Xiao Chun sword. This was merely an ordinary 10-forged iron blade. As the bundle was unfolded, a black embroidered uniform guard uniform came into view. The squad leader's uniform was not particularly ornate, yet the fabric was remarkably soft and comfortable. "Take this." Lin Fan handed the uniform to Lin Guzi. Beneath the garments, a bronze token lay quietly. One side bore the carved characters, "Embroidered Uniform Guard," while the other read, "Squad Leader." Beside the bronze token rested 2 books. Shattering Wind, 3 Sword Techniques, and Iron Clothing Skill. So these are a martial technique and a cultivation method indeed. Lin Fan's face revealed visible delight. In this world, martial techniques and cultivation methods were ranked as supreme, first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, and unranked. Shattering Wind 3 Sword Techniques was merely a third-rate martial art, and Iron Clothing Skill was only a third-rate cultivation method. Yet these were precisely what he needed most. To establish himself in this world, one must possess sufficient strength, and to grow stronger, one required access to cultivation methods and martial techniques. "Guzi, we leave the city now." Lin Fan stowed the bundle away and secured the waist token against his body. After curfew, no person was permitted to leave the capital, but the embroidered uniform guard was exempt. The Son of Heaven's personal troops, even a mere squad leader, could exit the city upon displaying their waist token. Dawn broke swiftly, and the capital gradually returned to its usual prosperity. Within the Bingjian prince's mansion, Qin Hui and her son Lin Xiaolong paced restlessly within the chamber. Before long, the steward hurried into the room. "How did matters proceed? Is that little bastard dead?" Qin Hui immediately demanded. The steward hastily knelt upon the ground. "Madam, this humble one failed in his task. Within the ruined temple, we discovered only the corpses of those 5 beggars. Lin Fan must have escaped." Thud. Lin Xiaolong kicked the steward squarely in the chest, roaring, "How do you conduct your affairs? You cannot even kill a useless wretch, and now you have allowed him to slip away." Cast to the ground, the steward scrambled up and prostrated himself, begging for mercy. "Madam, restrain your wrath. Young master, hold back your anger. I will dispatch men to search at once. I will not let Lin Fan leave the capital alive." Rapid footsteps echoed from beyond. "Madam, young master Qin Feng of the Zhongding Marquis Mansion requests an audience." A servant's announcement rang out. "What business brings uncle here?" Lin Xiaolong looked toward Qin Hui with a puzzled expression. "Let us go see." Qin Hui accompanied him to the front hall. "Little brother, what brings you here?" Qin Hui inquired. Qin Feng hurriedly replied, "Sister, take a look at this." Saying so, he handed the document in his hand to Qin Hui. As Qin Hui finished reading the document, her pupils contracted sharply. That bastard actually joined the embroidered uniform guard. Who was responsible for this? A Jinyui Xiaoqi, though merely a lower 7th rank official, was a position of genuine authority. Furthermore, as the emperor's personal guard, the Jinyui was answerable only to Emperor Jing, and no one else had the right to command them. "Mother, what should we do now?" Lin Xiaolong's face was incredibly grim. Qin Feng sneered. "Rest assured, I have already arranged for men to dispose of this brat. Once he reaches Ping'an County, he is as good as dead. While we cannot openly move against the Jinyui, we can certainly employ other means. Besides, sister, doesn't the prince despise the Jinyui as well? Perhaps you can exploit this to secure the position of heir apparent for Xiaolong." Hearing this, Qin Hui's eyes lit up, instantly grasping the underlying meaning of Qin Feng's words. Just moments ago, she had been entirely consumed by the difficulty of killing that little beast, completely forgetting that she could use this opportunity to elevate her own son. "Little brother, thank goodness you reminded me, otherwise we would have missed such a golden opportunity." Qin Hui smiled. "Xiaolong's ascension will also benefit the Zhongding Marquis household. What follows is the private affair of your prince's manor, so your brother shall take his leave now." Qin Feng clasped his hands in a respectful salute, then turned to depart. "Xiaolong, see your uncle out," Qin Hui instructed. Understanding her intent, Lin Xiaolong immediately followed Qin Feng out of the hall. "Lin San, go invite the prince over." Once the two had left, Qin Hui immediately ordered the housekeeper to summon Lin Nantian. Before long, Lin Nantian walked in. At this moment, he was in a foul mood, still seething with rage over Lin Fan. "My wife, what is the matter?" "My prince, there is something I feel I should not hide from you, but you must promise not to be angry upon hearing it." Qin Hui hesitated, her words faltering, as if holding back. If you have something to say, just speak plainly, Lin Nantian urged, his patience wearing thin. My prince, please take a look at this. Qin Hui handed over the official document. Lin Nantian took the document and swept his eyes over it. Once he finished reading, his hands trembled with rage, and the fury in his eyes seemed ready to erupt. Beast! That damnable little beast! How dare he join the Jinhui? How dare he defile the 500-year reputation of our Bingjian prince's manor? Seeing Lin Nantian's state of extreme exasperation, Qin Hui rejoiced inwardly, yet she still urged coaxingly, My prince, do not be angry if such rage is harmful to your health. The Jinhui is a filthy, wretched place filled with nothing but thugs, ruffians, and scoundrels. That little beast Lin Fan actually joined them. How can this prince not be enraged? Lin Nantian turned to leave. Qin Hui hastily held him back. My prince, where are you going? I am going to strike that little beast dead with my own hands to cleanse our lineage. Lin Nantian roared. My prince Lin Fan is after all currently a Jinhui Xiaoqi, a member of the emperor's personal guard. Qin Hui's implication was self-evident. Even as the Bingjian prince, he could not execute a member of the emperor's personal guard at whim. To do so would be a direct slap to Emperor Jing's face. My prince Lin Fan has already been expelled from the manor. He is no longer the heir apparent of our Bingjian prince's manor. As long as you make this news completely public, our manor's reputation will not suffer too much damage. If only. Qin Hui paused again. Speak. Lin Nantian commanded in a deep voice. Xiaolong is grown now. Though he has been somewhat disappointing, we have no other choice at this point. The reputation of the prince's manor is paramount. Qin Hui spoke with calculated hesitation. Xiaolong is far superior to that little beast. Lin Nantian pondered for a moment and said, Announce to the public that Lin Fan is stripped of his title as heir apparent and Lin Xiaolong is appointed as the new heir apparent of the Bingjian prince's manor. From this day forward, Lin Fan has absolutely no connection to our manor. A look of delight washed over Qin Hui's face. Your wife shall arrange it immediately. 200 li outside the capital, Lin Fan and Lin Guzi were galloping on horseback. 25 taels of silver was only enough to purchase 2 inferior horses, leaving them with 5 taels for travel expenses. Ping'an County was over 3,000 li away from the capital. Attempting to ride there on these 2 subpar steeds would take at least a month. Thus Lin Fan planned to head first to the docks of Linjiang County, and then take a boat downstream, which would bring them to Ping'an County in just 6 days. By dusk, the two successfully arrived at Linjiang County seat. Upon arriving in Linjiang County, Lin Fan first sought out a horse market, intending to sell the 2 inferior horses to recoup their costs. Gentlemen, these 2 are poor quality horses. The most I can offer is 4 taels of silver per horse. The proprietor pried open the horses' mouths to inspect them, examined their hooves, and finally quoted a price. Hearing this, Lin Guzi immediately countered, Boss, it's true they are subpar horses, but isn't your price far too low? 8 taels per horse is more like it. The proprietor shook his head with a chuckle. Do not be hasty, young brother. 8 taels for both horses is by no means low. I advise you to take the money and be on your way. You swindler. Young master, we are not selling to him anymore. Lin Guzi took the reins, preparing to leave the courtyard. However, at that very moment, 2 burly men closed in and blocked the main gate. Young brother, 4 taels of silver for 2 horses. Take the money and leave. The proprietor stepped forward, his tone calm. So the boss intends to force a sale, eh? Lin Fan asked with a smile. The proprietor shook his head. Far from it. 2 lame, one-eyed horses are fit for nothing but slaughtering for meat. For taels is plenty. Young brother, one must learn to be content. With a resounding smack, Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped the proprietor across the face. Under the force of this single blow, the proprietor was sent flying, spitting out 2 teeth in the process. It hurts like hell. Clutching his face, the proprietor sprawled on the ground and pointed at the 2 of them. Kill them. Those 2 fools dare to provoke Lord Ma of Linjiang County. They are courting death. Lin Fan raised his hand and flung a bronze medallion. The medallion crashed down right in front of the proprietor. Open your dog eyes and look closely before you speak. Lin Fan barked. What kind of rubbish gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? The proprietor muttered as he glanced at the medallion. The moment he clearly saw the inscription on it, his mind buzzed as if it were about to explode. The 2 burly men had already closed in on Lin Fan, ready to strike. Just then the proprietor shrieked, Stop! Stop at once! The 2 men froze, looks of utter confusion on their faces. Trembling, the proprietor picked up the medallion from the ground and rubbed it repeatedly against his clothes. Then with utmost care he presented it to Lin Fan with both hands. My lord, your bronze medallion. The proprietor kept his head bowed, his voice shaking violently. Lin Fan pocketed the medallion and asked nonchalantly, Now how much are my 2 prized steeds worth? 200 taels. With a heavy thud, Lin Fan kicked the proprietor squarely in the abdomen, sending him flying backward. Then stepping forward, he planted his foot firmly on the proprietor's head. How many taels? He demanded harshly. 300. 300 taels per horse. The proprietor shrieked hastily, blunting out a number. That price seems quite fair. Lin Fan leaned down to help the proprietor up, gently brushing the dirt off his shoulders with an incredibly warm expression. Business is all about profits and losses. Buying 2 prize steeds for 600 taels. Haven't you made a handsome profit here? Yes, thanks to your lordship's grace, this lowly one has indeed profited. The proprietor forced a strained smile onto his swollen face, revealing his missing front teeth. Very well, hand over the silver, Lin Fan said calmly. The proprietor immediately counted out 600 taels in banknotes and presented them respectfully to Lin Fan. My lord, here are your banknotes. Guzzy, let's go, Lin Fan called out. The two walked out of the courtyard one after the other. The moment their feet cleared the courtyard, the proprietor collapsed onto the ground, weeping bitterly. My silver, my front teeth. Young master, you were truly magnificent just now. Lin Guzzy followed closely behind, his face alight with excitement. The thrill of the moment was far more exhilarating than the good old days of bullying the weak alongside his master. Enough with the flattery. The sky is already growing late. Let us find an inn to rest for the night and board the boat tomorrow morning. Fan Ling said with an air of calm composure. Yes, sir. Lin Guzzy replied with a broad grin. With coin in hand, there was no worry in heart. Soon the two found an inn to make their lodging. A table of food and wine, 2 upstairs rooms. After eating and drinking their fill, they each retired to their respective chambers. Back in his room, Fan Ling lay upon the bed deep in thought. Now he had the cultivation technique and martial skill, and even his identity was secured. The next step was to find ways to increase his strength and social standing. But if he could not enter that world again, it would be extremely difficult to advance his power quickly. Inside his mind, the bronze mirror floated motionless. How exactly am I supposed to use you? Fan Ling stared at the bronze mirror, his tone tinged with helplessness. Having ridden a horse the entire day, he was utterly exhausted. Somewhat delirious, Fan Ling fell into a sleepy slumber. But his sleep was far from peaceful, broken by the 4 tolls of the copper gong outside the window. Fan Ling jolted awake, instinctively his hand reaching for the saber at his waist. But he quickly realized what it was, the watchman marking the night watches. 4 strikes of the gong meant it was the 4th watch, equivalent to 1 o'clock in the morning of his past life. Unable to sleep any longer, Fan Ling turned his attention back to the bronze mirror. Bronze mirror, I want to return to that world. The moment the words left his lips, the world spun wildly around him. Immediately, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him once more. He was forced down to his knees onto the ground. It was the same familiar grassland, the very same spot as last time. Holy shit. It worked. Fan Ling collapsed on the ground, his face radiant with excitement. The intense pressure made every breath an agony. He knew he could not hold out long in this world. All he could do was bring back as much as possible. So he immediately reached out and grabbed handfuls of grass. With his right hand grasping a thick tuft of grass, he tugged with all his might, only to find it firmly anchored and immovable. The grass seemed embedded in iron plate. No matter how red-faced Fan Ling strained, he could not uproot a single blade. But his body was on the verge of collapse, his bones creaking ominously as though ready to shatter. I can't go on like this. If I don't secure something now, I'll be sent back empty-handed. I will pluck them one by one. Whatever I can gather will do. Fan Ling quickly adjusted his strategy, releasing the handful of grass in his grasp, and instead twisting and pulling at a single blade. Rip! The grass blade came free, but a sharp sting flashed across his palm. The serrated edge had sliced his skin. Enduring the sting, he continued plucking blade after blade. Each one torn free left 2 fresh cuts on his palm. When he finally extracted the 3rd, he simply could not bear it any longer. Breathing grew labored, his entire body screamed in pain. If he persisted, he would become fertilizer for these very grass blades. Mirror, send me back. Fan Ling shouted, and a wave of fierce dizziness crashed over him. A few seconds later, he lay upon the bed, gasping for air. Glancing down at the 3 grass blades stained with blood resting in his palm, he felt it was all worth it. Fan Ling did not immediately consume the grass blades. Instead, he rested and reviewed the details of his passage into that world. Last night the mirror brought me to that world around this same hour. Does that mean I can enter once per day? Lying on the bed, he mused, feeling that he was on the verge of uncovering the truth. I will test it tomorrow and find out. Having eaten 3 grass blades, I should be able to endure longer next time and gather more. I wonder if I can bring tools with me. If I can carry a knife over my collection, efficiency will increase tremendously. After resting for a while, he used his waist saber to cut each grass blade into 3 segments, each approximately 2 to 3 centimeters in length. This way, when he consumed them, next his body would not be on the verge of bursting as it had been the first time. Just as Fan Ling lifted a segment toward his mouth, he suddenly remembered the 2 cultivation manuals he had not yet examined carefully. Iron Wind 3 Strikes is a saber technique. I will set it aside for now. Iron Skin Art must be the cultivation manual. Fan Ling opened the Iron Skin Art and studied it intently. It was a hardness training technique that tempered the flesh and blood, increasing strength, while simultaneously fortifying the physique. When cultivated to perfection, the body grew as hard as iron armor, impervious to blades and spears. Hence the name, Iron Skin Art. Fan Ling memorized the incantation of Iron Skin Art carefully, then took a segment of grass leaf and placed it in his mouth to begin cultivating. After chewing the grass leaf and swallowing it, this time with the guidance of the cultivation method to digest the energy within the grass, the excruciating pain he had experienced before was nowhere to be found. In its place came an extraordinarily pleasant sensation, as though bathing in warm water, every muscle in his body melting into deep relaxation. After the duration of one incense stick, all the energy from the grass leaf had been absorbed. Fan Ling felt his strength had increased once more, though he was still some distance from the early success stage of Iron Skin Art. Throughout the night, he consumed 8 segments of grass leaf in total. When the 8th segment was swallowed, he felt as though a membrane within his body had been thoroughly broken through, and his qi and blood now circulated with remarkable smoothness. Fan Ling opened his eyes and slightly guided the qi and blood within his body. His palms appeared to have darkened by a shade. This was the miracle of Iron Skin Art. When the qi and blood were in motion and the skin color resembled wrought iron, the technique had reached its completion. Iron Skin Art has reached early success. My realm should have also reached the 9th rank. 1 segment of grass leaf is of little use to me now. I might as well gift it to Guzi to strengthen his power. Fan Ling thought to himself. As dawn began to break, he went downstairs to the kitchen and collected some pot ash. He mixed the grass leaf segments with the ash and kneaded them into small pellets. Gazing at the quail egg-sized black pill in his hand, Fan Ling wore a satisfied expression. Young master, why are you awake so early? Lin Guzi asked, breathing somewhat heavily, clearly having searched for him for quite some time. Guzi, your young master has reached the 9th rank. Fan Ling smiled. Lin Guzi's eyes lit up. Really? Young master, you are truly extraordinary. Fan Ling took the freshly prepared pill and handed it over. Consume this pill. The reason I have my current strength is precisely because I ate such a pill. This is far too precious. Young master, you should keep it for yourself. Lin Guzi's eyes gleamed with longing, yet he refused repeatedly. I told you to take it. Do you expect me to personally deal with every troublemaker who comes looking for trouble in the future? Fan Ling feigned displeasure. Lin Guzi's expression wavered in conflict, and he finally said, Young master, then this lowly one will accept it. I give you the time of 1 incense stick to digest the pill, and then we head to the dock to board the boat. Fan Ling instructed. Lin Guzi quickly nodded, clutching the pill as he hurried upstairs. But after merely half an incense stick's time, he came running down again, his face ablaze with excitement. Young master, this pill is miraculous. Just 1 pill, and I have reached the rank. Lin Guzi was beside himself with joy. Fan Ling, however, was stunned. The grass leaf segment he had given Lin Guzi was only slightly longer, merely a touch more substantial. How could this boy reach the rank after consuming just 1 pill, while Fan Ling himself had needed nearly 10 times the amount to achieve the same? Was it because his own aptitude was simply too poor? Guzi, how do we tell whether this can enter the ranks? Lin Fan asked. Lin Guzi extended his hand, a streak of crimson slid beneath the skin of his palm. Then he explained, Young master, this crimson thread is formed from qi. If you can condense 1 thread, it's 9 rank, 2 threads sync, 3 threads 7 rank. Lin Fan stretched out his hand, guiding the qi and blood within his body to converge in his palm. Indeed, a red thread appeared in his palm. Lin Fan felt a tingling sensation. It had taken 10 times the amount to reach the same realm as Guzi. What level had my aptitude fallen to? Lin Fan sighed inwardly. It seems I can only rely on the bronze mirror. Without this mirror, I would probably be doomed to a life of mediocrity. Master, what's wrong? Lin Guzi asked, noticing his master's pale expression. Lin Fan waved his hand. Nothing, let's head to the pier. They set off for the dock. After paying 6 taels of silver, they successfully boarded. The cost of a long voyage truly is beyond what ordinary people can bear. A ticket for more than 3,000 miles costs more than a year's savings for an ordinary family. In 6 days, besides daily forays to gather herbs in another world, Lin Fan spent the rest of his time studying the wind-cleaving 3 swords. Gentlemen, we can't take you to Pingan County's dock. While Lin Fan was still studying the wind-cleaving 3 swords, the ship's master suddenly approached him. Boss, isn't this improper? How can you take the money yet not deliver us to our destination? Lin Guzi immediately grew unhappy, thinking it would be a joke to make the young master walk to the county town. This is the silver we're returning to you, 2 taels. The boss handed over the 2 taels with a wry smile. It's really because banditry there is rampant. 2 ships have already been robbed at the dock in front of us, and we simply dare not take the risk. Then drop us off at a place closer to the county town, Lin Fan said. Thank you for your understanding, the boss replied with thanks. After the boss left the cabin, Lin Fan smiled. Banditry has reached Pingan County's dock. It seems the waters here aren't shallow. Master, what should we do? What to do? We'll handle it calmly. Lin Fan replied with a composed look. Now his realm was not far from 8 rank. With greater strength and this Jinui garb, self-protection shouldn't be a problem. He turned to Lin Guzi and asked, Guzi, in these 6 days I've given you 10 pills. Why are you still at 9 rank? Master, cultivation requires gradual progression. The pills you gave me are quite potent. I can digest 1 every 3 days at best. But give me a month and I will surely break through to 8 rank. Lin Guzi assured him, of course not. Pills cannot be taken consecutively. Lin Fan asked in doubt. Lin Guzi replied, naturally not. A warrior's body has its limits. Taking pills or heavenly treasures in sequence can overwhelm the body and might even backfire, causing internal injuries. Lin Fan grew even more perplexed. In these 6 days, he had almost every day to come harvest 3 to 5 leaves of grass, which allowed his progress to rise so quickly. As for the so-called backlash, he felt nothing at all. Could it be that although his aptitude was lacking, his tolerance to the potency of the medicine was stronger than ordinary people? Master, what's wrong? Lin Guzi waved in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan gave a calm smile. Nothing, pack up, we're preparing to disembark. An hour later the ship entered Pingan County's territory. Only Lin Fan and Lin Guzi disembarked there. Gentlemen, please wait a moment, we'll lay out the gangplank. The ship's steward instructed the sailors to lay the gangplank to shore. No need. Lin Fan waved him off, then gathered his breath and leapt. The man skimmed across the water 6 meters wide and landed on the shore. Lin Guzi followed suit, but he had to run a short distance before crossing the 6-meter span. What fine skills you two have. The ship's steward exclaimed in astonishment, then reminded them, if you keep going south, the Pingan County city is 40 li away. Thank you. Lin Fan and Lin Guzi turned toward the city and hurried on. Both were martial artists. Their endurance was far beyond that of ordinary people. Running briskly, after a quarter of an hour they reached the gates of Pingan County. Master, your stamina is amazing. To run 40 li in one breath wears me out. Lin Guzi gasped for breath, clearly fatigued. Lin Fan frowned softly. As fellow 9-rank martial artists, why did Guzi's strength and speed seem inferior to his own? Perhaps Guzi's current strength reflects a normal 9 rank, while Lin Fan was far stronger than a typical 9 rank. Since the Daijing dynasty was established, imperial power seldom descended to the countryside. As the emperor's personal guard, the Jinui had once operated mainly in the capital region and strategic towns. But the times have changed. To stabilize rule and strengthen the imperial authority, the Jinui now have personnel stationed in every prefecture and county. Pingan County is guarded by a Jinui Zongqi. Each Zongqi oversees 5 Xiaoqi, and each Xiaoqi commands 10 ordinary Jinui, also known as Jinui Lishur. After entering the city, Lin Fan headed straight for the Jinui office. The Jinui stood apart from the county yamen, so there was a separate office area. The county town was poor and desolate, hardly comparable to the capital, yet the office was still lavish. Before the Vermilion Gate stood a pair of stone lions with fierce faces, 3 steps leading up to a high threshold. Stop. The Jinui office loiterers are not allowed inside. As soon as Lin Fan stepped through the gate, 2 men in black Jinui uniforms blocked him. I am Lin Fan, a Jinui Xiaoqi dispatched from the capital. Here is my waist badge and my appointment document. Lin Fan produced his badge and documents and handed them to the 2 men. The 2 looked at the badge and documents, exchanging a glance. So it's Master Lin. Please wait in the side hall. I will go inform the Zongqi. One of the guards cupped a fist in salute and turned away. The other led Lin Fan to the side hall. Brother, by what title should we address our Zongqi? Our Zongqi's surname is Gao, given name is Chong. The guard replied, his tone even. Lin Fan signaled Lin Guzi with a glance. Lin Guzi, understanding instantly, discreetly produced a silver note from his clothing. Sir, your silver note has fallen to the ground. Lin Fan reminded him. The guard looked down, and upon seeing the denomination of the note his body trembled. He promptly bowed and picked up the 20 taels. An ordinary Jinui Lishur earns only 4 taels a month. This single note is worth 5 months' income. Master Lin, a former Xiaoqi in our county, has returned home in retirement. Originally, Gao Zongqi planned to promote his trusted Zhao Cheng to Xiaoqi, you understand. The guard spoke softly. Thanks for the reminder, brother. Lin Fan cupped his fists in thanks. Outside the door, a clamor of footsteps could be heard. The guard immediately stepped back from Lin Fan. A figure stepped into the side hall first. A fierce aura hit him in the face. Any ordinary person would have been scared to death upon encountering such murderous intent. Lin Fan understood. The man intended to give him a lesson in humility. Behind that figure, 5 men dressed as minor flags also entered. Minor flag Lin, I've long heard of your reputation. You must be exhausted from your journey. Gao Chong spoke in an official tone, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fan, as if trying to see through him. Honorable Commander, we all serve His Majesty. Any hardship is willingly borne. Lin Fan rose to his feet, clasped his fists, and paid respects toward the capital. Gao Chong raised an eyebrow. This spoiled young master from the capital was quite different from what rumors had described. Had he been an ordinary pampered noble, he would have already been terrified by the heavy stench of blood and killing intent radiating from Gao Chong himself. Minor flag Lin, you are not quite who I expected. Yet someone so shrewd would make such an imprudent choice. Gao Chong sat down imposingly in the chair, his sharp eyes like an eagle's fixed on Lin Fan. I fail to understand what you mean by shrewd or imprudent. I simply wish to pledge loyalty to His Majesty, serve the throne, and spill my blood for the great Jing. Lin Fan replied with equal dignity. Gao Chong sneered. Minor flag Lin, coming from the Bingjian Prince's mansion, you truly are loyal to His Majesty. Since you know I am loyal to the throne, may I assume my post? Lin Fan asked calmly. Assume your post? You possess no cultivation at all. On what grounds do you seek appointment? The embroidered uniform guards are no place to collect idle salaries. At that moment, a voice rang out from the side. The next second, a dark figure surged forward. Bang! With a dull impact, the man who had spoken was kicked flying. He slammed hard against the wall behind him, falling to the ground, clutching his chest and groaning in agony. Swish! The sound of 4 men drawing their waist blades. They all unsheathed the weapons at their hips, as if ready to swarm and tear Lin Fan apart. Lin Fan remained composed, looking toward Gao Chong. Honorable Commander, this man is clearly an embroidered uniform guards man-at-arms, yet he spoke disrespectfully toward a minor flag officer. According to our regulations, insubordination warrants 50 strokes. My single kick served as a warning to prevent him from bringing shame to your command in the future. Gao Chang's face darkened, his gaze locked on Lin Fan. After several seconds he spoke. Very well. Minor flag Lin, arrange your quarters today and report for duty tomorrow. You will be assigned 10 guardsmen. As he finished speaking, Gao Chang rose and strode out of the side hall. The guardsman Lin Fan had kicked away, being carried off by the 4 men. Honorable Commander, safe travels. I won't see you out. Lin Fan called out loudly. Gao Chang's fist tightened inside his sleeve, his expression growing darker still. Once Gao Chang and his men had left, Lin Guzi approached. Young master, by angering your direct superior on your first day in Pingan County, are you not risking trouble? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Guzi, aside from myself, there are only 4 minor flags in Pingan County, yet Gao Chang brought 5 men. Who do you think the 5th is? Guzi thought for a moment and ventured. Zhao Cheng, Gao Chang's trusted aide. Exactly. Lin Fan sneered. Without Gao Chang's authorization, how would Zhao Cheng dare to challenge me publicly? Even if I had not struck, Zhao Cheng would certainly have demanded a duel. Had I lost, I would have been utterly humiliated and possibly stripped of my position, becoming nothing more than someone they could manipulate at will. Therefore, rather than waiting passively for destruction, I chose to strike first. With overwhelming force, I defeated Zhao Cheng. If Gao Chang intended to humble me, must I not return the favor and slap his face? Guzi suddenly understood and eagerly praised. Young master is truly unparalleled in wisdom, possessing both courage and strategy. Enough flattery. Let us go find a courtyard first, and tomorrow I shall arrange for you to serve as an embroidered uniform guardsman as well. Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back and strode out of the side hall. Young master, wait for me. Guzi hurried after him. At the back courtyard office of the embroidered uniform guards, Gao Chang sat in his chair, his face grim as deep water. Honorable Commander T. A guardsman approached carrying a teacup. Crash! Gao Chang swept the cup from his hand and smashed it onto the ground. What a little beast. Does he truly think he is still the crown prince of that mansion, daring to run rampant on my turf? And you, Zhao Cheng, how can you not defeat a waste like him? You bring nothing but disgrace upon me. With strength like yours, even if you led a minor flag, you would only be a living embarrassment. Zhao Cheng's face remained pale. That single kick from Lin Fan had nearly displaced his internal organs. He grit his teeth. Honorable Commander, that beast attacked me by surprise. He is also of the 9th rank. Had we fought fairly, I could never have lost to him. Fought fairly? Gao Chang roared. He kicked you before you even registered the attack. Even in fair combat, you are no match for him. Honorable Commander, once my injuries heal, I shall challenge him to a duel. I will never bring shame upon you. Zhao Cheng said stubbornly. If you were not my wife's brother, I would have wrung your neck and used your skull as a chamber pot. After missing this opportunity, what reason does a minor flag officer have to ever duel a mere man-at-arms like you again? Who is it that has angered our honorable commander thus? A mocking voice drifted from outside the door. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man in silk robes stepped inside. Lord Lu, you sit handling affairs at the county magistrate's office. What brings you to our embroidered uniform guards headquarters? Gao Chang's voice was icy. The man before him was none other than Lu Guangdou, Vice County Magistrate of Pingan County. I come to discuss a business proposition with you, Lord Gao. Lu Guangdou smiled. No interest. Lord Lu, please return. Gao Chang delivered the dismissal. Lord Gao, do not be in such a hurry. Look at this first. Lu Guangdou chuckled and produced a thick stack of silver notes. Every eye in the room immediately fixated upon them. Each note was worth 100 taels of silver, and the stack amounted to at least 3,000 or 4,000 taels. Gao Chang's monthly salary was 20 taels. This stack was equivalent to more than a decade's wages. Lord Lu, please be seated. Regarding any business arrangement, as I owe you a favor, it is only fitting that I repay it. Gao Chang smiled. The other 5 men hastily poured tea and attended to Lu Guangdou with impeccable courtesy. In theory, the embroidered uniform guards could retain 30% of confiscated spoils as bonuses. But in the impoverished county of Pingan, each person might only receive a few dozen taels annually from such arrangements. Yet if this substantial deal with Lu Guangdou came to fruition, each man could expect to receive 200 or 300 taels. Lord Lu, name whatever favor you require, and I shall deliver. Gao Chang patted his chest with assurance. Lu Guangdou pushed the silver notes toward Gao Chang. It is no great matter. Is it not the case that each minor flag commands a different jurisdiction? I merely wish to ask whether Lord Gao could transfer that newly appointed minor flag to a post outside the county. Gao Chang raised an eyebrow, and a gleam of sharp light flashed across the eyes of the other 5 men. A pillow arrived just as a sleepless man cried out. It seemed certain that some among them had provoked universal hatred and were destined to die. After leaving the government office and his shop to settle in, and eventually spent 250 taels of silver to buy a 3-entry courtyard in the south of the city. Then they spent about 10 taels to stock up the daily necessities. Guzi, go buy some gear for practicing martial arts and heavier stone locks too. Buy a few more. Don't worry, master, I've got this. Guzi left the courtyard. Lin Fan returned to his room, lay on the bed, and relaxed completely. If nothing unforeseen occurred, he would have to stay here for a while. By evening, a commotion rose from the front yard. Lin Fan went to check and found Guzzi back, bringing 3 sturdy muscular men. Some of the strong men carried stone locks, others bore wooden stakes, and soon the courtyard was arranged. Before long, a simple training ground stood complete. Master, we still have a batch of weapons here. Would you like them? A burly middle-aged man approached Lin Fan. Weapons? Lin Fan paused in surprise. The middle-aged man hurried to introduce himself. Master, I am Su Kuang, head of the Su family martial hall in Pingyang County. But in these days people are hard-pressed to make ends meet, and there are few who come to learn martial arts, so I sold off the dojo's wares to exchange for some silver to live on. Lin Fan thought it over. Gaining more knowledge of weapons wasn't a bad thing, so he said, leave the weapons here. Thank you, Master. Su Kuang's face lit up. He waved his hand. 2 of you go back and fetch the weapons. Master is generous. Take them all. Got it. 2 youths behind him answered in unison. Then the 3 of them immediately returned to the martial hall to fetch the weapons. Master, I've seen their weapons. They're not fit for comparison with the Jinyui's standard waist knives. Why take their weapons? We don't lack weapons, but we lack people, Lin Fan said calmly. Lack people? Guzzi wondered in confusion. Yet he soon adjusted his mindset. What use is all that knowledge anyway? Just obey the young master's orders. Not long after, Su Kuang returned again, bringing a large pile of weapons. The weapons looked only average in quality, but were well maintained and well oiled. More captivating than the weapons, however, was the girl who followed the 2 youths, catching Lin Fan's eye. The girl had a delicate, clean-cut face, and every gesture was precise and graceful, giving a very comfortable impression. Master, there are 24 pieces of weaponry in total plus the training gear. Would 120 taels be acceptable? Su Kuang asked, cautiously prepared for a bargain. These items could not be eaten. In these disaster years they had long since lost their former value, and his private price was 100 taels. Before he finished, Lin Fan shouted, Guzzi, bring the money. Guzzi immediately handed Su Kuang a 120 tael banknote and laughed. Master, Su wants some change. Su Kuang finally realized what was going on and hurriedly said, no need for change, thank you, Master. Paid in full. No thanks needed. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Then Master will not trouble you further. Su Kuang tucked the banknote away. After Su Kuang and his men left, the sky grew dim. Lin Fan had Guzzi go out to buy some braised meat and brought back 2 jean of loose wine. The 2 of them ate and drank together, celebrating their new home. Master, you have truly been too good to me. I'll serve you for life as your dog. Guzzi, half drunk, muttered, nonsense. What dog? Lin Fan raised his cup and drained it, then placed a hand on Guzzi's shoulder. I want you to be my brother, and not. Guzzi mumbled, then shouted loudly. I don't want to be my master's brother, I want to be a dog. I want to be a dog. After that shout, the intoxicated Guzzi toppled over onto the table and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Fan was also a bit drunk. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time he had truly relaxed. You Guzzi. He hoisted Guzzi over his shoulder and carried him back to his room. A night wind swept through the courtyard, and Lin Fan shivered. The last of the alcohol gone. The watchman's call sounded, and it was the 4th watch. He glanced at the weapon rack just installed that day and sighed again. If only the bronze mirror could help me cultivate martial arts, a third-rate technique I've studied for 6 or 7 days, and still nothing. With those words, the bronze mirror in his mind trembled violently. Lin Fan was startled and rushed back to his room at once. Who knew what mischief this bronze mirror was about this time? As soon as he reached the room, his consciousness was pulled into a void-like space. The bronze mirror floated in the air, growing larger until it loomed like a doorway. Then Lin Fan saw a person wearing a silver flying fish robe, a spring blade at his waist, appear inside the mirror. But the man's face caused Lin Fan's pupils to contract. The man's face was cold, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in an unruly smile, yet his appearance was exactly the same as Lin Fan's, only more weathered, as if it were him 10 years hence. Gulu, Lin Fan swallowed. Oh, what is the bronze mirror up to now? In the next moment, the figure who seemed to be his future self stepped out and walked completely out of the bronze mirror. This sight left Lin Fan wide-eyed. Draw the blade. Clang. The embroidered spring blade sprang from its sheath, wind blades filling the air, the cutting wind pricking Lin Fan as he winced. Second blade. The wind seemed to split. With one stroke, a ribbon of wind swept forth. Third blade. The wind gathered and drifted, wild, yet graceful, as if transcending ordinary swordplay, like celestial methods. Sheathing the blade, the future Lin Fan stepped back into the bronze mirror, his silhouette fading as he disappeared. Lin Fan sank to the void floor, cold sweat soaking him from head to toe. He looked as if he had just been pulled from water, lips pale, and face drained of color. After a while, Lin Fan finally steadied himself. He recalled the 3 strikes he had seen. The perfect realm, wind-breaking 3 swords. Was the bronze mirror helping me cultivate martial arts? The mirror's energy was exhausted again. Lin Fan opened his eyes and found himself still in his room. He breathed a sigh of relief, and a growing sense of clarity settled in his mind, as if many questions had found their answers. With the waist blade in his hand, he strode out of the room. At the 4th watch, the small courtyard brimmed with blade energy. The moonlight made the blade light flow like autumn water, soft yet swift as thunder. The dawn broke slowly. Pale lights spilled across the sky. Lin Fan exhaled a breath and sheathed the blade. He had not slept through the night, yet his eyes burned with the sharp light of a blade. Hafeng Sandao mastery achieved. Young Master Lin, you woke up so early. Lin Guzi had just stepped out of the room and spotted Lin Fan in the courtyard training his body. Lin Fan was currently gripping an iron rod. A row of stone weights hung on the iron rod. With both hands he strained, lifting the string of weights, as if he were a weightlifter from a past life. 6 weights, each weighing 200 jin, that makes 1200 jin. Lin Guzi counted the weights on the rod, his eyes wide with astonishment. Young Master Lin, have you already advanced to 8 rank? A 9 rank martial artist has 800 jin of strength, upon reaching 8 rank power would reach 1200 jin. It may seem you only gained 400 jin, yet the body's endurance and explosive power have surged greatly. 8 rank in a small place already makes you a top-tier master. Lin Fan lowered the iron rod. The stone weights fell to the ground with almost no sound. Then he shook his head and said, not yet, I'm still at 9 rank. He stretched out his hand, gathering chi, a blood-red pattern traced across his palm. Young Master Lin is extraordinarily gifted. Lin Guzi's eyes shone. Since ancient times there have been sages whose gifts exceed ordinary men. Some progress 1,000 miles in a day, others attain enlightenment in a moment and ascend to martial saint. Master Lin, you are the result of patient accumulation, bursting forth unrivaled among your peers. Unrivaled at the same level. Lin Fan thought that should be no problem. Lifting the 6 stone weights, he still felt he had spare strength. From the feel of it, lifting 2 more would be no problem. That would bring his strength to 1600 jin, higher than ordinary 8 rank martial artists. This power, paired with the wind-cleaving 3 swords of the great perfection, should be able to cut down an 8 rank warrior in a single stroke. Guzi, go buy some food. Young Master Lin is hungry. Understood. Guzi immediately scampered off to fetch food. Not long after, Guzi returned with a large bag of meat buns and 2 bowls of congee. After filling his belly, Lin Fan changed into Xiaoqi's black flying fish garb and stepped out, Guzi following closely. The street's vendors and pedestrians, upon seeing Lin Fan's clothing, gave him a wide berth. The Jinui are not to be trifled with. To offend them, and you could end up imprisoned. Not long after the two reached the official's office, Guzi waited at the gate as Lin Fan strode inside. Those coming and going with the strength showed reverence as they saw Lin Fan. The name of this formidable man had spread through the whole office. With a single kick he had felled Zhao Cheng, a 9 rank martial artist and confidant of the chief banner. Who would dare provoke this ruthless man? Lin Fan went straight to Gao Cheng's office hall, not stopping to greet anyone, and stepped inside. Lord Gao, I have arrived to report. Lin Xiaoqi, you may sit first. I shall explain our bureau's rules. Gao Cheng looked up at Lin Fan with a gentle smile. I am all ears. Lin Fan did not hold back, sitting down boldly on the chair beside him. Gao Cheng's expression softened only slightly. Lin Fan's bearing reminded him of something, but he did not bother to argue with a man who seemed likely to die soon. Our banner now has 5 Xiaoqi in total. Li Zheng governs the east, Chengguan Yuan, the west, Lu Qi, the south, Liang by the north. I will of course hold the fort in the office. Now that Lin Xiaoqi has arrived, we are family. Under the Jinui rules, 7 parts of the spoils go to the treasury, 3 kept for ourselves. Everyone has their own territory to manage, and of course we won't neglect Lin Xiaoqi either. Proceed. Lin Fan smiled. There is no more room in the county town, but outside there are vast tracts of land. Though the profits aren't concentrated, the volume is large. In the future, all lands beyond the town will fall under Lin Xiaoqi's jurisdiction. How does that sound? Gao Cheng finally got to the point. Lin Fan's calm smile faded inwardly. Ping'an County was poor to begin with. The county could be a little oil and water in handling cases, but outside it was all poor people. What oil and water could be wrung from that? Even scraping the land 3 times with a knife would not match the county's potential profits. It seemed Gao Cheng intended to push himself out of Ping'an County's power center. Now I am only a 9 rank, while the chief banner is typically a 7 rank master. I'll wait until I catch up, but I must endure for now and strive to seize the power I deserve. Thinking of this, Lin Fan spoke. Lord Gao, I will follow your arrangements, but I have a trusted retainer who came with me from the capital. I'd like to arrange a post for him as well. What do you think? A Xiaoqi typically has 10 men, but since you've spoken, I won't deny your request. Your retainer can have 1 more. If later you truly lack someone, you can arrange it yourself. Gao Cheng waved his hand, as if granting more power. In his eyes, Lin Fan was a man with a doomed fate. What difference would a little autonomy make? Sir, could you draft a document for me? Otherwise other guards may object. Lin Fan asked. There is nothing impossible. Gao Cheng pulled out a sheet and began to write. In a short while the document was prepared and stamped with the official seal. Lin Xiaoqi, now you can rest easy, right? Gao Cheng handed the document over. Lin Fan scanned it, quickly confirmed its contents and bowed. Thank you for your trust, my lord. If there are no issues, Lin Xiaoqi, hurry to take up your post. Your 10 guards are already waiting in the office's rear courtyard. Go quickly. Gao Cheng waved him off. Dismissed. Lin Fan bowed once more and left. He then collected the document and obtained a set of Jinui guards' clothes and a copper badge and went to the gate to meet Guzi. When Guzi saw Lin Fan's clothes and badge, his eyes reddened. Master Lin, you're really good to me. Guzi said, tears welling. As a slave, he had never imagined he would rise to become a Jinui. Although the Jinui guards were the lowest tier, they were still the emperor's personal guards with official posts and salaries. Ordinary people wouldn't part with 300 to 500 taels of silver to obtain such a good post. Now hurry and change into your new clothes, or you'll be dripping with cat urine all day and bring shame on yourself. Lin Fan chuckled as he gave him a light kick on the rear. He, Master Lin, is happy indeed. Guzi grinned and promptly went to the Jinui gatehouse to change into the uniform. Indeed, clothing changes a man. After dressing, Guzi's spirit seemed greatly lifted. Master Lin, how do I look? Guzi had fussed over his clothes, ensuring every seam and corner was perfect. Not bad, quite presentable. Lin Fan commented, stroking his chin. Lin Xiaoqi, shall we go? Guzi asked with a grin. Let's go. Lin Fan stepped toward the rear courtyard, Guzi following with a waist knife. In the office's rear yard, a group of the old, weak, sick, and lazy stood around. Some smoked dried tobacco, others leaned against the training posts, some moved, as if stepping on cotton, soft and listless. Pale faces and sunken eyes betrayed that they were drained. Damn it, before we could ride in the city with the other 4 Xiaoqi grabbing what funds we could, and now we'll have to head out of the city and endure the northwest wind. Exactly. What's this Xiaoqi here for? Without money or profits, I fear I won't even be able to visit Xiaoxianglu anymore. With this Xiaoqi in office, our good days are over. A youth dressed in a black flying fish garb strode into the rear yard. The flying fish robe was reserved for those with official rank in the embroidered uniform guard. As a subcommander of the 7th rank, Xiaoqi also had a specially colored variant. Upon seeing this official attire, everyone fell silent instantly. Yet they maintained their slovenly demeanors, showing absolutely no respect for Fan Lin. They scrutinized the newcomer, the new Xiaoqi. Similarly, Fan Lin was observing this group of aged and useless men. Young master, these are truly a bunch of decrepit failures, Lin Guzi whispered. Fan Lin sneered coldly. Gao Chong really knew how to make things difficult for him. Among the 10 warriors, at least 4 appeared to be over 50 years old. 2 had dark circles beneath their eyes, clearly drained by indulgence in wine and women. 3 more looked like street ruffians, unlikely to possess any real martial skill. However, the last individual was somewhat intriguing. A burly man with a straightforward countenance. His weapon deviated from the standard broadsword issued to the embroidered uniform guard, instead wielding a heavy cleaver that suggested considerable weight. The man stood rigidly upright, an outlier among the others who slouched with casual indifference. I am Fan Lin, your newly appointed Xiaoqi. I look forward to your guidance in the days ahead. Fan Lin's tone carried warmth and his expression remained composed. Yet to some, this gentleness and tranquility came across as weakness to be exploited. Lord Lin, we brothers have spent years serving under the other 4 commanders within the county town, where we've accumulated considerable wealth through various means. Now that we've followed you outside the city, we find ourselves facing nothing but hardship. You ask us to show support, but couldn't you address our material needs first? The speaker was a young man with dark circles beneath his eyes, having just returned from a brothel that morning when he learned of his new commander. He was thoroughly displeased. In an instant, a dark shadow flashed past. With a sharp crack, the young man was kicked flying through the air. Already debilitated from excesses of wine and women, the impact sent blood spraying from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. TCH. Insolent fellow, daring to defy your superior. Guzi spat on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. No one expected the person beside the deputy commander to strike so suddenly, leaving them all startled. Their gazes all turned toward Fan Lin. His expression remained calm and composed. Guzi, according to our regulations of the embroidered uniform guard, what is the punishment for insubordination? Sir, according to the regulations of the embroidered uniform guard, insubordination is punished with 50 blows to the back. Guzi responded with a salute. Fan Lin's gaze swept across the remaining 9 men. Who among you is willing to carry out the execution? The group of aged and decrepit men remained silent, bowing their heads. That young man had already received a kick and was likely severely injured. Even if the 50 strokes were administered lightly, he wouldn't survive. No one wished to incur such misfortune. Fan Lin sneered coldly, having already decided to have Guzi carry out the execution publicly. Just then, the sword-carrying man who had remained silent suddenly stepped forward. Saluting, he declared, "This subordinate Wang who is willing to execute the punishment on behalf of the Lord." Upon hearing these words, the remaining 8 men glared at him fiercely. While everyone had been joining together to resist the new deputy commander, this man had chosen to submit first. Truly despicable. Fan Lin raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was unexpected. Very well, then begin now. Yes. Wang Hu immediately went to the punishment chamber to retrieve a wooden staff. Then in front of everyone, he pinned the young man to the ground and swung the wooden staff, striking repeatedly. The first blow fell, and the already severely injured youth let out a scream of pain. But Wang Hu remained unmoved, the staff falling again and again with increasing ferocity. Fan Lin narrowed his eyes, watching Wang Hu with growing admiration. "My lord, spare my life. I was wrong. Please have mercy, I'll give you everything I own." The youth's desperate cries for mercy made the 8 aging and weakened men trembling with fear. Someone stole a glance at Fan Lin, but found him still composed like a refined gentleman with no change in expression. At 20 strikes the youth's screams grew fainter, and by 30 he had fallen completely silent. By 40 strikes the flesh was reduced to pulp, and by 50 the back was crushed into nothing but meat and bone. After delivering the final blow, Wang Hu lifted the wooden staff and saluted, declaring the punishment complete. All eyes turned back to the young man. Certainly dead, for his spine was exposed through the devastated flesh. They had anticipated that the new official would establish authority, but none expected such brutality, beating a fellow officer to death. Well done. Fan Lin offered a brief commendation. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Wang Hu stood at attention, still speckled with traces of flesh and blood. Fan Lin's gaze moved across their faces, revealing only terror in every expression. Each man feared becoming the next example meant to frighten the others. I prefer uniformity and order. Fan Lin's voice remained calm. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 8 men sprang to attention, as though shocked, forming a perfect line with remarkable speed and precision. Excellent, much more spirited now. It would be better still if you could manage some genuine smiles, Fan Lin said with a smile. The men forced expressions onto their faces, each grin appearing more grotesque than the last. Since you're all standing straight now, allow me to reintroduce myself. Fan Lin's voice turned icy, his gaze slicing through their faces like blades. I am Fan Lin, your direct commander. I do not tolerate disobedience to my orders, and I will have none of being spoken back to. Do you understand? We understand. The men chorused in unison, their voices ringing out. Excellent. Now pair up and begin patrolling beyond the city walls. I will be watching at all times. Idling is acceptable, but if I catch you neglecting your duties, there will be consequences. At Fan Lin's command, everyone immediately sought a partner. Only Wang Hu remained alone, ignored by all. Wang Hu, you will accompany me, Fan Lin said. Yes. Wang Hu responded. The group of 11 quickly departed from the embroidered uniform guard headquarters. Passers-by on the street were startled by the impressive display. Whose household are they raiding this time? The officials must need money again. The crowd murmured in low voices, long accustomed to the embroidered uniform guard's exploitation of the common people. Imperial authority descending to the countryside meant the guard contributed astronomical sums of silver annually, yet 80% came from ordinary citizens, while corrupt officials' wealth accounted for less than 20%. The moment Fan Lin and his party departed, news reached Gao Chong immediately. After hearing his subordinates report, Gao Chong let out a cold laugh. This Fan Lin actually has some skill managing to get those worthless scoundrels to patrol the streets with him. My lord, should we? No need. Lord Lu is already prepared, correct? In a couple of days we'll coordinate with Lord Lu to send that young man on his way. Gao Chong's lips curled into a cold smile. With such limited ability, he thought he could challenge himself and stir up trouble in Ping'an County. Truly laughable. Lin Fan and his 2 companions had already departed from the city. The outskirts were desolate with barely a traveler in sight. Young master, what shall we do now? Asked Lin Guzi. Lin Fan cast his gaze ahead, spotting a tea stall not far from the city gates. Come, let us go have some tea. The 3 of them quickly took their seats at the stall. However, upon discerning their attire, the owner's arms began to tremble violently like chaff in the wind. My 3 lords, this humble one has already handed over this year's tribute. Not a single copper of the 2 taels of silver was lacking. The owner said, his voice quivering. What is this tribute about? Lin Fan turned his gaze toward Wang Hu. In the dying dynasty, aside from the mandatory tax, silver, there should not be any additional tributes. My lord, all businesses within the city and its surrounding areas, depending on their scale and location, must hand over silver to the Jinui every year. This is referred to as tribute. Wang Hu replied. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. So this tribute was merely protection money. He spoke. We are not here to collect tributes. Pour us some tea. You shall not be shorted a single coin. Upon hearing this, the owner breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly fetched bowls for the 3 of them, filling them to the brim with tea brewed from his finest leaves. Forcing a smile onto his face, he said, My 3 lords, there is no need for tea money. Consider this a humble offering from me to you. Go attend to your business, owner. We have matters to discuss, Lin Fan said, waving his hand. Understood, my lords. Call me if you need anything. Stooping low, the owner retreated to a corner, pulling out a towel to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Wang Hu, you are a martial artist, are you not? Lin Fan inquired. Wang Hu nodded. My lord, I am a 9th grade martial artist. As a martial artist, how did you end up being assigned by Gao Chong to work under me? Lin Fan fixed his gaze on Wang Hu's eyes, meticulously observing every subtle shift in his expression. My lord, there is a mountain in our Ping'an County called Lania Mountain. My ancestors have been hunters there for generations. Yet 10 years ago, a band of bandits suddenly occupied the mountain, and they slaughtered my parents, my wife, and my daughter. My own strength was far from enough to avenge my family, so I used all my savings to purchase a position within the Jinui, hoping to harness their power to eradicate this band of bandits. Yet after joining the Jinui, though I repeatedly reported the bandit menace of Lania Mountain, not a single soul was willing to heed my words. Every piece of intelligence I submitted sank like a stone into the ocean, and all I received in return was their isolation. As Wang Hu spoke these words, the hatred in his eyes was completely unconcealed. His vital energies surged, showing that he had reached the absolute peak of his fury. At this point, Wang Hu suddenly rose and dropped to one knee before Lin Fan. I feel that my lord is different from Gao Chong and the others. If my lord can lead me to exact my vengeance, I Wang who am willing to go through fire and water for you even if it means being ground to dust. Lin Fan took in every single expression as the man spoke. It did not appear to be an act of such raw anger and absolute murderous intent could never be conjured without a blood feud of epic proportions. If the bandits of Lania Mountain have remained entrenched for 10 years without being eradicated, you must understand what that implies, yes. Furthermore, I am merely a minor Xiaoqi officer with a cultivation level of only the 9th grade. What do I have to slay those bandits with? Lin Fan looked at Wang Hu and asked in return. My lord has reached the 9th grade before even coming of age. With your talent, there will surely come a day when you step into the 7th or even 6th grade. I have already waited 10 years, and I am willing to keep waiting. As for the bandits backing, I already have a way to deal with it. Wang Hu's tone was earnest, his eyes brimming with hope, resembling a drowning man grasping at his very last straw. Rise first, Lin Fan said calmly. Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback and asked, has my lord agreed? I will certainly slay the bandits, but not for the sake of your vengeance. Lin Fan took a sip from his teacup, his gaze turning burning hot. I need merit to climb the ranks, I need continuous promotions, I need to possess greater power, and I need to acquire more formidable martial arts techniques. Wang Hu's eyes widened in shock. He saw an unbridled thirst for power within Lin Fan's gaze. He had a premonition that Gao Chong's position as Zongqi officer would likely not last much longer. Yet as long as it helped him achieve his revenge, it was enough. Wang Hu immediately declared, once my lord eradicates the bandits, I am willing to become your vanguard, aiding you in ascending to the very peak. Lin Fan regained his composure and said indifferently, very well, rise. Wang Hu seated himself back on the stool. Wang Hu, how much do you know about these bandits? Lin Fan took another sip of tea and looked up. There are 32 bandits in total, including 10 9th grade martial artists. Their leader, known as Scarred Tiger, is a peak 8th grade martial artist, likely only a single step away from the 7th grade. Whenever those bandits were mentioned, the flames of hatred would ignite in Wang Hu's eyes. Do they frequently harass the villagers at the foot of the mountain? Lin Fan continued to inquire. Wang Hu replied, constantly. Over the past 10 years, at least 800 people have perished at the hands of these bandits. The mere mention of Lania Mountain makes everyone in Pingan County turn pale with fear. Good. Let us prepare, and we shall make our move tomorrow, Lin Fan said calmly. Off. Wang Hu froze in sheer disbelief. My lord, you intend to go eradicate the bandits? Indeed. A new official must strike hard upon taking office. Eradicating the bandits of Lania Mountain shall be my second strike. Lin Fan's voice was tranquil, in his tone wiping out the bandits sounded as effortless as crushing a nest of ants. My lord Scarred Tiger is a peak 8th grade martial artist. You are no match for him, Wang Hu warned. Too much nonsense. If you want your revenge, follow me. Lin Fan finished the tea in his bowl and stood up. Guzzi, pay the bill. Lin Guzzi immediately fished out 6 copper coins from his sleeve and tossed them onto the table. He then followed Lin Fan as they walked toward the city gates. Wang Hu's mind was in a whirl, yet he quickly caught up to them. As time passed, Wang Hu began to guess where Lin Fan was headed. Before long, the Su family martial arts hall appeared before the three of them. Seeing this, Wang Hu spoke up. My lord, surely you are not going to ask Master Su for help. Master Su is also only of the 9th grade. Though he is seasoned, he is no match for Scarred Tiger. Even if we add his 2 9th grade sons, it would be of no avail. I am indeed seeking his help, but not to have him deal with Scarred Tiger. Lin Fan's expression was indifferent as he strode toward the Su family martial arts hall. The 2 young men who had delivered the weapons last time were currently busy taking down the main plaque. Their movements were cautious, dreading any potential damage. Be careful, all of you. Though our Su family martial arts hall is closed for now, we will surely reopen one day. When that time comes, this plaque will still be of great use. Su Kuang carefully instructed his 2 sons. Master Su, Lin Fan called out as he stepped forward. Su Kuang turned his head to look, and what caught his eye was the black flying fish robe of a Jinui Xiaoqi officer. Upon recognizing Lin Fan's face, he instantly paled with shock. My lord, you are with the Jinui. Su Kuang's voice trembled slightly. He secretly cursed his luck, realizing this man was likely the newly appointed Jinui Xiaoqi officer of recent rumors. Having accepted silver from him, how could he possibly have an easy time now? Master Su, I have some matters to discuss with you, Lin Fan said with a smile. You are not here to demand the silver back? Su Kuang asked, sounding uncertain. Our transaction was settled yesterday, money for goods. Why would I ask you to return the silver? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Kuang was temporarily unable to process the situation. Aside from drinking at brothels, since when did the Jinui actually pay for things they bought? Hearing that they were not here to demand money, Su Kuang sighed of relief. He hurriedly invited, please come inside. Lin Fan followed Su Kuang into the martial arts hall. The vast martial arts hall was empty and quiet, leaving only a few benches and a table. Wan hurry and brew the tea, I treasure. Su Kuang called toward the inner room. Father, I know. A girl's crisp voice came from inside. 3 gentlemen, please sit. Su Kuang set the chairs for the 3 of them. Lin Fan did not stand on ceremony, seating himself, then spoke. Master Su, I am here to ask you for a favor. A favor? Su Kuang was taken aback then smiled. Sir, surely you are joking with a mere servant. With a status like yours, how could I possibly be of any help to you? Eradicate the Lan Yoshan bandits. Lin Fan uttered the words calmly, but they sent a raging wave through Su Kuang's chest. Su Kuang steadied his breath. Master, the bandit leader of Lan Yoshan sits at the 8th rank peak and has mastered a third-rate martial technique, Taoxine Show. Even 10 9th rank warriors might not be his match, let alone his 10 9th rank subordinates. He thought for a moment, probing. Could General Gao intend to step in and purge the villains for the people? If General Gao could eliminate the Lan Yoshan bandits, everyone would willingly offer a little tribute in gratitude. Gao Chang does not intend to act, it will be my own force that handles it, Lin Fan said. Su Kuang frowned. What rank are you, master? 9th rank. Then you must be joking, master. To have 9th rank cultivation before coming of age, I believe in your talent, but a grand realm gap is not something talent alone can bridge. Su Kuang laughed and waved his hand. Dao Ba, who I have my own ways to deal with him. You only need to help me hold off the other 9th rank bandits. Once the bandits are eliminated, I can grant Master Su 3 Jinui quotas. Lin Fan's demeanor remained calm, as if he had backing. Su Kuang, seeing Lin Fan's composure, couldn't help but hesitate. Looking at this little banner lord, it seemed he had a trump card. If it were merely to handle a few 9th rank bandits, it wouldn't be too dangerous. 3 Jinui quotas are formidable, and without at least 1,000 taels of silver they can't be obtained. Though the Jinui are widely mocked, their pay is indeed high. Even their annual salary is 48 taels. Father, you promised the master, didn't you? Suddenly 2 figures slid over from the side. It was Su Kuang's 2 sons. They had evidently been listening for a while, and when they heard that they could join the Jinui, they couldn't help but show themselves. You two good-for-nothings. Do you think the Lan Yoshan bandits are easy to deal with? Su Kuang could not help scolding. Su Waner, who had brewed the tea, also came over. Her slender hand brushed lightly as she filled tea for the 4. Father, the Lan Yoshan bandits are not easy to deal with, but they are all villains. Didn't you used to teach the students at the martial arts hall to uphold chivalry and righteousness? Su Waner whispered. Upholding chivalry and righteousness. What martial artist hasn't dreamed of this? Su Kuang's memories were stirred by her words. Back then it was his chivalrous act that earned the beauty's favor and produced Su Waner and her siblings. Father, if the martial arts hall doesn't reopen, we'll have no livelihood. If we could join the Jinui, the 3 of us would have more than 100 taels a year. By then our little sister's dowry could be funded in style. The elder-looking man beside them spoke up to counsel. After hearing this, Su Kuang gritted his teeth and said, very well, let's do it. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly at the news. With the Su family, father and son aiding him, plus Guzi and Wang, who he had 5 usable men at his command. The 2 Su brothers wore uplifted smiles. Before long they would don Jinui robes and dine on the state's meals. Lin Fan spoke gravely, very well. Master Su, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow at dawn I will lead the team toward Lan Yoshan. You and your 2 sons shall follow behind, but do not reveal yourselves. After I deal with Dao Ba, who you 3 should step out together with Wang, Hu and Guzi to help me hold off the 9th rank bandits. Good, no problem. Su Kuang nodded in agreement. After winning over the Su family, father and son Lin Fan and his companions left the Su's martial arts hall. Lord, we only have 10 strong men in our little banner. Would your rash promise to the Su father and son cause trouble? After they were far away, Wang, who couldn't help voicing his doubt. Back then, to join the Jinui, he had spent 300 taels to secure a quota. Relax. After tomorrow there will be quotas. By then, even with our little banner plus the Su father and son, 3, we might not be enough to reach 10. Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet it made Wang Hu shudder. If they couldn't gather 10 people, the rest would go somewhere else. Wang Hu, go back early, rest, and get ready for tomorrow's battle. Lin Fan patted Wang Hu's shoulder. Yes, then I'll take my leave first. Wang Hu complied, then turned and left. Master, what shall we do next? Guzi asked. What do you mean, eh? Of course it's to go home and sleep. After checking his direction, Lin Fan headed toward home. In the evening at the Jinui headquarters, 8 men trudged back from patrol on the city outskirts. Seeing Lin Fan not at the headquarters, each man began to lash out in anger and insult. God help me, this brat might be up to something with that woman. He looks proper enough, but doesn't do any real work. I'm tired to death of this. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the flower house arranging flowers and wooing women? Do we have to patrol the outskirts for those commoners? The shouting continued as Gao Chang passed by the doorway. Upon hearing, he wore a mocking smile. Still, he's young and hot-blooded. While he has some skills, he doesn't understand the ways of the world. Nowadays the Jinui were rotten to the core. Everyone fought to enjoy life, yet someone dared to disrupt, naturally arousing public anger. Lin Fan ignored the complaints. He lay in bed thinking carefully. Tomorrow they would act, so today he must further strengthen his strength. Advancing his sword technique in the short term was not realistic. Great perfection and complete seemed only a single tier apart, but the gap was vast. At least 3 or 4 more times in the bronze mirror would be needed to raise it. Better to increase cultivation first. With that thought, Lin Fan entered the bronze mirror world. The familiar gravity pressed down once again. But Lin Fan was no longer as miserable as before. He had once lay flat and unable to move, but now he could wriggle about in this world like a caterpillar. a true qualitative leap. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed, pulling hard. 2 blades of grass were torn from the stem. Perhaps the rising strength left his palm unscathed. Time waits for no one, and he tore 2 more blades of grass. At that moment his gaze was suddenly drawn to something flying out of the grass. Grasshopper. Lin Fan's gaze settled on the small creature perched on the leaf. The grass leaves have already given me such an increase. If I could capture and eat this grasshopper that has munched on countless leaves, would my growth be even greater. Grasshoppers may be small, but they are still meat. Stay here. Lin Fan lunged forward and slapped down. The force of 1,600 caddies propelled him forward with instantaneous, explosive speed. With a single strike he pinned the grasshopper within his palm. In the next instant he felt as if a sharp blade had pierced through his hand, the searing pain forcing him to gasp. He hurriedly raised his hand to inspect it. To his shock 2 wounds had appeared on his palm, nearly piercing all the way through. Hiss! This grasshopper is formidable. Its 2 hind legs are as sharp as blades. Looking up, Lin Fan saw that the grasshopper had already leapt over a meter away, leisurely perched on a blade of grass to feed. A mere meter's distance, yet to the current Lin Fan it felt as vast as the ends of the earth. In this world his physical strength was insufficient to even crawl such a distance. Consider yourself lucky. Lin Fan cursed, pointing at the grasshopper. The grasshopper merely thrust its rear toward him and excreted a tiny green pellet. Lin Fan pointed at the creature and unleashed a torrent of furious curses. Yet helpless against it, he could only pluck 2 blades of grass and withdraw from this world. Damn it! Outrageous! Even a mere grasshopper dares to humiliate me. Lin Fan's face flushed red with anger. Once my strength increases, and I can move freely, I will eat your entire species into extinction. Due to the grasshopper's interference, he had only managed to secure 6 blades of grass in the end. He had previously set a record of 10 blades, and now his haul had dropped once again. As he consumed the blades of grass one by one, Lin Fan circulated his iron shirt technique to refine them. Soon, all 6 blades of grass were completely devoured. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lin Fan went out to the courtyard to test his strength using the stone locks. This time he directly lifted 8 stone locks, which amounted to 1,600 caddies. Yet he felt he still had strength to spare. Hoisting another stone lock should not be an issue, which would bring his strength to 1,800 caddies. An ordinary rank 7 martial artist possessed only 2,000 caddies of strength. In terms of raw strength alone, he was already on the verge of catching up to a rank 7 martial artist. After testing his strength, Lin Fan returned to his room and fell asleep immediately. With a major battle looming tomorrow, it was essential to conserve his energy. Time flew, and soon it was the following morning. Before dawn had even broken, Lin Fan had already arrived at the Jinui headquarters. Aside from Wang Hu and Lin Guzi, the other 8 Jinui guards stood in line, their eyes still bleary with sleep. According to past custom, although roll call was officially set for the hour of Mao, everyone usually slept until the hour of C before showing up for work. They were extremely dissatisfied with Lin Fan, but given his ruthless hand, they dared not rebel. Look sharp, all of you. We have a mission today. Everyone follow me out of the city. Lin Fan barked. The men hurriedly forced themselves awake and stood at attention. Yet their eyes were filled with doubt. A mission? Had some unruly peasant reported a crime? My lord, what is our mission today? A leacher who looked rather like a local thug asked with a sycophantic smile. I have heard that there is a band of bandits on Lanium Mountain to the west of the city. They have committed atrocities for a long time, and the commoners have suffered under them for far too long. Thus our mission today is to eradicate these bandits and restore peace and justice to the people. Lin Fan spoke with righteous indignation. The smile on the leacher's face instantly froze. Damn it, was he still dreaming? Everyone knew that those bandits were not only highly skilled, but also had powerful backers. This newly appointed Xiaoqi actually wanted to lead them to eradicate the bandits. Damn it, wasn't this like carrying a lantern into a latrine, courting death? The others were also dumbfounded, feeling their hands and feet turn icy cold, as if they had plunged into an abyss of ice. It was all over. This new superior of theirs was a complete fool. Oh my lord, for a mission of this scale, shouldn't we first report it to the Zongqi? The leacher still wanted to fight for a chance to survive. A mere band of bandits. Does that require troubling Lord Zongqi? Lin Fan said in an unquestionable tone. Everyone hear my command, follow me out of the city to eradicate the bandits. His order was issued, yet not one of the 8 men took a step. Lin Fan's gaze instantly turned cold. He said in a low, solemn voice, according to Jinui regulations, those who disobey a superior's order shall be punished with 30 strokes of the staff. Anyone who does not wish to go may remain at the headquarters, after receiving their 30 strokes. Beside him, Wang Hu clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. A shudder ran down everyone's spines. If Wang Hu were to administer those 30 strokes, would they even survive? The fellow from yesterday had breathed his last right around the 30th stroke. If they went to eradicate the bandits, they might still survive if Lin Fan got killed first. But if they truly took 30 strokes of the staff, it would be certain death. With this realization, they could only reluctantly move toward the main gate. What the hell are you dawdling for? Double time it. Lin Fan barked sharply. The men immediately broke into a jog. The party of 11 departed the headquarters and headed straight for the West City Gate. No sooner had they left than Gao Chong received the news. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he was utterly dumbfounded. What? You are saying Lin Fan took that rabble to eradicate the Lania Mountain bandits? My lord, I was hiding behind the wall at the time, and heard it clear as day. Ha ha ha. Gao Chong burst into laughter. I was originally pondering what excuse to use to send this brat to his death, but to think he went on his own before I even made a move. My lord, what should we do now? Asked Li Zheng the Xiaoqi in charge of the Eastern District. Gao Chong smiled and replied, what should we do? Celebrate in grand style, of course. He then instructed, go to Shixiang Pavilion and order several tables of fine dishes, then head to the Western City Winery to get a few jars of aged fine wine. After that, invite Lord Liu over to celebrate with us. Your subordinate will see to it immediately, Li Zheng said with a smile. Wait. Gao Chong stopped Li Zheng and added, have Huayu House closed for the day and bring all their ladies here to accompany us. Today's expenses will be entirely on my tab. Li Zheng's smile grew even more wretched. Understood, my lord. After Li Zheng departed, Gao Chong could not help but sneer. A brat still wet behind his ears dares to oppose me. He is truly courting his own doom. In the wilderness west of the city, Lin Fan and his group had already marched rapidly for 20 miles. Guzi and Wang, who were perfectly fine, both being rank 9 martial artists. But the remaining 8 were struggling, their breathing wheezing like bellows as they gasped for air. And my lord, let us take a short break, or else we won't even have the strength to run away when we lose at the destination. A frail fellow pleaded, leaning against a tree. A flash of blade light vanished in an instant. Blood splattered as the frail fellow's head went flying. This scene left everyone shell-shocked. No one had expected that Lin Fan would commit murder over a simple plea for rest. Is everyone still tired? Lin Fan swept his gaze across the faces of the remaining 7. No, we are not tired at all. They waved their hands in a panic. If you are not tired, then keep moving. You receive the Emperor's stipend, yet fail to protect His Majesty's subjects. What use do we have for you then? Lin Fan snorted coldly. The men quickly clutched their waists and resumed their march. Lin Fan glanced back and spotted the Su father and son hiding behind a tree. He then urged the remaining Jinui Leisure to continue advancing toward Lania Mountain. Upon Lania Mountain, a massive cauldron boiled with stewed beef. A band of outlaws led by the scar-faced man devoured meat and swallowed wine in great gulps. They radiated a fierce and murderous aura, and that scar-faced man was none other than Dao Bahu. Within what was so-called the Hall of Righteous Assembly, human bones and skeletons hung everywhere. Brothers, drink up. He lifted the wine bowl and drained it in one breath. Below, the other bandits also poured wine into their bowls and drank heartily. I received some news yesterday. It literally made my day. Dao Bahu set down his wine bowl, his tone dripping with mockery. Brother, what news? Asked a bandit of the 9th rank below. Lu Guangdou says an Imperial Guard squad leader will be coming soon to wipe out our stronghold, telling me to keep his head. One mere Imperial Guard squad leader dares to act tough in front of me. Doesn't that sound hilarious? Dao Bahu smiled broadly. Ha ha ha, truly amusing. Brother is at the peak of the 8th rank and possesses the mature martial art heart extraction palm. Even a 7th rank warrior might not be your match. How could a squad leader stand a chance? He's practically delivering himself to his death. The bandit who spoke first quickly chimed in. But brother, this Imperial Guard squad leader serves the court and belongs to the Emperor's personal guards. If we kill him, won't it bring disaster upon us? Another bandit stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Dao Bahu waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, Lu Guangdou has already coordinated with that fellow Gao Chong. Moreover, after this is done, we will pay 30% less in tribute this year. That is precisely why I agreed. So this task comes from Prefect Wang's side? Asked the bandit. I suppose so, Dao Bahu replied. Who knows what this squad leader's background is to have provoked a 5th rank prefect's schemes. But it has nothing to do with us. We only care about getting paid and doing the job. Brother speaks the truth. All the bandits nodded in agreement. Life is short, and as long as one lives without regret, there is no need to overthink things. What about those young women we plundered from the merchant ship? Bring them over for some fun. Dao Bahu turned to the bandit beside him. Go, some of you brothers, and bring those young women to brother, so he may enjoy himself. The bandit turned and issued orders to his subordinates. Several low-ranking thugs immediately went to the dungeon to fetch prisoners. Soon some 10 young maidens were dragged into the great hall. Upon seeing the skulls and skeletal remains hanging on the walls, the girls turned pale with terror. A merchant ship from the capital. These young women from the capital are indeed striking, and they carry such a lovely fragrance. Ha ha. Dao Bahu grabbed 2 girls, one under each arm, and pressed his gruesome face close to their bodies, inhaling deeply the fragrance that drifted from their skin. The 2 girls trembled with fear, weeping and struggling desperately. Let go of miss. You beast. My master is a wealthy merchant of Shangzhou. You will not escape his wrath. A maid-like girl shouted at Dao Bahu. Wealthy merchant of Shangzhou. Who cares where you come from? On my territory, I am the law. If I am pleased, you may live a few more days. If I am not, I will throw you into the beggars' quarters for them to enjoy. Dao Bahu roared with laughter. Beast. Shameless. The maid cursed angrily. Hearing this, Dao Bahu's expression turned cold. He shoved the 2 girls aside and strode toward the maid. Why you? What are you going to do? The maid stepped back in terror. Take your life. In the next instant, Daobahu's hand pierced straight through the maid's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere as Daobahu forcibly tore out her bleeding heart. The maid's body went limp and collapsed to the ground, her face frozen in terror and disbelief. Lure. Seeing her maid die brutally before her eyes, the detained girl's vision blurred, and she fainted dead away. Daobahu glanced at the girl and sneered. Already fainting from fear. Capital Miss are indeed timid creatures. Ha ha. He then tossed the heart to a nearby thug. While it is still fresh, go fry it up. It will serve as my appetizer later. Brother, just wait and see. A young girl's heart and liver are the most exquisite delicacy. With my cooking skills, brother will surely find it irresistible. The thug grinned wickedly and carried the bloody mass toward the hall's exit. Upon hearing how cruel Daobahu, the surrounding women shuddered, as if struck by lightning. Just then a thug suddenly came running. His face was filled with panic. Brother, bad news. Terrible news. Kneeling on one knee, the thug panted heavily. Brother, a group of Imperial Guards has arrived at the foot of the mountain. Our 2 sentries have been killed. What? Daobahu erupted in fury and grabbed the thug by the collar. What was that man's name? Terrified, the thug stammered. I think his name was Lin Fan. Excellent. That damn beast has come so quickly. It seems my blade must drench itself in blood again. Daobahu waved his massive hand. Brothers, follow me into battle. Slay that Imperial Guard squad leader. Slay the Imperial Guards. Slay the Imperial Guards. The thugs shouted wildly. The 10 8th rank warriors also wore cold smirks. Although Lania Mountain had only 32 members, each was a seasoned fighter. Others, though not ranked, still possessed some martial arts skill, setting them apart from ordinary bandits. Carrying their weapons, the entire group surged toward the mountain gate in a massive formation. On the narrow mountain path, Lin Fan led 9 Imperial Guards uphill. The 2 sentries had been killed by Wang Hu, but one was deliberately let escape to lure the mountain bandits out. My lord Daobahu's heart extraction palm is formidable. You must be careful. Wang Hu leaned in to warn. Lin Fan replied calmly, do not worry. I will chop off that cat-like claw of his so he can never extract another heart. The stronghold drew nearer, and everyone could see the crude wooden gate. Finally, Wang Hu could no longer contain himself. My lord, what exactly is your trump card? Could you hint at it for your subordinate? Lin Fan drew his blade and flicked it with his finger. This is my trump card. Wang Hu was stunned and hurriedly protested. My lord, do not jest. Daobahu is at the peak of the 8th rank and possesses the advanced 3rd-rate martial art heart extraction palm. Even ordinary 7th rank warriors might not be able to defeat him. Lin Fan turned and fixed him with a serious gaze. Do I look like I am joking? Wang Hu felt utterly lost. He had been full of confidence, waiting for Lin Fan to unleash his trump card and slay Daobahu, after which they would wipe out Lania Mountain and finally avenge his blood feud. But now Lin Fan was apparently using him as a joke. Though the young buffalo may fear not the tiger, it does not mean the buffalo can truly defeat the tiger. My lord, let us retreat. With your talent, you will reach the 8th, perhaps even the 7th rank within a few years. There is no need to throw your life away here. He pleaded urgently. Lin Fan glanced around and said, retreating now is unlikely to work, but we can still slaughter them and return with merit to claim our rewards. The stronghold gates swung open, and a ferocious man with a scarred face strode out wielding a tiger head blade. 10 8th rank warriors flanked both sides with the remaining thugs behind them, all bearing grim expressions, clearly experienced in combat and stained with bloodshed. Which one of you is Lin Fan? Step forward and meet your death. Daobahu pointed his tiger head saber from afar at the crowd. The sharp blade gleamed with a cold light, its body stained with a layer of brown, the grim residue of accumulated blood. Before Lin Fan could even speak, a Jinui beside him stepped forward to point him out. Chief, he is Lin Fan. He forced us to come and eliminate you. The Jinui shuffled aside, creating distance between himself and Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan sneered inwardly. Before weapons were even drawn, they had already betrayed their superior. They were indeed a rabble of useless cowards. Daobahu squinted at the scene, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. He laughed and said, any Jinui who were coerced, step aside. I won't kill you. Chief, I was coerced. Chief, me too. Soon all 7 Jinui scurried away, distancing themselves some 10 meters from Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not stop them. If these men did not leave, how could he free up vacancies to recruit new blood? At this moment, only Lin Guzi and Wang Hu remained behind him, looking solitary and carrying a faint air of desolation. Lin Fan, you can't even control your own subordinates, yet you dare boast about wiping me out. Has your damn head been kicked by a donkey? Daobahu mocked. Behind him, the horde of bandits burst into raucous laughter. Where are the Su's father and sons? Lin Fan shouted. Su Kuang and his 2 sons immediately rushed out, weapons in hand. With their addition, Lin Fan's group grew to 6. I thought you actually had reinforcements, but it's just the 3 useless cowards from the Su family martial arts hall. Daobahu's eyes filled with contempt. He had once tried to recruit the Su father and sons, but the stubborn trio had refused him. Previously, they had stayed within the safety of the city, making it difficult for him to strike. Today was the perfect opportunity to slaughter these fools and vent his long-held anger. Daobahu, with the Lord here today, we will surely claim your dog head. Su Kuang's eldest son pointed at Daobahu and barked. The trio had not heard the prior conversation between Lin Fan and Wang, so they were still brimming with confidence. Meanwhile Wang, who could only smile bitterly. Well, since things had come to this, he would fight to the death against these bandits. He would take down as many as he could, at least when he died, and went to the underworld. His family would not blame him. Hold off the 9th-rank martial artists around us. I will slay Daobahu. Lin Fan drew his saber and stepped forward, closing the distance to Daobahu in an instant like an arrow shot from a bow. This astonishing speed caught Daobahu off guard. However, as an 8th-rank peak expert, he immediately swung his blade to parry. Clang! The two sabers clashed. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sheer force of the impact split Daobahu's web of the thumb, leaving both his arms completely numb. His expression changed drastically. How could this youth's strength be so terrifying, and his speed even faster than his own? He quickly bellowed, "Help me quick!" The 10 9th-rank martial artists behind him immediately swarmed forward to surround and attack Lin Fan. Wang, who watched in utter amazement, stunned by the combat prowess Lin Fan displayed. Had Lin Fan already stepped into the 8th rank, or perhaps even the 7th rank? Charge! Stop those men! Lin Guzi shouted a reminder, then immediately rushed forward with his blade. The Su father and sons charged ahead as well. Wang, who hesitated no longer, drawing the heavy sword from his back and lunging into the fray. By now Lin Fan had already exchanged several blows with Daobahu, and the overwhelming dominance he displayed kept Daobahu's nerves taut. Daobahu simply discarded his saber and roared, "Black Tiger Steel's heart." His vital energy and blood surged, gathering in his palm before erupting with terrifying force. His entire hand turned pitch black, its hardness rivaling metal. He could crush even weapons forged of tin-tempered iron, and a Jinui Xiaoqi was only equipped with a tin-tempered iron saber. Lin Fan sneered. Unlike Daobahu, he had no need to shout his moves before striking. He unleashed the Grandmaster-level wind, cleaving 3 blades. The air seemed to split in two as the wind blades tore through the void like sharp edges. The strike was breathtakingly brilliant, like the radiant sun of early spring or a cascading ribbon of moonlight. With a single slash, Lin Fan had already come to a halt behind Daobahu. Daobahu stood frozen like a clay statue, his eyes wide with disbelief. Grandmaster-level blade technique. After muttering to himself, his body split in two from the chest. Blood splattered as his body severed into 2 halves. Everyone froze at the sight. Daobahu was dead. In fewer than 10 exchanges, Daobahu, who had dominated Ping'an County for a decade, was dead. Kill. Su Kuang and the others were greatly invigorated, pouncing on the bandits like ferocious tigers. Even when fighting 1 against 2, they did not fall into a disadvantage. Lin Fan also joined the fray. His waist saber moved like a judge's pen, reaping the lives of the bandits. A 9th-rank bandit swung his weapon, attempting to block Lin Fan's strike. But how could a force of less than 1,000 caddies compare to his massive 1,800 caddies of strength? Moreover, Lin Fan had the empowerment of his Grandmaster-level blade technique. Barely any bandit could survive more than 2 moves under his blade. In just half a minute, 6 or 7 of the 10 9th-rank bandits had been slain. Do not let a single one escape. Lin Fan shouted. Understood, my lord. Wang Hu roared. With his deep vengeance finally being avenged, he only wanted to slaughter to his heart's content. He slammed his heavy sword down, crushing a 9th-rank bandit's head straight into his chest cavity. Lin Guzi and the others had already turned to slaughter the ordinary bandits. Though these bandits knew a bit of martial arts, they were no match for 9th-rank martial artists. 3 minutes later, the battle ended. Every single bandit had been slain. 30 corpses lay scattered across the ground in various gruesome states of death. The thick, choking stench of blood made the hair of the onlooker Jinui stand on end. My lord is peerlessly brave. We swear to follow my lord to the death. The 7 Jinui who had stepped aside earlier quickly fell to their knees, desperately proclaiming their loyalty. Far from offering help in times of need, these people were not even worthy of adding a finishing touch. Lin Fan simply found them utterly ridiculous. Guzi Wang, who killed them all. Clear these spots to make room for newcomers. Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet it sealed the fate of the 7 men. The Su father and sons exchanged glances and joined Guzi in striking down the 7 Jinui. My lord, we are fellow Jinui. If you kill us, it won't be easy to explain to the higher-ups. Indeed. We are comrades in arms. Why must you force us to our deaths? We were only trying to avoid danger. The 7 men shouted desperately, trying to argue their case. This officer received reports from the commoners regarding bandit disturbances. I led a squad to eradicate them, resulting in 8 casualties on our side and 32 bandit heads claimed. Lin Fan's voice was icy, his expression indifferent. If these 7 were ordinary citizens, he would not have ordered their execution. However, they wore the uniform of the Jinui, yet failed to perform their duties. It was better to purge them and leave their positions for those who actually got things done. Fresh blood pooled on the ground. Amidst curses and screams, the 7 Jinui were completely wiped out. My lord, all the bandits have been eliminated. Lin Guzi reported with cupped fists. Beside him, Wang, who laughed toward the sky, tears and mucus streaming down his face. With his heavy sword planted in the ground beside him, he appeared almost mad. Father, mother, rower, Nan, I have finally avenged you. Guzi, stay here and watch over Wang Hu. The Su father and sons will come with me to rescue the captives and take stock of the plundered loot. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 10 years. Right now Wang Hu desperately needed an outlet to vent his fury. Thus Lin Fan left Lin Guzi behind to keep an eye on Wang Hu. He on the other hand led the Su father and his 2 sons into the fortress. In truth, the Lania Mountain bandit stronghold was not particularly large. It was hard to imagine how such a minuscule stronghold could entrench itself within Ping'an County for a whole decade. With Gao Chang's strength at the 7th rank, how could he possibly be no match for Daobo? The underlying reason was practically self-evident. Lin Fan led the Su family into the main hall of the fortress. The first sight that greeted them was a group of women bound tightly to chairs. Untie them, Lin Fan commanded. The Su father and sons immediately set to work. The women's eyes had already lost their luster, but the moment they saw the Feiyu robe on Lin Fan, they rushed forward one after another pleading for salvation. My lord, save us. They are monsters. Daobo gouged out Luer's heart just to serve it as a side dish for his wine. The young maidens were nearly driven to the brink of madness. Rest assured, everyone. Daobo has been executed, and all 32 bandits of Lania Mountain have been decapitated. Lin Fan's voice was firm and resolute. Combined with the authoritative presence of his uniform, his words managed to offer a modicum of solace to the panicked maidens. Who knows the location of the dungeon? Lead me there to rescue the others, Lin Fan said. I do. A young girl raised her hand. Guided by her, Lin Fan quickly located the dungeon. Inside, more than 40 people were imprisoned spanning all ages. Many bore visible wounds, evidently having been subjected to brutal lashings. I am Lin Fan, a Shaoqi officer of the Ping'an County Jinui. The Lania Mountain bandits have been vanquished. You are all safe now. Lin Fan's voice rang out clearly. Hearing his words, the prisoners' faces filled with utter disbelief. Daobo is dead. We are safe. An elderly man muttered in a trembling voice, seemingly talking to himself. Yet in the next instant he suddenly burst into bitter tears. Daobo is dead, but my Heir is gone. I raised her for 16 years only for her to be slaughtered by these beasts. The old man's weeping was merely the catalyst. Soon many in the dungeon began to wail. For many of them, their homes and families had already been shattered. Just like that elderly man whose daughter was Heir, he had been forced to watch helplessly as the bandits defiled her. The old man abruptly raised his head, clutching Lin Fan's hand with desperate earnestness. My lord, where is Daobo's corpse? Could you please tell me? I beg of you. At the fortress gates, Lin Fan replied, having a fair idea of what the old man intended to do. Even so, he answered, knowing that if the elderly man could not release his pent-up anguish, he might well go mad. More than 20 people surged out of the cells, rushing headlong toward the fortress gates. Lin Fan and the Su family stepped aside, clearing a path for them. A blood feud of such magnitude could only be slightly assuaged by one's own hands. Are you a Jinui Shaoqi? A somewhat familiar voice called out, laced with pleasant surprise. Lin Fan turned to look, and was surprised to find the steward of the merchant ship he had taken to Ping'an County. Steward Chen, you were captured as well. Only then did Lin Fan realize why those young maidens had looked somewhat familiar. They had traveled on the very same vessel as him. However, because he had rarely left his cabin back, then his memory of them was faint. But since he had interacted frequently with the steward, he recognized him instantly. Lord Lin, had I known you were a Jinui Shaoqi, I would never have dared to take your silver. I was truly blinded by greed. If not for you, I fear I would have perished in this bandit's den. Steward Chen was consumed by remorse. He genuinely had not expected this seemingly youthful man to be a Jinui Shaoqi, let alone possess the formidable prowess to slay Daobo. Paying for passage is only right and proper. There is no need to blame yourself, Steward Chen. But did the merchant ship not refrain from docking? How did you end up being captured? Lin Fan inquired, slightly puzzled. Alas, a checkpoint was set up at the pier, and they wouldn't let us pass unless we docked. Yet the moment we pulled in, the bandits descended upon us. I even suspect. Steward Chen's voice abruptly cut short, and he leaned in closer to whisper. I suspect those bandits received inside information about our docking here. But the pier is government-owned, so only the officials in the county magistrate's office should have known about our ship's schedule. Steward Chen, some things are best kept to private whispers. Do not speak of this outside. In a moment you may go to the storehouse yourself to reclaim your ship's cargo. Lin Fan offered a quiet warning. How could he not be aware of the collusion? It was simply that his current power and status were insufficient, leaving him without the leverage to bring such matters to light. I understand perfectly, Steward Chen nodded repeatedly. Once the prisoners were released, Lin Fan went to take stock of the bandits' treasury. It had to be said that this band of bandits was exceptionally ruthless and rapacious. Aside from the cargo from Steward Chen's merchant ship, there were actually 20,000 taels of silver, 100 taels of gold, 2 large chests, overflowing with various jade utensils, and mountains of grain and cured meat. To put it in perspective, the annual tax revenue of Ping'an County was a mere 15,000 taels of silver. These spoils alone were enough to match 2 to 3 years of the county's total tax intake. According to the regulations of the Jinui, 70% was to be handed over, while 30% could be kept. By this calculation, Lin Fan's personal share of this haul amounted to nearly 10,000 taels. Utilizing the carts and draft animals from the fortress, Lin Fan began hauling all the silver and gold outside. With the assistance of Steward Chen's men to pull the carts, they had just enough hands. Lin Fan walked in front with the carriages laden with the confiscated loot following closely behind. Before long, he and the Su family arrived at the main gate of the fortress. Upon witnessing the scene at the fortress gates, all three of them were utterly stunned. The corpses of all the bandits were riddled with wounds reduced to a bloody pulp. Some of the commoners had even carved pieces of flesh from Daobu's corpse and stuffed them into their mouths. They wailed in agony, their tears pouring from their eyes like a bursting dam. Lin Fan deeply felt their grief. He stepped forward, cupping his hands, and called out in a clear voice, "My fellow elders and townsfolk, you have suffered greatly." The dull, vacant gazes of the commoners shifted toward him. "In the future, if any of you are oppressed or suffer injustice, you can come to the Jinui office to find me. I, Lin Fan, will see justice done to the very end." His resonant voice carried into everyone's ears. "Lord Lin, if only you had come sooner," an elderly man cried out in a hoarse voice. Lin Fan's expression grew solemn. Bowing deeply to the crowd with cupped hands, he said, "My deepest apologies. You speak too heavily, my lord. We do not blame you. If not for you, even in death, no one would have redressed our grievances, let alone avenged us." The old man suddenly prostrated himself. "You are our lord of the clear sky." In the next instant, all the commoners fell to their knees, kowtowing and crying out to Lin Fan. The sight before him left Lin Fan rooted to the spot. A chord deep within his heart seemed to be struck. Originally, his sole desire was to grow strong, exact his revenge, make those in Prince Bingjian's mansion pay the price, and then live a life of carefree leisure. But now, looking at the sea of kneeling commoners before him, his mindset seemed to undergo a subtle shift. The severed heads of 32 bandits were tossed onto the cart. The corpses of the 7 Jinui were also thrown onto an ox cart. After all, they had died in the line of duty. They could not be left without anyone to collect their remains. As they walked along the road, Lin Fan noticed that Su Bao, who was beside him, seemed highly uneasy. "Baozi, what is it?" Lin Fan leaned in and asked. "No, it's nothing." Su Bao hurriedly shook his head. Lin Fan frowned and scolded. "If you have something to say, speak up." Su Bao hesitated for a moment before finally pulling 3 letters from his pocket. He then said, "My lord, I discovered these in a hidden compartment in Daobu's bedroom." Lin Fan opened the letters and scanned them. As he finished reading the 3 letters, his expression grew increasingly grave and his gaze darkened. He looked up at Su Bao. "Why did you conceal this and fail to report it?" "My lord, this is a massive trouble. I was worried it would affect your official position," Su Bao explained. "Once today passes, you will be a Jinui. If you ever commit such an offense again, I will personally strip you of your rank and expel you from the Jinui." Lin Fan said coldly. Su Bao nodded repeatedly. "Your subordinate understands. I will absolutely never do it again." Lin Fan tucked the letters securely into his robes. This matter was indeed highly thorny. Resolving it would likely be no easy task. The officials implicated in it were far beyond his current capacity to handle. It appeared that Daobu was not an absolute fool either. He knew well enough to keep these letters as a protective talisman. He simply had not expected to perish at Lin Fan's hands, leaving his talisman utterly useless. Inside the Jinui office, a scene of revelry and song was underway. The desks originally meant for handling official documents were now laden with fine wine and exquisite dishes. On both sides, Jinui officers held beautiful women in their arms, drinking the fine wine offered to their lips by dancing girls. They feasted on delicacies from Shixiang Pavilion and aged wine from the West City Winery. Had they not been wearing their official uniforms, who would have guessed this was the Jinui office? Ha ha ha, how delightful. Simply delightful. Li Zheng laughed heartily. He caressed beneath the sheer wing-thin silk robe with one hand. The smooth, tender sensation left him deeply restless, even kindling a desire to perform a set of spear play right then and there. "Lord Gao, I have truly troubled you. I heard that you enjoy collecting martial techniques. Here is a manual. Please accept it as a small token of my appreciation." Lu Guangdou produced a martial technique manual and had the woman beside him deliver it to Gao Chang. Gao Chang took the manual and glanced at it. To his surprise, it was a rare footwork technique and a third-rate martial skill at that. He immediately beamed with joy. "Lord Lu, you are far too polite. He is a mere Shaoqi officer. Handling him is as easy as turning one's hand. Since we both serve in Pingan County, we should naturally look out for one another. The people of our Pingan County can live and work in peace precisely because we have such a responsible Jinui officer like Lord Gao," Lu Guangdou said with a smile. Gao Chang chuckled and said, "Lord Lu, you are older than me. Why don't you simply call me brother, and I shall call you elder brother? Wouldn't that be much better?" The Jinui had never been well received by other officials. As the emperor's personal guards, they were essentially isolated ministers. Now in high spirits, Gao Chang spoke with much less restraint. "Since you put it that way, then this elder brother will brazenly call you Brother Gao." Lu Guangdou raised his wine cup and said, "Brother Gao, I toast you." "Ha ha, elder brother Lu, you are too kind." Gao Chang also raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. At this moment he was smug in his heart. So what if he was a civil official? Was he not still calling him brother and begging him for favors? The banquet grew more jovial, and everyone became increasingly uninhibited. "Elder brother Lu, on this small patch of land in Pingan County, if we Jinui want someone dead, it really is just a matter of a single word. Though I Gao Chong am merely a Zongqi officer, I still hold the power of life and death. As the Emperor's personal guard, His Majesty has granted us the authority to execute first and report later. Gao Chong cupped his hands in a respectful salute toward the capital. Hearing this, Lu Guangdou sneered inwardly. If His Majesty knew you were using the authority of execute first and report later for this, he would probably strip you of your dogskin first. And to boast about killing whoever he pleased on this patch of land in Ping'an County, where did that leave him, the county vice magistrate? A dogskin Jinhui actually wanting to call a civil official his brother was truly laughable. But since the matter with Lin Fan was not yet finished, Lu Guangdou maintained his smile on the surface. He praised, "Indeed, I have long known of your capabilities, Brother Gao. By the way, elder brother Lu, I have sent Lin Fan off to Lanya Mountain, but is your side reliable? Surely Lin Fan won't return in one piece, will he?" Gao Chong said with a smile. Lu Guangdou raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and immediately said, "You can rest assured on this, Brother Gao. Daobahu possesses considerable skill. Let alone Lin Fan, even an ordinary 7th grade martial artist might not be his match. What's more, he has 10 9th grade experts under his command. Then I can rest easy. It is truly unexpected that an 8th grade peak martial artist could be at your disposal, elder brother Lu. Truly unexpected." Gao Chong said, his eyes bleary with drink, seemingly speaking without intent. "Brother Gao, some things should not be spoken of lightly. How could I possibly have such capability?" Lu Guangdou cast him a meaningful look, and Gao Chong instantly understood. He had wanted to make a move on Daobahu several times in the past. After all, there was indeed a wealth of lucrative benefits there. However, every time he wanted to act, someone would warn him off. Now it seemed it was the person above Lu Guangdou. Since the conversation had reached this point, everyone knew it was inappropriate to discuss it any further. Everyone resumed eating and drinking. A few Jinhui officers, unable to restrain their desires, had already led the girls to other rooms to discuss life. "Brother-in-law, I toast you." Zhao Cheng sidled up to Gao Chong, raising his cup with a smile. Gao Chong glanced at him. "You have something to say, don't you?" "Hey, you saw right through me again," Zhao Cheng chuckled. "Brother-in-law, now that Lin Fan is dead, shouldn't the position of Xiaoqi be mine? What is your hurry? Your brother-in-law is a Zongqi officer. Could I possibly leave you without benefits?" Gao Chong said crossly. Zhao Cheng's face was thick with a sycophantic smile. "Don't worry, I will secure an appointment letter for you tomorrow." Gao Chong patted his shoulder. "And one more thing, address me by my official title during duty hours." "Understood, Lord Zongqi," Zhao Chong said with mock solemnity. "Get lost." Gao Chong kicked him in the backside. He began calculating in his mind now that he had secured a Xiaoqi position for his wife's brother. Surely his wife would have to come up with some new tricks tonight to repay him. Just then a round object suddenly flew in from outside the door. It hit the floor with a dull thud, rolled around a few times, and only came to a halt when it bumped against the foot of a courtesan. Everyone stopped their drinking and looked over. When they saw clearly what the object was, they were all startled. The courtesan was so terrified that she leaped aside, crying hysterically as she clung to another girl who had come with her. For it was a bloody human head. "Lord Gao is indeed brilliant and far-sighted, even preparing a victory banquet for us in advance. I am truly grateful." Immediately following those words was a voice that Gao Chong found all too familiar. His expression froze, and he immediately looked up. To his surprise, he saw Lin Fan walking in, accompanied by Lin Guzi and the Su family, father and sons. Lin Fan. The name escaped Gao Chong's lips. Meanwhile, Lu Guangdou, who had just raised his wine cup, froze mid-motion. How was this possible? How could this brat still be alive? If this brat was not dead, then whose severed head was that on the ground? As he was pondering, Lin Fan provided the answer. "This is the head of Scarface who. This man gathered a band of bandits on Lanya Mountain in our Ping'an County, committing all sorts of evils, terrorizing the locals, and even daring to plunder passing merchant ships. So I took some men and wiped out this gang of bandits." Lin Fan spoke as he walked. He approached a table, kicked aside the Jinhui guard sitting in that spot, and grabbed the wine flask to take a deep, fierce gulp. As the liquor slid down his throat, a wave of immense satisfaction washed over him. The operation was a complete success. All 32 bandits have been slain, and a considerable amount of looted goods has been seized. According to our Jinhui rules, 70% is handed over to the state and 30% is retained. Out of the retained portion, another 30% must be presented to our superior. Lin Fan looked at Gao Chong and said with a smile, "Lord Gao, you are about to strike it rich this time. I estimate you will receive at least 3,000 taels of silver." 3,000 taels. Hearing this number, Lu Guangdou gripped his wine cup so hard it nearly deformed. He had spent 3,000 taels to buy Lin Fan's head, but not only had he failed, he had also lost Scarface, who in the process. If that person found out about this, they would surely twist his head off and use it as a chamber pot. This damned little beast, why couldn't he just die quietly at the hands of Scarface, who? Everyone in the room stood frozen with stiff expressions. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon Lu Guangdou. Smiling, he asked, "Lord Gao, I don't believe I've met this gentleman before. Could you introduce him to me?" Gao Chong's face was as dark as water, but he knew he could not say much at this moment. He could only say in a low, solemn voice, "This is Lord Lu Guangdou, the Vice Magistrate of our Ping'an County." "So it is Vice Magistrate Lu. I have heard of your great name for a long time." Lin Fan squinted his eyes, speaking with a cheerful chuckle. His gaze made Lu Guangdou feel extremely uncomfortable. Could this brat have obtained some evidence of his communication with Scarface who? Nevertheless, he braced himself, cupped his hands, and said, "I have long heard of Xiaoqi Lin's valor. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary." He nearly ground his teeth to dust, yet he could only speak such polite words. "Now that the victory wine has been drunk, I must trouble Lord Gao to report this operation to the Baihu. Having grown quite weary today, I shall take my leave first." Lin Fan set down his wine cup, adjusted his robes, and strode out with Lin Guzi and the others. The moment they stepped out, Gao Chong slammed his wine cup violently onto the ground. "Lord Lu, is this the Scarface who you spoke of? In my eyes, he is nothing but a damn sick cat." Having lost all face and being utterly humiliated to his face by a mere Xiaoqi, he wished he could twist Lu Guangdou's head off. If not for this fellow, how could he have suffered such a disgrace? At this moment, Lu Guangdou's expression was equally unsightly. He said furiously, "Gao Chong, this is clearly an issue on your end. Why didn't you tell me sooner that he possessed the strength to slay an 8th grade peak martial artist? Now that Scarface, who is dead and tens of thousands of silver taels have been lost, how am I supposed to explain this to my superiors? As since we do not share the same path, we cannot make plans together. Please get the hell out of my Jinui office." Suppressing the raging fire in his heart, Gao Chong pointed toward the door. What a filthy place. This official disdains nesting with snakes and rats anyway. Lu Guangdou flicked his sleeve and strode out of the office. "My lord, shall we continue drinking?" a Jinui guard asked tentatively. His silver spear was already itching for action, and he was just about to mount his steed when this sudden disruption occurred. "Drink. Drink my ass. All of you get the hell out." Gao Chong swept all the wine and food off the table in one violent motion. "If anyone dares to utter a single word about what happened today, I will skin them alive. Do you understand?" His gaze was icy cold as he threatened everyone. "Understood, understood." Both the courtesans and the Jinui guards nodded repeatedly in fear. Soon the room became completely empty. Gao Chong smashed his fist through the table, leaving a gaping hole. "Lin Fan, this official swears irreconcilable enmity against you." By this time, Lin Fan had already arrived outside the county magistrate's office. "Excuse me, please report that Jinui Xiaoqi Lin Fan requests an audience with the county magistrate." "Someone from the Jinui?" The bailiff was somewhat astonished. Nowadays, imperial power extended to the countryside, and the Jinui patrolled various departments and counties on behalf of the emperor. However, the Jinui and the county magistrate's office had always operated under separate jurisdictions, rarely interacting more than a few times a year. It was indeed rare for a Xiaoqi to suddenly pay a visit today. Nevertheless, he cupped his hands and said, "Please wait, Officer Lin. I shall go and report this immediately." Lin Fan waited quietly at the entrance of the office. This was the path Wang Hu had mentioned. Although the bandits of Lanniu Mountain had a backer, the county magistrate Wang Onping was renowned for his integrity and honesty. It was just that Wang Onping's power had been almost entirely stripped away, leaving him powerless to deal with the Lanniu Mountain bandits. Yet, even a magistrate with stripped authority was still the highest-ranking official of the county. Securing Wang Onping's support would make subsequent matters much easier to handle. Inside the office, Wang Onping stared at the stacks of case files, his brow furrowed deeply. These were all case files filed by the commoners against the Lanniu Mountain bandits. Nearly 100 people died at the hands of the bandits every year. Whenever the harvest season arrived, the bandits would descend the mountain to plunder grain, causing immense suffering to the populace. He had repeatedly petitioned the prefect to dispatch experts to eradicate the bandits, and had also consulted with Gao Chong, the resident Jinui Zongqi, regarding the bandit issue. However, all his efforts had led to nothing. The other party clearly had no intention of moving against those bandits. This left him filled with melancholy. If the bandits were not eradicated, the people of Ping'an County would truly never see better days. As the father and mother official of a county, yet unable to seek justice for his people, his heart ached with grief. "My lord Jinui Xiaoqi Lin Fan requests an audience with you." Just as he was lost in his melancholy, a bailiff suddenly came in to report. Wang Onping frowned. What did someone from the Jinui want with him? "Have him meet me in the front hall," Wang Onping said calmly. "Yes, sir." The bailiff quickly went to deliver the message. Meanwhile, Wang Onping moved to the front hall, waiting for Lin Fan's arrival. Before long, a handsome young man dressed in a black flying fish robe walked in. Jinui Xiaoqi Lin Fan pays his respects to the county magistrate. Lin Fan cupped his hands and bowed. "Please be seated, Xiaoqi Lin." Wang Onping sized Lin Fan up. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was also observing him. This magistrate appeared quite gentle and kind. Becoming the highest official of a county at around 30 years of age meant he was clearly well-read and highly educated. However, despite being only around 30, streaks of silver hair already showed at his temples, and his vital energy appeared somewhat depleted, a clear sign of overwork. "May I ask what business Xiaoqi Lin has with this official?" Wang Omping lifted the teacup beside him and gently blew away the foam. County Magistrate, as of this morning the Lania Mountain bandits have been completely eradicated. What? Wang Omping snapped his head up to look at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Squad Leader Lin, what did you just say? Wang Omping's gaze locked onto Lin Fan. This morning all 32 bandits of Lania Mountain have been put to death. Lin Fan repeated once more. Was it Platoon Commander Gao who intervened? Wang Omping's voice trembled slightly. No, Gao Chong did not make a move. It was I who led the men up the mountain to eradicate the bandits. Lin Fan's voice was calm. Wang Omping's eyes were filled with sheer disbelief. Lin Fan was not yet 20 years old. How could he possibly be a match for Scarface Tiger? My Lord Magistrate, please look at this first. Lin Fan drew a letter from his robes. Wang Omping immediately took it and scanned through. By the time he was halfway through, his hands had already begun to tremble, his eyes burning with blazing fury. Upon finishing the letter, he slammed his palm onto the table in a fit of rage. How dare he roared in anger. That wretched Lu Guangdou. This letter was indeed the correspondence that Lu Guangdou and Scarface Tiger regularly exchanged. As the county magistrate, Wang Omping naturally recognized Lu Guangdou's handwriting. With a single glance, he was certain it was written by Lu Guangdou's own hand. My lord, when I returned to the Jinui office after slaying the bandits today, do you know what I saw? Lin Fan inquired. Wang Omping asked, what did you see? Gao Chong and Lu Guangdou were holding a victory banquet. Lin Fan replied, his voice completely tranquil. Why would they be holding a victory banquet? Wang Omping grew increasingly perplexed. It must be because Lu Guangdou was instigated by someone to eliminate me. He then conspired with Gao Chong, assigning me to patrol outside the city so they could get rid of me by Scarface Tiger's hand. I set out to eradicate the bandits at the hour of Mao today, and thinking I was a dead man, they held the victory banquet in advance. Lin Fan explained. Squad Leader Lin, you are merely a squad leader. Why would Lu Guangdou want to eliminate you? Wang Omping asked. Has my Lord Magistrate ever heard of Lin Fan, the heir of the Bingjian Prince's manor in the imperial capital? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Of course I have. It is a pity that the Bingjian Prince's manor, renowned for generations of loyalty and filial piety, would produce such a... Wang Omping stopped mid-sentence as he caught the meaningful smile on Lin Fan's face. A sudden jolt of realization struck him. You are Lin Fan, the heir of the Bingjian Prince's manor, he gasped. Lin Fan shook his head. I was once the heir of the Bingjian Prince's manor, but now I am merely Lin Fan of the Jinui. Wang Omping recalled some rumors about Lin Fan dishonoring his cousin and being expelled from the manor. Coming to his senses, he let out a sudden laugh. What makes you laugh, my lord? Lin Fan was somewhat puzzled by his amusement. Wang Omping smiled and said, I laugh because hearsay is never the truth. It seems Squad Leader Lin was falsely accused, and someone wishes to use Lu Guangdou's hand to weed you out entirely. My lord is indeed exceptionally brilliant. No wonder you could attain the position of county magistrate at such an age, Lin Fan praised sincerely. Wang Omping shook his head with a bitter smile. What use is a county magistrate? I am nothing but a figurehead, unable to even eradicate a band of mountain bandits. The commoners suffer endless oppression, yet I can do nothing to help them. But has your opportunity not arrived, my lord? Lin Fan remarked. Even with these letters, I suspect Lu Guangdou has a powerful backer in the prefectural government. I fear we cannot bring him down. Wang Omping sighed. Has my lord forgotten my current identity? Lin Fan sneered, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Wang Omping realized instantly. He declared on the spot, I shall vindicate you, Squad Leader Lin. I have many old friends serving in other prefectures. Though they despise the Jinui, they hate evil as they do their enemies. I can write to them to build a righteous reputation for you. A smile spread across Lin Fan's face. Conversing with intelligent people was always effortless. To protect himself, he had to make a name for himself. The greater his reputation, the less anyone would dare to touch him. From this raid on the bandits, I confiscated tens of thousands of taels in illicit silver and over 30,000 caddies of grain. By regulation, the Jinui may retain 30%. I am willing to dedicate this entire portion to improving the people's livelihood and benefiting the public. Lin Fan stated solemnly. Wang Omping's smile widened. This too can be included in the letters. Squad Leader Lin's name shall surely reach the ears of His Majesty. My deepest thanks, my lord. Lin Fan cupped his fists in gratitude. And what of Lu Guangdou? Wang Omping inquired. Lin Fan's expression grew stern. Eradicating corrupt officials is the bounden duty of the Jinui. Then I shall trouble you, Squad Leader Lin. Wang Omping bowed deeply to Lin Fan. There is no need for this, my lord. This gesture startled Lin Fan, and he quickly stepped forward to support Wang Omping back up. After leaving the county office, Lin Fan went straight home. Lin Guzi Wang, who and the Su father and sons were already waiting in the courtyard. My lord, how did it go? Seeing Lin Fan return, Wang, who immediately stepped forward. Lin Fan said calmly, everyone go back and prepare early. We will gather at the Su family martial arts hall tonight, at midnight sharp. Once the mission succeeds, you shall be richly rewarded. Understood. Delight washed over the faces of the 5 men. Lin Fan turned to the Su father and sons. In a moment, go with Guzi to the government office to collect your uniforms. From this day forth, you are members of the Jinui. We father and son shall follow you faithfully through thick and thin. The Su family declared, cupping their fists. Very well, go back and rest. Lin Fan waved his hand. The crowd dispersed. Wang Hu went back to pay respects to his deceased family members, while the Su father and sons followed Lin Guzi to the office to collect their leisure uniforms and register their names. With the documents bearing Gao Chang's official seal, there was no fear that the office staff would refuse them. After everyone had departed, Lin Fan stood alone in the empty courtyard. A trace of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. He had originally joined the Jinui merely to survive and to secure an opportunity for vengeance in the future. Though he did not consider himself a saint, he could not bear to stand by and watch corruption and the ruthless disregard for human life. The Bingjian Prince's manor associates with military generals, so this shouldn't be Lin Nanshan's doing. Qin Hui hails from the Zhongding Marquis Manor, and Marquis Zhongding associates with civil officials. 80% of this must be their handiwork. It seems I must add several more names to my little ledger. Having achieved such great merit this time, I wonder if there is a chance for promotion. Gao Chang is the platoon commander, and since he is still in office, the chances are slim. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with a faint light. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to clear the obstacles, focus on enhancing his strength first, and then bide his time. In the southern district of the city stood a grand 5-courtyard residence. On the plaque above the main gate hung 2 characters. Lu Manor. It was indeed the residence of Assistant County Magistrate Lu Guangdou. It was hard to imagine that a mere assistant county magistrate could possess such a luxurious estate. Servants in the manor were far from few, and there were at least 10 guards patrolling the grounds. In his study, Lu Guangdou spread out a sheet of letter paper and raised his brush, yet he had no idea where to begin. If that esteemed lord were to find out he had botched the task and lost a prime moneymaker like Scarface Tiger, he would surely be furious. Moreover, his greatest worry was whether Scarface Tiger had left any loose ends. If Lin Fan got hold of any incriminating evidence, the superior above would undoubtedly demand his life. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he could not even stomach his dinner. My lord, it is already midnight. You haven't eaten a single bite. Please have something to eat. A woman dressed in fine silks and satins entered the study carrying a tray of food. The dishes were highly exquisite, one plate of stir-fried chicken tongues and another of stuffed bean sprouts. Lu Guangdou waved his hand. How could I have any appetite now? Take it away. Just as his voice fell, a cold, sharp voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Lord Lu, perhaps you should eat a little. Once you enter the imperial prison, you won't have the luxury of tasting such fine dishes anymore. Who goes there? Lu Guangdou's expression tightened, and he immediately drew the sword hanging on the wall. But his movements clearly lacked martial training. He held the blade with both hands, trembling in panic. Subaltern Lin Fan of the Jinui requests your presence at the imperial prison, Lord Lu. A tall figure emerged from the darkness. The study's lamplight revealed the person's face, making Lu Guangdou tremble even more violently. He bellowed at Lin Fan. I am the Vice County Magistrate of Pingyuan. You need an official arrest warrant before you dare lay hands on me. Without one, you have no authority to arrest me. An arrest warrant. Hearing this, Lin Fan let out a cold sneer before speaking loudly. The Jinui possess the imperial privilege to execute first and report later. When we wish to arrest you, what need have we for warrants? Where's Wang Hu? This subordinate is here. A figure launched himself from the rooftop, landing in the courtyard. Please accompany Lord Lu back for some tea. By your command. Wang Hu charged straight at Lu Guangdou without hesitation. As a 9th-rank martial artist, his speed was formidable. Lu Guangdou frantically cried out, Security Master Liang, come save me. My lord, this servant comes. A man leaped down from the courtyard wall and lunged directly at Wang Hu. Seeing his opponent approach, Wang Hu showed no sign of slowing, fully aware that his adversary was an 8th-rank fighter. In the next instant, a blade flashed. A fierce gust swept through, leaving deep sword scores upon the carved wooden beams. Security Master Liang, still mid-air, froze where he stood. Lin Fan sheathed his sword and said calmly, The Jinui are the Emperor's personal guard. Those who obstruct Jinui in the performance of duty are considered traitors and shall be executed without mercy. A torrent of blood poured from Security Master Liang's chest, and his body split in 2, falling to the ground. Blood pooled across the ground as the prestigious 8th-rank Security Master lost his life in an instant. On the courtyard wall, the many guards who were about to leap down all halted their movements. These men silently retreated, lacking even the courage to cast another glance. Wang Hu had already knocked Lu Guangdou, still attempting to duel him, a 9th-rank warrior, to the ground and bound him with ropes. Beside him, the noblewoman had been so terrified by the scene before her that she stood like a wooden doll, unable to utter a sound. Shall we depart, Lord Lu? Wang Hu said politely. Lu Guangdou seethed with shame and fury. He, a county vice magistrate of standing, was being dragged out in chains like a common dog. He cursed relentlessly. Lin Fan, I swear I shall report this to the county magistrate. To the prefect. You possess no evidence. On what grounds do you dare detain me? Lin Fan leaned close, lowering his voice with a smile. Lord Lu, how do you know I have no evidence? Lu Guangdou's pupils contracted sharply. That damn scarred tiger. Had he truly left some trail that Lin Fan had seized upon? He hastily added, I demand to see your Chief Commander Gao. I am brothers with Chief Commander Gao. If you can survive until dawn within the Imperial prison, you shall naturally see Chief Commander Gao, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Upon seeing his devilish grin, Lu Guangdou shuddered to his core. Was the Imperial prison a place where ordinary men could endure? It was said that even an Iron Man would be melted there. How could a mere civil official like himself withstand it? Subaltern Lin, I am willing to offer 5,000 taels of silver to beg for my life. Lu Guangdou pleaded. Lin Fan shook his head and smiled. Lord Lu, you overstep yourself. How can one engage in bribery? The Jinui already suffer a poor reputation. Lord Lu would be ruining me. I owe you 5,000 taels. Am I not merely repaying my debt? Lu Guangdou hastily improvised an excuse. There is no need to repay. It is unnecessary. Once Lord Lu enters the Imperial prison, the confiscated assets will be collected, and I shall naturally receive my 30% share. Lin Fan, unwilling to waste further words on this man, waved his hand. Take him away. Wang Hu led Lu Guangdou out of the Lu Mansion gate, heading directly for the Jinui headquarters. Just as they exited the gate, Lin Guzi arrived. He clasped his fists and reported, My lord, all those who attempted to flee to raise the alarm have been slain. The 3 members of the Su family continue their watch. Lin Guzi's words extinguished the last flicker of hope in Lu Guangdou's heart. He had only hoped someone could slip out through the back gate to spread the word. To think Lin Fan was so merciless, dispatching assassins to intercept anyone who attempted to warn others. Truly he lacked the heart of a human being. The 3 men dragged Lu Guangdou, who resembled a dead dog, toward the Jinui headquarters. As they entered the gate, the night watch guard happened to witness the scene. Naturally, he recognized Lu Guangdou. As he opened his mouth to inquire, Lin Fan shot him a piercing glare, and he immediately clammed up. You shall stand watch here tonight. Should you abandon your post, you might lose your head. Do you understand? Lin Fan patted the guard's shoulder, smiling as he offered his warning. This subordinate understands. The guard hurriedly vowed. Deep within, he cursed his misfortune. Who would have thought he would be so unlucky as to encounter such matters while on night duty? Guzi, you shall keep watch together with this brother. After a moment's thought, Lin Fan turned and issued his order. By your command. Lin Guzi clasped his fists in salute. Lin Fan and Wang Hu dragged Lu Guangdou into the Imperial prison. The prison was gloomy and dim, a pungent stench of blood and decay assaulting their nostrils. The walls on either side were covered in dark brown stains, the remnants of dried blood. On a nearby rack sat an array of instruments, finger-crushing clamps, wooden clubs, iron brushes, everything one could imagine. Beside them a furnace burned perpetually, kept hot for forging branding irons and boiling water. The use of branding irons needed no explanation, while the boiling water was meant to accompany the iron brushes. First pour the scalding water, then apply the iron brush. A thorough servicing down to the stomach would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Wang Hu, I leave this man in your hands. Since I have never conducted an interrogation before and lack experience, do not kill Lord Lu. Please. Lin Fan spoke with calm indifference, pulling over a chair and seating himself with imperious ease. My lord need not worry. This subordinate has served in the Jinui for 10 years. The methods employed need not be described. Before Lord Lu reveals everything, he certainly shall not die. Wang Hu grinned broadly. Those white teeth sent shivers down Lu Guangdou's spine, and an uncontrollable warmth streamed from his lower body, soaking his clothes and trousers. Lord Lu appears most eager. Pray begin. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Soon cries of anguish rose in an unbroken chorus, deafening and relentless. Lu Guangdou's confessions came even faster than Lin Fan had imagined. After arranging for Lu Guangdou to sign and affix his seal, Wang Hu remained unsatisfied, shaking his head repeatedly and sighing. What a pity. It took only 2 instruments to break him. The iron brush was never even employed. Why couldn't Lord Lu endure a little longer? Dragged back into the cell like a dead dog, Lu Guangdou heard these words and cursed Wang Hu's ancestors 18 generations deep in his heart. You see, it is easy to speak lightly when the instruments are not applied to your own flesh. Lord Lu, you shall rest here. We shall take our leave for now. Unable to bear the fetid stench of the place, Lin Fan pinched his nose and exited the Imperial prison. He glanced over the confession document. The fish was quite large. The conspiracy extended all the way to Fengzhou. However, the evidence remained thin, suggesting that the Fengzhou network operated through single-line contacts. This was hardly unwelcome. Some larger fish were simply beyond his current capacity to catch. My lord, this fish is too large. I fear we may not be able to haul it in. Upon exiting the prison, Wang Hu spoke with visible concern. Lin Fan sighed. Prepare another confession document. You should understand which details ought to be recorded and which should not. This subordinate understands. Wang Hu clasped his fists in salute. Meanwhile, Lin Guzi immediately went to notify the Su family father and sons to begin the confiscation. The 3 of them had long been itching for this opportunity. Which Jinui wouldn't favor a confiscation? As long as the raid went well, silver would certainly pour in. The 4 of them were busy until Mao hour before completing the task. This also made Lin Fan realize the importance of having sufficient hands. With inadequate subordinates, the efficiency of confiscation couldn't be improved. However, the harvest was indeed quite substantial. There was 12,000 taels of silver in cash, another 8,000 taels in banknotes, and 230 taels of gold. The rest consisted of antiques and paintings filling a large wooden chest. Carriages kept transporting the stolen goods and money to the Jinui warehouse for sealing and storage. After handling this matter, Lin Fan immediately sent Lin Guzi to the magistrate's residence to notify Wang Onping. At this moment, Wang Onping had not yet gone to sleep. He paced back and forth in his study waiting for news. My lord, Lin Guzi of the Jinui requests an audience. The Yamen runner stepped forward to announce. Quick, ask him to come in immediately. Wang Onping said at once. As soon as Lin Guzi entered the study, Wang Onping cast a hopeful gaze upon him. Magistrate, my lord has me convey to you that everything went smoothly. Lin Guzi's voice was not particularly loud, but to Wang Onping it sounded like thunderclaps. Ha ha ha, excellent. Wang Onping laughed heartily. That damn worm has finally been pulled out. Tell your lord that I have sent all the letters, let him rest assured. The Jinui still has many matters to attend to. I take my leave. Lin Guzi clasped his fists in salute before turning to depart. In the study, Wang Onping could not calm himself for a long while. Lin Fan had only arrived for less than 3 days, yet within this brief span, he had not only eradicated the mountain bandits, but also rooted out the corrupt officials. Such a resolute and decisive figure devoted to serving the country and its people had previously been slandered as a worthless idler. He had even been falsely accused of maltreating his own cousin. How absurd and laughable. If such a person of noble character could not receive fair treatment, then the great Jing was truly doomed. It seemed that Qin Hui also appeared virtuous and gentle on the surface, but was actually filthy and despicable. Thinking of this, Wang Onping immediately decided to write another letter. He wanted to clear Lin Fan's name and let the world see Qin Hui's true face. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already returned home and entered the bronze mirror world. He kept reaching out to pluck grass leaves until he was completely exhausted, gathering a full 12 in total. After retreating from that world, he let out a long sigh of relief. He had originally wanted to gather some more potash to roll pills, but alas, there was no fire lit at home, so where would potash come from? He could only climb over the wall into the courtyard and steal 2 caddies of pot ash from his neighbor's kitchen. Next came the task of rolling the pills. Each grass leaf was divided into 2 to 3 centimeter segments, then mixed with plant ash and rolled into pills. Soon the pills were all completed. This time Lin Fan simply rolled 18 pills in total, keeping them all close to his body. While he was still washing his hands, a succession of footfalls came from outside the door. It was Lin Guzi and the others returning after finishing their tasks. My lord, why are your hands so black? Wang Hu asked. Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed, saying, Don't ask so many questions first. Have all the tasks been completed? Mine is done. Mine as well. My lord, here are the confessions. Everyone spoke in turn, while Wang Hu produced the newly prepared confession documents. Since you all have just followed me and achieved such great merit, I believe in rewarding those who deserve it. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the 5 faces. Wang Hu, Suquan, you two have been stuck at the 9th rank realm for many years, haven't you? Both were momentarily taken aback, wondering why the Lord was asking suddenly, but they answered honestly nonetheless. Indeed, it has been many years. I have been at the 9th rank for 10 years. Wang Hu said bitterly, cultivating as a martial artist also requires substantial resources. I simply don't have the money to buy them, which is why I've only reached the peak of 9th rank. Same here, Suquan added. The martial path consumes too much wealth. Our cultivation methods are already inferior, and without resources to support us, we can only sigh in helplessness. This was the reality for many grassroots martial artists. Ordinary cultivators could at most reach the 7th rank because the martial path inherently demands massive resource support. Cultivating a top-tier master of the upper 3 ranks could cost hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, while a middle 3 rank expert required tens of thousands. Most people simply couldn't afford it. From now on, you needn't worry about resources. As long as you work diligently, you'll have plenty. While speaking, Lin Fan flipped his hand, and pills appeared in his palm. Among the 5, except for Lin Guzi, the other 4 looked at each other upon seeing the pills. Such rough pills. Lacking any luster, they even resembled soot from a pot. Wang Hu broke the silence first. My lord, what is this? Lin Fan was startled by the question. The pills were his creation, but he had never actually named them. After a pause, he said, Caohuan Dan. 1 pill is equivalent to a 50-year-old ginseng. Everyone was astonished. A 50-year ginseng was worth over 200 taels of silver. Could such a crude pill really match a 50-year ginseng? Just tell me if you want it or not. Lin Fan lost patience. These fellows, if their eyes were only for show. They couldn't even recognize precious things when they were right in front of them. 2 per person, take it or leave it, Lin Fan said irritably. Lin Guzi didn't hesitate at all, immediately reaching out to grab 2. Seeing this, the others also took their shares. Looking at the 8 remaining pills in his hand, Lin Fan sighed inwardly. The pills he had laboriously rolled were almost gone in the blink of an eye. All right, rewards have been distributed. Go back. We'll settle tonight's mission bonus tomorrow. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Then he suddenly remembered something and added, Oh right, tomorrow at noon there'll be roll call. Don't arrive too early. Lin Fan yawned and turned back to his room to sleep. Wang Hu and the Su family, father and sons, lived in different directions, parting at the main gate. Lin Guzi returned to his room to refine the pills. Those 4 couldn't recognize quality, but he knew the power of these pills. Compared to 50-year-old ginseng, the medicinal properties were certainly no inferior, and perhaps even easier to absorb. The Su family father and sons hurried through the night. Father, these pills are so crude. Do they really work? Su Hu looked skeptically at the ashen gray pills in his hand. Su Bao chimed in from beside him. I don't think there's any problem. Lord Lin is at least a squad leader and has the strength to slay someone at the peak of 8th rank. He wouldn't deceive us over something like this. Why ask so many questions? We'll know once we take them back, Su Kuang replied. Father's right as always, Su Hu and Su Bao agreed. Soon the father and sons returned home. Ignoring Su Wanner's greeting, the three slipped into the cultivation room. Who goes first? Su Kuang's gaze moved back and forth between his two sons. I'll go first, Su Bao announced loudly. After today's battle at Lanium Mountain, he held Lin Fan in high esteem. Since his father and elder brother were actually doubting Lord Lin, he would prove it with his own body and shut up those two blind fools. Su Bao carefully slid the elixir into his mouth. A bitter tang mingled with a burnt, acrid scent surged to his head. The bitterness made him blink rapidly, tears in his eyes. He steeled his heart and tipped his head back, swallowing the elixir whole. The ash from herbs and wood instantly dissolved in his stomach, and a bitter taste rose up his throat. He was about to cough when a warm current suddenly spread from his lower abdomen. Su Bao's eyes sharpened. He immediately began to absorb and refine the warm flow. Vigor surged, the power roared within him, but it was not hard to refine, and it was exceedingly pure. The two bystanders fixed their eyes on his changing form. After half a stick of incense, Su Bao opened his eyes. Leopard, how does it feel? Su Kuang asked. Su Bao's face lit with excitement. Amazing. This elixir not only has an extraordinary effect, but it is also very easy to refine. This one pill is worth years of my hard cultivation, surely better than a 50-year-old ginseng. Really? Su Hu drew closer. Su Bao raised an impatient brow. What Master Lin gave us cannot be fake. If you don't want to eat it, then give it to me. And with that, Su Kuang and Su Hu understood the implication. The two immediately swallowed a pill each and began to cultivate. Upon feeling that surging medicinal power like a tide, both of them soared with joy. In an ordinary house in Ping'an County, Wang, who also felt the surging medicinal power, his heart trembled. Early the next morning, all the Jinyui began to arrive at the official offices to start another day of coasting. When the Jinyui inspecting the warehouse saw the sudden appearance of gold and silver in the storehouse, they couldn't help rubbing their eyes. What the god of wealth has descended to our warehouse has tens of thousands of taels of silver. He cried out loudly. On the other side, the guards inspecting the imperial prison trudged into the cells with bleary eyes. He did his routine patrol as usual, for that was the rule of the Jinyui. But when he reached a cell door, he suddenly heard snoring. Startled, he looked up and saw a blood-stained figure lying in the cell. And that face was all too familiar. The Lu Guangdou, Lu Xianxing. What the? Who put Lu Guangdou in the imperial prison? The cry woke Lu Guangdou and drew the others of the Jinyui. A moment later, Gao Chong gathered all the Jinyui in the main hall of the official office. Lu Yan, you were on duty last night. Tell us what happened exactly. Gao Chong's gaze fell on the guard who had been on duty last night. Lu Yan was truly at the end of his rope. He could only recount the events honestly. Roughly, it was Lin Fan's method, how he captured Lu Guangdou, how he sent him to the imperial prison for interrogation, and how the ill-gotten funds were put into storage. After hearing the entire process, Gao Chong's face turned ashen. How dare he act without my permission? Gao Chong slapped the table in furious anger. Lu Yan was so scared he hardly dared to speak, hunching his shoulders like a quail. Sir, should we release Lu Guangdou? Li Zheng asked. Release? How could we release him? Don't you know that inviting the spirits is easy, but sending them away is hard? Gao Chong spoke in a deep voice. That Lu Guangdou has someone above him. He may hold a position in the prefectural capital. Lin Fan captured him, which would offend those above. If we send Lu Guangdou back now, this matter will not end well. Send him back. Zhao Qing suddenly sprang up, smiling. Sir, why should we send Lu Guangdou back? Gao Chong's gaze turned to him. Zhao Qing, what are you thinking? Sir, you're mistaken. The man was captured by Lin Fan, the ill-gotten funds were brought back by Lin Fan, and the testimony was recorded by Lin Fan. As long as we wash our hands of it in the upcoming process, what does it matter if higher-ups blame us? Zhao Qing narrowed his eyes and smiled. Gao Chong hadn't fully understood at first, but after Zhao Qing's hint, he instantly realized it. Exactly. Who in Ping'an County's officialdom doesn't know that Lin Fan and I are at odds? What does Lin Fan's trouble have to do with me? Even say that if higher-ups come down to blame, Lin Fan might be questioned, even executed, it's not impossible. Then this plot of land in Ping'an County would be mine to rule. Thinking of this, his earlier gloom brightened. A smile curved at his lips. Zhao Qing, you have truly grown up. You can handle things on your own. That's because of your master's training, Zhao Qing said. Slap. Gao Chong slapped the back of his head. Don't call me master, I'm your brother-in-law. Zhao Qing rubbed the back of his head, looking dazed. Aren't you supposed to address me by my title while on duty? But he never dared to utter these words. Regarding Lu Guangdou's case, no one is allowed to interfere. All procedures must be left to Lin Fan to handle himself. Do you all understand? Gao Chong's voice was stern, sweeping across the faces of everyone present. The subordinates understand. They all answered with a bow. To destroy him, you must first drive him mad. Brother-in-law Lin Fan is like a grasshopper after autumn, we will just watch him jump about. Zhao Cheng's lips curved into a sly smile, feeling his wits to be peerless, as if the fate of the world lay plain before him. Zhao Cheng, come to my home tonight. I'll have your sister cook a few fine dishes. Gao Chong patted Zhao Cheng's shoulder, laughing. Zhao Cheng quickly agreed. I happen to have 2 bottles of aged wine. I'll bring them tonight. I haven't tasted my sister's cooking in ages. Everyone began to bustle about as if nothing had happened last night. No one touched the silver in the warehouse, and Lu Guangdou went unattended as well. Everyone waited to see how Lin Fan would swell and then be struck down. In the county office, letters rode with merchants to all corners, and some even reached the capital. Wang Omping felt that today his writing filled more pages than when he had desperate studied for the imperial examinations. But as long as he could help Lin Fan stand firm, it would all be worth it. If there could be a responsible Jinhui to partner with him, Pingan County would surely grow better, and its people would be happier. After all the letters were sent, Wang Omping breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't slept all night, yet he remained vigorous, for the ill-gotten funds Lin Fan donated had already been deposited in the county storehouse, and he needed to plan how to use the money. A full 10,000 taels of silver, enough to elevate Pingan County's infrastructure to a new level. It could also fund numerous irrigation works, so next year the common people would have enough to eat. At noon, Lin Fan sat up and stretched. Finally awake, it's been a long time since I slept so soundly. After a few easy motions to loosen his limbs, Lin Fan walked out of the room. Heir Guzi had already prepared the meal, and the scent of chicken forced its way into his nose. Guzi, your cooking's not bad. Lin Fan stepped into the kitchen, the aroma whetting his appetite. Lin Guzi chuckled. Master, this chicken was sent by a fellow villager, but rest assured I've paid him. Well done. Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder and offered a word of encouragement. Master, I have broken through to the 8th rank. A figure leaped the wall and burst into the yard shouting. Where did this madman come from? Fan Ling stepped outside and took a closer look. Good heavens, it was Su Kuang. Su Kuang spotted him as well, and immediately rushed over excitedly, exclaiming, My lord, thanks to your pills I have already reached the 8th rank warrior. He extended his palm where blood-colored patterns converged, resembling 2 crimson serpents winding across his palm. Those 2 markings were precisely the symbol of an 8th rank warrior. Quite good. Fan Ling nodded approvingly. Dad, why are you running so fast? Wait for us. 2 more figures then flipped over the wall, none other than Su Hu and Su Bao. Fan Ling was at a loss for words. We have a proper front door. Couldn't you see it? Su Kuang said somewhat sheepishly. I simply wanted to share this good news with you sooner, my lord. Enough, I've heard the news. In the future, remember to use the front door. You can rest assured. No sooner had Su Kuang finished speaking when the main door was slammed open with a bang. The door bolt snapped clean off, and Wang Hu charged inside. My lord, I've broken through to the 8th rank. He shouted as he approached. Fan Ling was dumbfounded. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over reaching the 8th rank? This was even worse than climbing over the wall. At least that wouldn't have broken the door bolt. My lord, it's all thanks to your pills that I broke through to the 8th rank. Like Su Kuang, Wang Hu also demonstrated his newfound power, but he did not see any particularly delighted expression on Fan Ling's face. He paused for a moment, then turned to look at Su Kuang. Brother Su, you've also reached the 8th rank. Yes, I came early this morning to share the good news with you, my lord. Su Kuang smiled. It is merely the 8th rank. As long as you follow me and work, your paths ahead will be long. Fan Ling spoke as he walked toward the stone lock ahead. He then lifted the iron bar horizontally, hoisting all 10 stone locks with sheer force. Su Kuang, his 2 sons, and Wang Hu all displayed expressions of shock. 1 stone lock weighed 200 jin, making it 2,000 jin in total. My lord, have you broken through to the 7th rank? Su Kuang immediately stepped forward to ask, his eyes filled with terror. A 7th rank warrior under the age of 20 would be as rare as phoenix feathers throughout the entire Daijing dynasty. Only those from the most prestigious aristocratic families could achieve such a feat. After setting down the stone lock, Fan Ling shook his head. I am still separated by a thin line from the 8th rank. It may happen within these few days. When the group heard this, the astonishment on their faces grew even deeper. With such strength, yet still not having broken through to the 8th rank, it was truly terrifying. Wang Hu looked toward the Su father and sons, and they looked back at him. Young master, the meal is ready, we can eat now. Lin Guzi poked his head out from the kitchen, looking into the courtyard. When he saw the Su father and sons, and Wang Hu, he was utterly stunned. Nobody had told him that guests would arrive. Would this single pot of food be enough? Keeping them for a meal was inevitable, so Lin Guzi had no choice but to obediently go to the street, purchasing a few dishes and buying a whole basket of steamed buns. 6 people sat around the table eating. Fan Ling's expression remained calm, while Su Kuang and the others were lost in deep thought. Why isn't anyone speaking? Fan Ling asked. Haha, Brother Guzi's cooking is truly delicious. These dishes suit my taste perfectly. Su Kuang said cheerfully. Lin Guzi spoke mournfully. Brother Su, the dish you're referring to is actually pig's head meat I bought from outside. Fan Ling picked up a portion of pig's head meat with his chopsticks and placed it into Su Kuang's bowl, like Heir's like. Eat more pig's head to nourish yourself. Thank you, my lord. Su Kuang stuffed the pig's head meat into his mouth, then hurriedly bit into a steamed bun several times. After finishing the meal, all 6 of them went together to the Jinui office. When the Jinui patrolled the streets on such a large scale, ordinary citizens typically avoided them like the plague. After all, who did not know that this group was ruthless and extremely greedy? But the treatment Fan Ling and his companions received was entirely different. Has Lord Lin eaten yet? Lord Lin, my wife has cooked several fine dishes. Would you like to join us for a taste? Lord Lin, are you married? Would you like me to introduce you to some suitable matches? The warmth of the common people left Fan Ling somewhat ill at ease. Guzi, what on earth is going on? Asked in a low voice. Lin Guzi replied cheerfully, my lord, your deeds have already spread throughout the entire Ping'an County, which is why everyone holds you in such high esteem. Guzi was also enjoying himself. In the past, others feared him because he was Fan Ling's dog. But now others respected him for being Fan Ling's dog. The feeling was wonderful. Indeed, following the young master's path was always the right choice. Even if my deeds have spread across Ping'an County, they have never seen me. Why can they still recognize me at first glance? Fan Ling remained puzzled in his heart. The other Jinui in our Ping'an County are either unsightly or ferocious looking. But you, young master, are handsome and kind-faced. We can naturally recognize you at a glance. An older woman squeezed over, winking and nudging. Lord Lin, my niece from my maiden family, is quite pretty. She would be a perfect match for you. Would you like me to arrange for you two to have dinner together tonight? Oh, your niece has a tiger's back and bear's waist. How could she possibly match my lord? My own niece would be far more suitable. A group of women began arguing heatedly, and Fan Ling ultimately fled the scene. Only after entering the office did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. My lord, those ladies seemed quite enthusiastic. Since you are still unmarried, why not find a wife to warm your bed? Wang Hu said with a knowing wink. Clearly, after achieving his long-sought revenge, this fellow's personality had become much more cheerful. After Fan Ling glared at him, he fell silent, but still chuckled privately to himself. After entering the office, Fan Ling could not shake the feeling that something seemed off. These officers were being far too polite to him, as if nothing had happened the previous night. If you get to work first, I'll go find Gao Chong. After giving this instruction, Fan Ling went to find Gao Chong alone. Little flag officer Lin has arrived, come sit quickly, Gao Chong said cheerfully. His smile only deepened Fan Ling's confusion. Hadn't Lu Guangdou been dining with Gao Chong? Why was Gao Chong showing absolutely no reaction to Lu Guangdou's arrest? High official Gao, last night Before Fan Ling could finish speaking, Gao Chong directly interrupted him. I know everything about last night's matters. You have full authority to handle this case. All credit will be yours. Proceed without hesitation. Gao Chong spoke crisply and directly, and Fan Ling immediately understood the man's intention. He simply believed Lu Guangdou had deep connections and wanted to shift the entire blame onto himself. That would work in his favor as well. No need to divide the illicit goods, and the procedures would run much more smoothly. Thinking of this, Fan Ling cupped his fist and said, Thank you for your trust, my lord. Then I shall take my leave. Go along, go along. Gao Chong waved his hand. After Fan Ling departed, Zhao Cheng emerged from behind. Zhao Cheng, how did I do, brother-in-law? Gao Chong asked cheerfully. Zhao Cheng praised repeatedly, brother-in-law, your abilities far exceed those needed for 100 household commander. Huh. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong laughed heartily, then said, Rest assured, once we handle Fan Ling, I will have you appointed as a flag officer. Zhao Cheng immediately declared in a clear voice, Thank you, brother-in-law, for your promotion. Without Gao Chong's interference, handling the Lu Guangdou case became much simpler. Statements and all kinds of evidence were rushed to the Fengzhou 100 House office via fast horses. An additional 12,000 taels of silver from the confiscated funds was allocated as a reward. Fan Lin offered a 30% share to Gao Chong, but Gao Chong dared not accept it. He simply stated that since Fan Lin had rendered meritorious service, he would not accept a share of the profits. In the end, the entire 12,000 taels of silver fell into the hands of this low-ranking officer. To say the other Jin Yi squad leaders felt no envy would be a lie. Yet some silver is earned at the cost of one's life. Money you can collect, but never spend. They had all heard of Fan Lin's circumstances. As a discarded heir deemed useless, expelled from the Bingjian prince's mansion, there was no way the prince would intervene on his behalf. In their eyes, Fan Lin was doomed. With the 12,000 taels secured, Fan Lin summoned Lin Guzi and the others together. Except for Lin Guzi, the other four watched Fan Lin with eager anticipation. Everyone familiar with Jin Yi customs understood that once a mission concluded, the profit distribution would follow. Fan Lin's gaze swept across the 5 faces before he spoke calmly. The Lu Guangdou case has ended. Our squad has been awarded 12,000 taels in total. The moment they heard the figure, everyone drew sharp breaths in astonishment. They had genuinely not expected such a substantial yield. Last time we crushed the mountain bandits, all the silver was donated to the county yamen. So this time I have decided to distribute 1,500 taels to each of you. Fan Lin spoke with a steady voice, yet the words struck like thunder in their ears. Ordinarily, a guard might receive 300 or 500 taels, a generous amount when supervisors at every level took their shares. Yet Fan Lin directly distributed 1,500 taels to each person, an enormous sum. The Su family father and son stood to gain immensely. 4,500 taels combined would lift them from poverty to wealth overnight. Su Kuang swallowed hard, his voice trembling. My lord, is this not perhaps excessive? My principle is straightforward. If I eat meat, my people get broth. You missed the first meal, so consider this one enough to fill you completely. A gentle smile played on Fan Lin's lips, his tone mild. As he spoke, he reached into his robes and produced a bundle of silver notes, each denominated at 100 taels. Wang Hu, yours. Fan Lin counted out 15 notes and handed them to Wang Hu. Wang Hu's hands shook as he accepted them, his very heart quivering. When he had first joined the Jin Yi decades ago, it had cost only a few hundred taels. Now his return multiplied many times over. Su Kuang, yours. Fan Lin counted out another 15 notes and gave them to Su Kuang. Thank you, my lord. Su Kuang exclaimed loudly. His eyes were red-rimmed. Just days ago, he had been worrying about how to feed his family, even contemplating serving as a bodyguard for some wealthy household. Now it was settled. With 1,500 taels secured, his remaining years were guaranteed. Fan Lin then distributed another 15 notes, each to Su Hu and Su Bao. The two brothers had never seen such wealth before, trembling with excitement. Su Bao went so far as to swear unwavering loyalty, ready to spill his guts without hesitation. Guzi, yours. Fan Lin pulled out 15 notes and handed them to Lin Guzi. Lin Guzi pushed the notes back, his eyes showing no reluctance. Young master, what would I do with silver notes? I have followed you since childhood. My life is yours, so naturally this silver belongs to you. Guzi, you will need to establish your own household someday, find a wife, start a family. How can you marry without money? Take it. Fan Lin spoke with absolute conviction. Lin Guzi's eyes reddened with emotion. Young master, Guzi swears by my life to follow you forever, generation after generation. His words came from the depths of his heart. He had always been a servant, even if serving the heir of the Bingjian prince's mansion. He remained common stock. But now the young master had not only elevated him to the genie way, but also given him silver to earn. The young master was his heavens. Even if the gate of ghosts lay ahead at the young master's command, Lin Guzi would charge forward without a moment's hesitation. After distributing the shares, Fan Lin still held 4,500 taels. Fan Lin grew serious. The silver has been divided among you all. But understand this. Cases of this magnitude will be rare. Do not neglect ordinary cases. When common people bring grievances, and we must root out the corrupt parasites in the official ranks, I expect you to stay vigilant and handle every matter properly. Understood? We understand. They answered in unison. Good. Now begin your patrols. It does not matter whether cases come from outside or inside the city. I recognize no territorial boundaries. The memory of Gao Chang's so-called territory divisions made Fan Lin sneer inwardly. As the group dispersed for patrol, Su Kuang had barely stepped outside when he called out to his two sons. Huzi, Baozi, wait a moment. What is it, father? The two brothers looked at him in confusion. Su Kuang fumbled in his pocket for several moments before producing 2 taels of fragmented silver. Divide this silver between you. Give me the notes. Father, no. We earned this through hard labor. Su Bao hurriedly protested. Though Su Hu said nothing, the way he clutched his pocket spoke volumes. Su Kuang spoke earnestly. You are still young and cannot manage money wisely. Let father hold it for you now to save for your wedding expenses later. Father, how much would a wife cost? And with us both in the Jin Yi now, how could we fail to find brides? Su Bao clutched the silver notes, clearly having no intention of surrendering them. Su Hu nodded vigorously in agreement. Brother Bao speaks truly. You two scoundrels think earning money means you do not need your father anymore. Remember, I am not just your father. I am an 8th-rank martial artist. Su Kuang stretched his arms and legs, his joints cracking audibly. It was clear that if these two did not show some sense, he intended to remind them of paternal discipline. Fine, father, here, take it. Su Bao quickly relented, handing over the notes with visible reluctance. Su Kuang snatched the notes away with a snort. That is more like it. Su Hu scratched his head and surrendered his notes as well. Combined with mine, that makes 4,500 taels. Your sister's dowry will be splendid when she marries. Su Kuang tucked the notes close to his body, muttering to himself. Father, if you had only said it was for little sister's dowry from the start, I would have given it to you immediately, Su Bao said helplessly. Su Hu chimed in. Indeed, we joined the Jin Yi specifically to earn silver for sister's dowry. Why not just say so next time? Enough. Go patrol. Stop dawdling, or Master Lin will be displeased. Su Kuang waved them off, and the brothers immediately set out on patrol. That afternoon, Lin Guzi and the others received numerous reports from commoners outside the city. Most involved corrupt local gentry and village heads exploiting the people. By day's end, 458 taels of ill-gotten silver had been collected, a sum ordinary folk could scarcely imagine touching in an entire lifetime. As Fan Lin's squad gained renown, case files continued to arrive in succession. My lord, this case was reported by the owner of a winery in the Western District. He claims that constables came to his door, threatened him, and forcibly extorted a large sum of silver as a fee. Wang Hu submitted a case file. My lord, I also have a case. Su Kuang handed over a petition. I have one as well. I have one too. One by one they produced their petitions. all secretly submitted by citizens and merchants of the city. They were well aware of the unwritten rules of the Jinui, yet they had witnessed the swift and resolute methods of Lin Fan. It was no secret that Lin Fan and Captain Gao Chong were at odds. That was why they had risked everything to seek justice from Lin Fan. And among the most harrowing cases was one submitted by an elderly woman in the city. Its contents were inhuman and outrageous. And the person named in the accusation caused Lin Fan to freeze in shock upon reading it. Liang by a lieutenant of the Jinui. The words on the petition were written in blood. Though the brush used was of poor quality, one could still tell from the elegant handwriting that the old woman came from a distinguished family. After reading the entire petition, Lin Fan's expression grew deeply sinister. The old woman was formerly the matriarch of the Zhang family in Ping'an County. The Zhang family, though wealthy, had once been known for their kindness and generosity. The Zhang daughter was beautiful, well known throughout all of Ping'an County. Upon seeing her, Liang Bai was consumed with desire, and after repeatedly failing to win her hand in marriage, he had Master Zhang imprisoned in the imperial dungeons. Under torture, a false confession was extracted and 32 members of the Zhang family were executed. Moreover, he raped the Miss Zhang in front of Master and Madame Zhang. Unable to endure the dishonor, Miss Zhang threw herself against a pillar and died. Liang Bai slaughtered the entire Zhang family and presented their mansion and fortune to Gao Chong. What was once the Zhang estate is now the Gao residence. What a Liang Bai! What a Gao Chong! They trample upon human life and seize property by force. They are nothing but beasts. Lin Fan's voice was cold, brimming with killing intent. My lord, when it comes to other lieutenants of the Jinui, I fear we may find it difficult to act Lin Guzi's side. Lin Fan sneered coldly. What difficulty is there? Once they are thrown into the imperial prison, evidence will surface. With evidence, the cases will resolve themselves. However, upon hearing these words, the expressions of all present turned worried. After all, Gao Chong was involved. He was not only the captain of the Jinui, but also a 7th-rank martial artist, making him no easy opponent. Tomorrow you will first follow me to settle the other cases. Lin Fan turned to Lin Guzi and asked, how did Madame Zhang survive all those years ago? Madame Zhang's heart was positioned slightly off-center, which is why she was fortunate enough to survive. After crawling out of the mass grave, she deliberately disfigured her own face and took up begging in the city to stay alive, Lin Guzi explained. Lin Fan thought of the elderly woman who had been begging near his courtyard lately. He had once given her some copper coins. It seemed that woman was indeed Madame Zhang. He paused. Do not make contact with Madame Zhang for now, lest Gao Chong and Liang Bai kill her to silence her. This subordinate understands, Lin Guzi replied, clasping his fist in salute. That day after duty ended, Lin Fan saw the begging old woman again at the entrance of the courtyard. He reached into his pocket and tossed a few copper coins into her hands. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The old woman thanked him repeatedly, then shuffled away from the courtyard gate with the money. Lin Fan watched her until she disappeared into the distance. As a martial artist, his senses were sharp, and by her breathing, he could tell the old woman was on the verge of death. If not for the desire to avenge her family, she would likely have passed long ago. After returning to his room, Lin Fan rested for a while. Past midnight, the bronze mirror completed its charging. With a flash of light, Lin Fan once again slipped into the world within the bronze mirror. Then came the frantic harvesting of grass leaves. In no time, blade after blade was pinched off. This time he gathered a full 15. The harvest was plentiful, and he began shoving the grass leaves into his mouth one by one to absorb them. His chi and blood within seemed to have reached a critical threshold. After the 8th grass leaf was digested, Lin Fan suddenly felt a distending pain. It felt as though he had eaten too much, and his belly might burst. Could it be that I am about to break through? He immediately began using the iron shirt technique to digest the power accumulating within his body. Before long, accompanied by a dull thud, he suddenly felt as though a door had swung open. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Lin Fan focused his chi and blood and raised his hand to look. A flowing crimson pattern had appeared on his palm. He had finally reached the 8th rank. Eating grass to improve is far too slow. I wonder if my current 8th rank cultivation will allow me to stand and explore other parts of that world. Lin Fan murmured to himself. But having reached the 8th rank, his ability to defend himself had improved considerably. Even if he were to confront Gao Chong head-on, he would have the strength to fight. After devouring the remaining grass leaves, Lin Fan laid down for another nap. When the Mao hour arrived and the other Jinui had not yet reached the office, the men under Lin Fan's command had already assembled. Time is short, and the task is heavy. Everyone stay sharp. Once all the suspects are gathered, we will immediately throw them into the imperial prison and begin interrogations. All cases must be resolved today. Do you understand? Lin Fan asked loudly. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Move out. At Lin Fan's command, 5 men followed him out of the Jinui office together. Outside the civilian house, everyone knew that the resident was Lu Gao Sheng, the head of the Zhuang Ban in Ping'an County's 3 constabulary units. Though the head of a squad held no official rank, he commanded a full contingent of constables and wielded real power, making him a notable figure in Ping'an County. Squad leader Lu Gao Sheng had used the gray income from his position to take 3 concubines and amassed considerable wealth. So noisy this early in the morning. Can't you see this is Lord Lu's residence? Hearing the clamor outside the gate, Lu Gaosheng was immediately displeased. He threw open the door ready to berate them. But instead he came face to face with a group of Jinui who pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? I am Lu Gaosheng, head of the Zhuang Ban. Who is your lieutenant? Let him come see me. Startled Lu Gaosheng shouted loudly. Many onlookers had already gathered, which made him feel even more humiliated. Squad leader Lu, your crimes have caught up with you, Lin Fan said calmly as he strode forward. Upon seeing who it was, Lu Gaosheng's pupils contracted sharply. Everyone in Ping'an County knew that a ruthless new figure had emerged recently. Lu Gaosheng steadied himself and remembered the territorial divisions of the Jinui. He immediately declared, "You must be Lieutenant Lin then. This southern district is the territory of my patron Lieutenant Lu Qi. Your reach extends too far. Be careful or High Commander Gao will chop off your claws. Once you're in the Imperial prison, I'll be the one chopping off your claws. Move out." At Lin Fan's order, Su Hu and Su Bao forehand slapped iron chains on the man and dragged him away from the Lu family estate. Seeing this, the common folk began whispering among themselves. The rumors are true. Our county's newly appointed lieutenant is an honest official who serves the country and the people. Indeed, Lu Gaosheng has bullied us for so long, relying on his position as squad leader. This is truly satisfying. The murmurs continued endlessly. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan commanded, "To the next location." Inside the Jinui office, the four Xiaoqi, including Li Zheng and Liang Bai, gathered in the hall. "My lord, this Lin Fan has gone too far. He actually dared to handle cases and arrest people on my turf," Li Zheng said angrily. Liang Bai also chimed in, "My lord, those merchants on my turf hand over hundreds of taels of silver to us every year. Yet Lin Fan arrested them without rhyme or reason. He has overstepped his bounds far too much. He even dared to arrest Lu Gaosheng. Lu Gaosheng is after all the leader of the Zhuangban. We usually cooperate with them. This is a direct slap to our faces." Cheng Guanyuan spoke up. Enough. Stop clamoring. What on earth is going on? Someone explain it clearly." Gao Cheng, his head splitting from the racket, slammed his palm onto the table and barked in anger. The four Xiaoqi instantly fell silent, standing there like shivering quails. "Liang Bai, you speak. What exactly is going on?" Gao Cheng demanded, calling him out. Liang Bai immediately replied, "My lord, Lin Fan arrested quite a few local gentry and Lijiang yesterday. Since the outskirts of the city are his territory, we let that slide. But this morning he suddenly began making sweeping arrests inside the city, showing absolutely no respect for us. He has thrown everyone into a state of panic, which will undoubtedly impact our annual team money." With just that one explanation, Gao Cheng understood the situation immediately. His gaze turned ice cold, and he said in a low, somber voice, "What a Lin Fan. He truly thinks no one can discipline him. To dare stretch his claws so far. Today this official will chop off his claws and feed them to the dogs." With that, Gao Cheng grabbed his saber, intent on hacking Lin Fan to pieces. The four Xiaoqi followed closely behind. That Lin Fan did possess some skill, having managed to kill Scarface Tiger, who was at the peak of the 8th rank. However, Zhongqi Gao was a 7th rank martial artist, and he already showed faint signs of breaking through to the 6th rank. Once he entered the 6th rank, he would be qualified to become an acting centurion, with his official rank rising directly to the deputy 6th rank. "Brother-in-law, wait." Just as everyone was about to leave, Zhao Qing suddenly leaped out and blocked their path. Zhao Cheng pleaded earnestly, "Brother-in-law, Lin Fan already submitted the confession reports yesterday. Barring any accidents, the higher-ups will dispatch someone down by tomorrow at the latest. We only need to endure for one more day. Just one more day, and Lin Fan will be held accountable. There is no need for us to clash with him head-on at a time like this." "Zhao Cheng, I know you are Lord Gao's brother-in-law, but Lin Fan is already riding roughshod over us. If we keep enduring this, how are we supposed to maintain our standing in Ping'an County?" Liang Bai shouted. Zhao Cheng said solemnly, "Gentlemen, did the people Lin Fan arrested actually commit crimes?" Everyone hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Those people paid them money precisely to cover up their crimes. Our Jinui does not have clearly defined territories. Those Lin Fan arrested are indeed criminals. Even if we take this to the higher-ups, we won't have a leg to stand on. Besides, they won't die in just one night. We might as well let them confess to their crimes. Once we hold out until tomorrow, when the envoy arrives and strips Lin Fan of his office, their lives will naturally be spared. Without his official rank, won't Lin Fan just be meat on our chopping block?" Zhao Cheng rattled off a long string of words in one breath. His words plunged everyone into deep thought. "That does seem to make sense," Li Zheng said, stroking his chin. The others also nodded in agreement. The rage on Gao Cheng's face gradually faded, replaced by a gratified smile. He patted Zhao Cheng on the shoulder and laughed. "Zhao Cheng, you have truly grown up. Your brother-in-law promises you that once Lin Fan is dismissed, this Xiaoqi position will definitely be yours." "Thank you for the promotion, brother-in-law," Zhao Cheng said, letting out a sigh of relief. "Brother Zhao Cheng, what should we do now?" Liang Bai asked. "We should just eat and drink as usual and wait for the envoy to arrive tomorrow," Zhao Cheng said. Gao Cheng added, "Excellent. Once Lin Fan loses his post, we will kick him while he's down." Inside the dying imperial city, the imperial court session was already more than half over. Most of the discussions were devoid of substance. Emperor Jing was already dozing off, listening to this bunch of useless officials drone on was far less comfortable than embracing his beloved consort in bed. At the head of the military officials, Lin Nanshan's brow was furrowed. His mood had been quite foul lately. It was a family misfortune. Not only had he sired a playboy, but this worthless son had actually joined a filthy place like the Jinui. Lately, whenever others looked at him during court sessions, his face would burn with embarrassment. Whenever he heard hushed whispers, he felt as though they were gossiping about the deposed heir of Prince Bingjian's estate joining the Jinui. Though they were both his children, why couldn't that little beast Lin Fan be as obedient and progressive as Xiaowang? As the court session was about to adjourn, Wang Lang, the Minister of Rights, suddenly stepped forward. Your Majesty, this minister has a matter to report. Emperor Jing opened his eyes and glanced at the white-haired, white-bearded old man. He asked casually, what matter does beloved Minister Wang wish to present? Wang Lang replied respectfully, Your Majesty, this minister wishes to petition for rewards on behalf of someone. Oh, Emperor Jing raised an eyebrow. For whom does my beloved minister petition? Wang Lang said solemnly, Lin Fan, the Jinui Xiaoqi of Ping'an County. The Jinui. Upon hearing this, all the officials present were stunned. If one were to ask who in the imperial court despised the Jinui the most, it would undoubtedly be the Ministry of Rights. The Jinui acted with wild abandon, completely devoid of order, whereas the Ministry of Rights prized decorum above all else. The two were destined to be incompatible. Yet now Wang Lang, the Minister of Rights himself, was petitioning for a Jinui Xiaoqi. This was truly mind-boggling. Still, why did the name Lin Fan sound so familiar? Emperor Jing instantly connected the name to its identity. He looked at Lin Nantian with a touch of playfulness. He smiled and said, Prince Bingjian is the heir you deposed a few days ago, not named Lin Fan. Lin Nanshan's expression had already turned unsightly upon hearing the name Lin Fan. Now that Emperor Jing had singled him out with this question, he felt he had completely lost face. Yet how could he refuse to answer the Emperor's inquiry? He could only brace himself and say, Your Majesty has an excellent memory. Indeed, he is named Lin Fan. Your Majesty, this Jinui Xiaoqi of Ping'an County is indeed the deposed heir of Prince Bingjian's estate, Wang Lang added. This additional remark made Lin Nantian even more furious. This useless wretch bringing shame upon him even in the imperial court. Had he known, he should have strangled this vile spawn the moment he was born. Beloved Minister Wang, what achievements do you wish to claim for this deposed heir? Emperor Jing grew increasingly intrigued. Within a mere 3 days of arriving in Ping'an County, Lin Fan completely wiped out the bandits of Laniu Mountain, who had preyed upon the local citizens for a decade. Furthermore, he donated all of the Jinui's team money to Ping'an County to improve the livelihoods of the people. Wang Lang paused for a moment before continuing. The Jinui are the Emperor's personal guards representing Your Majesty's face. Does Lin Fan's action not allow the common people to feel Your Majesty's benevolence, prompting them to revere Your Majesty even more? Therefore, this minister believes that Lin Fan's deeds should serve as an exemplar for the Jinui and the Emperor's personal guards. He should be duly rewarded. As soon as Wang Lang uttered these words, the entire imperial court fell into shock. No one could have imagined that this worthless former heir, once a notorious playboy of the capital, would perform such a noble deed for the nation and its people. Lin Nantian was utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? That useless wretch has always been selfish and self-serving. It is already a miracle if he doesn't abuse his power to oppress the commoners now that he is in the Jinui. How could he possibly do something like this? Upon the dragon throne, Emperor Jing was immensely pleased by Wang Lang's words. Indeed, Lin Fan was now a Xiaoqi of the Jinui, serving as a member of his personal imperial guard. If Lin Fan did good deeds, the common people would undoubtedly harbor even greater love and respect for him, the Emperor. However, he was also well aware of Lin Fan's past reputation. Thus he inquired, Beloved Minister Wang, we have heard rumors of Lin Fan's former reputation. Are you certain he has truly performed such a noble deed for the nation and its people? Your Majesty, a prodigal son returning to the righteous path is not unprecedented in our dynasty, Wang Lang replied. Furthermore, Lin Fan joined the Jinui and became a member of the Emperor's personal guard. Nourished by Your Majesty's imperial aura, is it not only natural for him to undergo such a transformation? Everyone in the court looked at the Minister of Rights with newfound respect. Usually the most fastidious about etiquette, he was now shamelessly flattering the Emperor without even blushing. The old man, Wang Lang, truly had some tricks up his sleeve. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it was pure flattery, but Emperor Jing did not think so. Already in high spirits, he could no longer suppress a beaming smile upon hearing Wang Lang's words. What did it matter if the prince of equal rank was unmatched in battle? He could not even discipline his own son. Yet once the boy entered the Emperor's personal guard, his character underwent a complete metamorphosis, turning him into a righteous soul dedicated to the nation and its people. Did this not prove that his own imperial aura was flourishing, confirming his status as a sagely sovereign? Based on what beloved Minister Wang has said, Lin Fan indeed deserves to be rewarded. Emperor Jing pondered for a moment before declaring, since he is currently a Xiaoqi, let him be promoted to probational Baihu. Additionally, bestow upon him a Shochuan saber, 1,000 taels of silver, and let a first-rate martial manual be selected from the imperial treasury to be delivered to him. Your Majesty is wise and sagacious, Wang Lang said respectfully. As the Imperial Assembly adjourned, Lin Nantian immediately blocked Wang Lang's path at the hall entrance. For what reason has the prince blocked this lower official's path? Wang Lang inquired. Lin Nantian replied in a deep, solemn voice. Minister Wang, do not be deceived by that little beast. He has always been utterly selfish. How could he possibly perform such a selfless deed? Wang Lang sneered. My prince, you do not even trust your own son. I truly feel pity for Heir Lin. If your wife were truly as virtuous as rumor claims, how could the heir's reputation have become so tarnished throughout the capital? I have never heard of a virtuous mother raising a profligate son. Lin Nantian was taken aback, yet he had witnessed Qin Hui's virtue with his own eyes. Furthermore, Xiaolong had been raised exceptionally well. Just as he was about to retort, he realized that Wang Lang had already walked far away. Sigh, that little beast has such remarkable acting skills to have actually blinded an upright official like Minister Wang. Lin Nantian sighed. He simply could not bring himself to believe that Lin Fan had changed, let alone that Qin Hui's virtue was merely a facade. Meanwhile, Wang Lang had not walked far before encountering another group of people. Master Wang. The group of officials called out, rushing to greet him. Master Wang, why on earth did you request a reward for a mere Jinui Xiaoqi today? The Jinui are nothing but a pack of filthy beasts. One of the officials began to complain. We upright scholars have always been at odds with the Jinui. Why did Master Wang make such a move without consulting us beforehand? The Minister of Works spoke up. Wang Lang explained, my fellow lords, the matter regarding Lin Fan was conveyed to me in a personal letter from a former student of mine. There should be no mistake in this. Master Wang, even if this matter is genuine, a venerable elder like you should not speak on behalf of a Jinui, another official remarked. Wang Lang smiled and shook his head. The Jinui is indeed a filthy place, but has a shining exemplar not emerged now, eh? This old man believes we might be able to start with this Lin Fan transforming that filthy mire into a pure land. Doing good for the nation and its people is after all a monumental blessing. The Minister of Works sighed. Master Wang, your intentions are noble, but the Jinui is rotten to the core. It cannot be changed by a single exemplar. Nonetheless, since Lin Fan has indeed done good deeds for the commoners, there is no harm in requesting a reward for him. The officials eventually shook their heads and dispersed privately, thinking that Wang Lang's ideas were somewhat fanciful. Sigh, how could this old man not know that the Jinui is rotten to the core? But the current situation is growing increasingly volatile. If the grand tide collapses, the great Jing might even face the peril of destruction. This old man simply does not want to pass up any potential remedy that might cure the great Jing. Wang Lang sighed, deeply regretting that he was only the Minister of Rights, making it difficult to accomplish more practical deeds. Etiquette and rights could stabilize moral principles during times of prosperity, but they were the most useless things in times of chaos. At noon that very day, an imperial decree left the palace, carried away on a swift steed. The fine horses of the great Jing were meticulously bred, possessing robust vitality. Supported by the imperial courier stations, a distance of 3,000 miles could be covered in just a single day and night. In Ping'an County, Lin Fan had already arrested over 50 people. A long line of prisoners trailed behind him, nearly filling the imperial prison to capacity. Next, it was time for Wang Hu to show his capabilities. However, in less than 2 hours, Wang Hu emerged from the imperial prison. In his hand, he held a thick stack of confessions, each signed and sealed with a thumbprint. Why so fast? Lin Fan frowned slightly. Wang Hu replied, my lord, your subordinate is also perplexed. I barely used any torture on them before they confessed to everything. Furthermore, their statements are well-reasoned and supported by facts. They will serve perfectly as evidence. When things are this unusual, there must be foul play afoot, Lin Fan murmured. My lord, what should we do now? Wang Hu asked. Lin Fan replied, first compile the confessions and evidence. Next, we shall see how County Magistrate Wang performs on his end. And our operation tonight. The operation will proceed as scheduled. Your subordinate understands. Wang Hu cupped his fists in salute and went back to organizing the evidence. Time flew by, and soon it was time to end the shift. After dispersing individually, Wang Hu and the others gathered once more in the small courtyard where Lin Fan resided. Is everyone prepared? Lin Fan's gaze swept across the faces of the 5 men. We are ready, the 5 replied in unison. Good. We depart precisely at the high hour. The night watch gong sounded, followed by the cries of the watchmen after 2 strikes of the brass gong. Lin Fan and his men immediately departed from the courtyard, heading straight toward the north of the city under the cover of night. Not far from the entrance of the courtyard, amidst a pile of firewood, an old woman watched the 6 of them leave. She murmured to herself, may the Bodhisattva protect them. I pray that Lord Lin and his men succeed instantly, and that the wicked are brought to justice. The night was deep and dark clouds shrouded the moon. In a 3-entry courtyard mansion in the north of the city, Liang, by having finished his shift, had just shared some wine with the leisure under his command. Upon returning home, his concubine had already prepared hot water for him. Sitting in the hot water, an indescribable comfort washed over his entire body. Now this is living. Liang Bai lay in the wooden tub as his concubine served him fresh fruits. Eating fruit, while soaking in the bath, was exceptionally pleasant. However, his mood soured considerably when he recalled Lin Fan's actions today. How dare he make trouble on my turf? Sooner or later, I will skin him alive with my own hands. Bang! The main gate of the Liang residence was suddenly kicked open, followed immediately by a loud shout. Jinui handling a case. Unrelated personnel disperse. Inside the bath barrel, Liang Bai instantly flew into a rage. He leapt straight out of the water. Yet in the very next second the bathroom door was kicked open and Wang Hu and Su Kuang immediately charged toward him. Lin Fan, we are both junior lieutenants of the Jinui. How dare you lay a hand on me? Liang Bai channeled his full strength, intending to force Wang Hu and Su Kuang back. Having already advanced to an 8th grade martial artist, he believed he could severely wound them both. Yet in the next instant, he was pinned back down into the water barrel. The immense strength of the two men pressed him down so hard, he could not even lift his head. Only then did he realize to his shock that both Wang Hu and Su Kuang were also 8th grade martial artists. With cold chains wrapped around him, Liang Bai was forcibly dragged out. Lin Fan, you and I are both Jinui junior lieutenants. I have been arrested by you. Does Lord Gao know about this? Liang Bai was infuriated to the extreme. No one would be pleased to be dragged stark naked into the courtyard while in the middle of a bath. The surrounding servants and concubines had never seen their master in such a wretched state. They all bowed their heads, not daring to utter a sound. Liang Bai, your crimes have been exposed. Lin Fan's voice was calm. What crimes? I have no idea what you are talking about. Release me at once. Liang Bai raged. Lin Fan's gaze turned freezing cold. The 32 members of the Zhang family. Surely you still remember them. Liang Bai froze for a moment, then immediately retorted, I don't understand what you're talking about. Release me quickly or the senior lieutenant will not let you off. Once you are thrown into the Zhaoyu Imperial prison, you will understand. Take them away. With a wave of Lin Fan's hand, everyone in the Liang household was bound in chains and escorted to the Jinui office. The prisoners sleeping in the cells of the Imperial prison heard the commotion outside and knew another unfortunate soul had arrived. The first thing that caught their eyes was a pale bare body. Though his muscles were firm, certain parts of him indeed resembled a toothpick. Who is this? He looks quite fit, but his strength doesn't seem like much. Finding humor in their misery, someone cracked a joke. But in the next second, that person's smile froze on their face. Lord Liang. Liang Bai glared fiercely at the man, his eyes burning with rage. Liang Bai, you are well aware of the Jinui's methods. Either confess honestly, or we will have to let you experience our techniques firsthand, Lin Fan said coldly. I confess what? I don't understand, Liang Bai sneered. I say, Lin Fan, are you a fool? Do you truly believe you can run rampant in Ping'an County? Release me now, and perhaps I will make things easier for you tomorrow. Do you understand? Wang Hu, he's all yours. Lin Fan patted Wang Hu on the shoulder, then turned and walked out of the Imperial prison. Liang Bai froze, hurriedly calling out, Lin Fan, don't leave. Are you a motherfucking mad dog? Why are you biting everyone you see? Before long waves of agonizing screams began to echo from within. Lin Fan leaned against the wall by the entrance of the Imperial prison, gazing up at the moon. The dark clouds were dispersing, allowing the bright, pure moonlight to spill down. Liang Bai was indeed resilient. It took over an hour before the screams finally subsided. Wang Hu emerged from the prison, his hands stained with blood, and handed over a stack of written confessions. How is it? Lin Fan asked, flipping through the pages. Every word spoken by the old matriarch of the Zhang family is true. Wang Hu's voice was heavy, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The brutal massacre of the Zhang family reminded him of his own past misfortunes. They arrived remarkably fast. It seems we won't be able to execute this fellow today. Lin Fan furrowed his brows, looking straight ahead. A figure approached aggressively, followed by 3 other junior lieutenants. Lin Fan, how dare you? To privately torture a fellow officer without authorization. Gao Chang barked furiously. He had thought Lin Fan had finally settled down, but he never expected to be handed such a massive surprise. To think he had actually arrested Liang Bai. Had Liang Bai's cousin not lived right next door to the Liang residence, Gao Chang would not have received word even if Liang Bai died in the Imperial prison tonight. My lord, according to the regulations of the Jinui, those involved in a case must recuse themselves. I believe it would be best for you to recuse yourself from Liang Bai's case, Lin Fan said calmly. He had originally planned to interrogate Liang Bai, deliver the confession to County Magistrate Wang, and then find a way to bypass the Centurion to submit it directly to the 1,000-man commander. He had not anticipated Gao Chang arriving so quickly. Gao Chang was secretly startled. That wretched Liang Bai must have implicated him in the confession. However, it no longer mattered. There was no way this confession would ever leave this place anyway. He sneered and pulled out a document. Lin Fan, I originally intended to hand this suspension order to you tomorrow. But since you refuse to appreciate my leniency, I shall give it to you directly today. He flung the document in front of Lin Fan. The signature at the bottom bore the official seal of the Fengzhou Centurion. The content was simple. Lin Fan had abused his authority, and his duties were temporarily suspended pending further disciplinary action. Lin Fan, even a fierce dragon crossing a river needs strength, and you are no fierce dragon, Gao Chang sneered. Then he barked, men, strip Lin Fan of his bronze plaque and official seal, and expel him from the office. Li Zheng and the others immediately stepped forward to take action. Hold on, Lin Fan commanded, halting the 2 men, his voice remaining perfectly calm. There is no need for you to lay hands on me. I will do it myself. After handing over his bronze plaque and official seal, Lin Fan led Wang Hu and the others out of the office. My lord, what do we do now? Su Bao asked. We will wait and see. My post is not so easily stripped away, Lin Fan sneered, then continued. Do not report for duty tomorrow either. The office is currently filled with Gao Chang's men, and going there will only make you targets. We understand. Su Kuang and the others cupped their fists in salute. Upon reaching the crossroads, they parted ways and returned home to rest. That very night, everyone, including Liang Bai, was released without charge. All confessions were invalidated and all evidence was completely destroyed. My lord, I am sorry. Covered in blood, Liang Bai knelt on one knee before Gao Chang. Gao Chang replied indifferently, no matter. Giving a confession to protect yourself was part of our plan all along. I do not blame you. Rise. Thank you, my lord. Liang Bai thanked him repeatedly before standing up. This Lin Fan indeed possesses immense audacity. I truly did not expect him to dare arrest even you. Gao Chang snorted, his eyes cold. Liang Bai hurriedly added, my lord, Wang Hu and Su Kuang are both 8th grade martial artists now. I suspect Lin Fan might also be an 8th grade martial artist. Gao Chang waved his hand. That is of no consequence. A mere 8th grade martial artist is nothing. I already have 1 foot in the 6th grade realm. A mere 8th grade martial artist can be crushed with a flip of my hand. Liang Bai said, once you enter the 6th grade, my lord, won't you have the opportunity to vie for the position of probationary centurion? Yes, naturally. I am on good terms with the centurion. Once I reach the 6th grade, I will certainly become a probationary centurion. Gao Chang spoke with immense pride. A probationary centurion was still a centurion, or rank of the lower 6th grade, with a status even higher than that of County Magistrate Wang Anping. Your subordinate congratulates you in advance, my lord. Liang Bai said with a smile, then added, that Lin Fan is truly a mad dog, daring to bite even you, my lord. That is simple. Have you forgotten what we in the Jinui excel at most? Gao Chang sneered. Tomorrow at noon, search Lin Fan's home. You know exactly what needs to be done. Consider it a way to vent the grievance you suffered tonight. Hearing this, Liang Bai was overjoyed and quickly cupped his fists. Thank you, my lord. Your subordinate will surely make Lin Fan regret ever coming into this world. At the first light of dawn, the bronze mirror's energy had once again replenished. Fan Lin drew a deep breath, muttering to himself, I wonder if my current 8th rank cultivation will be enough to stand and take a few steps in that world to see its other landscapes. Previously, when he had entered, his vision had been nearly obscured by tall grass, making it difficult to see farther ahead. The bronze mirror flashed with light. A fleeting moment, and Fan Lin successfully entered the bronze mirror world. A crushing pressure descended upon him all at once. Rise! Fan Lin summoned every ounce of his strength, straining with all his limbs as he tried to get up. Yet just as his body lifted from the ground on the verge of standing upright, that overwhelming force slammed him back down. So I still cannot rise. What level of cultivation is even required to stand here? Fan Lin sighed, but he persisted in his wriggling attempts. The speed of his crawling seemed to have increased noticeably. He estimated that covering 3 or 4 chi by the end of the day would not be difficult. Today I refuse to eat another blade of grass. If I do, I'll be sick. Let me see if there's anything else. Fan Lin continued to crawl, exerting tremendous effort to cover more than 2 chi. The scenery before him finally began to shift, and his gaze quickly fell upon a cluster of slightly greenish fruit. The fruit grew on a grass-like plant somewhat resembling the wild strawberries of his past life. Though all the fruits remained unripe, some were no larger than a soybean. The energy contained within these fruits must be far greater than that of grass, though I'm uncertain whether they're safe to consume. After a moment's thought, Fan Lin decided to pluck one and give it a try. His target was a fruit showing hints of red, a sign it might be ripening. The vine proved remarkably tough. Fan Lin strained with all his might, barely managing to harvest it. After securing the fruit, he had no strength left and immediately retreated from the bronze mirror world. Lying on his bed, Fan Lin panted heavily, and his previously tense muscles gradually relaxed. He glanced at the green-red fruit in his hand. It had been worth the effort. After resting for a while, Fan Lin sat up. I wonder if this fruit is poisonous. I'll need to test it on a living creature first. He thought for a moment and set his sights on the last rooster in the backyard. During the day, a commoner had delivered 2 chickens, a rooster and a hen. The hen had been stewed, leaving only this rooster alive in the backyard. The old rooster looked rather listless, having witnessed its mate being slaughtered with its own eyes. It had suffered a severe blow. Fan Lin carefully carved out a sesame seed-sized portion of flesh from the fruit, then stuck it onto a kernel of corn and tossed it to the rooster. The rooster glanced at the corn kernel before swallowing it whole. Fan Lin waited quietly, observing the rooster's condition with close attention. Before long, the rooster suddenly rose to its feet, as though its throat had been gripped, letting out raspy croaks. Then it began flapping its wings, staggering this way and that before collapsing to the ground shortly after. Dead. Fan Lin frowned. Is this fruit truly poisonous? He sighed, looking at the fruit in his hand. How tedious. If it were poisonous, he might as well have gathered a few grass leaves to boost his cultivation. Never mind, I'll keep it for use as poison later. Fan Lin sighed again. Just as he was about to turn away, a rustling sound came from behind him. He turned his head and saw the rooster trembling, but somehow standing upright again. Immediately the creature threw its head back and crowed. The sound was piercing and shrill, far louder than any ordinary rooster. Looking more closely at the rooster, its comb had turned noticeably brighter red, and its feathers seemed far smoother. Its claws beneath had grown darker, sharper, and more lustrous, while its eyes gained a spark of intelligence. The entire bird seemed transformed. Not poisonous, actually beneficial. Fan Lin's eyes lit up. He immediately returned to his room to prepare eating the fruit. Out of caution, he divided it into 4 equal portions. Consuming one portion, he immediately began cultivating. A surging torrent of power flowed through his body, though indeed it contained far more energy than grass leaves. After refining a single portion of fruit, Fan Lin's realm saw a significant improvement. Even one portion outperforms 10 grass leaves. It seems a breakthrough to the 7th rank is within reach. Fan Lin consumed all 3 remaining portions in succession, absorbing and refining them. By the 4th watch of the night, he had finally digested all the fruit. He opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid qi, muttering to himself, if only I could get 2 more fruits, my 7th rank should be solid. A 7th rank warrior is already barely sufficient in a place like Fengzhou. Before dawn had broken, he simply collapsed onto his bed for another sleep. This time he did not wake naturally, but was roused by the clamor outside. Liangbai, what do you think you're doing? Lin Guzi's roaring voice reached his ears. What do I think I'm doing? Of course, conducting a search. Liangbai laughed loudly. Someone filed a report claiming that former Jinwei Guard Commander Fan Lin privately accepted bribes. I have come specially to conduct a search. Lin Guzi spotted the so-called informant among the crowd. It was Lu Gaosheng, the squad leader who had been arrested and thrown into the imperial prison the previous day. Lu Gaosheng taunted, boy, you kicked me twice when you arrested me yesterday, didn't you? You'll regret this. This is retaliating under the guise of official duty. Lin Guzi shouted in anger. Retaliating? Ha ha ha. Liangbai laughed. Yes, I am retaliating. What can you possibly do about it? With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he barked, begin the search. A group of Jinwei guards emerged from behind him in orderly formation, charging straight toward the residence. Lin Guzi's forehead veins bulged as qi and blood churned within him, shouting, let me see who dares. Seeing this, Liangbai sneered and launched himself into the air, swooping toward Lin Guzi like a great rock spreading its wings. He delivered a devastating kick, and Lin Guzi hastily raised his fist to block. Thud! Though Lin Guzi had approached the 8th rank, he had not yet truly entered it. Under that single kick, he was sent flying backward, crashing onto the courtyard floor. Those who obstruct Jinwei officers in the performance of their duties shall be executed without mercy. Liangbai spun around, drawing his blade, and took a decisive step forward before slashing downward at Lin Guzi. This strike was incredibly fast, bolstered by his 8th rank cultivation. It was enough to cleave a typical 9th rank martial artist in two. But at that precise moment, a stone tore through the air. With a sharp crack like an explosion, the stone struck the blade's edge. The tremendous force caused the waist saber to vibrate violently. Liangbai was shocked. So hard his palm went numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the weapon. Liangbai retreated several steps, his gaze locking onto the direction from which the stone had come. Fan Lin, are you resisting law enforcement? Unfazed, he stood his ground and shouted his accusation. You're not yet capable of killing someone like me. Fan Lin approached slowly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Fan Lin, according to the laws of Dejing, those who obstruct Jinwei officers shall be executed without mercy. Liangbai gripped his waist saber tightly, his expression sharp and unforgiving. Fan Lin helped the wounded Lin Guzi to his feet, then raised his gaze to meet Liangbai's. You want to kill me? You can try. Really think I won't? Liangbai roared. Jinwei attack. More than 10 Jinwei guards surged forward, charging into the courtyard and surrounding Fan Lin. Liangbai shouted loudly. The Jinwei are the emperor's personal guard. Under Dejing law, harming a Jinwei officer is deemed an act of contempt toward the royal authority, punishable by the extermination of 3 clans. If he, Fan Lin, dares to harm any of you, he is seeking his own death. Kill him. That roar seemed to inject the Jinwei with bloodlust. They roared in unison like wolves and tigers charging at Lin Fan. Liangbai, seeing this, flashed a cold smile. Whether Lin Fan had accepted bribes or not, if he dared harm the Jinwei, he would be doomed. Halt! At that moment, a loud cry came from afar. Liangbai and the others turned toward the source, and when they saw the approaching figure, they were astonished. Wang Onping, Pinyin County Magistrate, in neat official robes. Wang Onping rode up on his horse, accompanied by a band of Yamen guards. He reined in before the courtyard gate, then dismounted and strode forward. Magistrate Wang, you are the Pinyin County Magistrate, not the Grand Flag of the Jinwei. We belong to different systems. By what right do you meddle in our Jinwei affairs? Liangbai sneered. Wang Onping glanced at him, but did not reply. He then drew out a yellow imperial edict from within his ample robe. Lin Fan received the edict. As soon as those 4 words were spoken, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Wang Onping actually held the emperor's edict. Everyone immediately knelt, afraid to lift their heads. Even Liangbai is arrogant, as he was had to kneel to greet it. The Jinwei are the emperor's own guards, their power granted by Emperor Jing. To see the edict without bowing would incur dismissal, investigation, and 9 clan exterminations. Lin Fan was also startled. He had thought Wang Onping could unite his faction to shield him, but he had not expected to receive an imperial edict. Lin Fan is here. He knelt on one knee, cupping his fists in a salute. After a quick glance at him, Wang Onping began reading the edict. Jinui Lin Fan, since entering the guard you have repeatedly earned meritorious deeds. Your ambition is laudable and your conduct exemplary. Now you are promoted to 100 household in training. May you henceforth work with greater diligence and not disappoint my expectations. Furthermore, I grant you an imperial Shochuan blade that you may wield this blade to guard the country and its people. I grant 1,000 taels of silver to commend your merits to be used wisely, and a martial arts manual to study and elevate your skills to defend my realm and the commoners. Thus commanded. The edict had been read aloud. Wang Onping smiled. Lin Fan received the edict. Thank you for your majesty's grace. Lin Fan stepped forward to take the edict. Meanwhile, Liang Bai's face had turned pale, his body trembling. The 100 household had ordered Lin Fan to be suspended, but with the edict arriving, Lin Fan leapt to become 100 household in training and even earned the imperial Shochuan blade. This is the end. It is all over. Lin Fan 100 household, I fear your subordinates are few, so I have brought Pingan County Yamen guards for you to command. Wang Onping laughed aloud. Lin Fan accepted the edict and the rewards, cupping his fists. Thank you, Magistrate Wang. Sir, I am also a Yamen guard. I am the head of the Zhuang division. Lu Gaoxing hurried over, a flattering smile on his face. Lu Bantu, you won't trouble yourself any longer. The imperial prison would suit you better. Lin Fan's smile vanished. He shouted, seize Lu Gaoxing. A group of Yamen guards immediately rushed forward, pinning Lu Gaoxing and buckling him in chains. Lin Fan cupped his fists. Master Wang, I am about to purge Pingan County of vermin. One day, I will invite you to drink. Haha, I shall await Lin Fan's promotion wine. Wang Onping roared with laughter, then turned and left the courtyard gate. Purging the vermin of Pingan County was a great boon for the people, and he would not thwart it. Lin Fan 100 household, I was wrong. Please treat me as nothing and let me go. Liang Bai, realizing Lin Fan's gaze on him, immediately begged for mercy. Master, this guy is in our hands. Two voices cried from afar. Lin Fan looked up and saw Wang Hu and Su family's father and son already racing toward them. Liang Bai was chained, but his underlings, Su Kuang and his 5 men, were clearly not enough. Lin Fan thought for a moment, then turned to the Jin Yi. Now is your chance to earn merit by bearing guilt. From now on you will obey my orders without question. Thank you, 100 household. We will do our best. Thank you, 100 household, for your mercy. The Jin Yi thanked him in unison. They had never risen above the rank of Zongqi. Now Lin Fan had become a Jinui 100 household in training. Though the label says training, he is still a 100 household, a 6th rank official, and they dare not resist. To capture him is necessary, but Lin Fan must first don the garb of a 100 household in training. Wearing a silver flying fish suit, his sword has been replaced with the imperial Shochuan blade, and at his waist a bronze badge reads, Sure by who 100 household in training. Clothes make the man. After donning this silver-white flying fish attire, Lin Fan's bearing seems to rise a notch, exuding an air of unyielding authority. As they stepped out, many Jinui wore envy at this attire. 100 household is a height that 9/10 of the Jin Yi never reach in a lifetime. Lin Fan spoke calmly. Let us go first deal with Gao Chong, then purge the other vermin. Master, I know where Gao Chong is. Gao, lead the way. One Jinui sprang forward to volunteer. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and said, Very well, you lead the way. Shixiang Gu, Pingan County's largest and finest inn. At the topmost private box, Gao Chong sat at the main seat. To his left was his younger brother-in-law Zhao Chong. To his right, his trusted lieutenant Li Zheng. Opposite sat Xiaoqi, Cheng Guangyuan, and Lu Qi. On the table were delectable dishes, and in Lin Fan's arms lay a jade-like beauty. They drank and feasted, utterly content. From now on, Lin Fan will be erased from Pingan County. Henceforth, Pingan County will remain our territory. Raise your glasses and drink. Gao Chong raised his cup and drank it down. The other 4 followed suit. Zhao Cheng, you did well. Oh, I never expected you to have such wit. Gao Chong patted Zhao Cheng's shoulder in praise. Zhao Cheng, flattered, hurriedly said, That is all thanks to cousin-in-law's guidance. If I hadn't followed you, I would not have grown so quickly. Haha. Gao Chong laughed. You've grown slick. Rest assured, as long as you kill Lin Fan, this little banner's seat will be yours. Thank you, cousin-in-law. Zhao Cheng hurriedly raised a cup to toast. Li Zheng suddenly asked, Master, Lin Fan's men include 2 8th-rank martial artists. Will Liang Bai be enough to take him on alone? Gao Chong waved his hand. Li Zheng, this shows you cannot do things. What is Lin Fan now? He is but a civilian, while Liang Bai is Jinui. Doesn't Lin Fan enjoy invoking the great Jin's laws? That assault on the Jinui, what crime was it? Could he not know? Master, this move is truly brilliant. Li Zheng praised. Gao Chong laughed. This is Zhao Cheng's scheme. He has done well of late. You all should learn from him. Zhao Xiaoqi is formidable. Haha, everyone eat. Gao Chong urged. The beauty in his arms kept refilling cups for them. The others, shrewd and calculating, could tell Gao Chong was deliberately building up Zhao Cheng, and they all offered their praises. Haha, everyone eat. Gao Chong urged them to dine. The beauty in his arms kept pouring wine for them. Beneath the Shixiang pavilion, the bustling crowd was suddenly parted. Squads of Jinui came rushing forward, completely surrounding the pavilion. Then a figure came riding on horseback. The young man wore a silver-white flying fish robe with a spring emblem blade hanging from his waist, drawing the gaze of the crowd as he pulled the reins. His steed reared its front hooves high and let out a sharp neigh, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Lin Fan dismounted with a swift, clean motion and raised his eyes to look at the three-story Shixiang pavilion. There was not the slightest reaction from within. It seemed Gao Chang and his men were in the midst of merrymaking. Otherwise, with such a commotion downstairs, it would have been impossible for him not to notice. "My lord, do you require us to storm inside?" Wang Hu stepped forward to ask. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop him, speaking calmly. "No need. I shall go up personally to invite our platoon commander Gao downstairs." "My lord, that Gao Chang is on the verge of entering the 6th grade. My. With a single glance from Lin Fan, Wang Hu instantly silenced himself. Lin Fan then strode into the Shixiang pavilion, making his way up the stairs toward the 3rd floor. In the private room on the top floor, Gao Chang was already slightly tipsy, while the other 4 were thoroughly inebriated, their eyes hazy with alcohol. "And my lord, what is that commotion downstairs?" I think I heard a horse neighing," Li Zheng said drunkenly, his hands wandering all over the woman in his embrace. Who cares about that? Let's de-drink." Zhao Cheng raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. With good fortune at his doorstep, soon to become a Jinui squad leader, he was in high spirits today, drinking to his heart's content. "Li Zheng, you are inferior to Zhao Cheng in this regard. How can a mere horse's neigh distract you? You must understand one thing: as long as I, Gao Cheng, am here in Ping'an County, no one can turn the heavens upside down." Gao Cheng spoke with immense pride. In half a year at most, he would break through directly into the 6th grade. By then, even the centurion of Fengzhou would have to show him some respect. Hearing this, Li Zheng said flatteringly, "My lord, your lecture is absolutely correct." Knock, knock, knock. The door was suddenly knocked. Gao Cheng frowned and scolded. "Who is knocking? Did this official not say I would call you if needed? Why do you disturb my pleasure?" "Lord Gao, it is I." A voice that sounded very familiar to Gao Cheng echoed from outside the door. However, he quickly barked, "Who do you think you are? Even if the heavenly emperor himself came, there would be dire consequences for ruining my mood. And my lord, I will go handle the fellow outside." Lu Qi swayed as he stood up, then walked over to open the door. Yet the moment the door swung open, he froze instantly on the spot. "Lu Qi, what is going on?" Gao Cheng said with displeasure. Thud. Lu Qi fell to his knees. "This subordinate pays respects to my lord." Seeing this, Gao Cheng laughed and scolded, "Lu Qi, you are truly wasted. How could you kneel in the wrong direction? I am right here." Slap. A crisp sound echoed into the room as Lu Qi was sent flying by a fierce slap. In the next moment, the few people still seated at the table caught sight of a silver-white flying fish robe. Lord Centurion. Gao Cheng froze in shock. Sitting directly facing the door, he had the clearest view. But when he clearly recognized the man's face, he bolted upright, his drunkenness vanishing in an instant. "Lin Fan, how dare you wear the robes of a centurion above your rank? Do you wish to have your entire clan executed?" Gao Cheng slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the newcomer and roaring in anger. The other 3 instantly sobered up as well. When they saw that the newcomer was Lin Fan, their mouths gaped open in astonishment. A silver-white flying fish robe. How could Lin Fan be wearing this attire? By what right did he wear this outfit? "Lord Gao, you stripped me of my post last night. I wonder if I am now qualified to interrogate you." Lin Fan's voice was calm, but the spring emblem blade he held in his hand was exceptionally dazzling. For the scabbard of that spring emblem blade was inlaid with delicate fragments of rubies and sapphires, its carvings far more exquisite. And a spring emblem blade with such ornamentation could only be imperially bestowed. Although a Jinui centurion was standardly equipped with a spring emblem blade, not every centurion was qualified to receive an imperially bestowed one. The significance of the two was entirely different. "Lin Fan, where did you steal that spring emblem blade and flying fish robe? This official shall arrest you today to uphold the prestige of the Jinui." Gao Cheng barked immediately. To make him believe Lin Fan had been promoted to centurion was utterly impossible. And as he shouted, the others also snapped back to reality. Indeed, the boy had only joined the Jinui a few days ago. How could he possibly become a centurion, let alone obtain an imperially bestowed spring emblem blade? It must have been stolen. Gao Cheng instantly leaped into the air, drawing his blade and slashing at Lin Fan. His cultivation at the peak of the 7th grade was indeed formidable, whipping up a fierce wind and filling the air with sharp blade energy that surged forward. With a sharp ring, the imperially bestowed spring emblem blade unsheathed. Forged from profound iron, the blade gleamed with cold light, like thunder and lightning. In an instant, the two clashed, sparks flying in all directions. Yet they parted after a single touch. Gao Cheng retreated several steps, crushing the dining table under his foot and nearly tumbling to the ground. Lin Fan, however, remained completely motionless, holding his blade with one hand, as immovable as a mountain. How is this possible? Gao Cheng grew pale with shock. Lin Fan was clearly only an 8th grade martial artist. How could he suppress a peak 7th grade like himself? "What are the 4 of you doing? Attack together!" Gao Cheng roared. The 4 of them immediately drew their blades and charged at Lin Fan. With Gao Cheng as the primary attacker, the other 4 assisted. In the small room, flashes of blade light instantly erupted everywhere. The continuous clanging of clashing metal and flying sparks terrified the hostesses who huddled in the corners screaming incessantly. Downstairs, Wang Hu and the others heard the commotion from the third floor. Anxiety crept onto their faces. Their lord must have engaged in battle with Gao Chang. Yet with Gao Chang and his four subordinates, their lord possessed no advantage in either cultivation realm or numbers. Brother Su, let us go up and aid our lord. That Gao Chang is ruthless, and there are 3 8th grade martial artists and 1 peak 9th grade. With our lord fighting alone, it will be disastrous if anything goes wrong. Wang Hu turned and said to Su Kuang. Su Kuang's eyes flickered. Very well. The two were about to head upstairs to help when in the next instant the railing of the third-floor private room was suddenly smashed apart. A figure plummeted from the third floor. The crowd hurriedly retreated and dodged. Gao Chang. Wang Hu gasped in surprise. Immediately after, figures began falling from the third floor one by one, like dumplings dropping into boiling water. It was indeed the other 3 squad leaders and Zhao Cheng. Scrambling up from the ground, Gao Chang grabbed his blade and prepared to flee. Right at that moment, a figure suddenly leaped down from the third floor. Lin Fan unleashed the wind-cleaving 3 blades with a momentum capable of splitting Mount Hua. Gao Chang hurriedly raised his blade to block. The incredibly heavy and powerful slash crashed down upon the saber in Gao Chang's hand. With a sharp snap, the saber shattered, and the spring emblem blade sliced straight down instantly, severing Gao Chang's left arm at the shoulder. Blood sprayed everywhere as a shrill, agonizing scream erupted from Gao Chang's mouth. With a heavy thud, Lin Fan kicked Gao Chang square in the chest, sending him flying over 10 meters along the ground, before slamming violently into the doorpost of the Shixiang Pavilion. Bloody froth poured from Gao Chang's mouth, and he could no longer stand. Having accomplished his task, Lin Fan brushed off his sleeves, flipped onto his horse in a single fluid motion, elegant and swift. Take them all away. At his command, the crowd of Jinui swarmed forward, quickly bringing Gao Chang and the others under control. Lin Fan rode away, followed closely by the Jinui escorting the prisoners. The commoners watched the departing figures, their eyes filled with utter shock. Lord Lin has been promoted to Centurion. With a Centurion like Lord Lin who works for the country and the people, the citizens of our Ping'an County are truly blessed. Today, Ping'an County was exceptionally bustling. The Jinui constantly shuttled through the streets, apprehending suspects. In just half a day, those who had been released from the imperial prison only last night were all dragged back once more. They had even added Gao Chang and 4 others to their ranks. The agonizing shrieks within the imperial prison persisted for an entire day. Thick stacks of signed confessions were now piled high on the desk before Lin Fan. Even Gao Chang could not withstand the torture of the Jinui, ultimately confessing everything down to the last detail. Among the 4 Xiaoqi and 1 Zongqi of the Jinui in Pingjiang County, not a single one possessed a clean record. The sins they committed were so heinous that even decapitating them 10 times over would not suffice to expiate them. My lord, what are our next steps? Wang Hu inquired. Seize their properties today and execute them tomorrow. Leave none alive. Lin Fan's expression remained utterly serene, yet his words sent a chilling shiver down everyone's spines. Currently, over 80 individuals were confined within the imperial prison. Nearly half of them were officials from the county magistrate's office, while a small portion consisted of leisure from the Jinui, who had committed severe offenses. If all of them were to be decapitated, the county magistrate's office would be rendered virtually paralyzed, and the 40-odd Jinui of Pingjiang County would be drastically reduced to just over 20. Wang Hu hesitated for a moment before asking, My lord, should we inform the county magistrate's office? No need. Magistrate Wang desires the deaths of these parasites even more than I do. Since he hasn't sent anyone to plead for mercy, it means he is fully prepared for a complete overhaul. Lin Fan replied calmly. Your subordinate understands. Wang Hu immediately mobilized his men to begin the asset seizures. Cartload after cartload of gold, silver, and precious treasures were hauled into the storehouse of the Jinui headquarters. Petty officials, massive corruption. Even a common runner had pocketed over 100 taels of silver in bribes. It was hard to fathom how many innocent souls had suffered grave injustices and had their families ruined because of this tainted wealth. This grand sweeping operation dragged on until the hour of high before finally drawing to a close. Lin Fan rubbed his temples and asked, Has the inventory of the illicit funds been completed? Lin Guzi replied, It is done. We have the magistrate to thank for sending his men to assist us, otherwise we might have spent the entire night counting without finishing. How much? Lin Fan looked up. The gold, silver, and valuables are worth approximately 150,000 taels. In addition, there are 8 residential estates, among which the one inhabited by Gao Chang is the most luxurious, being a 5-entry grand mansion. Lin Fan was taken aback when he heard the figure uttered by Lin Guzi. 150,000 taels. These were not bandits of Laniu Mountain who plundered passing merchant vessels. The silver in the hands of these parasites had been squeezed directly from the sweat and blood of the 50,000 ordinary citizens of Ping'an County. Return all the silver where the victims can be identified and confiscate the rest to be handed over to the state, Lin Fan commanded. Lin Fan replied. Your subordinate understands, Lin Guzi replied. Lin Fan stood up and stretched. Inform the brothers to dismiss and call it a day. Tonight Ping'an County was destined to be restless as the long-oppressed commoners wept tears of sheer joy. Having returned home, Lin Fan had just lain down on his bed when he suddenly heard a commotion in the courtyard. Instantly gripping his saber, he rushed outside and swept his gaze around warily, only to see various items flying over the wall and landing in the courtyard. Bolts of cloth, grains, cured meats, and dried goods. These items continued to pour into the courtyard in an endless stream. With a light tap of his foot, Lin Fan soared like a swallow, landing gracefully upon the roof. Under the moonlight, he saw commoners clad in coarse hemp garments holding up various items and tossing them into his courtyard. While these goods were not of great monetary value to the commoners, they were precious treasures they would normally never bear to eat or wear themselves. Lin Fan sighed and called out, "I am Lin Fan, probationary centurion of the Jinui. I deeply appreciate the kindness of my fellow villagers, but my monthly salary is 50 taels, making my life far more comfortable than yours. Please take your belongings back." "It's Lord Lin." The commoners spotted Lin Fan standing on the rooftop. They waved at him with great excitement. The items in their hands were thrown even faster. "Lord Lin, you are an honorable official. An honorable official deserves such a high monthly salary. We do not envy it. Your salary is what you rightfully deserve, but these are tokens of our gratitude given of our own free will." Several commoners who seemed to be literate shouted up at him, simultaneously tossing the items in their hands into the courtyard. Seeing this, Lin Fan felt rather helpless and had no choice but to scold them sternly. "The curfew is already in effect. If you do not return home to sleep immediately, this official will have the Jinui lock you all in the imperial prison." The reputation of the Jinui was indeed effective, and the fearsome notoriety of the imperial prison was enough to strike dread into their hearts. Following his shout, the crowd finally began to disperse. Seeing the last person leave the courtyard wall, Lin Fan let out a sigh of relief. The gifts on the ground had piled up into a small mountain, leaving him no choice but to wake up Lin Guzi, who was fast asleep after a grueling day, to tidy them up. These were all tokens of the people's gratitude, and he could not let them be dragged away by stray cats or weasels. Lin Fan returned to his room to study the first-rate cultivation technique bestowed upon him by Emperor Jing. Having been busy all day, he had not yet had the chance to look through the manual since receiving it. The Dragon Elephant Heaven-Shattering Force. The name is certainly domineering, but I wonder how its contents fare. Upon opening the manual, Lin Fan was immediately immersed in its teachings. The Dragon Elephant Heaven-Shattering Force could enhance a cultivator's absorption efficiency of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, while also vastly bolstering physical strength and bodily resilience. Taking the legendary Dragon Elephant as its form, it forged a supreme physical vessel. If cultivated to great mastery, one could even possess tens of thousands of caddies of colossal strength, allowing them to contend with Grandmaster-level powerhouses through sheer physical dominance even before stepping into the Grandmaster realm. It was indeed an exceptionally powerful cultivation technique. Furthermore, its potential upper limit was incomparable to that of third-rate arts. While the Iron Clothes art could at most support cultivation up to the middle three ranks, the Dragon Elephant Heaven-Shattering Force offered a genuine opportunity to ascend to the Grandmaster realm. Decisively, Lin Fan switched his cultivation to the Dragon Elephant Heaven-Shattering Force. After entering the Bronze Mirror world to pluck an unripe fruit, he began to practice this new technique. Early the next morning, he got out of bed and stretched his body. His joints popped and crackled, sounding like beans roasting in a bamboo tube. His height also seemed to have increased slightly, and his cultivation had advanced another step. He estimated that with just half a fruit more, he would be able to break through to the 7th rank. After eating breakfast, Lin Fan headed to the headquarters together with Lin Guzi. Today's schedule remained packed, as there were over 80 heads to be severed, requiring extensive preparations. By the time all arrangements were completed, it was already noon. Lin Fan looked up at the sky. The sun shone brightly, making it a perfect day for executions. "My lord, where shall we carry out the deed?" Wang Hu approached to inquire. After a moment of thought, Lin Fan replied, "At the city gates. There are too many of them. Executing them all at the vegetable market would make washing the ground a massive hassle." The Jinui dragged the 82 prisoners from the imperial prison with a long chain, leaving the headquarters and heading straight for the city gates. This spectacle drew a massive crowd of onlookers along the streets. Having long suffered under the oppression of these corrupt individuals, the commoners now carried baskets on their arms, reaching in to hurl rotten eggs and decayed vegetable leaves at them. Many Jinui fell victim to this collateral damage, ending up reeking of the stench. Outside the city gates, the 82 prisoners were lined up in order on an open clearing. Standard waist sabers were not ideal for the task, so Lin Fan had his men borrow 3 executioners from the magistrate's office. "Lord Lin, spare me. I know my wrongs now." "Lord Lin, it was all on Gao Chang's orders. He would have killed me if I hadn't complied." A chaotic din of pleas for mercy and shifting of blame filled the air. Faced with impending death, these corrupt officials and wicked underlings appeared exceptionally pathetic and disheveled. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon Gao Chang. Having lost an arm, Gao Chang's face was deathly pale. He glared up at Lin Fan with a venomous, frenzied gaze resembling a vicious wolf caught in a steel trap. Lin Fan, this is inherently a dog-eat-dog world, yet you foolishly dream of tearing a hole in this massive web. You are like an ant trying to shake a giant tree, utterly fatuous. I Gao Chong shall await you in the underworld. Execute them. Fan Lin spoke in a calm voice. He did not care about Gao Chong's blustering. As long as one's position was high enough and strength powerful enough, there was no reason one could not shake that so-called web that blotted out the heavens. In his eyes, Gao Chong at this moment was no different from an insignificant ant. The executioners swung their blades, blood spraying forth, heads tumbling to the ground with a rolling sound, dyeing large patches of earth crimson. With this blood soaking into the soil, one would expect even lusher grass to grow here next year. 82 people, including several who had reached the rank of martial artist, were among them. All three executioners' blades grew dull before the task was completed. The lead executioner cupped his fist and bowed, saying, Lord Lin, all prisoners have been beheaded. Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. Fan Lin gestured with his eyes. Guzi. Lin Guzi immediately drew out 3 silver ingots and handed one to each of them. Though the executioners were only killing convicted criminals, this trade was still considered to diminish one's blessed virtue. If one borrowed people to do the work, wages naturally had to be paid. Thank you, my lord. The executioners did not refuse, offering thanks before taking the silver ingots. Fan Lin returned ahead of the others to the government office, while the remaining men, led by Lin Guzi, dug pits to bury the corpses and prevent decay from spreading disease. Upon returning to the office, Fan Lin, now a probationary 100-man commander, took his seat in Gao Chong's place. In the Dajing dynasty, though a probationary 100-man commander could also wear the silver-white fish-scale robes, there was still a gap in authority compared to a full 100-man commander. A 100-man commander of Dajing could manage 2 company commanders and the 30 elite guards directly under his office, approximately 140 men in total. A probationary 100-man commander, however, remained a company commander in title, merely elevated 1 rank in official status. Without meritorious achievement, one could generally expect a promotion to 100-man commander within 3 years and transfer elsewhere. If the direct superior 100-man commander died, the probationary commander could hope to succeed him and become a 100-man commander governing 2 counties. There were 2 such 100-man commanders with actual authority in Fengzhou. One was named Chu Feiying, who governed the guards in Baomine and Yongtai counties. The other was Ling Huan, who commanded the guards in Pingyuan and Ningyi counties and was Fan Lin's direct superior. The suspension order bears Ling Huan's official seal. It seems this Ling Huan is closely aligned with Gao Chong and will likely make things difficult for me. However, by regulations, I must report to the Fengzhou 100-man office within 3 days. As for Lu Guangdou, he likely has backing as well, probably someone of high standing in Fengzhou. That he failed to kill me once does not mean he won't try again, otherwise he cannot justify himself to Marquis Zhongbing. Fan Lin rubbed his temples. This is giving me a headache. Why are so many people trying to take my life? Besides, I need to make arrangements to keep the Pingyuan County guards firmly under my control. A little over an hour later, Lin Guzi and the others returned to the office after disposing of the bodies. Guzi, assemble everyone. Fan Lin immediately issued his orders. Yes, my lord. Lin Guzi cupped his fist in reply, then turned and strode out. Under his arrangements, the remaining 23 officers of the guards gathered in the courtyard. Fan Lin strode out, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the 23 men. They were a ragtag group, but they were the only force he could currently command. Lin Guzi, Wang Hu Su, Quang Su Hu Su Bao. Fan Lin called out 5 names in quick succession. The 5 men promptly cupped their fists and responded in unison. Your servants await your command. Fan Lin said solemnly, from now on you 5 shall be the petty flag officers of the Pingyuan County Guards, responsible for managing all the guards and maintaining order in Pingyuan County. Yes. All 5 were overjoyed. Except for Wang, who the other 4 had only recently joined the guard. To be promoted directly from ordinary officers to petty flag officers. It may have seemed like a small step, but it was a transformation from commoner to someone with an official rank. Their monthly salary jumped directly from 4 taels to 8 taels. Fan Lin continued gravely, do not grow too elated. Our office currently has only 23 officers. You must recruit the remaining 27 as soon as possible. Combat strength matters less. What matters most is character and loyalty. Su Kuang suddenly spoke up. My lord, regarding recruitment, I have an idea. Fan Lin raised his brow. What idea? Agreed. Fan Lin nodded, then added, but you will not privately accept donation silver from them. Su Kuang hurriedly replied, my lord need not worry. I would never do such a conscienceless thing. After making the arrangements, Fan Lin left the remaining matters to the 5 newly promoted petty flag officers and returned to his seat to analyze the situation further. Time flew quickly. After his duties ended, Fan Lin returned home together with Lin Guzi. As they approached the gate of the courtyard, they saw an old woman leaning against the doorway. Madame Zhang, wake up please. Lin Guzi hurried over to support the old woman. But the moment his hand touched her body, he felt ice coldness in his palm. He quickly pressed 2 fingers to her nostril, then turned to Fan Lin and said, young master, she is dead. She is also a pitiful soul. Let us move the body into the courtyard first, and tomorrow we will buy a coffin and bury her. Fan Lin sighed. The last time he had seen Madame Zhang, he had noticed her life force was nearly exhausted. Her great grievance had been avenged, her final wish fulfilled. Madame Zhang had lost the will to live. Just as Lin Guzi was about to hoist the body onto his back, a wooden box suddenly fell from Madame Zhang's embrace and hit the ground. My lord, there is something, Lin Guzi hurried to say. Fan Lin bent down and picked up the box. Opening it, he found a martial technique scroll inside. Moreover, it was a second-rate movement technique called treading wind step. Movement techniques were extremely rare. Even a third-rate movement technique was worth as much as an ordinary second-rate martial art. This second-rate movement technique was worth 10,000 gold. My lord, this must be a gift of gratitude from Madame Zhang, Lin Guzi said. Fan Lin looked at the martial technique in his hands, then said, tomorrow let us also erect a memorial tombstone for the rest of the Zhang family. Bury them together with Madame Zhang, so the family can be reunited even in death. That night Fan Lin chose to cultivate treading wind step using the copper mirror. But the Fan Lin, who emerged from the mirror, was now wearing red fishscale robes. At the perfect realm, treading wind step made him seem as if he rode the wind itself, graceful as a banished immortal. After careful observation, Fan Lin went to the courtyard once more to practice. A second-rate movement technique was far more difficult to practice than a third-rate blade technique. By morning, treading wind step had barely reached the minor success stage. Fan Lin returned to his room for a short rest. He had barely fallen asleep when Lin Guzi woke him. Damn rooster, die. In the back courtyard, Lin Guzi was chasing a gleaming feathered rooster with a blade. He had woken early to make porridge for Fan Lin, only to find white rice scattered all over the floor with a rooster pecking at it. He had immediately charged forward to catch the enormous bird. But the rooster was absurdly agile, flapping its wings to achieve brief flights. Even at his peak 9th rank strength, he could not catch the chicken. Panting heavily, Lin Guzi glared up at the arrogant rooster perched on a tree branch and cursed through gritted teeth. What the hell is this chicken becoming a spirit? A rooster stood proudly atop a branch, stretching its neck to crow. Its sharp, piercing voice was clearly the ultimate mockery of Lin Guzi. Yet Lin Guzi simply could not catch that bird. He pointed at the rooster and cursed, "You wait. Once I catch you, I'll slaughter you and stew you in a pot." What's going on? Fan Jin stepped out after dressing. Young master, something strange happened. There was a hole in the chicken coop, and this rooster crawled out and ran amok, ruining all the rice in the kitchen, Lin Guzi said angrily. Upon hearing this, Fan Jin immediately understood. That bit of fruit must have triggered a transformation in the chicken. Both its strength and physique far exceeded those of an ordinary hen, which is why it had torn open the coop and escaped. Guzi, you're merely a squad leader. Why are you holding a grudge against a chicken? Our household does not lack food. Just keep raising it, Fan Jin said with a helpless smile. Lin Guzi replied with a grievous expression, young master, it refuses to come down from up there. And look, it keeps provoking me. Fan Jin looked up, and indeed that large rooster's eyes held considerably more intelligence, its gaze clearly contemptuous toward Lin Guzi. He then stamped his foot, suddenly launching himself into the air and reaching out to seize the rooster. The rooster immediately flapped its wings and took flight to evade. Fan Jin lightly tapped his toes upon tree branches, pursuing it like a soaring swallow. He grabbed the rooster by the neck and descended back to the ground, carrying the little creature. Lin Guzi hurried forward and said, young master, hand the chicken to me. I guarantee I'll stew it to perfection. Fan Jin glanced at the rooster in his hand, which continued to flap its wings vigorously. After a moment's thought, he finally said, never mind. Let's spare it this time. Since he had spoken, Lin Guzi abandoned any thoughts of the chicken. Meanwhile, Fan Jin harbored his own plans. As they continued exploring the bronze mirror world, countless unknown plants and creatures would surely emerge. They would still need live subjects to test for poison, and this rooster clearly served as an excellent specimen. From henceforth, I shall feed you ample grain each day. Do not waste food recklessly anymore, understand? Fan Jin pinched the rooster's neck and rebuked it sharply. The rooster seemed to comprehend, ceasing its wing flapping. Scram! Fan Jin tossed the rooster aside. To Lin Guzi's astonishment, the bird actually returned to the cage on its own. Let's simply buy something to eat along the way. Let's go. After calling out, Fan Jin exited the courtyard. Young master, wait for me. Lin Guzi hurried to follow. After a modest meal at a roadside stall, the two proceeded to the government office. With the corrupt officials of Ping'an County nearly purged, there was little work for the embroidered uniform guard. What remained was merely monitoring intelligence and recording officials' conduct. Time slipped away until afternoon. Su Kuang entered the office accompanied by a group of burly men. Sir, what do you think of these individuals? Upon entering the office, he brought the men directly before Fan Jin. Fan Jin cast a glance and counted 12 people in total. Though all 12 were broad-shouldered and stout, none were registered martial artists. He asked with some puzzlement, Su Kuang, didn't you teach them cultivation techniques at the martial arts hall? Sir, our Su family cultivates only one third-rate technique called Fierce Tiger Force. However, this technique demands exceptionally high blood and chi cultivation. In recent years, disasters have persisted and harvests have failed consecutively. Apart from nobles and wealthy clans, how could common folk afford to pursue the martial path? Su Kuang sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Sir, our master did teach us cultivation methods. Yet our families truly cannot afford meat, let alone the medicinal herbs required for martial training. We cannot even scrape together the funds to study martial arts. In our daily lives, we barely survive by carrying heavy loads at the docks. One of the men, appearing honest and simple, stepped forward to explain on Su Kuang's behalf. I see. Fan Jin pondered and said, then you shall all remain. Thank you, sir. The men were all deeply moved, offering respectful fist and palm salutations. Joining the embroidered uniform guard meant earning 4 taels of silver monthly, a far better income than hauling heavy cargo. Su Kuang lead these people to collect their bronze tokens and uniforms, then summon all the squad leaders here. Fan Jin instructed. Yes. Su Kuang led the group of men outside. Not long after, he returned alongside Lin Guzi and others. I have a matter I wish to discuss with everyone. Fan Jin said calmly. Lin Guzi asked, Sir, what is it? Guzi, you should be aware that when we were in the capital, the embroidered uniform guards conducted drills every day. Our backyard possesses complete equipment and ample space. I wish for all the strong men under our brigade to begin training. Sir, those who accompanied me today fare well. They are accustomed to rough and heavy labor daily. But the other strong men are merely ordinary folk with rudimentary knowledge of boxing and kicking. They may not withstand the training. Su Kuang said. Fan Jin replied equably, this is simple. If they cannot endure it, they may leave. For taels of monthly salary should not be squandered on idle good-for-nothings. Sir, there is another concern. If they practice martial arts daily, their 4 taels of silver monthly stipend will likely prove insufficient for sustenance, Su Kuang interjected. As the director of the martial arts hall, he best understood the daily consumption of martial artists. If they trained and cultivated every day, the meat requirement would be substantial. Fan Jin pondered and spoke. Our treasury still holds the confiscated silver from this operation. Even setting aside 30%, that remains a considerable sum. Each of you shall retrieve 1,000 taels from the treasury as a reward for this mission. The remainder shall cover food expenses, and from now on our noon meals here shall feature unlimited meat. All 5 were taken aback. Unlimited meat meant considerable daily expenditure. However, considering the confiscated silver they had harvested, sustaining this for 4 or 5 years seemed quite feasible. Nevertheless, we ought to replace our cook. The meals are truly unpalatable. We need a dependable chef. Fan Jin stroked his chin, musing. Su Bao, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly ventured tentatively, Sir, I happen to have a candidate in mind. Fan Jin raised an eyebrow. Speak. My third sister Su Waner used to prepare the communal meals at our martial arts hall. Those who partook all praised her cooking. Su Bao said. Su Waner was indeed a promising choice. Fan Jin turned his gaze towards Su Kuang. Su Kuang, what say you? Sir, I shall return and consult Waner. If she agrees, I will bring her here tomorrow, Su Kuang replied. Fan Jin contemplated and said, should she consent, compensate her at 4 taels monthly disbursed from the treasury. Additionally, she shall be responsible for procuring ingredients, and you shall oversee the training of the strongmen. Yes. Su Kuang acknowledged. Fan Jin waved his hand and said, very well. Convey this matter to everyone. Any who harbor objections shall be dismissed and expelled from the embroidered uniform guard immediately. The 5 men swiftly relayed the message downward. None of the newly arrived strongmen objected, yet the veteran members grumbled incessantly. However, after Su Kuang dismissed 2 individuals on the spot, the rest fell quiet. Soon duty hours drew to a close. Lin Guzi hurried over carrying a pigeon whose wings continued to flap vigorously. Young Master 100-man officer Ling Huan of Fengzhou demands you report to Fengzhou within 2 days. Fan Jin's eyes grew cold. Such an aggressive move. Young Master, what should we do now? Lin Guzi asked anxiously. Lin Fan gave a cold smile. When soldiers come, we send generals, but when water comes, we build dams. Let us see what game this Ling Huan is truly playing. He looked up at Lin Guzi. Guzi, prepare 2 swift horses. Tomorrow morning you shall ride with me to Fengzhou. Understood, young master. Lin Guzi cupped his fists in salute. That night in the deep watch, Lin Fan entered the bronze mirror world once more. After cultivating the dragon elephant heaven-shattering force, his physical strength had improved significantly. This time he plucked 2 fruits in one breath along with more than 10 grass leaves. The medicinal value of the grass leaves had diminished considerably, so he planned to grind them into powder and have Su Waner sprinkle them as seasoning while cooking. This should help accelerate the cultivation advancement of his subordinates in the Lishur realm. He popped a fruit into his mouth. Vast and pure essence energy spread throughout his body. In the past, while cultivating the Iron Shirt technique, he would never have been able to digest such a massive surge of power. But with the dragon elephant heaven-shattering force, he could effortlessly refine every ounce of the fruit's energy. An hour later, Lin Fan opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed within them. 7th rank. After a moment's thought, he divided the remaining fruit into 4 portions, consuming 3 of them to refine. His newly achieved realm was stabilized by the 3 portions of fruit. It was already the 4th watch of the night. He rose and went to knock on Lin Guzi's door. Who's there? Lin Guzi rubbed his sleepy eyes and shuffled to the doorway. Upon opening the door and seeing Lin Fan, confusion crossed his face. Young master, haven't you rested yet? Lin Fan said. Guzi, let us talk inside. Hearing this, Lin Guzi's heart tightened with apprehension. The young master's usual disposition would have had him visiting the pleasure houses hundreds of times by now. Yet throughout this period, he hadn't been there once. Had being expelled from the prince's mansion somehow altered his inclinations? What if the young master insisted? What should he do? No, that's wrong. He belonged to the young master, so his body naturally belonged to him as well. At this realization, Lin Guzi's eyes hardened with resolve. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Young master, whatever you wish to do, just say the word. Guzi will obey." Lin Fan was somewhat puzzled by his resolute tone. Nevertheless, he produced the nail-sized piece of fruit flesh. Guzi consumed this, divided into 2 separate portions. Lin Guzi was already in the process of undressing when he heard this, causing him to freeze in shock. "Young master, you're here to give me something?" "What else would I be here for?" Lin Fan asked, genuinely bewildered. Lin Guzi's face flushed crimson. "And nothing. Young master, I understand. I'll consume it right away." "Very well. I'll return to sleep then." As Lin Fan reached the doorway, he turned back with a warning. "Be sure to divide it into 2 portions." "Rest assured, young master. I won't forget," Lin Guzi replied. After seeing Lin Fan depart, Lin Guzi sat on the stool and took a sip of tea. Pushing aside his restless thoughts, his gaze fell upon the nail-sized fruit flesh. Dividing the fruit flesh in half, he swallowed 1 portion. He harbored no doubts whatsoever about anything Lin Fan gave him. Once the fruit flesh was consumed, it felt as though he had swallowed a blazing flame. This inferno raged fiercely in his lower abdomen, sending searing pain through his entire body. Such potent medicinal strength. This surpasses even a century-old ginseng. Lin Guzi immediately began circulating his qi and blood to refine the medicinal power. Early the next morning, the moment Lin Fan pushed open his door, he saw Lin Guzi already exercising in the courtyard. From his appearance, it was evident that Guzi had successfully broken through to the 8th rank realm, and his foundation had stabilized. "Good morning, young master." Lin Guzi eagerly offered his greeting upon seeing Lin Fan. "Morning," Lin Fan acknowledged, then continued. "We'll go out for breakfast together, then head to the government office to mount horses and depart for Fengzhou." "As you command, young master." Lin Guzi tossed aside the stone weight in his hands and approached with a broad smile. Lin Fan never revealed the origin of the fruit flesh, and he never pressed for answers. As the young master's most loyal servant, one must not only execute orders swiftly, but also keep a tight tongue. Upon arriving at the government office, Lin Fan heard shouting echoing from the rear courtyard. He proceeded directly to observe the training session, discovering that only 18 men had assembled. All 12 who had recently joined the Jinui the previous day were present. Lin Fan stood quietly in the rear courtyard waiting. Gradually 9 more weary-eyed warriors arrived, though the moment they spotted Lin Fan, they instantly snapped to attention and joined the drills. So far, excluding the 2 warriors dismissed outright the previous day, 6 men had still not reported to the office. "Guzi, what time is it now?" Lin Fan inquired. Lin Guzi hurried to respond. "Sir, judging by the daylight, it should be near Mao hour." "Indeed, Mao hour." Lin Fan mused. "Dismiss the 6 who haven't arrived. If they object, send them to the imperial prison. Perhaps we'll uncover cases of corruption and abuse of power." "Yes, sir. I'll attend to this immediately," Lin Guzi responded, and hastily set about preparing the dismissal documents. Those training in the distance breathed collective sighs of relief upon hearing this news. Fortunately, they hadn't been tardy, or they would have been added to the list of dismissed men. The 6 dismissed men didn't dare utter a word, cast out of the government office like stray dogs. Lin Fan summoned Su Kuang and the other squadron leaders together. "I depart today to report at the 100 household office. Over these coming days, you will manage the office and fill all positions as swiftly as possible." Lin Fan addressed the group with these instructions. "Sir, my daughter has already reported for duty. Shall we begin preparing meat dishes today?" Su Kuang asked. "Fetch her here," Lin Fan instructed. Shortly thereafter, Su Wanner was brought forward. It was evident her family doted upon her greatly. Within mere days, her clothes had been replaced with fine fabrics, and she wore an abundance of gold and silver jewelry. Yet the girl retained her spirited demeanor, though Lin Fan couldn't quite decipher the meaningful look in her eyes whenever she glanced his way. "Su Wanner, from now on you will be in charge of preparing lunch for our unit commander. Make certain the food is appetizing and vary the meat dishes as much as possible." As he spoke, Lin Fan produced a porcelain bottle. This contained the grass leaves he had ground into powder mixed with various other spices. Additionally, when cooking from now on, take a small pinch of the seasoning from this bottle and add it to the pot. "Understood." Su Wanner nodded. "Wanner understands." "Excellent. The seasoning in this bottle is to be used exclusively for the commander's meals. Under no circumstances may you use it for personal consumption." After emphasizing this once more, Lin Fan handed the porcelain bottle to Su Wanner. With all matters settled, Lin Fan and Lin Guzi, dressed in commoner's attire, departed Pingan County, riding their horses toward Fengzhou. Galloping out of the city gates, this journey felt entirely different from his previous departure from the capital. Both possessed cultivation bases, and their ordinary nag had been exchanged for a fine steed. The distance from Pingan County to Fengzhou spanned 150 li. Despite encountering mountain roads, en route they arrived beneath Fengzhou city gates by afternoon. "Young master, shall we proceed directly to the 100 household office?" Lin Guzi asked. Lin Fan replied. Let us first find an inn to rest for the night. We can explore Fengzhou at leisure and report to the 100 household office tomorrow. It is not too late. On the bustling streets of Fengzhou City, crowds jostled, and the clamor of street vendors filled the air. Amidst this throng, two young men clad in brocade robes strolled leisurely down the street. The youth leading the way possessed a handsome countenance, his every movement exuding the refined grace of a noble lineage. In contrast, the brocade-clad youth beside him appeared somewhat timid, shivering from time to time in a rather comical manner. Guzi, what is wrong with you? Do you have lice? Lin Fan could not help but ask upon seeing Guzi's behavior. Lin Guzi scratched his chest again and said aggrievedly, Young master, these fine brocade clothes are so uncomfortable. My coarse hemp garments are far better. Look at this fabric sliding all over my skin. It just doesn't feel right at all. You truly are like a wild boar, unable to appreciate fine grain. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Young master, where on earth are we going? Having walked for a long while, without pause, Lin Guzi was rather perplexed. Have you not noticed the unusual abundance of carriages on the streets? In the imperial capital such a sight would be ordinary, but in a mere provincial state why would there be so many magnificent carriages? Lin Fan said. And then, oi? Lin Guzi asked, still bewildered. Lin Fan sighed, and could only explain further. Judging by these carriages, something momentous must be happening in Fengzhou. That is why I need to find a place to gather information. Also, that is why. Lin Guzi realized. He then slapped his forehead and said, Young master, could you have forgotten about that place? That is the perfect place to gather information. What place? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, completely lost as to what Lin Guzi was referring to. A short while later, with soft skin in his embrace and cups of fine wine brought to his lips, decadent music of pipes and string instruments drifted into his ears. Wherever his gaze fell, scantily clad, ethereal maidens danced gracefully. Young master, when it comes to gathering information, the best place is undoubtedly the pleasure quarters. Lin Guzi chuckled mischievously. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Guzi, when it comes to cleverness, no one beats you. You flatter me, young master. Lin Guzi replied modestly, though his face betrayed an irrepressible pride. Savoring the wine, listening to the melodies, and admiring the beauties, Lin Fan simultaneously kept his ears open to the chatter around him. The pleasure quarters were indeed a chaotic melting pot of all sorts of people, and he soon overheard the very information he sought. It turned out that the Ouyang family's triennial literary gathering was to be held the day after tomorrow. This Ouyang family was by no means an ordinary clan. The current patriarch was named Ouyang I, and his father had once served as the imperial preceptor of the dying dynasty. Ouyang I had successfully inherited his father's mantle, becoming a renowned great Confucian scholar of his generation. Should one claim the top spot at the literary gathering, they would not only win the grand prize of the assembly, but also receive a jade pendant. With this jade pendant, one could request the Ouyang family to perform a single favor, provided that the task did not violate the family's principles. In a sense, this jade pendant was also a life-saving talisman. For Ouyang, one was not only a great Confucian scholar, but also a top-tier expert who had entered the Tao through literature, ascending directly to the Grandmaster realm. Rumor had it that Ouyang had once fought against a great Grandmaster. Though he did not win, he was not defeated either. While the grand prize of the literary gathering was not enough to catch the attention of so many great clans, the jade pendant was sufficient to tempt 99% of the families in dying. Of course, it would be even better if one could catch Ouyang Wen's eye and become his personal disciple. After all, the jade pendant only guaranteed his assistance once, but becoming his disciple meant securing a backer comparable to a great grandmaster. The Ouyang family's literary gathering seems to have nothing to do with me. Having discovered the source of the commotion in Fengzhou City, Lin Fan lost interest in the matter. He chose instead to focus on the music, his gaze drifting over the revealing attire of the beautiful women. That night, Lin Fan and Lin Guzi stayed at the pleasure quarters. A night of indulgence brought great comfort. At the fourth watch, Lin Fan gave the serving maiden 20 taels of silver and dismissed her. The woman gave a coquettish pout, swayed her hips as she walked out, and closed the door behind her. Left alone, Lin Fan locked the door from the inside before activating the bronze mirror. Instead of entering the bronze mirror, he chose to directly practice his martial arts. Once again, he witnessed his future self executing the wind-treading steps at the perfection realm. Yet this time his future self's footwork was even more elegant and ethereal, fitting perfectly the description of skimming like a startled swan, gliding like a soaring dragon. After watching the exhibition of the wind-treading steps, Lin Fan sat on the bed dazed for a long while. Something is not right. Even though both are at the perfection realm of the wind-treading steps, this time is definitely different from the last. Lin Fan was certain in his heart. However, he did not understand how there could be a discrepancy within the perfection realm itself. Could it be because my current mastery of the wind-treading steps has reached minor accomplishment, thereby altering the course of the future? Has my future self in the bronze mirror taken a step beyond perfection? Lin Fan's brow furrowed in deep suspicion. That seems to be the only plausible explanation. It appears the future self shown by the bronze mirror is not entirely set in stone. Banishing further thoughts, Lin Fan began to carefully comprehend his gains. By dawn his mastery of the wind-treading steps had advanced further, though it was still a step away from the mastery realm. Perhaps one more session tonight would allow him to fully cross into the mastery realm. If my wind-treading steps reach the mastery realm, even an ordinary 5th-rank martial artist would likely be inferior to me in speed. Lin Fan mused silently. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Young master, are you awake yet? Lin Guzi's voice called out. Lin Fan quickly rose. I am up. Despite their night of indulgence, both were still full of energy. After changing clothes at and in, the two headed straight for the Jinui 100-man station. Beneath the gates of Fengzhou City, a luxurious carriage rolled through. A total of 20 guards escorted it, with the leading guard's cultivation reaching as high as the 5th rank. Halt routine. A greenhorn soldier stepped forward to inspect the carriage, only to be slapped hard on the back of his head by his squad leader. The leading guard's gaze swept over. His eyes were icy cold, and a single glance made one feel as if they had fallen into an abyss of ice. Such a gaze could only belong to a battle-hardened veteran. The squad leader shivered and quickly offered a fawning smile. This lad just joined the city guard and does not know the rules. Please, my lords, enter the city. The guard withdrew his gaze and rode forward to clear the path, with the magnificent carriage following closely behind into the city. Only when the carriage had vanished into the distance did the squad leader's racing heart finally settle. He turned to the recruit and barked, You brat, do you have a death wish? Did you not see the emblem on that carriage? That is the carriage of the palace of the Prince of Bingjian. News of the Prince of Bingjian's carriage entering the city quickly spread throughout Fengzhou. A few days prior, the palace of the Prince of Bingjian had already made headlines. Replacing a Shitzi was an extremely rare occurrence in the dying dynasty. The Shitzi arriving in Fengzhou City now was bound to be the newly appointed Lin Xiaolong, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Inside the carriage, Lin Xiaolong sat upon a soft fox fur cushion. Before him were fresh fruits, and a maidservant was massaging his shoulders. My lord Shitzi, with your noble status, why must you still compete with that little beast? The maidservant's voice was soft and gentle. Lin Xiaolong's brow furrowed. You do not understand. With the assistance of Wang Lang, that little beast caught the emperor's eye, and his martial cultivation has likely surpassed mine. If I cannot prove myself in other areas, wouldn't it imply that I am inferior to that waste? No matter how capable he is merely a dog of his majesty. You, my lord, are the future prince of Bingjian. You belong to entirely different worlds. The maidservant said. Lin Xiaolong shook his head. Rumors have already spread in the capital claiming that my mother appears virtuous on the surface, but actually framed Lin Fan. I must prove myself, and in doing so clear my mother's name. The maidservant rolled her eyes and giggled. My lord, with your brilliant literary talent, you are bound to win the top spot at the literary gathering. When that time comes, your reputation as a master of both the pen and the sword will spread throughout the dying dynasty, bringing great honor to the madam. Hearing this, Lin Xiaolong's brow relaxed, and he smiled. Naturally. In martial arts, I have my father as a guide. Lin Fan has only taken a temporary lead. If I can catch Master Ouyang's eye and become his personal disciple, I might be able to cultivate both literature and martial arts, rising to become peerless in this world. In front of the Centurion's office. After confirming Lin Fan's identity, the gate-guarding Li Shi said indifferently, I must trouble probationary Centurion Lin to wait in the porter's lodge while I report inside. Hearing this, Lin Guzi immediately said in displeasure, I say, brother, are you illiterate and unable to read the documents? My master is a probationary centurion personally promoted by His Majesty, yet you expect him to wait in the porter's lodge. The Li Shi glanced at Lin Guzi and sneered. So what if he is a probationary centurion? This is the centurion's office. If you are told to wait, you wait quietly. If you don't like it, get lost. Lin Guzi was about to flare up when Lin Fan reached out to hold him back. He then consoled him. Guzi, do not lose your temper so easily. This brother is likely just carrying out orders. At least you have some sense. Wait here, I will go report. With that, the Li Shi prepared to turn and head inside. Brother, wait a moment. Lin Fan called out to stop him. The Li Shi turned around, his gaze dripping with disdain. What? Is there something else? In the very next instant, a fierce backhand slapped him hard across the face. The immense force sent the Li Shi flying sideways, crashing violently against the adjacent wall. Bloody froth spilled from his mouth, and as he reached up to check, he found 2 broken teeth resting in his palm. How dare you strike me? Shocked and enraged, the Li Shi pointed a trembling finger at Lin Fan and barked. What of it? Lin Fan sneered, striding over and planting a heavy kick directly into the Li Shi's abdomen. Bang! With strength far exceeding 1,000 pounds, his kick sent the Li Shi hurtling upward to crash against the overhead beam before slamming heavily onto the ground. The Li Shi curled into a tight ball, trembling violently as agonized wails escaped his lips. The wailing quickly drew the attention of others in the Centurion's office. What is going on? Who has the audacity to cause trouble in the Centurion's office? A group of Li Shi quickly rushed over. The leaders among them had cultivations that had surprisingly reached the 8th rank, and one had even reached the 7th rank. The strength of the Fengzhou Centurion's office was indeed far superior to that of the platoon commander's office in the county seat. Had Lin Fan not been wearing the silver-white flying fish robe, they would have likely swarmed and attacked him long ago. Yet even upon seeing Lin Fan's attire, their gazes remained dark and vicious. "Are you probationary Centurion Lin Fan? Why have you harmed one of our men?" the 7th rank martial artist demanded sharply. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "This official is a probationary Centurion, a rank 6 minor official. You are merely ordinary leisure. By the laws of the Imperial Court, shouldn't you pay your respects upon seeing me? Why instead do you question this official first?" "You," one of the leisure snarled in anger, reaching for the hilt of his saber. The 7th rank martial artist pressed down on his hand, keeping his blade from leaving its scabbard. Seeing this, Lin Fan secretly lamented. If that man had drawn his blade, it would be an attempt to assassinate a superior officer. While such a crime might not warrant the execution of 9 generations, wiping out 3 generations would certainly not be an issue. "This subordinate greets probationary Centurion Lin," the leading 7th rank martial artist said, cupping his fists. However, when pronouncing the word probationary, he deliberately emphasized his tone. Although the others were reluctant, they could only follow suit, cupping their fists in salute. "Very well, you may rise." Lin Fan stood with his hands behind his back, accepting their greeting with composure. His attitude only fueled the anger of the leisure. "Probationary Centurion Lin, can you now explain why you laid hands on him?" the 7th rank martial artist asked. Lin Fan squinted and smiled. "In what capacity are you speaking to this official?" "As a squad leader. There is no precedent in our Jinui for a subordinate to interrogate a superior officer, is there? Of course, if you possess an imperial decree, you may certainly interrogate me." "You." At this point, let alone the ordinary leisure, even the 7th rank martial artist could no longer endure it. It turned out their salutes had been in vain. This fellow knew nothing but to use rules and official ranks to suppress others. "Tell me, are you trying to interrogate this official?" Lin Fan suddenly barked sharply. His piercing gaze actually struck a fleeting moment of fear into the 7th rank martial artist, causing him to instinctively take half a step back. Once the 7th rank martial artist recovered, he felt a wave of humiliation and anger. He was about to step forward to argue when a voice suddenly called out to stop him. Jin stepped down. Upon hearing the voice, the leisure immediately turned to look. When they saw who was approaching, they swiftly parted to make way. The newcomer also wore a silver flying fish robe, and the plaque hanging from his waist was clearly inscribed with the title of Centurion. He too carried a Shiochuan blade at his hip, though it was far less exquisite than the imperial gift in Lin Fan's possession. "My lord probationary Centurion Lin has severely injured Xiao Wu," the leisure named Jin said through gritted teeth. The newcomer paid him no mind, walking straight up to Lin Fan instead. "Probationary Centurion Lin, this official is Ling Huan." The man's expression was calm, betraying neither joy nor anger. Yet it was precisely this kind of person who was often the most difficult to deal with. "So it is Centurion Ling." Lin Fan greets the Centurion. Lin Fan cupped his fists in a simple greeting. Jin and the others indeed lack the authority to question you, probationary Centurion Lin. But do you think this official has the authority? A sliver of a smile appeared on Ling Huan's face, seemingly gentle, but in truth resembling a venomous snake coiled to strike. "Of course, Lord Ling, feel free to ask. This subordinate will answer everything without reservation." Lin Fan remained indifferent. Ling Huan asked, "Why did you strike Xiao Wu?" "Assaulting a fellow officer is a severe crime in our Jinui. My lord, you may not be aware. This man obstructed me in the execution of my duties and moreover disregarded his majesty and ignored your command. Naturally, I had to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if word got out, others might think Lord Ling lacks discipline over his subordinates." Lin Fan explained with a smile. "Bullshit," the leisure who had just been helped up spat in fury. In the next instant, Lin Fan blurred, lunging toward the leisure. Even Ling Huan failed to react in time. He truly had not expected Lin Fan to dare strike right in front of him. Bang! The leisure named Xiao Wu was sent flying by a kick. The 2 Jinui supporting him were dragged along stumbling. Recovering his senses, Ling Huan was about to bark a reprimand. But Lin Fan beat him to it, shouting, "You insolent wretch! I am a probationary Centurion personally appointed by His Majesty, and it was Lord Ling himself who ordered me to report to the Centurion's office. Yet you dare to make me wait in the porter's lodge. When has there ever been a precedent for a probationary Centurion to report in such a manner? This act of yours is disrespectful to His Majesty and disobedient to Lord Ling's command. Furthermore, you now dare to insult a superior officer. If this gets out, where would Lord Ling put his face? If I do not discipline you today, the world might truly believe Lord Ling cannot manage his own subordinates." His relentless torrent of words left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Even Xiao Wu, who was clutching his stomach and shivering on the ground, instinctively began to wonder if he had indeed done something wrong. But on second thought, something felt off. Wasn't it Lord Ling who ordered him to give Lin Fan a warning in the first place? Ling Huan's face turned grim, his hand hidden behind his back, trembling with rage. He said in a deep voice, "So the reason you struck Xiao Wu, probationary Centurion Lin, was all for the sake of this official and His Majesty?" Lin Fan immediately replied with righteous indignation, "My lord, there is no need for thanks. Upholding the dignity of His Majesty and yourself is merely my duty." Ling Huan's face flushed red and pale by turns. He then barked sharply, "What are you all standing around here watching for? Get back to work." "Yes, sir." The leasher hurriedly left the main gate. Xiao Wu was also dragged away, knowing full well that he had taken this beating for nothing. Centurion Lin certainly possesses a silver tongue, Ling Huan sneered. Fan Lin replied modestly, "You flatter me, my lord. I merely state the facts." Ling Huan shifted his tone and said with a smile, "Centurion Lin hails from the capital, boasting far more experience than us rustics from the countryside. Naturally, he knows how to speak. However, serving in the Imperial Guard requires more than just eloquence. One must also excel at solving cases and alleviating His Majesty's burdens. Your words of wisdom are etched in my heart, my lord," Fan Lin said. Ling Huan's expression remained calm, and any prior displeasure seemed to vanish instantly. He patted Fan Lin on the shoulder and smiled. "Centurion Lin, though you are new here and have past merits, you still cannot compare with those of seniority. Take Yin Jian, for instance. Though he is only a minor flag officer in our Centurion's office, he has handled no less than 30 cases. You, however, only recently joined the Imperial Guard and were promoted to probationary Centurion. Although this was decreed by His Majesty's own words, it is difficult to win everyone's approval." Hearing this, Fan Lin understood the other's scheme. Though he sneered inwardly, his face remained gently smiling. "Then I wonder what guidance you have, Lord Ling. There is a case in our Centurion's office involving members of the Imperial clan. I believe you might use this case to establish yourself and show everyone your abilities," Ling Huan said with squinted eyes and a smile. When Fan Lin heard the words, members of the Imperial clan, his heart sank involuntarily. Cases involving such figures were notoriously difficult to handle. If the Imperial clan members were the perpetrators, arrest and evidence collection would both be problematic. If they were the victims, it would be even more troublesome. Those who dared to harm Imperial clan members were either ruthless in their methods or possessed great strength and deep backgrounds. "What, Centurion Lin, your rank was bestowed by His Majesty himself. Do you not wish to serve the Imperial family?" Seeing Fan Lin's expression change, Ling Huan's smile deepened. Fan Lin cursed the man's ancestors in his heart for choosing such a hot potato to throw at him. Yet he had no choice but to accept. He could only say, "It is my honor to alleviate His Majesty's burdens." "Excellent." Ling Huan laughed. "I appreciate Centurion Lin's strategic manner. I will give you full authority over this case and let you command all personnel in the Centurion's office as you see fit." "Then I thank you, my lord," Fan Lin said respectfully, though in his heart, he cursed the man again. As for commanding all personnel in the Centurion's office, if he actually used these ancestors, they would surely put in effort without results or even hold him back. Since it is a case involving the Imperial clan, there must be a deadline. How long does Centurion Lin think is appropriate? Ling Huan spoke again. Fan Lin's head was already aching. He resolved to kill the man when he found the chance. Such disgusting behavior. Just as he was about to speak, Ling Huan opened his mouth again. "Centurion Lin, how about 7 days? I will give you 7 days. Regardless of whether you complete it or not, I will report truthfully." Fan Lin gritted his teeth in anger, but still said, "Very well. The case files are in the archive numbered 9527. Centurion Lin may view them at his leisure. I will attend to other matters now." After saying this, Ling Huan turned and left. Watching him depart, Fan Lin spat and muttered, "Don't let me find an opportunity, or I'll definitely kill you." Time waited for no one. Fan Lin immediately asked for directions and went directly to the archive. The Centurion's office archive consisted of 3 large rooms. As Fan Lin pushed open the door and was about to enter, he heard some commotion inside. He looked up and saw a desk directly opposite, behind which sat a young man appearing to be 16 or 17 years old. The young man immediately stood up upon hearing someone enter. "I am Chung Feng, the keeper of the Centurion's office archive. May I ask which Centurion's office your lordship represents?" Fan Lin replied, "I am Fan Lin, the probationary Centurion. I have come under the order of Centurion Ling to review the files. Please trouble yourself to fetch case file number 9527 for me, Brother Chung." "Very well, I shall fetch it now." Chung Feng hurried off to find the case file. Though his expression changed quickly, Fan Lin still caught a hint of something unusual on his face. Presently, Chung Feng returned with the files and handed them over. "My lord, this is the case file 9527. There is a reading room nearby where you may review it. I will prepare tea for you. Trouble you." Fan Lin took the case files and went to the adjacent reading room to study carefully. When he saw the date on the file, his brows immediately furrowed. For this case file was not recent, but occurred 3 years ago. A case from 3 years prior, still involving Imperial clan members, yet still unsolved. It seemed Ling Huan had given him a monumental task. If he failed to complete this case, his probationary Centurion position might be demoted to General Flag or even Minor Flag Officer. Complaining was useless, so he began to read carefully. The more he read, the tighter his brows knitted. The case occurred at the mansion of Fengping Junju. She belonged to a relatively distant branch of the Imperial clan. Even Emperor Jing might not remember she existed. The entire Fengping Junju household was wiped out, including her husband Zhao Mingwei and their 14-year-old legitimate son Zhao Feng. Yet no treasures from the mansion were stolen, only all its inhabitants were murdered. Moreover, both Fengping Junju and her husband showed signs of severe torture. However, it was a dark and windy night, and when the Imperial Guard arrived, they found no useful clues. "My lord, could it possibly be a revenge killing?" Lin Guzi asked. Fan Lin shook his head. Probably not. The file mentions that Fengping Junju was known for her virtue and treated her tenants well. Her husband came from a humble background but rose to the position of deputy prefect of Fengzhou and was always kind to others, making no enemies. Lin Guzi said puzzledly. Then this is strange. Usually murder is either for wealth or revenge. Since the mansion's treasures were not stolen, what could the murderer have wanted? Fan Lin's gaze fell on the word torture. Torturing the Junju and her husband implied a desire to extract information from them. But the case was already 3 years old and no one from the entire mansion remained alive. Using this as a starting point was impossible. For a moment Fan Lin felt at a loss. My lord tea. Cheng Feng brought 2 cups of hot tea and placed them before Fan Lin and Lin Guzi respectively. Cheng Feng, you are a local of Fengzhou, aren't you? While drinking tea, Fan Lin asked. My lord, I am a local. Cheng Feng replied. Fan Lin pressed further. Then how much do you know about this Fengping Junju? Cheng Feng pondered and said, Fengping Junju used to live reclusively, and there weren't many rumors about her. However, her husband once served as an official in our Fengzhou. It was said he came from a humble background, was extremely intelligent, and loved reading. Even after his evening duties, he would read by night, possessing profound knowledge. Reading by night. Fan Lin keenly seized upon these 4 words. Reading by night. Fan Lin keenly seized upon these 4 words. The incident occurred at night. If the commandery consort's husband enjoyed reading books late into the night after his duties ended, could the place where he was captured or killed be in his study? Zhao Mingjue, who rose from humble origins to become the vice prefect of a region, must have possessed exceptional intelligence. Therefore, at the scene where the mishap occurred, there may well be traces deliberately left by Zhao Mingjue that could serve as clues. Cheng Feng, do you know the location of the commandery princess manor? Fan Lin asked, looking up. Cheng Feng nodded. Of course, everyone in Fengzhou City knows where it is. Could you lead us there to take a look? Fan Lin inquired. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng displayed a hesitant expression. Lord Lin, I wouldn't mind showing you around, but I'm required to guard the archives. No problem. I'll inform the captain about this, and you can accompany me. Fan Lin stated. Then I suppose that works. Cheng Feng agreed with a nod. He was merely a common laborer guarding the archives, lacking any cultivation whatsoever. That's why Ling Huan released him without hesitation. Regardless, the more the 100 House office cooperated, the greater Fan Lin's responsibility became. The 3 of them left the office and headed straight for Fengping Commandery Princess Manor. Fengzhou City's layout was far from ideal, with its twisting and turning streets making it difficult to discern direction. Cheng Feng, you're quite familiar with the roads to Fengping Commandery Princess Manor. While traveling, Fan Lin suddenly remarked with a smile. Cheng Feng hurriedly responded. Although Fengzhou City's roads are convoluted, heading south will always lead the right way. The Commandery Princess Manor sits in the southern part of the city. I see. Fan Lin nodded thoughtfully. Before long, the 3 arrived at the entrance of a somewhat dilapidated mansion. Weeds grew everywhere, even on the gatehouse roof. Yet one could still perceive the grandeur this magnificent residence once possessed. After all, it belonged to imperial bloodline. If a collateral branch princess resided here, her mansion would certainly have been constructed according to proper specifications. The main gates were secured with an iron lock, the standard seal issued by the embroidered uniform guard. My lord, please wait a moment. I have the key here, Cheng Feng said. As he spoke, he reached into his waist and fumbled for a while before producing a key. Upon unlocking and pushing open the door, a cloud of dust rushed toward them, carrying with it the musty scent of decay. The gaps between the bluestone pavers were filled with weeds, some already reaching waist height. Untended garden plants had grown wildly, giving the place an untidy appearance. The entire mansion felt eerily cold, and the temperature seemed to drop noticeably as soon as they stepped inside. Cheng Feng, Fan Lin called out. Cheng Feng snapped back to attention and hastily replied, This is my first time seeing the Commandery Princess Manor. I was taken aback, my lord, forgive my lapse. It's nothing. A noble's residence, no doubt built through countless commoners' blood and sweat. Fan Lin smiled. Cheng Feng hurriedly explained, You misunderstand, my lord. I've heard that Lady Fengping treated her tenant farmers, while even establishing several schools to help their children learn to read. In that case, Lady Fengping truly was commendable, Fan Lin said, glancing around. Let's head to the study first. The 3 made their way through the overgrown grass, passing along the somewhat dilapidated corridors. The rockery was covered in moss, and the pond water had turned green. One wondered if any goldfish survived in it. Judging by the location, this should be the study. Fan Lin noticed knife marks on the wooden door, suggesting this was one of the crime scenes. There were also several holes in the door, likely from someone kicking through the wooden planks. Inside the study, the first thing visible was a desk toppled onto the floor with additional knife marks on it. The nearby bookshelf bore numerous traces left by swords and blades. Clearly, on the day of the incident, Zhao Mingjue was indeed reading in his study at night. When a group suddenly burst in intending to capture and kill him, he resisted, but his literary cultivation wasn't sufficient to grant him martial power. Consequently, after a futile struggle, he was subdued by the attackers. Dark brown stains on the walls indicated where blood had soaked into the surface. Fan Lin moved further inside and found the bookshelves completely bare. Where are the books from this place? He asked. Cheng Feng replied. After the incident, the Jinui at the 100 House couldn't identify the culprit and had to temporarily close the case. The gold and silver were confiscated by the 100 House and sent to the capital, while almost all the books ended up in the Ouyang family's hands. Fan Lin raised an eyebrow. Why would the Commandery Manor's books end up in the Ouyang family's possession? The previous head of the Ouyang family served as the emperor's tutor, and he had a passion for collecting books. Since Commander Zhao Mingjue owned many rare manuscripts, the tutor purchased them all for the Ouyang family. However, the tutor passed away 2 years ago from illness, Chung Feng answered. Hearing this, Fan Lin fell into deep thought, forming a hypothesis about whether Zhao Mingjue might have left traces on certain volumes when intruders broke in. As a brilliant person, he wouldn't have overlooked such an opportunity. But now that all the books have ended up in the Ouyang family's possession, this complication is quite serious. Though the tutor has passed away, the Ouyang family maintains its extraordinary status. The current head, Ouyang, possesses remarkable strength and is also a renowned scholar of the age. Investigating the Ouyang residence would clearly be impractical. Not that a low-ranking acting captain like Fan Lin could manage it, but even if the commander of the embroidered uniform guard himself appeared, he would still need to show proper respect to Ouyang 1. What's wrong? Chung Feng asked. Fan Lin waved his hand. Nothing. Let's continue exploring. He set aside his thoughts for now, hoping to discover additional clues elsewhere. Soon the three had examined the entire Commandery Manor, thoroughly inspecting every corner and detail, continuing their investigation until sunset approached. The case is already 3 years old. We found nothing useful back then, and after all this time, any remaining clues have likely been washed away. Fan Lin sighed, feeling quite helpless. My lord, do you still need my assistance? Chung Feng asked. Fan Lin glanced at him and said, no more. But you've been busy with us all day. Let me treat you to a meal. My lord is too kind, but there's no need. I still need to return to the 100 household office to secure the archive room. Chung Feng replied. Hearing this, Fan Lin didn't press the matter and let him go. After watching Chung Feng depart, Lin Guzi asked, young master, where are we heading now? Sigh. Fan Lin looked up at the sky and sighed. We've walked all day dealing with troubles. It's time to enjoy ourselves. Let's go listen to music at the pleasure quarter. The master and servant stayed at the pleasure quarter once more that night. With fine wine and delicious food, his previously gloomy mood lifted considerably. At the 100 household office, Ling Huan's gaze fixed intently on Chung Feng. Are you certain Fan Lin found nothing useful? Chung Feng's face paled slightly as he replied, I am certain, my lord. The Fengping Commandery Manor has fallen into ruin, and despite searching the entire estate, he discovered no clues whatsoever. Ha ha ha. Ling Huan sneered upon hearing this. Fan Lin, you killed Gao Chong and cut off my supplies in Ping'an County. Let's see how you'll handle yourself next. In the dead of night, Lin Fan, as was his custom, gave some silver to the woman in his arms and dismissed her from the room. He once again activated the bronze mirror, and his future self manifested. This time, the wind-treading steps executed by his future self were even more exquisite, allowing him to glide through the air as if possessing the miraculous abilities of an immortal. Consequently, Lin Fan gleaned far deeper insights from this session. By dawn, he had completely assimilated his newfound gains. His wind-treading steps had officially reached the stage of grand completion. Now he felt confident enough to hold his own, even against a 5th-grade expert. Young master, are you awake? Lin Guzi knocked on the door right on schedule. The door swung open, and Lin Fan stepped out dressed in splendid, luxurious attire. Upon seeing his attire, Lin Guzi was momentarily dazed. Young master, are we not going to the Centurion office today? Why go to the Centurion office? Today your master is taking you to a literary gathering. Lin Fan smiled faintly. The only clue lay with the Ouyang family, so his only option was to pay a visit to the literary gathering first. Lin Guzi hurriedly said, in that case I must change my clothes as well. Those scholars despise us Jinui the most. Before long, Lin Guzi had also changed into ordinary civilian clothes. The two of them set off toward the east of the city. The Ouyang family was situated in the eastern district of Fengzhou City, and they were a top-tier influential clan within Fengzhou and even the entire Guangming prefecture. Even the estate of Princess Fengping could hardly compare to the grandeur of the Ouyang residence. Along the way, the two observed numerous ornately decorated carriages driving toward the eastern part of the city. There certainly are quite a few people attending the literary gathering, Lin Fan remarked. Suddenly, Lin Guzi tugged at his sleeve and whispered, young master, look over there. Looking in the direction Lin Guzi pointed, Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply, a fleeting coldness flashing deep within his eyes. The carriage of King Bingjian's estate. It seems Lin Xiaolong has arrived as well. His voice was icy. He remembered the false accusations of that day and the 100 lashes with absolute clarity. Had he not obtained the ancient bronze mirror, he, Lin Fan, would have already become rotting meat in the jaws of wild dogs. Young master, whatever you do, please do not act on impulse. Since he is riding in that carriage, he must have already become the heir of King Bingjian's estate. He will definitely have guards accompanying him, and if you touch him, it will truly bring the heavens crashing down. Lin Guzi hurriedly advised. Although Lin Fan's eyes were filled with hatred, his voice remained exceptionally calm. Do not worry. Before I possess sufficient status, I will not rashly seek my revenge. With your talent, young master, surpassing the prince is only a matter of time. Hearing you think this way puts my mind at ease, Lin Guzi sighed with relief. Soon the two arrived outside the Ouyang estate. The literary gathering was not held inside the main residence, but rather at the Ouyang Manor. This so-called Ouyang Manor was a massive garden estate separated from the Ouyang residence by just a single street. It was a scenic garden specially constructed for the Ouyang family by the late emperor at the cost of hundreds of thousands of silver taels. Its elegant landscapes made it an ideal venue for scholars and poets to compose verses and match couplets. The descendants of the Ouyang family usually studied here, and even the current emperor had briefly studied in this place during his youth. One could easily discern just how favored the Ouyang family was merely by looking at this manor. Nonetheless, the Ouyang family maintained a relatively low profile, and their servants did not bully others at whim, earning them an excellent reputation in Fengzhou City. In front of the manor's main gate, guards of the Ouyang family were conducting invitation checks. Seeing this, Lin Fan frowned. This was rather troublesome. He had not expected invitations to be required. However, just as he was feeling anxious, he noticed a plainly dressed scholar who lacked an invitation, but was allowed entry after registering his name. This sight made Lin Fan's eyes light up. It appeared that an invitation was not a strict requirement. Any literate individual wishing to participate could gain entry. Guzi, let's go. We're going in too. Lin Fan strode forward. Clad in fine silk robes and accompanied by a servant boy, he easily cut the figure of a scion from a prominent clan. Upon reaching the main gate, a guard clasped his hands and asked, "Does this young master have an invitation?" Lin Fan replied, "No. If you do not have an invitation, please register to the side, young master, and you may enter after receiving a pass." The guard remained polite, showing none of the typical snobbery. Lin Fan led Lin Guzi to register. Just as he picked up the brush to write, a mocking voice drifted over from nearby. "I was wondering why you looked so familiar. To think that you are indeed my dear elder brother." The surrounding crowd immediately turned their gazes toward the speaker. Upon seeing the speaker, everyone was startled. "Greetings, Prince Heir." The crowd bowed to the young man one after another. This was none other than Lin Fan's half-brother Lin Xiaolong. Lin Xiaolong had originally entered the manor but discovered that the gift his father had instructed him to present to Grandmaster Ouyang had been left in the carriage, so he personally returned to retrieve it. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the manor entrance, he caught sight of a familiar figure. After looking closely to confirm, he was certain that this was indeed his worthless elder brother Lin Fan. Knowing he could not avoid this, Lin Fan simply set down the brush and turned to face Lin Xiaolong. His eyes were icy and a flash of murderous intent flickered deep within his gaze. "Lin Fan, you have already been expelled from King Bingjian's estate. I am now the true heir of the estate. Why do you not bow when you see me?" Lin Xiaolong walked over, his face filled with arrogance, his eyes brimming with contempt as he looked at Lin Fan. "Why should I bow to you?" Lin Fan's smile was gentle. Yet this very smile made Lin Guzi shiver beside him. The gentler his young master smiled, the more ferocious the rage burning in his heart. He had seen his master smile at Gao Chong in this manner, and later Gao Chong had died. "Because I am the heir of King Bingjian's estate, and you are nothing but a dog." Lin Xiaolong barked, attempting to use his aura to force Lin Fan to bow. To see the former heir kneeling before him would be an absolute delight. Slap. Lin Fan's hand moved with lightning speed. Accompanied by a crisp crack, a heavy slap landed squarely on Lin Xiaolong's face. The force of the blow sent Lin Xiaolong spinning through the air several times. Despite his strength as a ninth-grade martial artist, he could not even make a move to resist. The guards behind him immediately lunged forward, intending to apprehend Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan whipped out his waist token and barked sternly, "What do you think you are doing? I am of the Emperor's personal guard, a probationary centurion of the Jinui. Striking the Emperor's personal guard. Are you trying to rebel?" Stricken by this massive accusation, all the guards instantly froze. Logically speaking, it was indeed the case. If they laid hands on him, King Bingjian's estate might not be punished, but they would certainly face death. Clutching his face, Lin Xiaolong roared in fury, "Seize him for me. He is just a dog, a piece of trash. What are you afraid of? I was personally appointed by His Majesty as a probationary centurion of the Jinui, serving in the Emperor's personal guard. Are your words accusing His Majesty of lacking judgment?" Lin Fan sneered. "Even if you are the heir of King Bingjian's estate, so what? Since you dare to insult His Majesty, this official shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father today." With those words, Lin Fan charged forward and rained a flurry of punches and kicks down on Lin Xiaolong. Wails of agony echoed continuously. With his ninth-grade martial cultivation, Lin Xiaolong stood absolutely no chance of resisting Lin Fan. Yet those guards genuinely did not dare to intervene. Everyone knew that Lin Fan's position as a probationary centurion was personally bestowed by the Emperor. Calling Lin Fan a piece of trash was indeed equivalent to calling the Emperor blind. With just a simple phrase, Lin Fan had completely seized the moral high ground. With so many eyes watching and ears listening, there was absolutely no denying it. Lin Fan hoisted Lin Xiaolong up and repeatedly slapped his face. Before long, the fellow's face was beaten, swollen blood and foam spewing from his mouth in a wretched state. "Probationary Centurion Lin, that is quite enough." The guard captain finally could not help but speak up. If Lin Fan continued to slap him, Lin Xiaolong would be unable to attend the literary gathering altogether. Lin Fan halted his movements and whispered close to Lin Xiaolong's ear, "My dear brother, the officialdom is not like being at home. You must watch your words and actions. Your brother is giving you a free lesson today. Remember to think before you speak in the future." He then tossed Lin Xiaolong onto the ground. "The heir has insulted his majesty in such a manner, he ought to be dragged to the imperial prison and interrogated under torture to see if he harbors treasonous thoughts toward his majesty. However, out of respect for King Bingjian today, I shall let it slide. If there is a next time, this official will show no mercy." Lin Fan let out a cold snort, then immediately turned around and raised his brush, preparing to register. However, at that very moment, the guard responsible for registration suddenly covered the registry with his hand. "Lord Lin, I am truly sorry, but my master is not particularly fond of associating with the Jinhui. You should understand." The guard spoke with an apologetic expression, a helpless smile playing upon his face. If one were to ask who despised the Jinhui the most, it would undoubtedly be the renowned scholars of the countryside. Even Ouyang, one was no exception. To survive in this circle, one had to abide by certain rules. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan understood the guard's implication. Knowing there was no point in making things difficult for the guard, he could only set down the brush in his hand. He smiled and said, "Since that is the case, then this Lin shall take his leave." Lin Fan turned and departed with Lin Guzi. His movements were elegant and carefree, which paired with his handsome appearance left many young talents feeling a sense of regret. Though this Lin Fan was once a profligate youth, he now knows to act for the nation and the people. What a pity he belongs to the Jinhui. If you ask me, he would be better off leaving the Jinhui. With such noble character, he could surely carve out a place for himself, even as a civil official. Alas, the Jinhui are destined to be incompatible with us scholars. A chorus of whispers trailed behind him, filled with both regret and sighs. Lin Fan heard every word, yet he paid them no mind. If he were to become a civil official, he would be utterly suppressed by the Marquis of Zhongding. If he became a military official, it would play right into the hands of Qin Hui, and her son, for the mansion of the parallel king, was the leader of all military officers. Thus the only viable path left to him was actually that of the Jinhui. Lin Fan did not regret joining them. Even if given another chance to start over, he would undoubtedly choose the same path. Yet at this moment, he grew curious once more about the identity of that mysterious benefactor. What kind of formidable existence could make him a Shaoqi officer of the Jinhui with a single word all, while keeping everyone else completely in the dark? To possess such capability, that person must be among the absolute highest echelons of the Jinhui. It was a pity that the man had been wearing casual attire that day, otherwise his status might have been deduced from his robes. "Young master, those slaps to the face just now were truly satisfying." Lin Guzi chortled. Lin Fan let out a cold snort. "What are a few slaps? Once I ascend to the position of commander-in-chief, I will definitely put an end to that fool. Young master, with your extraordinary heroism, that day will surely come. But what should we do next? Are we giving up on attending the literary assembly?" Lin Guzi inquired. "Give up, eh?" Lin Fan sneered. "Giving up is out of the question. Since we cannot enter through the front gate, we shall simply take another path." "Huh?" Lin Guzi asked in confusion. "Young master, do you know of another way into the Ouyang villa?" "A path? What is a path?" "Actually, there is no path on this earth to begin with. It only becomes a path when many people walk on it." Arriving at a secluded spot, Lin Fan looked up at the courtyard wall. Lin Guzi seemed to realize what Lin Fan was about to do. In the next instant, Lin Fan tapped his toes lightly, soaring into the air like a swift swallow before landing gracefully within the courtyard walls. "What formidable qinggong!" Lin Guzi was startled, then hastily called out, "Young master, wait for me." Although he did not possess such exquisite movement techniques, his 8th rank cultivation made scaling a mere 3-meter-high wall an effortless task. The two of them landed in a bamboo grove. Fortuitously, there was no one around. "Young master, this is the villa of the Imperial Preceptor's family. If we are discovered, we will be in deep trouble," Lin Guzi whispered. Lin Fan turned his head and said, "Can you stop acting so suspicious? With that timid and sneaky look of yours, anyone can tell at a glance that you are up to no good. Is it really that obvious?" Lin Guzi hunched his back, his eyes darting around warily. Thud! Lin Fan delivered a swift kick to his backside. Lin Guzi fell face first onto the ground. Clutching his rear, he cried out in pain, "Ouch! Young master, why did you kick my butt?" But as he raised his head, he happened to lock eyes with an unfamiliar face. Shivering in fright, he scrambled backward, using both his hands and feet. "Stand up. Do not embarrass me," Lin Fan scolded. Lin Guzi hastily stood up straight. "This brother looks rather unfamiliar." The stranger, a young man, remarked in confusion. "I have traveled here from Linjiang Prefecture, so it is only natural that I seem unfamiliar." Lin Fan replied with a smile. "So you are a talent from Linjiang Prefecture. No wonder your accent carries a hint of the capital's dialect." The young man paused, then introduced himself. "I am Ouyang Sheng, and my father is Ouyang I. May I know how to address you, brother?" "So it is Brother Ouyang. I am Xiao Feiyu, and this is my servant Xiao Go." Lin Fan cupped his hands in greeting. "Xiao Go." Ouyang Sheng smiled. "Brother Xiao, your servant's name is quite amusing," Lin Fan remarked. "A name is merely a label. One need only follow one's heart and nature." "Brother Xiao is indeed an intriguing individual. Why don't we walk together and discuss the Dao?" Ouyang Sheng proposed, his interest thoroughly piqued. I would be delighted. Lin Fan and Ouyang Sheng walked side by side with Lin Guzi following closely behind them. As their conversation deepened, Ouyang Sheng's admiration for Lin Fan grew ever more profound. It couldn't be helped, in his past life Lin Fan had gone through 9 years of compulsory education, allowing him to quote the famous sayings of ancient sages effortlessly. Although he could not explain them in detail, it was more than enough to baffle and impress Ouyang Sheng. This only excited Ouyang Sheng, further prompting him to invite Lin Fan to his residence to discuss poetry and literature. Meanwhile, in a carriage outside the villa gates, the swelling on Lin Xiaolong's face had subsided considerably after being treated with various medicinal herbs. Yet the blue and purple bruises could still not be concealed. Damn you, Lin Fan. Just you wait, I will definitely kill you. Lin Xiaolong roared inside the carriage. Since childhood, everyone had pampered and deferred to him. Even when sparring with soldiers in the army, they would deliberately hold back. Today, however, his handsome face had been beaten into a swollen mess by Lin Fan, and it had happened in front of so many people, making him feel utterly disgraced. Heir, please do not be angry. It is truly not worth ruining your health over that little beast. The maidservant hastily consoled him. Zhu'er, humiliated publicly by that little beast, how could I not be furious? I wish nothing more than to flay his skin and crush his bones. Lin Xiaolong clenched his fists, his rage burning intensely. Heir, his arrogance is only temporary. In the end, he is nothing but a dog. Once you claim the championship of the Literary Assembly, you will become Grandmaster Ouyang's personal disciple. When that time comes, crushing him to death will require but a single word from you. Zhu'er spoke in a gentle, soothing tone. Lin Xiaolong's anger subsided slightly. He turned to look at Zhu'er and said through gritted teeth, Zhu'er, you are right. Once I win the championship of the Literary Assembly, I will find a way to kill that little beast. Only his death can appease the hatred in my heart. It is good that you see it this way, Heir. What does Lin Fan amount to? He is merely a dog. You, Heir, stand high above like the bright moon in the sky, while he is not even a star. How could the bright moon ever be angered by the light of a firefly? Indeed. I shall head to the Literary Assembly right now, win the championship, and wash away this humiliation. Lin Xiaolong successfully channeled his fury into motivation. After lightly concealing the injuries on his face, he stepped down from the carriage and strode into the villa. By the sea hour, all the young talents who had come to attend the literary gathering had found their seats. The vast pear garden was filled with tables and brimming with people. Beside the lakeside pear garden stood a water pavilion where only a single table was placed. Many of the young talents present were no strangers to such literary gatherings, and they all knew that table belonged to Ouyang Sheng, the young master of the Ouyang family. A small boat emerged from the heart of the lake, and shortly after, everyone watched as young master Ouyang Sheng stepped ashore. Following closely behind him was another young gentleman. Everyone's eyes widened with curiosity, eager to discover which family's young talent could share a boat with Lord Ouyang. Yet the youth concealed his face behind a fan, rendering him unrecognizable. Behind the youth trailed a servant, though his face bore a strange blackened hue, as if smeared with soot from a cooking pot. It appears we have competition this time, someone murmured. Anyone sharing a boat with Lord Ouyang cannot be an ordinary soul. Yet his manner is quite peculiar. Why hide his face behind a fan as if ashamed to reveal himself? I think the man may not stand a chance at the championship. The heir to the Bingjian prince's mansion has also arrived, and he is celebrated for his mastery of both civil and martial arts. As the crowd whispered among themselves, Ouyang Sheng had already settled into the water pavilion alongside his companion. Lin Xiaolong's gaze turned cold. Oh, another name was added to his list of grievances. Even I, as the heir to the princely estate, was not invited to take a seat in the water pavilion. What status does this man possess to share such a place with Ouyang Sheng? He quietly resolved to investigate, vowing that once he claimed the championship, he would uncover this person's true identity. He made a mental note of the stranger. From within the pavilion, Ouyang Sheng turned and asked, Brother Xiao, why do you conceal your face behind a fan? Well, Fan Lin hesitated before replying. Do you not think that hiding behind a fan creates an air of mysterious profundity? Ouyang Sheng stroked his chin and thought. You may be right. It does echo the ancient saying. The divine dragon reveals its head, but not its tail. He then glanced at Lin Guzi and asked, but why does Xiao Go smear soot on his face? As for him. Fan Lin paused before explaining. His skin condition has flared up again, and this soot is crafted from 100 herbs. It happens to cure his ailment. Soot from 100 herbs. I see. Ouyang Sheng accepted the explanation without question. Their previous discussions in the study had left him thoroughly impressed by Fan Lin's erudition. So much so that he now regarded his knowledge as comparable to his own father's, leading to an almost blind trust. Before long, a figure appeared walking across the lake's surface. Clad in white robes with a flowing beard, he moved with the grace of an immortal descending to the mortal realm. With each step, ripples spread outward as he glided forward several yards, moving with the ease of a casual stroll, yet possessing the ethereal bearing of a celestial being banished to earth. The middle-aged man reached the shore and strode toward the sole desk positioned at the head. We greet Master Ouyang. All the young scholars rose in unison to pay their respects. As the son of the imperial tutor, a preeminent scholar of the age, and a grandmaster of the literary path, when these three titles converged upon one man, his stature rose to heights that commanded reverence from all who beheld him. And at the pinnacle stood Ouyang, when the Marquis of Wenchang of the great Jing dynasty. "Students, be seated." His voice rang out with robust authority. The assembly took their seats. "I am most gratified that you have graced this literary gathering. I shall offer the Wenchang sword bestowed by the late emperor as the prize for the champion." As he spoke, Ouyang drew forth a precious sword. Its blade was adorned with precious gemstones and woven threads of gold and silver, radiating both regal splendor and a sharp, formidable edge. Even from a distance, the sword's extraordinary quality was evident. The Wenchang sword, forged from meteoric iron fallen from the heavens. This blade is not meant for mere combat. It symbolizes rank and prestige. Yearning flickered in the eyes of the assembled young talents. Possessing the Wenchang sword would make it a priceless heirloom fit for generations. What a magnificent Wenchang sword. I shall claim it as my own. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Xiaolong's eyes. Ouyang observed the hunger in the crowd and stroked his beard with a smile. This Wenchang sword is unique. To claim it, one must prove genuine merit. I ask that all here demonstrate their true abilities. Let none resort to plagiarism or theft of another's work. "We understand," the young scholars replied in unison. "Then let the gathering commence. I shall present the first topic." Ouyang's gaze swept across the assembly. Every heart quickened with anticipation. Given Ouyang Shifu's preference for environmental themes, the subject would likely draw from the pear garden scenery. The attendees had scouted the venue beforehand and were well prepared. They awaited only the opening of the theme before launching into their verses. Now that the pear blossoms are nearly faded, using them as a theme would carry an air of sorrow. However, the lotus leaves in the lake have just begun to emerge, full of vitality. Let this be your subject for poetry composition. Confident at first, the crowd fell silent when they learned the theme was but the tip of a young lotus leaf. None had prepared verses on such a subject. After all, what could one write about a mere point emerging from the water? "Master, I have a poem," a young man declared loudly. The assembled gaze turned toward Liu Ran, a distinguished scholar from the Li family of the Confucian sect. The Li clan was renowned for its talented members, and Liu Ran stood among their finest. Through fragrant thickets, springs whisper softly while emerald leaves unfurl toward azure skies. With jade dewdrops gathering like pearls, they enhance the scene's refined charm. A pond's elegant beauty reflects the rosy dawn. Upon hearing Liu Ran's composition, all present were astonished. Even Ouyang showed a hint of surprise before smiling approvingly. As expected of a talented scholar from the Yan'an Li family, this poem is indeed excellent. With Liu Ran's poem, nearly 95% of the competitors had already conceded defeat. Is there another talent with a brilliant composition? If not, this round belongs to Liu Ran, Ouyang said with a smile. Following the voice, the crowd turned to see. Astonishingly, it was Lin Xiaolong. Though his face bore purple bruises, his features remained strikingly handsome. Coupled with his splendid attire, he exuded both scholarly refinement and martial prowess. "Who are you?" Ouyang did not recognize Lin Xiaolong. Years ago, when Lin Nantian served in the palace, he had always brought Fan Lin along. Never Lin Xiaolong, as the second son lacked the status to attend such gatherings. "My father is Prince Bingjian Lin Nantian. I am Lin Xiaolong." Lin Xiaolong returned the salute. "Ah, so you are the young master of the Bingjian prince's mansion. It has been years since I last saw your father. I did not expect you to join this literary gathering." Ouyang's expression softened considerably, their friendship with Lin Nantian bringing warmth to his gaze as he regarded Lin Xiaolong like a junior relative. "Father holds you in high esteem as well," Lin Xiaolong replied with dignified composure. "He asked me to present you with a gift." "The prince is far too generous." Ouyang inclined his head. "Young Master Lin, please share your poem with us." Lin Xiaolong paused briefly before reciting. Crystal springs flow leisurely over smooth stones, while tender lotus buds unfold with shy grace. A dragonfly alights upon the pointed tip, disturbing the shimmering waves that captivate the eye. "I cannot match young Master Lin's verse," Liu Ran acknowledged, immediately conceding defeat. Ouyang, equally startled, expressed his admiration. Young Master Lin's poem is truly an outstanding masterpiece. The assembly was amazed. So the heir to the Bingjian prince's mansion was indeed accomplished in both pen and sword. No wonder the prince had taken such an extraordinary step to replace the heir. The new young master proved truly exceptional. I suppose no one could surpass young Master Lin's superior composition, so the first round would be. Before Ouyang could finish, Ouyang Sheng, seated in the pavilion, suddenly spoke up. "Father, brother Xiao possesses an excellent composition, one that may rival the young master's." Huh. Lin Fan was taken aback. He had only just conceived an idea, so how had Ouyang Sheng already seen through him? "Oh." Ouyang expressed a touch of surprise. Only then did he notice a young talent sitting beside Ouyang Sheng, his face obscured by a folding fan, seemingly reluctant to reveal his true countenance. He could not help but ask, "Which family's outstanding youth might you be?" "This humble one is Xiao Feiyu of the Linjiang Xiao family," Lin Fan replied, his voice slightly hoarse. "Brother Xiao, why is your voice so raspy?" Ouyang Sheng inquired in a low whisper. Lin Fan whispered back, choked on a tea leaf. The Lin Xiao family. Ouyang Wen pondered carefully, but he did not recall ever hearing of such a clan. The numerous young talents gathered below were also temporarily unable to recall if such a Xiao family existed in Linjiang. It was not as though there were no talents from Linjiang present, yet none of them could remember when a Xiao family had emerged there. He must be a noble son from a humble household, Ouyang Wen mused inwardly. He then spoke aloud. Nephew Xiao, what fine piece of work have you brought? Pray present it for everyone to appreciate. I dare not call it a masterpiece, merely a simple poem. Lin Fan paused briefly before he began to recite the verses. The silent spring begrudges its slender stream. The tree's shade drapes the water, loving the soft, clear gleam. Upon hearing this first couplet, the crowd found it quite pleasing. With a mere 14 characters, the vivid scenery seemed to leap off the page. Ouyang Wen too was rather satisfied after listening to this line. Pretentious tricks, Lin Xiaolong scoffed coldly. Lin Fan continued, the tender lotus has just revealed its pointed tip, when already a dragonfly has settled upon its crown. Upon hearing the final couplet, Ouyang Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. He murmured, the silent spring begrudges its slender stream. The tree's shade drapes the water, loving the soft, clear gleam. The tender lotus has just revealed its pointed tip, when already a dragonfly has settled upon its crown. Simple and clear, yet the scenery leaps off the page. A magnificent poem. Truly a magnificent poem. He suddenly raised his head to look at Lin Fan and praised, this poem of yours, nephew, is something even this old man might not have been able to compose. It flows so naturally and is truly an exquisite masterpiece. With this single poem alone, you, my nephew, are fully deserving of the literary assembly's crown. Lin Xiaolong was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected the prize that was practically in his grasp to suddenly slip away. The crown had gone to this unknown Xiao Feiyu. Had the literary assembly not just begun? Was it already over? Below, the young talents were also silently reciting the poem Lin Fan had just composed, each of them filled with profound admiration. Even those who could not quite grasp why the poem was so exceptional joined in the praise swayed by Ouyang Wen's glowing evaluation. Beside Lin Fan, Ouyang Sheng, and behind him Lin Guzi both wore expressions of utter shock. Lin Guzi in particular even began to wonder if the young master before him was an impostor. Where had the previously ignorant and incompetent young master gone? Lin Fan, however, quickly responded with humility, Mr. Ouyang, you flatter me. It was merely a sudden stroke of inspiration, hardly deserving of such high praise from you. Lin Xiaolong also hastily intervened. Sir, the literary assembly has only just commenced. How can it end so abruptly? Surely you should propose a few more topics. He was burning with anxiety. Having failed to surpass Lin Fan in martial prowess, he could not bear to lose in literary talent to some nobody. Ouyang Wen deliberated for a moment, then agreed. The young Prince Lin is correct. We indeed ought to present another topic. He pondered briefly, observing the shifting sky and the flowing of time like water. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he smiled and said, I have it. Everyone, pray compose an essay on the theme of time and human life. Hearing this prompt, everyone was dumbfounded once more. The easiest subject to write about was scenery, whereas the most difficult was the elusive nature of passing time. With such a theme, even many great scholars would find it exceedingly difficult to produce an outstanding essay in a short span of time. Lin Xiaolong was also stunned. He began to think rapidly, but a suitable angle was too difficult to find. For a youth of barely 15 or 16 who had not even grasped the true essence of time, how could he compose a meaningful essay? Time flew by, and the duration of half an incense stick vanished in the blink of an eye, yet not a single person stepped forward to recite an essay. The others had already given up, while Lin Xiaolong's eyes remained filled with desperate anxiety. Within the waterside pavilion, Lin Fan calmly raised his teacup and sipped completely unhurried. Seeing this, Ouyang Sheng asked in bewilderment, Brother Xiao, are you not anxious? Huh? Lin Fan was suddenly startled, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Why should I be anxious? Ouyang Sheng replied helplessly, to compose your essay, of course. An essay? I do have one, it is just. Lin Fan hesitated. That particular piece would be perfect for this occasion. But would using it be too cliché? After all, almost every transmigrator would recite that masterpiece, shocking the grand scholars of the imperial court and securing an eternal reputation in the world. Brother Xiao already has an essay prepared in his mind. Before Lin Fan could even react, Ouyang Sheng had already spoken up first. In an instant, the gaze of everyone present, including Ouyang Wen, converged upon Lin Fan. Ouyang Wen's eyes were filled with admiration. Nephew Xiao, there is no need to hide your talent. If you have a fine piece, pray present it without hesitation. Then I shall begin. Just as Lin Fan was about to start, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Mr. Ouyang, is there any wine? Wine? Ouyang Wen was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, it should be so. A fine essay is best accompanied by wine. With a wide sweep of his hand, he declared, Bring out the imperial wine that this old man has treasured for many years and present it to Nephew Xiao. The servants immediately set off to fetch the wine. Lin Xiaolong clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself, what nonsense about wine accompanying a fine essay. He is merely stalling for time and putting on a show. Let us see how you redeem yourself later. Before long the imperial wine was brought over. A servant poured a bowl for Lin Fan. The liquid was crystal clear, and its rich aroma wafted through the air. Lin Fan raised the bowl and drained it in one gulp, tilting his head back to exhale a breath of wine-laden air. Excellent wine. He stood up, turning his back to the crowd to face the lake. See you not. The waters of the Tsang River flow from heaven above, rushing to the sea, never to return. See you not. In great halls bright mirrors grieve over silken hair, turned white black as silk at dawn, but changed to snow by nightfall. As these two lines burst forth with magnificent grandeur, Lin Fan having cleverly substituted the Yellow River with dying Tsang River, everyone was utterly astounded. Ouyang almost slammed his hand onto the table in excitement, but stopped himself just in time, fearing he might disrupt Lin Fan's recitation. In the end he managed to squeeze out two words: absolutely marvelous. When life goes well one must enjoy to the fullest, let not the golden goblet face the moon in vain. Heaven made me with talent that must be put to use, 1,000 gold coins scattered will return once more. Cook the sheep and slaughter the ox for our pleasure, we must drink 300 cups in one sitting. Lin Fan poured more wine, raising his bowl high to drain it once more. Ouyang Sheng, Marquis of Wenshang, bring in the wine, let the cups never cease. Both Ouyang Sheng and Ouyang's eyes lit up. Such a magnificent masterpiece would surely be recorded in the annals of history and passed down through the ages. Though their own names might not have otherwise endured forever, they would now be immortalized alongside this masterpiece. Lin Fan's gesture deeply resonated with both father and son. Of all scholars and poets, who does not yearn for eternal fame? Ouyang's gaze toward Lin Fan grew increasingly warm. Let me sing a song for you, pray, lend me your ears. A 5-colored horse, a costly fur coat. Call the boy to exchange them for fine wine, and together we shall dissolve the sorrows of 10,000 ages. Lin Fan was slightly tipsy, yet his heart was filled with immense joy. He did not even notice his folding fan slipping from his hand and falling to the ground. Mr. Ouyang, this is my humble piece. Pray evaluate it. Lin Fan turned around and cupped his hands in a respectful bow to Ouyang. Everyone was thoroughly immersed in this magnificent and majestic essay. Even a literary grandmaster like Ouyang Sheng was deeply captivated, unable to extricate himself. Amidst the crowd, only one person remained silent, with his head lowered, his face twisted in a hideous expression. This man was none other than Lin Xiaolong. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Xiaolong abruptly raised his head to look toward the waterside pavilion. However, the moment he clearly discerned Lin Fan's face, his expression froze, and he suddenly bolted to his feet. Raising his hand to point at Lin Fan, he barked harshly, Lin Fan, how can it be you? This sharp shout instantly startled everyone out of their reverie. Everyone looked up toward the waterside pavilion, one after another. Many present had seen Lin Fan at the main gate, so they recognized him at a single glance. Meanwhile, only at this moment did Lin Fan realize that his folding fan had somehow slipped away unnoticed. Wine truly brings ruin. I didn't even notice my fan was gone. This is a massive trouble. Sir, his name is not Xiao Feiyu. He is Lin Fan, my eldest brother, who was stripped of his title as the heir, and he is also a Jinui of the Great Jing. Lin Xiaolong's face was twisted with a mixture of malice and excitement as he hastily and loudly identified him. By this time, everyone else had also recalled Lin Fan's identity. A Jinui, the very secret police most despised by scholars. Yet it was this very Jinui who had first composed an exceptional masterpiece, and then recited such a magnificent grand essay. With such talent and scholarship, why on earth would he choose to be a Jinui? Indeed, what a tragic waste. I wonder how Master Ouyang will deal with him. Master Ouyang despises the Jinui the most. Aback, when he was in office, he repeatedly memorialized the throne to demand their abolition. Whispers and discussions rippled through the crowd below. Everyone felt a sense of pity, yet none dared to step forward and speak up for Lin Fan. It would be a terrible shame if such an extraordinary talent were to be executed under Master Ouyang's wrath. Sir, for a mere Jinui to sneak into this literary gathering is an utter defilement of your estate and your pure reputation. Your nephew believes he should be executed. Lin Xiaolong spoke again, his tone dripping with intense murderous intent. Ouyang narrowed his eyes, gazing at Lin Fan, without uttering a single word. Ouyang Sheng hurriedly stood up and said, Father, although Brother Lin deceived you, he did so merely to attend the literary gathering. Your son believes he is a man of profound learning. You executing him would undoubtedly be a monumental loss to the literary world of Great Jing. Ouyang placed his hand upon the Wenshang sword. Seeing this, Lin Xiaolong rejoiced inwardly, as if he could already envision the scene of Lin Fan being decapitated by a single strike. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already raised his vigilance to the utmost, his hairs standing on end. Even though he had mastered the wind-treading steps, he lacked the confidence to evade a strike from a grandmaster. It was common knowledge that Ouyang was not only a great contemporary scholar, but also a grandmaster of literature, a realm equivalent in power to a martial grandmaster. In other words, after Ouyang entered the Tao through literature, his strength had truly reached the grandmaster realm. The swords at scholars' waists were no mere ornaments. They were lethal weapons truly capable of taking lives. Ha ha ha. Yang Wen suddenly burst into a roaring laughter. This sudden outburst of laughter left everyone stunned. Then they saw Yang Wen raise his hand and toss the Wenshang sword toward Lin Fan. Nephew Lin is worthy of being the champion of this literary gathering and thus deserves to hold the Wenshang sword. Lin Fan reached out and caught the Wenshang sword, his eyes filled with disbelief. So you do not blame me for sneaking into the gathering. Why should I blame you? Yang Wen smiled and said, though you are a Jinhui, you are different from the rest. I have long heard of your deeds in Pingan County. You truly deserve to be called the Emperor's trusted troops. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. As expected of a literary grandmaster, his sheer magnanimity was something ordinary scholars could never hope to match. Lin Xiaolong was also dumbfounded. This was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Shouldn't Yang Wen have drawn his sword and cut Lin Fan down on the spot? He hurriedly protested, Sir, when Lin Fan was in the capital, he was nothing but a profligate who committed all sorts of outrages. He even disgraced my cousin. Making him the champion of the literary gathering is a stain on your pure reputation. Yang Wen's gaze shot like lightning toward Lin Xiaolong. Lin Xiaolong's body trembled as he perceived the displeasure in Yang Wen's eyes. Yet suppressing his anxiety, he still said, Sir, my father is your dearest friend, who I would never deceive you. Xiaolong, have you ever heard of a certain saying? Yang Wen's voice was calm. Lin Xiaolong asked, what saying? To rear without education is the father's fault. Yang Wen said coldly, the prince of equal rank is occupied with heavy official duties and has no time to educate Lin Fan. But your mother, who manages the inner chambers as the mistress of the prince's manor, has always enjoyed a virtuous reputation. Why then did she fail to raise the heir properly? For a mother to be renowned for her virtue throughout the land while her son is notoriously wicked, I find this highly contrary to common sense. The moment these words were spoken, everyone was utterly stunned. Everyone knew the prince's consort was famous for her virtue. Yet Master Ouyang's words implied that her virtuousness was a mere facade, suggesting she was actually a wicked woman who had deliberately led the former heir Lin Fan astray. But considering Lin Fan's past reputation and his current performance, it seemed Master Ouyang's assessment was indeed spot on. Lin Fan was allegedly a profligate. How could a mere profligate perform deeds for the country and the people? How could a profligate use martial arts to become a Jinhui probationary centurion? And how could a profligate compose such an extraordinary literary masterpiece? Hearing this, Lin Xiaolong turned deathly pale, his voice trembling slightly. Sir Lin Fan, he is simply a born profligate. I beg you to see the truth, sir. Young lord, though I am old and my eyes are somewhat dim, my heart is not blind. Since you cannot take my words to heart, please leave the Ouyang estate. Yang Wen's voice was icy. With a flick of his sleeve, he barked, see the guest out. Sir. Lin Xiaolong wanted to speak further, but the guards gave him no such opportunity. Please do not make things difficult for us, young lord, the guards said, cupping their fists. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Xiaolong felt as though his face were burning in a blazing fire. Those staring eyes were like flames, scorching him so badly he could not lift his head. In the end, Lin Xiaolong could only turn and dejectedly slink away from the estate. The moment he stepped outside the estate, he spun around and glared venomously at the word Ouyang inscribed upon the main gate. The humiliation of today is something I, Lin Xiaolong, will surely engrave upon my heart. On the day I rise to power, I will level your Ouyang family, gouge out your eyes, you old fool, and make you see who is the trash and who is the true dragon. Upon returning to his carriage, Lin Xiaolong smashed everything in sight, leaving the foxfur cushions and brocade couches in utter disarray. Why is the young lord so furious? Won't you tell your humble servant about it? Zhu asked in a soft, gentle voice. Forcing down the raging fire in his heart, Lin Xiaolong told Zhu everything that had transpired. Once finished, he gritted his teeth and said, Zhu, tell me, is that old fool Ouyang Wen utterly blind? Zhu nodded in agreement. He simply fails to recognize a true dragon. No matter how pleased Lin Fan is, it is but a fleeting moment. Zhu, I want Lin Fan dead. I want him dead. Lin Xiaolong roared in fury. Zhu rolled her eyes thoughtfully. Young lord, isn't the prefect of Fengzhou one of your maternal uncle's men? Zhu, you are indeed clever. Upon hearing this, a sharp light flashed across Lin Xiaolong's eyes. He glanced at the gift in his hands. This gift is something Ouyang Wen does not deserve to receive. I shall give it to the prefect instead. The literary gathering had concluded and Lin Fan had claimed first place in public, becoming an honored guest of the Ouyang family. While others felt envious, more importantly, they were filled with admiration. When the gap between oneself and the victor is small, people tend to feel jealousy and envy. But when the disparity is like an insurmountable chasm, only reverence remains, as mortals would not envy the extraordinary power of immortals, but rather revere and worship them. Lin Fan was precisely such a celestial being descending to the mortal realm at this Ouyang literary gathering. A single poem, Jiangjinjiu, had conquered everyone, including Ouyang Wen. In the study hall of the courtyard, Ouyang Wen took out a jade pendant and presented it to Lin Fan. This is the token of the Ouyang family. Nephew Lin may use this jade pendant to request that the Ouyang family perform one favor for you, provided it does not violate our principles. Lin Fan accepted the jade pendant and examined it closely. The jade felt smooth as cream in his palm, warm and fine in texture. The pendant itself was already quite valuable. However, he handed the jade pendant back to Ouyang-Wen. Sir, there is something I require your assistance with right now. Ouyang-Wen paused in surprise. In truth, most people who received this jade pendant would preserve it reverently, few ever actually using it. He had not expected Lin Fan to not only use the pendant, but to use it on the very spot. Yet since the jade had already been given, he had long prepared himself to help the first-place winner of the literary gathering fulfill one request. Thus he smiled, and said, "Speak your mind, nephew. As long as the Ouyang family is capable, we will spare no effort." Lin Fan immediately replied, "I heard that after the tragic incident at Lady Fengping's residence, all the books from the estate were purchased and collected by the Ouyang family. I would like to examine these collections." Ouyang-Wen paused, then chuckled softly. "Why would you need the jade pendant for such a request, nephew?" He then said to Ouyang-Sheng, "Accompany nephew Lin to the book archive. Your servant obeys your command." Ouyang-Sheng bowed, then said to Lin Fan, "Brother Lin, please follow me." "Thank you, sir." Lin Fan bowed to Ouyang-Wen and followed Ouyang-Sheng to the book archive. After watching Lin Fan leave, Ouyang-Wen picked up his brush and recorded Jiang Jin Jiu, which Lin Fan had recited at the literary gathering on paper. "What a brilliant piece! What a brilliant piece!" Ouyang-Wen stroked his beard, constantly praising. The fame of his father and son would rest entirely upon this article. He would surely ensure that this work and the reputation of nephew Lin spread throughout the great Jing dynasty. At this moment, Lin Fan and Ouyang-Sheng had arrived at the Ouyang family's book archive. Lin Fan finally understood why the term book archive was used instead of library pavilion. A single glance evoked a profound sense of awe. So many books. How long would it take to find what we need? Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. Ouyang-Sheng smiled and said, "This is merely one of the Ouyang family's book archives. There are 2 more such archives, but Brother Lin need not worry. The archive has a dedicated catalog index, and locating the books from Lady Fengping's residence will not be difficult." As he spoke, he walked to a bookshelf where rows upon rows of directories were arranged. Indeed, every book on the entire shelf was a catalog entry. Brother Lin is from the Jinyue and is looking for books from the lady's residence. "Are you planning to investigate the case there?" Ouyang-Sheng said while searching for books. "That is correct. I am indeed investigating the case at the lady's residence. Too much time has passed since the incident, and I found no clues at the estate. I can only place my hopes on the records from the lady's residence." Lin Fan sighed, his tone somewhat resigned. Ouyang-Sheng said, "Marquis Zhao Mingjue also once attended my father's lectures. He was a fine gentleman. When the terrible news was heard, my father also felt deep regret. Therefore, when the authorities decided to sell the lady's residence collection, my father spent 300,000 taels of silver to purchase all the books." He suddenly paused, then added, "However, I recall that when the Marquis died, he seemed to be holding a book in his hand." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Brother Ouyang, I must ask you to help me find that book." "I will do my best." Ouyang-Sheng had already found the catalog, and following it located where the lady's residence books were stored. He then began searching through them. The lady's residence collection was also substantial. Ouyang-Sheng searched for a full hour before finally pulling out a single book. "Brother Lin, this should be the one." He turned and handed the book to Lin Fan. Lin Fan examined it carefully and noticed traces of dark brownish blood on the edges of the pages. "This should be Zhao Mingjue's blood. Yishan Jing, a rare, unique copy from the great Jing dynasty." Many parts of the pages were stained with blood, and the text was no longer clear. Ouyang-Sheng said, "Actually, I had previously suspected that Zhao Mingjue might have hidden clues within the pages of this book, but at that time I truly could not see anything." Lin Fan did not respond, but silently flipped through the pages. When he reached a certain page, he suddenly stopped. On that page, there was clearly a tiny, almost imperceptible speck of blood. Ouyang-Sheng leaned over and said, "This is the character Jun. I saw it back then as well. However, with just this tiny speck of blood, it was likely accidentally splashed, wasn't it?" Lin Fan turned another page, and on the next page there was also a tiny speck of blood. "The character Shan, I believe it is because the paper was too thin, allowing the ink to bleed through," Ouyang-Sheng said. Lin Fan shook his head. Although the paper was thin, such a tiny amount of blood would not have been enough to penetrate it. "Brother Lin means that the 2 characters Jun and Shan are the clues left by the Marquis?" Ouyang-Sheng asked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Junshan seems to be a place name. Our great Jing does indeed have such a place, but it is far away, thousands of li distant." Junshan, Junshan. Lin Fan muttered to himself, continuously repeating these 2 characters. "Shanjun." He suddenly froze and said, "Brother Ouyang, could it be that it is not Junshan, but Shanjun instead?" "Shanjun." Ouyang-Sheng was somewhat surprised. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with insight. Shanjun means tiger, but certainly a tiger could not have entered the lady's residence to commit murder. That means the tiger might be a title within someone's name, or perhaps a nickname. He looked at Ouyang-Sheng and asked, "Brother Ouyang, is there anyone in Fengzhou or nearby whose name or nickname contains the character for tiger?" Upon mentioning the character tiger, a name immediately came to Ouyang-Sheng's lips. "Chi Yuhu Jiangduan." He is a local potentate east of Fengzhou and currently serves as the village head of Jiangjia village in the Eastern District. Why would brother Ouyang remember a village head? Lin Fan asked. Ouyang Sheng said Jiang Duan was formerly a wandering knight. His martial arts realm has already reached the 5th rank, making him a well-known figure in Fengzhou's martial circles. A 5th rank martial artist serving as a village head. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes in thought. A 5th rank martial artist would be at least a captain in the military, a superintendent in the Jinyue, and could hold no lesser position in a prefecture or province. A martial artist of such caliber, yet he chose to remain as an unranked village head in a remote village. This is rather intriguing. Brother Lin, although it is somewhat strange for Jiang Duan to serve as a village head, I have not heard of any grudge between him and Zhao Mingjue. Ouyang Sheng said. Lin Fan replied calmly, there are many reasons for murder. Grudges are merely one of the many possible motives. Young Master Lin Xian, why not eat first before you go? Ouyang Wen wore a gentle smile. He wasn't being courteous, he truly did not want Lin Fan to leave. To sit and Lin Fan is also a pleasure. Lin Fan replied politely, sir, I still have matters to handle, I simply cannot stay for a meal. Then I wish young Master Lin Xian success with his case. If you have time, the Ouyang family is always ready to welcome you. Ouyang Wen watched Lin Fan disappear to the end of the street, then turned to enter the gate. Ouyang Sheng hesitated. Father, the Jinyue are a tainted place, perhaps you could help him find a path to leave the Jinyue. Ouyang Wen shook his head and sighed, whether civil or martial his path is already cut off. He only has the Jinyue to walk. If he leaves the Jinyue, who knows how many would want his life. You mean Qin Hui and the Marquis of Zhongding's estate? Ouyang Sheng probed. Ouyang Wen glanced at his son, patted his shoulder, and walked toward the study with his hands behind his back. On the street, Lin Fan walked ahead with his hands behind his back, Lin Guzi close behind. The young master asked, why not let the Ouyang family help? The jade pendant is still in your hands. Lin Guzi asked in confusion. Lin Fan replied calmly, it's only a 5th rank warrior, and we can't be sure the other party is the culprit. Letting the Ouyang family intervene would be a waste. What shall we do next? Lin Guzi asked. Lin Fan looked up at the sky, estimating there were about 2 hours before sunset. He thought for a moment, and said, let's go to the inn to fetch horses, then head to Jiang family village in the east of the city to take a look. After returning to the inn, the two rode straight toward Jiang family village in the east. Jiang family village is not particularly remote, not far from the official road. It took them only one watch to reach the village. The village is quite large with over 100 households and more than 400 people. The appearance of two elegantly dressed young men drew the attention of many villagers. Old sir, we are travelers passing through. Could we come to your home to drink some water? Lin Fan dismounted, smiling as he walked toward an old man shouldering firewood. The old man, turning his head upon seeing them, said with a smile, what fine young men you are. My home is just ahead. If you want water, come with me. Then I'll trouble you. Lin Fan dismounted, led the horse to follow behind the old man. The old man led them through the village. Not long after, the three passed a long wall. Lin Fan looked at the wall in astonishment and said, old sir, who lives here? What a grand residence. This is the Jiang Lijing family's courtyard. Jiang Lijing used to be a roaming swordsman, catching many fugitives and earning many rewards. After returning to the village as the village head, he built this grand house to care for his mother. He is a very filial son. So that's the story. With such a large courtyard, wouldn't it feel empty with only him and his mother living there? Lin Fan asked in doubt. 2 people can't fill such a mansion. The old man said Jiang Lijing also has a group of brothers, 9 in total. They are all martial artists of notable rank. When passing by outside the walls, we often hear them training their strength. Lin Fan's eyes flickered. To think a 5th rank warrior had 9 aides. This wouldn't be easy. Youngster, ahead is the old man's home. The old man shouldered his firewood and entered the small courtyard. After pushing the door open, he set 2 bowls of tea before Lin Fan and Lin Guzi. What surprised Lin Fan was that the water still bore some tea foam, though a musty odor had already masked the tea's fragrance. Presumably it hadn't been stored properly. Old sir, you still have tea leaves here. Lin Fan took a sip and smiled. The tea leaves my son brings back from work are just the tea leaves foam discarded by the host. Please don't mind. The old man replied, how could that be? Lin Fan raised the teacup and drank it down, then asked, old sir, where is your son? The old man froze, then sighed. He was conscripted by force. The court sent him to the northern frontier to fight, and there has been no news for over a year. Lin Fan fell silent upon hearing this. If over a year with no news, likely he's gone. He still tried to comfort your son, surely has heaven's favor. Rest assured, old sir. Sigh, I am not yet married, nor have I left this old man any memory to hold on to. The day is growing late. We should press on while there is daylight. The old man rose, tidied away the teacups, and his sleeve brushed across his face as he gathered himself. He went to the kitchen and fetched 2 dry biscuits, returning to the courtyard shakily. Youngster. The old man's voice trailed off. The courtyard was already empty, and on the stone platform where Lin Fan and the old man had sipped tea lay 2 strings of copper coins. Beyond the village, 2 fine horses sped toward Fengzhou city. Young master, shall we not go to Jiang Duan's family to scout the lay of the land? Lin Guzi asked. Lin Fan shot him a look. Scouting the lay. Do you want to scout under the nose of a 5th rank expert? Then what should we do? Lin Guzi replied, first return to the inn. Aren't we going to the brothel today? What brothel? We have serious business to attend to. Lin Fan cracked the whip across the horse's hindquarters. The steed surged forward. By the time they returned to the inn, night had fallen. They ate a quick meal and each retired to their rooms. Lin Fan had slept only briefly and woke at the first watch of the dawn. He drew a deep breath and returned to the copper mirror world. The scent of grasses filled the air and the immense pressure pressed down upon him. Nevertheless, this time he forced himself upright using hands and feet. His chest rose above the ground, though only a little over a chi taller. His field of vision widened greatly. From previously being able to see only the grasses ahead, he could now discern what lay within a radius of about 3 zhang. Besides the grass, there were many red fruits around that he had eaten before. Many had ripened, quite different from the greenish fruits he had eaten before. The ripe fruits must be even more effective. Lin Fan struggled to his feet and crawled toward the nearest ripe fruit. The distance, normally just 2 steps, now nearly drained all his strength. When he reached the fruit, he couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground panting. No, I must pluck the fruit and move on. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and reached out to pluck the ripe red fruit. Get down from there. He clenched his teeth and tore off 2 ripe fruits in one go. In the next moment, he immediately exited the copper mirror world. Back on the bed again, he lay there like a dead dog for more than half an hour, muscles aching as if the whole body would be torn apart. Looking at the 2 bright red fruits in his hand, Lin Fan wore a satisfied smile. He opened his mouth and swallowed one of the fruits. Juice spilled from the fruit. It was no longer the greenish astringent taste, but subtly sweet. As the fruit slid down his throat into his belly, a flame began to burn in his lower abdomen. He immediately began to circulate the dragon elephant shattering heaven skill to digest the fruit's energy. The fully ripe fruit was highly effective. A single piece could equal 2 unripe ones. After thoroughly absorbing the 2 ripe fruits, Fan Lin had already reached the 5th watch of the night. His clothes were soaked through with sweat. After a quick rinse, he stepped out of the room. Guzi, let's go. Head to the 100 house office. Fan Lin called out. This is already the 3rd day. When do we make our move? Lin Guzi asked. First, I'll request reinforcements. 10 men. 2 of us can't handle it alone. Fan Lin replied. Huh? You want the 100 house office people to join us? Lin Guzi asked in confusion. Fan Lin sneered. How can we trust them? If things really go south, they'd be lucky not to stab us in the back. Then what should we do? I'll send a carrier pigeon to call Su Kuang and the others for help. In no time at all, the 2 of them arrived at the 100 house office. They had barely crossed the threshold when they bumped into Yin Jian. Well, if it isn't Trial Commander Lin. Finished the case already. Yin Jian's face was rife with mockery. Ensign Yin, is this how all of you in the 100 house office greet your superiors? Fan Lin stretched his wrists, the joints cracking audibly. Yin Jian still harbored resentment over the incident when Fan Lin first reported to the 100 house office. He snorted coldly and turned to enter the gatehouse. Fan Lin ignored him and headed straight for Ling Huan. Watching the 2 enter, Yin Jian muttered darkly, wait until you botch this case and get demoted. Then we'll see what I do to you. Meanwhile, Ling Huan was reviewing case files when he looked up to see Fan Lin and Lin Guzi walking in. Lord Ling, we need the 100 house office's assistance, Fan Lin said, without preamble. Ling Huan raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Trial Commander Lin is asking for personnel. I'll have my men assemble right away. No, Fan Lin continued. I was hoping to use the 100 house office's carrier pigeons, or perhaps I should just reach out to the Jinui in Pingan County instead. I find them more reliable. I see it's just about the carrier pigeons. Go ahead and use them as you see fit. Ling Huan agreed without hesitation. Having previously worked with Gao Chong under his command, he was familiar enough with the Pingan County Jinui. The Jinui consisted of only a handful of capable individuals, all of whom had been slain by Fan Lin. What remained were nothing more than useless drunkards incapable of handling anything substantial. Yet Fan Lin's sudden mobilization of personnel suggested he might have uncovered leads and identified suspects. If that were truly the case, it would spell trouble. Even if this young man stood a slim chance of succeeding, Ling Huan would never permit it. As soon as Fan Lin departed, he immediately summoned Yin Jian. Meanwhile, Fan Lin had arrived at the pigeon house, retrieved a carrier pigeon, composed his message, and released it into the sky. Watching the pigeon vanish into the horizon, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The time frame was too brief. Only 3 days had passed, and he wondered how the men had fared in their training. But time waited for no one, so he could only hastily summon them for assistance. At the Commandant's office in Pingan County, Su Kuang had successfully recruited 50 Jinui agents. 36 of them were former disciples who had trained under him, while the remaining 14 were veteran members of the office. After just over 3 days of rigorous training, the Commandant's office had been transformed. The men stood tall with bright complexions and vigorous energy. They were now gathered in line before the kitchen, waiting for Su Wanner to serve the communal meal. The rich aroma of meat filled the air, making everyone swallow hard with anticipation. Sister Wanner has wonderful cooking skills. This fragrant meat must be so delicious it makes one want to swallow their own tongue. Who knows how it works, but after eating the meat from our office, we feel energized throughout our bodies as if chi and blood are surging forward. I estimate that with just one more day of training, I'll break through to the 9th rank. I can already lift the 750 gene stone lock. While waiting in line for their meal, the group chatted and laughed together. The 14-seasoned veterans had also completely integrated into this team. They felt this lifestyle was more fulfilling than before, and their wives remarked upon their return that their spear techniques had grown sharper. In the kitchen, Su Wanner took out a porcelain bottle and carefully sprinkled some powder into the large pot. After stirring it evenly with a spatula, she called out to those outside, "Everyone line up properly. Each person gets one bowl. Come back for more if you're still hungry, but no steamed buns allowed." All right, who would eat steamed buns when there's meat to be had? Ha ha ha, today's lamb, right? It smells amazing. Su Wanner ladled out the meat, filling each bowl to the brim. After getting their meat, they each found a corner and squatted down to eat. Devouring large bites of meat was thoroughly satisfying. Moreover, after eating this meat, they felt as though a flame was rising from their lower abdomen, with qi and blood surging within them. Everyone was enjoying their meal heartily. Just then Su Bao suddenly came running over in big strides. A messenger pigeon from the commander. He held a pigeon in his hand. The group quickly gathered around. Wang Hu personally removed the letter tied to the pigeon's leg, and upon opening it, he was visibly startled. He then smiled and said, "The commander wants us to go to Fengzhou, saying there will be rewards for our efforts." "Oh, then let's hurry and go," Su Bao said. Su Hu and the others were equally eager, for since joining the Jinui under Fan Lin, they had gone from destitute to possessing wealth worth thousands of taels of silver. Idealism and dedication were nonsense. Money was undoubtedly the most potent driving force. "Not so fast. The commander said we can depart tomorrow. Additionally, we need to arrange for those who stay behind to ensure the office continues functioning properly," Wang Hu said with a smile. "Ah, I won't be staying behind. I must come along," Su Bao hurriedly replied. "I'm not staying behind either. I want to join the operation too. If there's no work for a while longer, we'll rust from disuse. Your bones need rusting. Perhaps I should add extra training for you." After deliberation, they made their decision. Su, who had not yet broken through to the 8th rank, would remain behind with 10 strong men to guard the station, while the rest would set out for Fengzhou at dawn. The office didn't have enough horses for everyone, so they needed to depart early. Ping'an County was over 100 kilometers from Fengzhou City, and they had to arrive before dusk. That night, Fan Lin entered the bronze mirror world once more. Since he had already reached the fruit tree last time, this journey would be considerably easier. When he left yesterday, the emerald branches had borne 3 ripe fruits and 1 half-ripe one. But upon closer inspection, one of the ripe fruits was missing, clearly consumed by another creature. Fortunately, the remaining fruits were untouched. He immediately reached out to pluck the 2 ripe ones, then hesitated before also gathering the partially ripe fruit. There were plenty more of these wild fruits nearby, so he decided to consume them first to boost his strength before anything else. After picking 3 fruits, Fan Lin still had some energy left. His gaze swept around and locked onto a fruit just 2 paces away. Today's harvest will be plentiful. A smile played on Fan Lin's lips as he began climbing desperately toward the fruit. The distance between him and the fruit was continuously shortening. Just as he was about to touch it, an intense sense of danger surged through him. Every hair on his body bristled, as though death himself had fixed his attention upon him. He turned his head to see a famished wolf leaping toward him. If he were in the world of the Great Jing Dynasty, he wouldn't hesitate to face even a tiger. But this was the bronze mirror world, where even crawling required great effort, while the wolf moved freely. The disparity in their capabilities was obvious. Without hesitation, he immediately withdrew from the bronze mirror world. The wolf was extraordinarily fast, its maw already pressing against his face. Thankfully, the bronze mirror responded swiftly, returning him to his bed. Fan Lin lay there gasping for breath, wiping his brow, though the foul stench of the wolf's breath seemed to linger in his nostrils. "Damn it, I almost died in there. There are dangers in the bronze mirror world as well. I must remain highly vigilant when I venture there in the future," Lin Fan murmured to himself. The appearance of that wolf had put him on his guard. The bronze mirror world was by no means a safe haven. It harbored numerous hidden perils. This time it was a wolf, but what if a tiger appeared next time? Or perhaps even those legendary demonic beasts? Anything was possible. Just because he had not encountered them did not mean they did not exist. Lin Fan looked down at the 3 fruits in his palm and let out a long sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I plucked the fruits first, otherwise this trip would have been in vain. Time to bolster my strength." He opened his mouth and swallowed one of the fruits. The fruit's energy dissolved within his body, absorbed and digested by his cultivation technique to be converted into blood vital energy. As the surging blood vital energy rippled through his body, the 3 blood-red patterns on his palm emerged of their own accord. The fully ripened fruit was far more potent. He had already consumed 2 previously, and this one successfully propelled his cultivation realm to the peak of the 7th rank. With his blood vital energy surging, Lin Fan felt as though he had touched an invisible barrier. It seemed that if he could only break through this barrier, he would enter an entirely new realm. He began to muster his blood vital energy, ultimately condensing it into a singular force. Break! With a low shout like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, the blood vital energy throughout his body suddenly erupted. Immediately following the eruption, the scattered blood vital energy began to gather back into his body. After a dozen breaths, a thread of internal force emerged between his meridians, beginning to circulate along them of its own accord. This was dark force as fine as silk, the definitive sign of stepping into the 6th rank. Lin Fan did not stop absorbing the very last drop of the fruit's energy completely. Phew, 6th rank. A dark force martial artist is considered to stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid in any given province. Sensing the thread of dark force within him, which was barely thicker than a strand of hair, Lin Fan showed a look of satisfaction. He raised his hand and struck the wooden railing of his bed with his palm. A muffled thud echoed from within the wood, yet the exterior of the railing remained completely unchanged. Crushing the outer bark of the railing revealed that the inside had already been shattered into sawdust. This was the devastating power of dark force, and it was precisely why a vast chasm lay between martial artists of the 6th and 7th ranks. After a brief thought, Lin Fan split the ripe fruit in half and stepped out of his room. Carrying the fruit, he walked over to Lin Guzi's door and knocked. A bleary-eyed Lin Guzi opened the door, but instantly perked up upon seeing Lin Fan. He eagerly asked, "Young master, what brings you to see me?" "Divide this in half and eat it. It must be split in two." Lin Fan reached out and handed the half-fruit to Lin Guzi. Upon seeing the fruit, Lin Guzi recognized it immediately. Was this not the very treasure that had allowed him to break through to the 8th rank last time? Yet how could someone like him be worthy of consuming such a thing? It should be reserved for the young master. He hurriedly said, "Young master, this is too precious." Lin Fan cut him off. "If I tell you to eat it, just eat it. If I can afford to give this to you, do you think I would lack for myself?" "Thank you, young master." Lin Guzi was deeply moved. "Absorb it quickly. There is a fierce battle ahead tomorrow." Lin Fan turned and left. Only after watching Lin Fan return to his room did Lin Guzi close his door. Going back inside, he carefully divided the fruit into 2 halves and swallowed one of them. As the explosive medicinal power surged through his body, he hastily began to absorb and digest it. Meanwhile, Lin Fan went back to sleep. Perhaps because the breakthrough had drained too much of his energy, it was already close to noon when he finally woke up. "Guzi, what time is it?" "Young master, it is already 1:15. Lin Guzi pushed the door open and entered. Lin Fan glanced at him. "Have you broken through to the 7th rank?" Lin Guzi chuckled. "Thanks to your blessing, young master, I am indeed at the 7th rank now. It's just that the breakthrough happened so quickly that my foundation is a bit unstable. An unstable foundation can be solidified with gradual practice." "Have Wang Hu and the others arrived?" Lin Fan asked. Lin Guzi shook his head. "Not yet. I reckon they won't be here until mid-afternoon. Our office doesn't have that many horses, so they have to travel on foot." "I completely forgot about that." Lin Fan stretched lazily and then said, "Let's go downstairs to get some food. Also inform the innkeeper to prepare rooms and meals early." "Right away." Lin Guzi followed him downstairs. He still did not ask about the origin of the item from last night, firmly convinced that the young master must have encountered some miraculous fortune. Even a century-old ginseng could not be entirely without side effects, yet the treasure his young master gave him had allowed someone of his mediocre talent to break through to the 7th rank in less than half a month. If others were to find out about such a divine object, it would undoubtedly trigger a bloodbath. Before Lin Fan could even finish his meal, a clamor of footsteps echoed from outside the door. The innkeeper poked his head out to look. Upon seeing the crowd outside, his face turned pale with fright, and he hurriedly rushed out from behind the counter to greet them. "My lords, this humble shop has absolutely never done anything against the law." The innkeeper's voice trembled violently. He couldn't help it. No merchant could help but feel terrified upon seeing so many Jinyui storming into their establishment. Especially since the 3 leading them wore the uniforms of Xiaoqi officers. These were Jinyui with official ranks. Yet the Jinyui ignored him entirely, marching straight into the inn and cupping their fists in salute to Lin Fan in unison. Jinyui Xiaoqi Wang, who along with Su Kuang and Su Bao pays respects to your honor. We pay our respects to your honor. Their voices joined together so thunderous they made one's eardrums ache. The innkeeper's face turned even paler. It turned out that the guest staying at his inn was actually an influential figure of the Jinyui. He began to meticulously recall his actions over the past few days. Only after assuring himself that he had not shown the slightest neglect did his racing heart settle slightly. No need to be so solemn. If you scare away the other guests, how is the innkeeper supposed to do business? Lin Fan said with a touch of helplessness. Wiping his mouth, he asked, "How did you all arrive so quickly?" Only then did Lin Fan notice the beads of sweat on everyone's faces. It was clear they had barely rested along the way, rushing without pause until now. "Innkeeper, please prepare the finest wine and dishes for my brothers here. You will be well compensated." Lin Fan instructed the innkeeper beside him. But seeing the innkeeper's face suddenly turn pale, he instantly understood what the man was worried about. After all, when did the Jinyui ever pay for their meals? Thus he said to Lin Guzi, "Guzi, give the innkeeper 50 taels first. Serve the food and wine generously, and any extra can be kept as a deposit for the rooms." Lin Guzi immediately pulled out a 50-tael banknote and shoved it into the innkeeper's hand. "Take it." The innkeeper felt as if the banknote were burning his hand, momentarily unsure whether he should accept it. Take the banknote and prepare the feast. If you show the slightest neglect, I will tear your shop apart. Lin Fan had no choice but to growl fiercely. Yes, yes, my lord, I shall go right away. The innkeeper felt that this was more like it. This was indeed the proper attitude of the Jinui. Once the food and wine were served, Wang Hu and the other two shared a table with Lin Fan, while the remaining Jinui sat 8 to a table perfectly filling 5 tables. Lin Fan swept his gaze over them. How did so many ranked martial artists suddenly appear? Among the 40 Jinui, 8 had actually achieved ranked status. Though the remaining 32 had not yet achieved rank, their vital energy was robust, and they were not far from breaking through. My lord, they all trained at the martial arts school before. They couldn't become warriors simply due to lack of resources. Given that they've consumed a substantial amount of meat these past few days, and their vitality has been boosted, they've likely all reached a certain rank. Su Kuang offered an explanation, though he barely believed his own words. If merely eating meat 3 or 5 times could elevate one's rank, then warriors would be as numerous as dust in this world. But the present seemed to offer no more reasonable explanation. Lin Fan wore a satisfied smile. Well done. Tonight's opponents include 10 ranked warriors. The primary target is a 5th rank expert, while the rest are estimated to be at least 7th or 8th rank. With these additional ranked warriors, our chances of victory are considerably improved. A 5th rank warrior. Wang Hu exclaimed in shock. My lord, will a 100-person commander be participating in tonight's operation? Heh. Ling Huan shared a cooking pot with Gao Chong before. Do you think he'd aid us? Lin Fan sneered. Wang Hu puzzled asked, then how shall we deal with that 5th rank expert? Lin Fan replied calmly. You only need to hold off the others. As for the 5th rank warrior, I shall handle him myself. My lord, have you broken through again? Wang Hu's eyes widened in utter disbelief, brimming with astonishment. Just a minor breakthrough. Lin Fan said evenly. Wait until later, and you 3 shall accompany me upstairs. I'll assist you in breaking through so that we may have a better edge tonight. Wang Hu and the others were utterly stunned. Hadn't he and Su Kuang only reached 8th rank mere days ago? Yet for their lord, breaking through to a higher realm seemed as routine as eating and drinking. After the meal, the Jinui officers retired to their rooms upstairs, 5 per room. Having marched since dawn, they were exhausted and needed some rest before tonight's operation. Wang Hu and the Su family, father and son, however, accompanied Lin Fan to his room. Lin Fan retrieved 3 slightly reddish pills resembling small dough balls roughly the size of mung beans, but carrying a faint fruity fragrance. 1 pill each. Swallow it. Lin Fan distributed the pills, 1 to each of the 3. Without hesitation, all 3 swallowed them immediately. The moment the pills entered their stomachs, a fierce burning heat erupted within their lower abdomens. All 3 immediately began circulating their energy to process the medicinal potency. Su Kuang and Wang Hu managed reasonably well, but Su Bao, being only at the peak of 9th rank, found the medicinal power far too violent. His face flushed crimson, his belly feeling as though it were about to burst. And my lord, I can't hold on. Su Bao urgently sought Lin Fan's aid. Lin Fan frowned, regretting that he had put too much fruit pulp in this boy's pill. He stepped behind Su Bao and channeled a subtle force into his body, guiding the medicinal energy within. Gradually, Su Bao's complexion improved, and his cultivation successfully broke through to 8th rank. Lord, I've broken through to 8th rank. Su Bao laughed exuberantly. A 8th rank warrior was once a realm he had never dared to imagine. Return to your room and stabilize your breakthrough. Lin Fan dismissed Su Bao. Meanwhile, Su Kuang and Wang Hu had also finished digesting their pills, significantly boosting their strength, though they still had a considerable distance to reach the next breakthrough. Continue breaking through. Lin Fan handed each of them another pill. Both were utterly shocked. This pill was comparable to an 80-year-old ginseng root. 1 pill alone could save years of arduous cultivation. If sold on the market, each pill would fetch 1,000 taels of silver and still find buyers, yet their lord possessed so many. Quickly take them and continue breaking through. Lin Fan urged. The 2 eagerly accepted the pills and swallowed them. Torrents of medicinal power spread through their bodies, pressing continuously toward the next realm. After consuming 3 pills each, they finally crossed into 7th rank. Seeing this, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the fruit pulp had been just enough. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing these pills. Su Kuang rose and bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Seeing this, Wang Hu hurriedly added, I'm grateful as well. Very well. Return to your rooms and stabilize your breakthroughs. Adapt to your current strength as soon as possible. Lin Fan dismissed them. Time flew swiftly, and the sun soon set. The city gate had already closed. The guards leaned against the wall, dozing off, when urgent footsteps roused them. Who goes there? The guards immediately leveled their spears toward the darkness ahead. Jinui on official business. Open the gate at once. Lin Fan flashed his copper badge as a deputy 100-person commander. Open the gate quickly, the squad leader shouted. Several guards immediately opened the city gate. Led by Lin Fan, over 50 Jinui officers in black cloaks surged out of the city and dissolved into the darkness. Jinui leaving the city at this hour must be a major case. The squad leader was somewhat surprised but shrugged, keeping to himself. The city gate closed again, and the guards embraced their spears, leaning against the wall and snoring once more. No one noticed a figure dressed in black with a masked face scaling the wall and following after them. East of the city lay Jiang Village. The world was utterly silent under a moonless, wind-swept night. Dozens of Jinui clad in black cloaks had already gathered beneath the courtyard walls. Once inside, the 4 section commanders and 9 warriors will shield me. Everyone else only needs to create distractions. Do not engage directly. Understood. Lin Fan gave his orders in a hushed tone. We understand, the men responded in low voices. Lin Fan stomped his foot, suddenly launching himself onto the courtyard wall with extraordinary agility. Inside the wall was a martial arts training ground empty in the dark night. Follow me in. Lin Fan gestured, then leaped down from the wall. Figures filed through one after another. A 10-foot wall posed no obstacle to seasoned warriors. Then everyone crept toward the main house. In the main house, Jiang Duan tossed and turned on his bed, unable to sleep. He had an unsettling feeling, as if some major event were about to unfold. Has my eagerness to break through made me restless? He sat on the edge of the bed, his brows tightly knit. Suddenly a chorus of barking erupted throughout the village. Startled, he drew the precious blade hanging by his bedside and strode out of the room. In the courtyard, Lin Fan cursed inwardly upon hearing the village-wide barking. He immediately shouted, someone's causing trouble. We've been exposed. Kill. Drawing his blade, Lin Fan took a single step and covered several zhang in an instant. Closing in on the main house at great speed, he intended to finish quickly. Crash. The door exploded outward as Jiang Duan charged out, blade raised. Clang. Steel clashed against steel, and both retreated several steps. Jiang Duan was startled to see more than 50 Jinui before him. He immediately raised his blade and thundered, what do you think you're doing? I am the village head of Jiang Village. Even as Jinui, you have no right to trespass on private property. Jiang Duan, your crimes are exposed, Lin Fan sneered. Jiang Duan's heart lurched, and he hastily retorted, what crimes? I don't understand what you're talking about. Lin Fan snorted coldly. 3 years ago, the Fengping Princess Manor. I'm merely a village head. What business do I have with the Fengping Princess Manor? Though Jiang Duan immediately denied any connection, Lin Fan still caught a fleeting glimpse of panic across his face. Whether there's a connection or not, you'll find out once you're in the imperial prison. You have no evidence. You have no right to arrest me. Lin Fan smiled. Strike first, report later. It's an imperial privilege. Do we Jinui need evidence to make arrests? Jiang Duan, surrender. You want to capture me? Let's see if you have what it takes. Jiang Duan stomped his foot and abruptly swung his blade, slashing toward Lin Fan. As a 5th-grade expert, his hidden force coiled like a rope. The strike cleaved through the air with a distinct whistling screech. Confronted with such a fierce strike, Lin Fan, far from defending, chose to go on the offensive. Drawing his Xiuquan blade, it swept forward like a brilliant ribbon of autumn water, slashing directly ahead. Clang! The clash of the 2 precious blades produced sparks that briefly illuminated the dark night. Jiang Duan was inwardly astonished. Lin Fan clearly possessed only the aura of a 6th-grade martial artist, yet he held his ground in a head-on clash. Moreover, the immense force traveling up the blade was almost too much for him to bear. It was not hidden force, but pure raw physical strength. The impact sent a painful shock through the web of his thumb, feeling as though it were about to split open. Lin Fan was also secretly surprised. The hidden force of a 5th-grade expert was indeed formidable. As the hidden force invaded his body, he felt a dull ache in his muscles and a numbing sensation in his bones. Fortunately, thanks to his robust physical body and strength that far surpassed other martial artists of his level, this soreness remained within his threshold of tolerance. A barrage of clanging sounds echoed continuously. The sparks flying from their clash were like shooting stars or fleeting fireworks. Attack together. Support the Lord. Wang Hu bellowed. Soon after, Su Kuang and Lin Guzi lunged forward with their blades to join him. Although the 3 were only in the 7th grade, meaning a direct confrontation with Jiang Duan would spell certain death, they were more than capable of providing support and harassment. Jiang Duan was already struggling to hold his own against Lin Fan. Every collision felt as though he were being struck by a rampaging bull. The intervention of the 3 7th-grade martial artists pushed him further into a corner, placing him in imminent danger. Big brother, we are here to help you. 9 men wielding various weapons came charging over. Wearing only trousers, they had clearly rushed to the rescue before they even had time to put on their shirts. The leader among them was surprisingly a 6th-grade expert, while the rest were in the 7th and 8th grades. Go block those 9. I can handle Jiang Duan alone. Lin Fan ordered Lin Guzi and the others, momentarily pulling back from Jiang Duan after a brief clash. Yes, my lord. The 3 immediately withdrew from the duel, leading a group of Jinui to intercept the 9 reinforcements. Although the 9 possessed formidable strength, the Jinui had the advantage in numbers, locking the 2 sides in a fierce deadlocked battle. Jiang Duan stopped putting up a senseless struggle. Surrender now, confess, and sign your deposition, and you might spare yourself some suffering. Lin Fan advised as he swung his blade. With a contorted face, Jiang Duan snarled, impossible. I am a proud 5th-grade martial artist. You cannot capture me. Is that so? Lin Fan sneered, and the vital energy within him began to surge. His aura grew increasingly sharp as he poured his entire strength into the Sichuan blade. Then with a sudden thunderous slash he unleashed the 3 wind-cleaving slashes executed at a level near perfection. Jiang Duan paled with fright. He hurriedly raised his blade to parry. His crimson jade blade technique was indeed remarkable, but Lin Fan's strength was far more ferocious. He barely blocked the first strike, but Lin Fan had already unleashed the second. The power of the second slash surged even higher, making Jiang Duan's hair stand on end. He scrambled to block it in a panic. With a sharp clang, his precious blade shattered, leaving him completely disarmed. Yet the third slash was already upon him, its power even more ferocious and sharp than the previous 2. Jiang Duan's face was deathly pale. He tried his best to dodge, but it was to no avail. Right at that moment, a figure clad in black leapt down from the rooftop, swooping toward Lin Fan like a predatory eagle. He thrust a palm forward, channeling his vital energy with a force that seemed capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. Lin Fan hurriedly raised his left palm to meet the strike. With a loud bang, the sleeve on the assailant's arm exploded into pieces, and the massive impact sent him flying backward. At the same time, Lin Fan swung his blade with his right hand, pinning Jiang Duan to the ground with a single strike. Jiang Duan has been captured. Surrender now, Lin Fan roared. Seeing this, the 9 men had no choice but to drop their weapons and submissively allow the Jinyui to bind them in chains. The figure in black did not linger upon witnessing this. He turned and fled. Lin Fan watched the fleeing figure with cold eyes. A 5th-grade martial artist with extraordinary palm strength, the suspect would be easy to identify. After all, there were only a handful of 5th-grade martial artists in Fengzhou. My lord, are you all right? Lin Guzi rushed over, asking with concern. Lin Fan shook his head. I am fine. Though he claimed to be fine, his hand hidden beneath his cloak was actually trembling. That had been a 5th-grade martial artist after all, and one highly skilled in palm techniques. Although he seemed to have the upper hand in that clash, he had actually responded in a frantic rush. The tearing pain beneath his muscles served as a stark reminder that his arm bone had been fractured. Should we take them to the imperial prison now? Lin Guzi asked. Lin Fan shook his head. No, interrogate them right here. Jiang Duan and the other 9 men were thrown onto the training grounds. Jiang Duan and the 6th-grade martial artist had their collarbones pierced to seal their hidden force, while the rest were tightly bound in heavy chains. Confess. Lin Fan sat in a chair, his voice calm. I have nothing to confess. The case of the princess's manor was not my doing. Jiang Duan's tone remained firm, clearly determined to keep his mouth shut. You should be well aware of the Jinyui's reputation. You ought to think of your blind, elderly mother. I do not have the time to waste on you. If you do not confess within the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, you will suffer the consequences. Lin Fan's eyes were indifferent. The crime was definitely committed by Jiang Duan. Even if he wasn't the direct perpetrator, he was absolutely involved. Lin Fan never considered himself a good man, and after joining the Jinyui, he had no intention of being a stickler for the rules. At the mention of his mother, Jiang Duan instantly turned into a rabid dog, struggling violently despite his pierced collarbones, desperate to lunge forward and tear a piece of flesh from Lin Fan. Behaved. 2 guards yanked the chains violently, pulling him back. Blood dripped down the chains, pattering onto the ground. Jiang Duan gasped heavily, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Lin Fan. Murdering royalty is a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations. Do you honestly think I will confess? If I confess, my mother stands no chance of survival. Confess fully, and I will spare your mother's life, Lin Fan said calmly. Jiang Duan asked in a low voice, why should I trust you? Lin Fan replied casually, you have no choice. When the Jinyui handles a case, accidental deaths are commonplace. At most, I will be held accountable and demoted, while you will lose your entire family. Jiang Duan fell silent at those words, his eyes falling upon the Sichuan blade in Lin Fan's hand. It was absolutely no ordinary centurion's blade. The gemstones and the gold and silver embroidery on it were privileges reserved only for items bestowed by imperial decree. Fine. I confess. Those 3 words seemed to drain Jiang Duan of all his strength. His voice was raspy. I killed the 62 people in the Fengping princess's manor. Your motive? Lin Fan asked. Jiang Duan shook his head. There was no motive. Tell the truth. Lin Fan set his brow, furrowing slightly in growing impatience. Without a motive, the confession would be weak, making it difficult to make the case airtight. Jiang Duan looked up at him. You had better not press any further. Even if you possess an imperially bestowed Sichuan blade, the consequences of certain matters are far beyond what you can bear. Your purpose? Lin Fan repeated once more. A fool indeed, deaf to good counsel, rushing headlong to his doom. Jiang Duan said in a heavy voice. I only hope you will settle my mother well before you die. Otherwise, I will not let you off, even as a ghost. Fine, I promise you, Lin Fan replied swiftly and decisively. Have you heard of the Qingyi house? Jiang Duan looked up at Lin Fan, his voice carrying a profound meaning. I am a member of the Qingyi house. The sole reason I annihilated the Fengping County Princess Mansion was upon their direct command. Hearing the name of the Qingyi house, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. As the grandest martial faction within the dying dynasty, rumor had it that the Qingyi house was guarded by a great grandmaster. Grandmasters among their ranks were by no means scarce, and their operatives spanned across almost every corner of the realm. Even the imperial court of dying adopted a laissez-faire attitude when dealing with the Qingyi house. They neither suppressed nor supported them, maintaining a tacit boundary of mutual non-interference. Lin Fan quickly recovered his composure. Why did the Qingyi house target the Fengping County Princess Mansion? Jiang Duan grinned. For that you can blame the consort Zhao Mingjue. What does this have to do with the consort? Zhao Mingjue has always been known for his benevolence, and has never provoked anyone he shouldn't have, Lin Fan asked, deeply perplexed. Jiang Duan sneered. Because he took something he should never have touched. Without waiting for Lin Fan to press further, he continued. Aside from his scholarly pursuits, Zhao Mingjue had a passion for collecting jade. 3 years ago he purchased a piece of white jade at a marketplace. That very jade is the artifact the Qingyi house has been searching for. So the Qingyi house ordered you to slaughter the princess mansion just to seize that jade? Lin Fan inquired. Indeed. Jiang Duan smiled bitterly. Regrettably, despite subjecting Zhao Mingjue to severe torture, I still failed to retrieve it. Had I successfully completed the mission back then, I would have long earned the favor of my superiors and advanced to the upper 3 realms rather than ending up in your hands. A faint glimmer flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. For the Qingyi house to go to such lengths, even annihilating a princess mansion, all for a single piece of jade. Just what mystical properties did that jade possess? I have told you what you want to know. Bring me the confession, I shall sign it. Jiang Duan signed his name and pressed his thumbprint onto the document without hesitation. He looked up at Lin Fan. I beg you, my lord, you must ensure my mother is well taken care of, so she may live out her days in peace. Rest assured, Lin Fan replied. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a stream of black blood seeped from the corner of Jiang Duan's lips. His head slumped to the side, his breath forever gone. Wang, who hurriedly pried open Jiang Duan's mouth. After a brief inspection, his expression turned grave. My lord, there is a hollow in his tooth. He was concealing a secret poison of the Qingyi house. No matter. We have secured the confession, which means our mission is accomplished. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the remaining 9 captives. All of these individuals were complicit in the Fengping Princess Mansion case. Take them all back. Guzi, come with me to the backyard. The backyard was where the female members of the household resided, and Jiang Duan's mother lived there. My lord, do you truly intend to arrange for Jiang Duan's mother? Lin Guzi asked. Lin Fan replied calmly. I have given him my word. How could I possibly break it? Yet the moment he pushed open the door, he froze in his tracks. An elderly woman hung suspended from the ceiling beam, facing the entrance directly. Lin Guzi rushed forward to lower her down. My lord, she has already passed. So I give her a proper burial. Lin Fan sighed. Evidently, the elderly woman had long been aware of her son's misdeeds. Upon hearing the commotion outside today, she knew her son's crimes had come to light, prompting her to hang herself to join him in the afterlife. Jiang Duan possessed immense wealth, suggesting he had done plenty of dirty work for the Qingyi house. All the gold, silver, and valuables combined amounted to over 60,000 taels of silver, making him exceedingly wealthy. Furthermore, they unearthed a second-rate cultivation method, the stone skin technique, which was likely a reward bestowed upon him by the Qingyi house. Lin Fan instructed, take this cultivation method and practice it among yourselves. Set aside 30% of the silver to distribute to everyone and confiscate the rest for the public treasury. Thank you, my lord. Su Kuang and the others were overjoyed. Previously, they had only practiced third-rate techniques. With a second-rate technique now in hand, their progress would be much swifter and their strength far greater. A second-rate cultivation manual would easily fetch tens of thousands of taels of silver on the black market. With over 50 men arriving for the raid, the confiscation of the estate was executed swiftly and cleanly. Carrying the confiscated goods, the group returned to Fengzhou City overnight. Wang, who stayed behind with a detachment to guard the loot, while the rest retired to the inn to rest. My lord, could that man in black also be from the Qingyi house? On the way back to the inn, Su Kuang recalled the mysterious figure in black who had retreated after exchanging a single blow with Lin Fan. He is not from the Qingyi house. Lin Fan shook his head. Su Kuang asked in confusion, then who is he? The Jinyui. Lin Fan said, his eyes turning ice cold. Had he not broken through to the next realm yesterday, that single palm strike today would have undoubtedly cost him his life. Leaving a grievance unavenged was never his style. He merely awaited the opportune moment. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Fan immediately entered the world of the bronze mirror. Having advanced to the 6th realm, pulling himself up was no longer as exhausting, though he was still unable to stand. The moment he stepped into the world of the bronze mirror, he immediately scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Once assured that there was no danger, he turned his attention to the fruits. He crawled forward swiftly and reached out to pluck them, his brow furrowing at the sharp, stinging pain from his fractured left arm. After harvesting all 4 fruits from the plant, he grabbed a handful of its leaves as well, then promptly withdrew from the mirror world. He popped one of the fruits into his mouth and swallowed it. A surging medicinal energy dissolved within him. Now that he had reached the 6th realm, the fruit's efficacy was considerably reduced. Nonetheless, he could feel his fractured bone gradually knitting back together and healing. Soon he had consumed all 4 fruits. The thread of hidden force, previously as thin as a strand of hair, grew slightly thicker, now roughly the size of a needle tip, though it remained far from the thickness of a hemp rope. His broken bone, however, had completely mended. His movements were fluid once more, and the bone felt even sturdier than before. As for the dozen or so grass leaves in his hand, he had no intention of eating them. Instead, he could dry and crush them to supplement the meals of his subordinate Li Shi, which would also help elevate the cultivation realms of Su Kuang and the others. Since it was still early, he lay back down for a morning nap. When he woke, he felt thoroughly refreshed. Lin Fan immediately summoned Guzi. Guzi, go fetch me a physician, one who is skilled in setting bones. Young master, did you break a bone? Lin Guzi was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to inspect him. Lin Fan waved his hand. My bones are perfectly fine. Just do as I say. Relieved to hear his master was unharmed, Lin Guzi promptly set out to find a physician. Before long, Lin Fan's left arm was fitted with a bamboo splint suspended in a sling made of hemp rope looped around his neck. My lord, are you injured? Su Kuang asked with concern upon seeing his condition. Lin Fan waved it off. It is nothing, merely a minor injury. Let us head to the Baihu office first. The group set off in a grand procession toward the Baihu office. Inside the office, Ling Huan's tense expression relaxed slightly upon seeing Lin Fan's left arm in a sling. Probationary Baihu Lin, you are truly extraordinary. To have cracked a case that has been cold for 3 years is indeed a monumental achievement. Lin Fan sighed. My lord Ling, you must request a reward on my behalf. Last night an assailant in black suddenly ambushed us. I exchanged a palm strike with him, which fractured my left arm. The physician said it will take at least 2 months to fully heal. Ling Huan's eyes flickered slightly as he smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, this official will certainly request rewards on your behalf. Lin Fan said, My lord, since this case has concluded, your subordinate shall return to guard Pingan County first, which will also allow me to nurse my injuries. That is only proper. Ling Huan paused before continuing. Once the rewards are granted, this official will have them sent to Pingan County. Then your subordinate shall take his leave. Lin Fan was equally decisive, leading his men in a grand departure from the 100 Households office. My lord, are we really going to let him go just like that? Once Lin Fan and his men had departed from the 100 Households office, Yin Jian approached. Ling Huan sneered. How could that be possible? Last night when I clashed with him, this brat managed to withstand my palm strike despite being only in the 6th rank. If we truly allow him to break through to the 5th rank, I fear he would be the one sitting in my position as the 100 household. Then shall we dispose of him on the road? Yin Jian made a throat-slitting gesture. There is no need for that. Yesterday the prefect came to discuss a matter with me. Wei Wudao, the blood butcher of Jiangbei, has entered our Fengzhou territory. He wants to requisition the experts from our 100 households office to surround and suppress Wei Wudao, and he specifically demanded that Lin Fan must go. Do you understand the implication of this? Ling Huan smiled. Hearing this, Yin Jian realized something. Could it be because Lin Fan humiliated the heir of the Prince of Bingjian's residence during the Ouyang literary gathering? Ling Huan's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. Lin Fan was originally the former heir of the Prince of Bingjian's residence. The current heir Lin Xiaolong will not allow him to keep growing, nor will the residence of Marquis Zhongding, the maiden home of Princess Consort Qin Hui, permit Lin Fan's existence. It is not we who want him dead, but a whole crowd of people wishing to crush him to pieces. In that case, we can simply go with the flow and requisition Lin Fan to join the siege against Wei Wudao. His arm is already injured. Even if he somehow survives by sheer luck, you, my lord, can still. Yin Jian break through to a 6th rank martial artist as soon as possible. Once Lin Fan is dead, his position as the probationary 100 household shall rightfully fall to you. Thank you for your cultivation and guidance, my lord. Yin Jian hurriedly bowed in deep respect. Once they leave the city and are over 100 miles away, summon Lin Fan back. Oh, and bring along his subordinates Wang Hu and Su Kuang. They are 2 7th rank martial artists. Let's see if we can recruit them for our own use. Ling Huan instructed. By mid-afternoon, Lin Fan was asleep in a carriage. Since he had to pretend his arm was broken, he naturally had to play the part fully. Riding a horseback would no longer be appropriate, so he had Lin Guzi find a carriage. Su Kuang, how far is it to Pingan County? Su Kuang hastily replied. My lord, there are still 50 miles. 50 miles. Could it be that Ling Huan really hasn't made any moves? Lin Fan felt a bit disappointed. He had thought Ling Huan would seize the opportunity of his injury to strike. And then there is Lin Xiaolong. That kid is certainly no saint. Could he really just swallow the humiliation of being publicly shamed by me? It doesn't make sense. Just then the rapid sound of galloping hooves echoed from the rear of the convoy. Lord Lin, please wait. Yin Jian's voice called out. Lin Fan lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. He asked, Junior Flag Officer Yin, you have pursued me for 100 miles. Does Lord Ling have some instructions? Yin Jian said, Lord Lin Wei Wudao, the blood butcher of Jiangbei, has appeared in Fengzhou. The prefect has requisitioned 6th rank and higher experts from the 100 households office to slay Wei Wudao. Oh, this? Lin Fan said with a troubled expression. Junior Flag Officer Een, as you can see, my left arm is broken and my strength is severely compromised. Een Jin cupped his fists and said, Lord Lin, I am truly sorry, but this is the prefect's command, and the 1,000 household has also agreed to the prefect's requisition request. Could you not show some leniency? Lin Fan nudged his left arm, which was still bound in bamboo splints. Apologies, but the 1,000 household's order must be obeyed. Een Jin remained expressionless, but his heart was blooming with joy. He felt immense satisfaction seeing Lin Fan suffer a setback. Een Jin, our lord has already broken an arm to solve the case, and that way Wu Dao is a 4th-rank master. Are you not sending our lord to his death? Beside him Wang, who could no longer contain himself and roared directly at Een Jin. Een Jin maintained his official demeanor, cupping his fists as he said, Brother, I am truly sorry, but this is the 1,000 household's command. There is nothing I can do. This is intolerable. Wang, who rolled up his sleeves intending to drag Een Jin down. Behind him the Brocade Guard members glared furiously, looking as though they would strike at the slightest provocation. They had just received their silver today, a full 20 taels per person. Had they not been following Lord Lin, how could they have earned so much silver? At this moment, every one of them was eager to show their loyalty in front of Lin Fan. Although Een Jin was indeed a 7th-rank martial artist, he was only one person. Seeing this scene, even a 7th-rank martial artist like him could not help but feel flustered. He quickly barked, What are you trying to do? I am here on the orders of the 100 household to request Lord Lin's assistance. If you dare lay a hand on me, you will be defying the orders of your superiors. Our lord is a hero of great merit. Our lord broke his arm for the sake of the 100 household's office. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. All of you stop. Lin Fan shouted to stop Wang Hu and the others who were about to attack. My lord, they are pushing us too far. Wang Hu and the others all looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed. We are the Brocade Guards, not bandits. Since our superiors have issued an order, we must execute it. You all head back first. Once the mission is completed, I will return to Ping'an County on my own. My lord, you cannot go, Wang Hu pleaded earnestly. Go back first. I have just rendered great service to the 100 household's office. Surely the 100 household would not harm me. Lin Fan scolded. Seeing this, the crowd could only suppress their anger. Lord Lin, since you have currently broken an arm, it would be inconvenient for you to go to the 100 household's office alone. You can have Wang Hu and Su Kuang accompany you to look after you. Een Jin said with a smile. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and said, Very well, let them accompany me then. My lord, what about me? Lin Guzi grew anxious the moment he heard this. He was the young master's loyal servant, and he could not let Su Kuang and Wang Hu snatch his duties away. Junior Flag Officer Een, I have some matters to instruct them on. Please excuse us for a moment. Lin Fan said. Een Jin stepped aside, completely indifferent to how Lin Fan arranged things. In his eyes, Lin Fan was already a dead man, and no matter how much a dead man struggled, he would not survive. Guzi, take this bottle of seasoning first. Remember to give it to Su Wanner for cooking when you get back. Lin Fan retrieved a porcelain bottle and handed it to Lin Guzi. Then he took out a small box. Inside this box are pills for cultivation. You may distribute them to those who have rendered meritorious service as you see fit. During the time I am away, there must be no mistakes. Do you understand? Young master, Guzi, Ping'an County is our base. Only when you are managing it can I put my mind at ease, understand? Lin Fan looked at Lin Guzi with a solemn expression. Young master, I understand. I will definitely not fail your expectations. Lin Guzi nodded repeatedly, tucking the box and the porcelain bottle close to his body. All right, Su Kuang and Wang Hu will accompany me to Fengzhou City. The rest of you head back first. Lin Fan waved his hand at the crowd. Everyone follow me. Lin Guzi waved his hand grandly, leading the crowd to continue their journey. After turning around, he patted the wooden box and porcelain bottle in his bosom. Rest assured, young master. I will certainly manage Ping'an County well for you. And the Lin Fan returned once more to Fengzhou City. He was still staying at the same inn, and the Mad King Su Kuang Wang, who lived in the room next to him. At night, Lin Fan once again ventured into the copper mirror world and plucked 5 ripe fruits. The wolf seemed to have gone far away. Both attempts were smooth with no sign of the wolf. After more than 2 hours, all 5 fruits had been digested cleanly. The hidden chi roaming through his meridians grew much stronger, and he was only a matter of time away from entering the 5th rank realm. In the morning, Lin Fan had just risen from bed when a visitor arrived at his door. Cheng Feng, what do you want with me? Lin Fan looked at the youth before him, a brow slightly furrowed. Cheng Feng spoke. My lord, could we talk in your room? Lin Fan frowned, then said, very well. As soon as they stepped into the room, Cheng Feng suddenly knelt, bowing 3 times to Lin Fan. My lord, avenge my Zhao family for me. Zhao Feng cannot repay your grace, so I offer this jade stone to repay you. After finishing the 3 bows, Cheng Feng unfastened the jade stone hanging from his neck and presented it with both hands. Zhao Feng, are you the son of Zhao Mingjue, the county marquis? Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. Weren't you killed by Jiang Duan and them? The Zhao family's retainer Cheng Lai is adept at disguises. That night his son happened to visit as a guest. Cheng Lai swapped the faces of me and his son, and I escaped through a dog hole in the back courtyard, saving my life. Cheng Feng's teeth clenched with a grinding sound. He would never forget that night's blood and wind. Over the years to find my foe, I infiltrated the Jinhui and became a strongman guarding the archives. If it weren't for your grace solving the case and killing Jiang Duan, Zhao Feng might have gone his whole life without ever knowing who his enemy was. Lin Fan, hearing this, realized, no wonder you showed something off when they pulled the records that day, and after you went to the Princess of Fengping's residence you seemed to return home, so familiar with the whole princess's mansion. So you are the county marquis's son. Master, this is the jade stone that doomed my whole family. It is useless to keep it on me, so I present it to you. Lin Fan took the jade stone, and his curiosity stirred. He tucked the stone away and asked, Zhao Feng, what do you plan to do from now on? Qingyi building still exists. Zhao Feng cannot live in this world any longer. From now on he must live as Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng said with a wry smile. Lin Fan thought for a moment, and said, then let me see if I can take Ling Huan's place. If I can replace him and become the head of the 100 households, you can follow me to do tasks. How does that sound? Good. From now on Cheng Feng's life belongs to the benefactor. Cheng Feng's body belongs to the benefactor. Cheng Feng serves only at the benefactor's command. Cheng Feng cupped his fists. Lin Fan commanded, then go back for now. Lingering here too long will surely draw the cautious one's attention. Yes. Cheng Feng rose and left the inn. After sending him off, Lin Fan drew out the jade stone. The stone was pure white throughout. When observed closely, it seemed as if a clear spring flowed within, a faint glow shining from it. Holding the jade stone in his hand, Lin Fan felt an aura, as if he were entering the copper mirror world again. Yet the aura emitted by the jade stone differed greatly from that world. Lin Fan drew the Xiaochun Dao across the jade stone. Even the blade's edge did not leave a single scratch. So hard a stone. What could Qingyi building want with this? After half a day of toying with it, and still not understanding the jade's use, he finally tucked the jade close to his body. Su Kuang Wang, who you two should roam Fengzhou City for the next couple of days to get a feel for the place. I'll go to the 100 household office. My lord, do you want us to come with you? Wang Hu asked. Lin Fan waved a hand. No need, I can go alone. He changed into a silver-white Feiyu outfit, hung the bestowed Xiaochun Dao at his waist, and headed straight for the 100 household office. Upon arriving, he met another 100 household in Fengzhou City, Chu Feiying. Chu Feiying's face was narrow and angular, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. This 100 household was negotiating with Ling Huan on how to slay Wei Wu Dao. Wei Wu Dao was indeed a 4th-rank master, and among those present the strongest were Chu Feiying and Ling Huan, 2 5-rank warriors. Lin Shibaihu, you're here at the right time. We're discussing how to trap Wei Wu Dao. If you have any ideas, you may speak up. Ling Huan laughed. Lin Fan quickly said, the two of you decide, and I'll follow your arrangements. Chu Feiying simply grunted and said nothing else. According to reliable information, Wei Wu Dao is now hiding in Wanfeng Mountain to the north of Fengzhou City. The terrain there is complex, a good place to conceal himself, so it's not easy for us to lock onto his position. Ling Huan spoke seriously. Chu Feiying added, this is easy. Last time on a mission, I borrowed a slender-waisted hound from the Qianhu office, and haven't returned it yet. As long as we have something bearing Wei Wu Dao's scent, the hound will surely locate him. 200 household borrowed the slender-waisted hound. Ling Huan's face brightened. That makes things much easier. We only need to follow the hound to locate him, then close in and kill him. Lin Fan nearly burst into laughter. Ling Huan's plan seemed to rely on the hound to fix the target, then assault the 4th-rank warrior shoulder to shoulder. What a ridiculous plan. What do you all think? Ling Huan asked, sweeping his gaze around. A brilliant plan, I think it's feasible, Lin Fan said. Chu Feiying simply gave a muffled nod and remained silent. Then that's settled. With Lin Shi included, our 100 household has 3 6th-rank fighters plus this official, and 200 households 2 5-rank warriors, and 5-rank expert Wang Tong under the prefect's command. We'll surely take Wei Wu Dao down. When shall we act? Chu Feiying asked. Ling Huan considered, then replied, better to strike tonight than to wait for a lucky day. At the prefect's office, Lin Xiaolong waited with mounting impatience. Li Zhizhou, it's been 2 days already, can you do this or not? Li Xin calmly lifted his teacup and drank. Young master, rest assured. The matter has been set in motion, and there will be results within 3 days. You said that 2 days ago, and yesterday as well. Lin Xiaolong had no patience left and coldly added, if you still accomplish nothing, I'll have my uncle intervene. Young master, Lin Fan is not only your enemy, he is also mine. He toppled the Lang Niu mountain bandits, caused me heavy losses, killed Lu Guangdou, and cut off the informants I had in Ping'an County. Even if you don't speak, I will not spare him. Li Shun's eyes flashed with cold light. He is after all Jinhui, the emperor's own troops. If he dies for no clear reason, it would surely anger the Jinhui, so letting him die in the line of duty would be the best option. You civil officials always drag things out, you're not decisive at all. Lin Xiaolong's impatience was evident, clearly not taking Li Shun's words to heart. My lord, news from Ling Baihu indicates that the plan will be carried out tonight. A servant hurried in with the message. Li Shun's lips curled slightly. Young master, we can start preparing a celebratory banquet. As night fell, the group, led by Ling Huan, gathered at the Baihu office. Ling Huan, Chu Feiying, and 2 other 6th-rank Jinhui had already arrived. Those 2 6th-rank Jinhui were Chu Feiying's subordinates. One was named Wu Zhuang, who excelled in wielding a ring pommel saber, and the other was Tian Yuan, skilled with a waist saber. Lin Fan's left arm was still suspended in a bamboo splint against his chest, making him look somewhat slight amidst the crowd of burly men. "Commander Ling, when do we set out?" Wu Zhuang's voice was deep and resonant as he looked at Ling Huan. Ling Huan replied, "Do not fret, Brother Wu. Luo Fong, the garrison commander of Fengzhou, has not arrived yet. Let us wait a moment." Hearing this, Wu Zhuang fell silent. The crowd sat there waiting in silence. After a full hour had passed, Luo Fong finally strolled into the Baihu office at a leisurely pace. "So everyone is here." Luo Fong swept his gaze across the room, his eyes landing on Lin Fan. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled. "Why is there a cripple joining our operation? Is this appropriate?" Lin Fan frowned slightly, already marking this man in his mind as someone who absolutely had to be eliminated. Garrison Commander Luo Probationary Baihu Lin was injured during the Fengping County Princess case and lost an arm, but his strength is absolutely formidable. Zhang Duan was a 5th-rank martial artist, yet he was still slain by Probationary Baihu Lin. Ling Huan quickly explained. Luo Fong was slightly surprised. One truly cannot judge a book by its cover. Slaying a 5th rank as a 6th rank, he is indeed a promising talent. Although Probationary Baihu Lin has lost an arm, his strength remains. He will surely be a great help to us, Ling Huan said with a smile. Then this official shall wait and see. Luo Fong said indifferently. Lin Fan watched the two play off each other, having no desire to speak. In his heart, both of them were already dead men. There was no need to squabble over gains and losses with the dead. After all, respect should be shown to the deceased. "Commander Ling, it is getting late. Let us depart," Chu Feiying urged impatiently. "Then let us depart." Ling Huan turned to Lin Fan. "Probationary Baihu Lin, can you still ride a horse?" "Rest assured, my lord. I am right-handed, so riding should not be an issue." Lin Fan replied. "Then let us set out." Ling Huan and the others immediately headed to the rear stable. The Baihu office was equipped with its own stable, usually keeping 10 swift steeds ready, a luxury the Zongqi office did not possess. The group changed into cyan casual robes, draped black cloaks over their shoulders, and left the government office. Spurring their swift horses, they dashed through the city gates, heading straight for Luanfeng Mountain. From the corner of his eye, Lin Fan glanced at Chu Feiying, who was carrying a bamboo backpack. The slender-waist hound was likely inside. Luanfeng Mountain was located 80 miles north of Fengzhou City. Half an hour later, they arrived at the outskirts of Luanfeng Mountain. "From here on, we must proceed on foot. Everyone stay alert." Ling Huan dismounted and tied his horse to a nearby tree. Chu Feiying and the others also dismounted. Firstly, the mountain paths were rugged and difficult to traverse, and secondly, horses would easily alert Wei Wudao. Thus, they had no choice but to hike up the mountain. Chu Feiying placed the bamboo backpack on the ground, and a slender-waist hound, pitch black as ink, crawled out. This was a specially trained hound used by the Jinyi to track major fugitives, boasting incredible speed and an extremely keen sense of smell. "Bring out the item." Chu Feiying reached his hand out toward Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan quickly retrieved a smelly cloth shoe from his waist. This shoe had been worn by Wei Wudao and was infused with his scent. The slender-waist hound sniffed the foul shoe and actually couldn't help but gag. The odor was incredibly pungent, resembling rotten eggs that had been left out for half a month. "Hey Bao, do you remember this scent?" Chu Feiying patted the hound's head. The hound nodded, then began to search around with quick, light steps. The group quickly followed. The hound darted through the mountain at high speed. Had they not been martial artists, they would have struggled to keep up. The surrounding terrain grew increasingly rocky, with numerous steep precipices appearing. Their line of sight was also blocked by the towering boulders. Luo Fong scanned the area and remarked, "This Wei Wudao certainly knows how to choose a spot. Unless this forest of jagged rocks is leveled, even an army of thousands would find it difficult to capture him." Lin Fan looked up at the sky, estimating that it was already around the 3rd watch of the night. He thought for a moment, then leaned in toward Ling Huan and said, "Commander Ling, I need to find a spot to relieve myself. I will be right back." Ling Huan glanced at him. "Go, and return quickly." "Thank you, my lord." Lin Fan vanished into the jagged rock forest with a swift movement. Finding a secure spot and ensuring he was not followed, he immediately entered the bronze mirror world. Activating the bronze mirror, he instantly chose to cultivate the 3 wind-cleaving slashes with its assistance. His future self manifested within the void, drawing the Shochuan saber to execute the 3 wind-cleaving slashes. The technique performed by his future self seemed to transcend the ordinary state of perfection. With a single slash, even the sun and moon seemed to lose their luster. After 3 slashes, the fierce saber intent completely enveloped Lin Fan. A moment later, Lin Fan opened his eyes, a sharp gleam of saber intent flashing across his gaze before vanishing. The 3 wind-cleaving slashes have reached perfection. Although it was only a third-rate saber technique, it would take an ordinary person decades of arduous practice to master it to the peak of perfection. Almost no one would invest so much time into a low-tier martial technique, as it was far too wasteful. It was much better to elevate one's cultivation realm to increase overall strength. Just like Ling Huan and Luo Fong, who were nearly 40 and had reached the 5th rank of martial cultivation, yet had never had the time to cultivate any single martial technique to absolute perfection. Probationary Baihu Lin, did you fall into the latrine? What is taking so long? Ling Huan's voice echoed. Lin Fan quickly called out, my stomach was aching so I had to take a dump. I'm coming. He jogged a few steps to rejoin the group. Commander Ling, has the hound picked up Wei Wudao's scent? Lin Fan asked. Ling Huan smiled, just found it. That is why this official came back to get you. Wei Wudao is ferocious and a 4th-rank martial artist. Having one more person means one more source of strength. Commander Ling, we had better hurry and follow Heibao, Chu Feiying urged. The group immediately followed the hound, sprinting deeper into the mountain. Before long, they discovered a campfire on the ground that had only recently burned out, with faint sparks still glowing within the ashes. Nearby lay grease left behind by some animal, indicating that Wei Wudao had likely roasted something to eat here. He shouldn't be far. Everyone quiet down your movements, Chu Feiying cautioned. Even without his warning, the group had already begun to tread forward with extreme caution. An indescribable chill seemed to shroud everyone's hearts. All kept their guard up, their hands already resting on their weapons. Go to hell. Suddenly a thunderous roar erupted from above. Everyone quickly looked up. A burly figure pounced down like a ferocious tiger, a double-pronged fork striking down like a shooting star with incredible speed. It is Wei Wudao, Ling Huan bellowed. The double-pronged fork thrust straight toward Wu Zhuang, who was on the outermost edge. Wu Zhuang hurriedly swung his ring pommel saber to parry. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the weapons clashed, producing a piercing metallic screech. The double-pronged fork caught against the blade of the ring pommel saber and pressed down with violent force. The raw physical strength and internal force unleashed by a 4th-rank martial artist bore down upon Wu Zhuang like Mt. Tai. With just a single clash, Wu Zhuang spat out a mist of blood, suffering severe internal injuries from the shockwave. In the next instant, the double-pronged fork flicked the ring pommel saber away, and with a sweeping crescent strike, plunged straight into Wu Zhuang's neck. Blood vessels ruptured, and Wu Zhuang was slain on the spot by Wei Wudao. Wu Zhuang. Chu Feiying's eyes nearly split from rage. Wu Zhuang had worked with him for over a decade. Their bond was far more than that of a superior and subordinate. He was akin to his right-hand man. Watching Wu Zhuang being cut down before his very eyes filled him with extreme grief and fury. Wei Wudao retracted his dual-pronged fork, shaking the fresh blood off its tines. He sneered. You filthy scoundrels think you can take my head for a bounty. You are still far too green. Brothers charged together. Ling Huan bellowed as he raised his saber and charged forward. Having reached the peak of the 5th rank, though there was still a gap in cultivation compared to Wei Wudao, he was more than capable of putting up a fight. Luo Fong immediately unstrapped the spear from his back, snapping the 3-section weapon together with a sharp slap. Flourishing the spearhead into a dazzling dance of shadows, he thrust it straight at Wei Wudao. As for Chu Feiying, words were unnecessary. Having witnessed his trusted confidant's brutal death, a raging fire burned fiercely within his chest. Tian Yuan and Lin Fan continuously circled the periphery to provide support. Compared to the 3 5th-rank experts, their strength fell short, making it impossible for them to join the direct confrontation. Facing the onslaught of 5 opponents, Wei Wudao did not retreat a single step. The dual-pronged fork in his hand seemed capable of holding up the heavens as it clashed relentlessly against various weapons without a shred of fear. His 4th-rank cultivation was displayed to its absolute limit, his mastery of parrying, thrusting, and sweeping techniques flawless. Get the hell away from me. Wei Wudao lunged violently at Chu Feiying, the colossal force transmitted through the fork, sending Chu Feiying stumbling back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Fong surged forward, thrusting his spear directly at Wei Wudao's back. Wei Wudao whipped around instantly in a sweeping arc, violently clashing his dual-pronged fork against the incoming spear. Clang! The immense force sent Luo Fong recoiling. Suddenly Ling Huan flicked his sleeve, unleashing a barrage of flying needles that shot out like scattering celestial blossoms. This was entirely beyond Wei Wudao's anticipation, and even Lin Fan, watching from the sidelines, was taken aback. Although Wei Wudao whipped his robes frantically to deflect them, 4 or 5 needles still managed to embed themselves deeply into his shoulder. Each needle was over 3 inches long, making Wei Wudao gasp in agonizing pain. He immediately channeled his inner energy to force the needles out of his body, then raised his dual-pronged fork to thrust relentlessly at Ling Huan. At this moment, Ling Huan was filled with deep regret. Wei Wudao's offensive was simply too ferocious. Struggling to keep up with the onslaught, he had already sustained multiple wounds. Lin Fan, help me. Ling Huan roared. My lord, I'm coming. Lin Fan called out hurriedly. He swung his saber, slashing toward Wei Wudao's back, but his severed arm severely hindered his speed. Bang! A heavy kick to the chest sent Lin Fan flying backward. Wei Wudao then lunged forward, piercing his weapon into Ling Huan's robes and violently yanked it upward. Ling Huan's robes were shredded and the flesh along his ribs was torn open. What a useless piece of trash. Ling Huan gnashed his teeth in fury at Lin Fan's incompetence. Fortunately, Chu Feiying and Luo Fong rushed to the rescue. Otherwise Ling Huan would have been impaled through the heart by Wei Wudao. My needles are laced with bone-weakening powder. He won't last long. We just need to stall him. Ling Huan shouted. Understanding his intent, Chu Feiying and Luo Fong deliberately avoided direct clashes with Wei Wudao, focusing solely on preventing him from escaping. As time ticked away, Wei Wudao also sensed that something was amiss. The circulation of his inner energy grew increasingly sluggish, and every movement felt heavy as lead demanding immense effort. To think the Grand Jinui would not only use hidden weapons, but also resort to poison. How utterly despicable, he spat in fury. Why should we care about honor when dealing with scum like you? Ling Huan laughed maniacally despite his blood-soaked robes. In this operation the primary credit would surely be his. Not only could he eliminate Lin Fan later, but he might also leverage this achievement to leap directly to the rank of Vice Thousand Commander. Wei Wudao's sinister gaze swept across the area, landing on the one-armed Lin Fan. If he continued to fight, he would inevitably perish at the hands of these Jinui. It would be wiser to find an opening and break through. With this resolve, he swept Chu Feiying and the others aside with a powerful blow, then lunged fiercely toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan, stop him! Ling Huan shouted in a panic upon seeing this. He worried that Lin Fan's severed arm and compromised strength would give Wei Wudao an opportunity to escape. 3 wind-breaking slashes. Lin Fan unleashed the 3 wind-breaking slashes with everything he had. The saber technique was sharp and fierce, and combined with his brute strength, even a 4th-rank martial artist like Wei Wudao felt threatened. He hurriedly raised his dual-pronged fork to block. Clang! Lin Fan was sent flying sideways, coughing up blood. Yet Wei Wudao's momentum was successfully halted, allowing Chu Feiying and the others to immediately catch up and surround him once more. Wei Wudao, where do you think you're going? Ling Huan roared, swinging his saber directly at Wei Wudao's neck. Wei Wudao parried the blow with his dual-pronged fork. However, Chu Feiying and Luo Fong pressed their attack again, with Tian Yuan providing support from the flank. Several times Wei Wudao narrowly avoided fatal blows, and multiple wounds were carved into his flesh. You forced my hand. Since you want my life, I'll take you down with me. Taking one of you is enough to break, even taking 2 is a massive win. Wei Wudao's eyes turned crimson, his breathing growing heavy and ragged. The intense combat accelerated his blood circulation, causing the bone-weakening powder to spread rapidly throughout his body, draining his strength at an alarming rate. Knowing he would not survive today, and that his head worth 100,000 taels of silver was destined to be taken, he abandoned all self-preservation. Disregarding any injuries he might sustain, he thrust his dual-pronged fork directly at the vital points of the 3 men. The struggle of a cornered beast is exceptionally terrifying. Even as Wei Wudao's aura began to plummet and his strength waned, the 3 of them still found him incredibly difficult to handle. This was because he had resorted to trading wound for wound, life for life. For every slash he received, he would deliver a counter-thrust of his fork. Sprawled on the ground and spitting out bloody froth, Lin Fan watched the battle while quietly recovering his strength. He covertly slipped a blade of grass into his mouth. As its bitter juices burst onto his tongue, his depleted strength began to steadily return. Within the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Wei Wudao was drenched in blood, his body covered in countless wounds. Ling Huan and the other 2 were in no better shape, blood bubbling and oozing from their own injuries. The desperate struggle of a 4th-rank martial artist was indeed terrifying. However, Wei Wudao was ultimately alone and poisoned. With his strength fading rapidly, he was completely suppressed by the 3. Ling Huan lunged forward with his saber once more, but this time his blade was shattered by the dual-pronged fork. Wei Wudao grinned, exposing teeth stained crimson with blood. Despicable coward, die. He lunged with a claw-like grip aimed at Ling Huan's neck, intending to snap it. Yet Ling Huan wore a deeply meaningful smile. In the next instant, he struck out with his palm against Wei Wudao's reaching hand. Crack! Every single bone in Wei Wudao's fingers shattered, and his arm bent at a grotesque angle. Your true mastery isn't in saber techniques, but palm techniques. Despicable, he roared in fury, but it was too late to turn the tide. Ling Huan's palm slammed squarely onto Wei Wudao's chest. The devastating force instantly caved in Wei Wudao's chest, shattering his ribs and puncturing his internal organs. Wei Wudao spewed a mist of blood and collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with bitter resentment, but his heart would never beat again. It was I who killed Wei Wudao. My golden jade palm reached mastery long ago. What does a 4th-rank martial artist matter? He still died beneath my palm. Both Chu Feiying and Luo Fong were startled, never expecting Ling Huan to have such a hidden trump card. Ling Huan's breathing was heavy as he turned his head to look at Lin Fan, who lay motionless on the ground. Ling Huan stepped toward Lin Fan. Within his palm, energy began to gather as his vital blood surged violently, his eyes brimming with unmistakable intent to kill. Seeing this, Chu Feiying frowned. Centurion Ling, what do you think you are doing? Centurion Chu, it would be best if you did not meddle in certain matters, Ling Huan said, turning his head. Luo Fong also stepped forward, spear in hand, barring Chu Feiying's path. Seeing this, Chu Feiying immediately turned his back, already understanding Ling Huan's intentions. After all, Lin Fan was merely a stranger. There was no need to offend Ling Huan and Luo Fong for his sake. Lord Ling, what is the meaning of this? Lin Fan coughed up blood, his voice weak and feeble. The corner of Ling Huan's mouth curled up into a sinister, savage grin. Lin Fan, do you know that Gao Chong was my man? Every year, he offered me 10,000 taels of silver. By killing him, you severed my source of wealth. Ruining a man's livelihood is akin to murdering his parents. You should well understand this truth. Lin Fan's face turned deathly pale as he hastily pleaded. My lord, if Gao Chong could offer you silver, so can I. Ling Huan shook his head. Putting aside the fact that you humiliated me on your very first day at the Centurion office, you also solved the Fengping Commandery Princess case. Without a doubt, the imperial decree to reward you is already on its way. You will only become a stumbling block in my path, so you cannot be allowed to live. Once you are dead, I shall burn that imperial decree for you. By now Lin Fan seemed consumed by utter terror. His voice trembled as he roared, Ling Huan. I am a trial centurion promoted by His Majesty himself, and I hold the imperial Xiuquan blade in my hand. How dare you attempt to kill me? Why would I not dare? Ling Huan sneered. Lin Fan, a trial centurion of the Jinui, sacrificed his life during the suppression of the vicious outlaw Wei Wudao. I shall personally write your death report. It is just a pity that no one will be left to claim your pension. You are murdering a fellow officer. Lin Fan roared in fury. He in this desolate wilderness who is there to witness me murdering a colleague? Ling Huan exhaled slowly, speaking with cold indifference. Lin Fan, just die quietly. In your next life, remember not to be so arrogant. Arrogance only leads to an early grave. Ling Huan raised his hand and struck at Lin Fan, his golden jade palm unleashing a terrifying force capable of shattering metal and crushing stone. Clang! The Xiuquan blade unsheathed, and a flash of blade light vanished in an instant. Ling Huan's hand froze a mere half-foot away from Lin Fan. His eyes were filled with absolute disbelief. Consummate stage blade technique. How is this possible? A thin line of blood appeared across his neck. He tried to speak, but the world before him suddenly spun violently. Thud! His head tumbled to the ground, and his headless corpse collapsed right before Lin Fan. You. Luo Fong had witnessed the entire scene with perfect clarity. His voice shook, reduced to a stammer. Weren't you injured? How could you possibly kill Ling Huan? My apologies, I was faking it. Lin Fan stood up holding his Xiuquan blade as he towered over Ling Huan's corpse. He cast a chilling gaze upon Luo Fong. What do you want to do? Luo Fong gripped his spear tightly, glaring intently at Lin Fan. What do I want to do? Lin Fan smiled. To kill you, of course. So what if you possess a consummate stage blade technique? You have still lost an arm, and my cultivation realm utterly crushes yours. Luo Fong spoke defiantly, but a cold dread crept into his heart. Lin Fan's strike just now had been too swift. Even he had failed to react in time. Xu Feng was also dumbfounded. He had never expected Lin Fan to turn the tables and kill Ling Huan. Then let us put it to the test. Lin Fan bellowed, lunging forward with his blade raised. His wind-treading steps mastered to the Grandmaster stage were incredibly agile, closing the distance between him and Luo Fong in an instant. Luo Fong hastily thrust his spear forward to meet the attack. Clangs and metallic rings echoed continuously as dazzling sparks flew. In the next instant, the blade in Lin Fan's right hand was deflected and knocked away. Luo Fong burst into laughter immediately, seizing the opportunity to thrust his spear straight at Lin Fan. Yet in the blink of an eye, the bamboo splint on Lin Fan's left arm shattered. Under Luo Fong's horrified gaze, Lin Fan's left hand snatched the falling Xiuquan blade right out of midair. Blood splattered as the Xiuquan blade pierced straight through Luo Fong's chest. Luo Fong stared blankly down at his own breast. You. Apologies, but my broken left arm was also an act. Lin Fan's tone was entirely calm. Thud. Luo Fong collapsed to his knees, the last spark of life fading from his eyes. Xu Feng and Tian Yuan stood frozen in sheer disbelief. Ruthless. This kid was far too ruthless. Insidious and cunning. Though barely in his teens, he was as crafty as an old fox. Ling Huan possessed formidable strength and Luo Fong was no ordinary martial artist, yet both had been utterly out-schemed and killed by this youth. Xu Feng suddenly realized that Lin Fan's gaze was turning toward him. He could not help but swallow hard, hastily offering his assurance. Lin Fan, I saw nothing. I swear I will keep everything that happened today an absolute secret. Tian Yuan also chimed in hurriedly. Lord Ling Huan and Luo Fong died at the hands of Wei Wudao, without a shadow of a doubt. Seeing the two pledge their loyalty, Lin Fan smiled. You two truly are clever men. I have always preferred dealing with intelligent people. Xu Feng quickly offered a sycophantic smile. Brother Lin, with your prior merit from the Fengping Commandery Princess case, combined with slaying Wei Wudao today, your promotion to Centurion is practically set in stone. We shall be colleagues from now on, we must look out for one another. Ha, indeed, we shall look out for one another, Lin Fan laughed. Xu Feng secretly let out a breath of relief. Though the boy was barely in his teens, the oppressive aura he exuded was terrifying. Yet in the next instant, a sudden flash of blade light swept toward him. Xu Feng's hair stood on end as he instinctively swung his saber to parry. Screech. The blades scraped against each other with an ear-piercing screech. The terrifying force transmitted through the blade left Xu Feng utterly aghast. Setting aside hidden force in terms of raw physical strength alone, Lin Fan was actually twice as strong as him. A twofold difference in strength nearly knocked the saber right out of his hand. But his consummate blade technique was anything but ordinary. With a series of sharp whistles, the Xiaochuan blade tore through the air like a shooting star. Chu Feng swung his saber repeatedly in a desperate bid to defend himself, already thoroughly exhausted from the previous battle. Facing Lin Fan now, he was forced entirely onto the defensive without a single opportunity to strike back. "My lord, let me assist you," Tian Yuan bellowed. Spotting an opening behind Lin Fan, he immediately charged forward with his blade raised. Sensing a biting chill from behind, Lin Fan executed his wind-treading steps. He evaded the strike like a phantom. Swiftly following up, he slashed his blade forward. One of Tian Yuan's arms was severed on the spot. Blood splattered, drenching the ground. Before Tian Yuan could even let out a scream of agony, the Xiaochuan blade struck again, slitting his throat in a single motion. Lin Fan glanced back only to find that Chu Feng had already turned and fled. "Brother Tian Yuan, I am truly sorry. Only by keeping myself alive can I expose Lin Fan and avenge you all," Chu Feng muttered frantically to himself as he ran. A sudden chill enveloped him, and his instincts screamed at him to dodge. Rip! The razor-sharp Xiaochuan blade sliced through his robes, nearly cleaving him in two. He stumbled and fell to the ground, hastily tightening his grip on his waist saber. "Lin Fan, I already swore to keep your secret. Why must you hunt me down to the very end?" Chu Feng roared in a trembling voice. A living person's promise of secrecy is nothing but nonsense. Only the dead can truly keep a secret. Lin Fan's voice was ice-cold as he relentlessly slashed at Chu Feng. Chu Feng had completely lost his will to fight. Within a mere dozen exchanges, the Xiaochuan blade slit his throat. Lin Fan sheathed his blade, letting out a long sigh of relief. He looked back at the corpses scattered across the ground and muttered, "Wei Wudao truly lived up to his name as the blood butcher of Jiangbei." After such a fierce battle, the entire Centurion Guard was wiped out, leaving only me to narrowly survive. Fengzhou City, the prefect's mansion. A troupe of dancers swayed gracefully to the rhythm of decadent music played on string and wind instruments amidst fine wine and exquisite delicacies. Li Shun tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes slightly squinted, thoroughly enjoying this pleasant moment. On ordinary days, affairs at the prefectural office kept him rather occupied, usually requiring more than half a shurchen to dispatch all official business. After all, too many sought advancement, and consequently the stream of incoming bribes never ceased. With so many bearing gifts, he occasionally lost track of who had presented them. Yet he knew with absolute clarity who had failed to do so. To reward himself for his hard work, he specifically kept a troupe of dancers and a band of courtesan musicians within his mansion. He could listen to them to unwind during his leisure hours or use them to entertain guests. These dancers and musicians possessed the finest talents in all of Fengzhou, each exceptionally skilled in playing instruments and performing with extraordinary finesse. Glancing out of the corner of his eye at the anxious Lin Xiaolong, he smiled and said, "Young lord, why do you still look so melancholy? Could it be that the dancers and musicians I keep fail to catch your esteemed eye?" Lin Xiaolong asked worriedly. "Prefect Li, are you absolutely certain this plan can eliminate Lin Fan?" My young lord, the previous attempt where I dispatched Scarface who to slay Lin Fan was merely an unforeseen accident. But this time is entirely different. Not only do we have the cooperation of the Jinui Centurion Ling Huan, but I have also ordered Luo Fong, the garrison commander of Fengzhou, to strike alongside him. Luo Fong is at the peak of the 5th rank, and Ling Huan is notorious for his insidious and ruthless nature. With the two of them striking in unison, how could they possibly fail to kill Lin Fan? Put your heart at ease and enjoy this fine wine and exquisite food. Li Shun consoled him with a smile. True, Lin Xiaolong muttered. At best, Lin Fan is merely a martial artist of the 6th or 7th rank. With two 5th-rank martial artists acting together, there is no way they cannot kill him. Perhaps I am indeed overthinking. Young Lord Amir, Lin Fan is nothing but a probationary Jinui Centurion. He can be slain in the midst of casual banter. There is absolutely no need for concern. Li Shun waved his hand and declared, "Let the music play on and let the dancing resume." Lin Xiaolong also relaxed, immersing himself in the fine wine and delicacies. The celebratory banquet lasted until midnight. Li Shun left the banquet hall. Lin Xiaolong did not stand on ceremony either and departed as well. Though Zhuer, the personal maidservant his mother had prepared for him, was lovely, even the finest delicacy becomes bland if eaten too often. By comparison, these dancers possessed a more alluring, seductive charm, and their skills were far superior in every aspect. In the main chamber, Li Shua was currently exerting himself. The dancer actually felt nothing but to please the master. She did her utmost to feign a look of intense pleasure. As the cries rose and fell in waves, Li Shun grew increasingly smug. Yet right at this moment, a frantic knocking suddenly resounded. The door panels rattled violently from the pounding, drowning out the sounds within the room. "My lord, this is bad. Something terrible has happened," an anxious voice called out from beyond the door. Already lacking in stamina, the startled Li Shun was instantly spent. Abandoning his usual calm demeanor, he snapped impatiently, "What is the matter that has made you so flustered?" "My lord, please come out quickly. A major disaster has truly occurred." The butler's voice was trembling. Enough, I hear you. I am getting up now. Li Shan also knew that the butler would not be so frantic unless a severe crisis had arisen. He had no choice but to hastily throw on his clothes, get out of bed, and open the door. In a deep voice he asked, "What happened?" The butler said with a shaking voice, "My Lord Garrison Commander Luo is dead. Both centurions and 2 banner lieutenants of the Jinui office are also dead." "What?" Li Shan froze in shock, then cried out in disbelief, "Luo Fong is dead. How is that possible?" At the Jinui office, Lin Fan stood drenched in blood. Beneath his feet lay a neat row of corpses, including the villain Wei Wudao, as well as Ling Huan and the others. Everyone at the Jinui office had been roused. They stared blankly at the corpses on the ground, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. How did this happen? Master Ling was a 5th-rank martial artist. How could he possibly die? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Yin Jian raised his head to look directly at Lin Fan, demanding angrily, "Lin Fan, what on earth is going on here? Master Ling and the others were all 5th-rank martial artists. They are all dead, so how did you return alive?" "Master Ling and the others are heroes of the Jinui. To slay Wei Wudao, they chose to perish together with him," Lin Fan replied calmly. "Bullshit!" Yin Jian roared. "Did you kill Centurion Ling and Centurion Chu? Speak!" A sharp slap resounded. The crisp sound echoed through the air as Yin Jian was sent flying by a fierce backhand slap from Lin Fan. "What kind of insignificant creature are you to think you have the right to question me?" Lin Fan said coldly. Yin Jian felt as though his teeth had been knocked loose. Clutching his face with one hand, he pointed at Lin Fan with the other. "It must have been you who ambushed Centurion Ling and the others. It must be you." Lin Fan frowned and said in a low voice, "Yin Jian, accusations require evidence. On what grounds do you claim I killed Centurion Ling and the others?" "The fatal wounds on their bodies are saber cuts, whereas Wei Wudao's weapon of choice was a twin-pronged fork. Wei Wudao's twin-pronged fork was broken, so he seized a saber and killed them with it." "Then how did you manage to return alive?" "Because Centurion Ling and the others cherished their subordinates, sacrificing their lives to slay Wei Wudao. I shall petition for posthumous honors on their behalf." "You..." Yin Jian was so enraged that his vision went black. "As a Jinui, Yin Jian has wantonly slandered his superior. Throw him into the imperial prison," Lin Fan commanded calmly. He issued the order, but the guards before him hesitated. They were all subordinates of Ling Huan and Chu Feiying and colleagues of Yin Jian. "Now that Centurion Ling and Centurion Chu have martyred themselves for the state, I am the highest-ranking officer of this office. Do you intend to defy the command of your superior?" Lin Fan said coldly. The crowd exchanged glances, but still no one moved. Seeing this, Yin Jian sneered in mockery. "Lin Fan, do you truly think you are someone of importance? No one will ever execute your orders." "Who says no one will?" A voice echoed from outside the door. Everyone turned to look, only to see Wang Hu and Su Kuang striding in. "This subordinate pays respects to my lord." The two of them saluted Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan nodded, and then said, "Yin Jian has slandered his superior. Furthermore, I suspect him of accepting bribes and extorting the populace. Wang Hu, escort him to the imperial prison." "As you command." Wang Hu immediately stepped forward to restrain Yin Jian. However, Yin Jian resisted, instantly throwing a punch toward Wang Hu. Lin Fan's gaze turned cold. Taking a step forward, his wind-stepping step instantly closed the distance between them, and he delivered a powerful kick to Yin Jian. Yin Jian flew backward like a sandbag, crashing heavily against a nearby wall. Lin Fan then walked over and stomped on his arm. A sickening crack of fracturing bones sent shivers down everyone's spines. Yin Jian shrieked in agony as his arm was snapped by Lin Fan's foot. Resisting arrest in public and attacking a fellow officer. How audacious. Lin Fan sneered. "Take him away and make sure he gives a full and clear confession." "Yes, sir." Wang Hu dragged Yin Jian, who was now like a dead dog, straight toward the imperial prison. Everyone present swallowed hard in apprehension. How could someone barely in his teens act with such ruthless brutality? Lin Fan's icy gaze swept across the faces of the remaining Jinui guards. "From this moment on, I rule this office. Who supports me? Who opposes me?" All fell silent, each fearing falter in Yin Jian's, yet to have an outsider, a trial 100 household official riding roughshod over them, left them uneasy. At that moment, a man in a green official robe hurried forward. Behind him trailed a young man and a retinue of Yamen officials. Seeing him, the previously quiet Jinui's eyes lit up. "Captain Luo." Li Shan's gaze trembled as he beheld Luo Fong's corpse. He had been reluctant to believe the butler's words, but the sight of Luo Fong's corpse made him reel. Luo Fong was truly dead. This was his top combatant, the pillar stabilizing Fengzhou. With Luo Fong dead, there would be no warrior left under him who could hold the ground. Lin Fan raised his eyes to the newcomer, and upon seeing the color of the official robes, his gaze narrowed slightly. This must be Li Shun, Fengzhou's prefect, and likely Lu Guangdou's superior, the true mastermind behind the Longyou Mountain bandits. Lin Fan spoke gravely. "Prefect Li, please accept our condolences. Captain Luo and the others died protecting the safety of the people of Fengzhou. They died rightly and gloriously." Li Shun looked up at Lin Fan toward the so-called wasteful heir he had tried to kill many times, but never could. His eyes burned red. He could not believe Luo Fang's death had nothing to do with Lin Fan. Lin Fan, Captain Luo, and the 200 household officials went with you on the mission. How is it that you returned alive while they died? Lin Xiaolong, who had been standing behind Li Shen, stepped forward and demanded in a stern voice. In the dark night, Lin Fan truly hadn't noticed Lin Xiaolong before. Until this fellow stepped forward to berate Lin Fan did not realize who he was. Lin Fan frowned. Lin Xiaolong, you are neither Jinyui nor a prefect's man. How could you know we were on a mission? Lin Xiaolong, momentarily at a loss for how to answer, had thought of the insult from a few days ago and could not help but retort. Oh, I understand now. Lin Fan's gaze grew cold as he fixed Lin Xiaolong with a hard look. We and Captain Luo Fang and the others were entering Wanfeng Mountain when Wei Wudao ambushed us. Wu Zhuang didn't react in time and Wei Wudao cut him down. It seems someone leaked the information, otherwise Wei Wudao wouldn't have laid an ambush. What do you mean, eh? Lin Xiaolong was strangely panicked. Lin Fan sneered. I now suspect that you are the leak. His rebuke not only left Lin Xiaolong dazed, but Li Shen, still grieving, was dumbfounded as well. How could this guy cast such accusations with one stroke and strike true every time? Su Kuang, please take Lin Heir to the Imperial prison. Lin Fan commanded. Understood. Su Kuang cupped his fists. He didn't care about heir titles. What he understood now was that sticking with Master Lin was the way to go. Not long had passed, yet his daughter's dowry was settled, and the betrothal gifts for his son had been arranged. The fact proved Master Lin was right. He immediately stepped forward to seize Lin Xiaolong. Lin Xiaolong hurriedly said, I am the heir of the Bingyan Wangfu. Who would dare lay a hand on me? Li Shen also hurried. Lin Baihu, do not arrest people recklessly. Some you may seize, but letting them go will be difficult. Behind him, the Yamen guards hurriedly shielded Lin Xiaolong. Lin Fan cocked an eyebrow. What now? You stopped me from arresting him, Li Shen. Did you tell Lin Xiaolong about our actions so that Lin Xiaolong could pass the message to Wei Wudao? Li Shen trembled with rage. This kid's mouth seemed poisoned, so cunning. By imperial law, leaking the Jinyui's actions privately was a death sentence. Lin Fan's 2 or 3 words would have his head on the chop block. Not at all, Your Honor. How could I possibly leak the Jinyui's actions? It's simply implausible that the heir of the Bingyan Wangfu would associate with Wei Wudao from Jiangbei. That is too far-fetched. Lin Fan smiled. The Jinyui are the Emperor's own troops tasked with safeguarding the Emperor and maintaining the stability of the realm. Even the heir of the Bingyan Wangfu is not above the Emperor or the nation. Whether he conveyed any messages to Wei Wudao must wait for interrogation to reveal. Master Lin, please give me a face. Li Shen's voice carried a note of supplication. If Lin Xiaolong were sent to the imperial prison and harmed, he would be finished. The young master would not spare him. His career would be ruined, and his life might even be in danger. Li Shen, I have heard that capturing Wei Wudao is the prefect's task. We Jinyui principally cooperate with the prefect to arrest Wei Wudao. Lin Fan offered a meaningfully sly smile. Li Shen immediately understood his meaning. His fists clenched, his chest heavy with anger, eager to vent, but unable to. In the end, for the sake of his own life and career, he gritted his teeth and said, I will claim merit from Master Lin. You shall be the principal contributor in the killing of Wei Wudao. Lordly, you flatter me. Lin merely fights for the Emperor and the realm as well. Lin Fan replied with a warm smile. Li Shen felt as if he'd swallowed something bitter. How had things come to this? He took a deep breath. Master Lin, may I take the heir with me now? Lin Fan shook his head. Words are not proof. Lordly, draft a formal commitment first. You. Li Shen's face split with anger, but he finally exhaled. Fine, I will write it. Su Kuang, fetch paper and brushes. Yes. The materials arrived, and Li Shen immediately wrote the document, signed, and sealed it, then tossed it to Lin Fan. Master Lin, is this all right now? Lin Fan swept a glance over the document, blew on the still wet ink, and nodded. No problem. Let's go. Li Shen ordered his men to carry Luo Fang's corpse away from the 100 household office and left at once. He felt that if he lingered in this cursed place any longer, he might be driven to strike Lin Fan in the face. But he knew Lin Fan would not retreat. Rather, he would pin the charge of attacking a Jinyui 100 household on him, a charge that would mean beheading. Not long after leaving the 100 household office, Lin Xiaolong could no longer hold his tongue. He roared, Li Shen, did you carry out your uncle's orders this way? You pride yourself on your wits, yet you failed to kill Lin Fan, and now you are helping him claim credit. Are you really my uncle's man, or Lin Fan's? You boast of your cunning, but not only did you fail to kill Lin Fan, you also humiliated the heir. Now you are helping him claim credit. Are you really my uncle's man, or Lin Fan's? Li Shen fumed. If not for this fool's reckless words, he could have claimed the sole credit for slaying Wei Wudao. Now Luo Fang is dead, and he must credit Lin Fan. Who could he argue with? Yet this man is the heir of the Bingyan Wangfu, the blood relative of the Duke of Zhongding, so he could only swallow his grievance. Heir, I will find a way to remove Lin Fan as soon as possible. Please give me another chance. Lin Xiaolong hissed, then turned and left. Li Shen watched his figure fade away, his complexion turning darker. It wasn't just a lucky break. The Bingyan Wangfu truly was blind to have chosen you as the heir. At the 100 household office, Lin Fan had the other Jin Yiwei depart, leaving Su Kuang and Wang, who's still interrogating Yin Jian. Su Kuang asked my lord why not seize the cast Lin Xiaolong into the imperial prison. After all, your merit in solving the Fengping princess case is already prodigious, and you are not short of credit for killing Wei Wudao. Lin Fan replied calmly, even if I truly threw Lin Xiaolong into the imperial prison, what would that matter to him? His father is the Duke of Bingjian. If I capture him today, tomorrow, I must release him. Am I capturing him just to whip him a few times to vent my anger, and then send him out respectfully tomorrow? Then my lord, what should we do next? Su Kuang asked. Lin Fan thought for a moment, and said first stay in Fengzhou City, and await the imperial edict. If all goes well, the merit from the Fengping princess case will at least promote me to 100 household, and then we can seize control of the Fengzhou 100 household office, and truly sit at the table with Li Shenbui. Understood. Su Kuang replied. Soon the Yinjian case was also concluded, as Ling Huan's confidant Yinjian had indeed reaped no small benefits. Yet those favors once Ling Huan felt all turned into blades that would cut him down. The man who entered the imperial prison tonight would have his head severed by noon. With the 100 household gone, Lin Fan could issue decrees and file reports at will, and by the way, he also seized the house. This move alone subdued the genie Wei of Fengzhou. But Lin Fan knew this was not enough. To truly control the 100 household office, he must wait for the imperial edict and become a 100 household himself. The next few days proved comfortable with little to do. Li Shen seemed to have no more moves. Lin Xiaolong appeared to be disappointed in Li Shen's abilities, and within a few days set out to return to the capital. Meanwhile, Lin Fan went daily into the bronze mirror world to pick fruits and weed his cultivation, nearing the 5th rank. After 7 days, an edict was personally delivered by the edict-delivering eunuch. This was something Lin Fan had not expected. He had thought as last time the edict would be sent here, and others would be dispatched to proclaim it. After all, the road to Fengzhou was long, and edict-delivering eunuchs are usually favored by the emperor and would not travel such great distances to proclaim edicts. It seemed the court attached great importance to the Fengping princess case. Lin Fan received the edict. The edict-delivering eunuch's sharp voice rang out. I, your humble servant, accept the edict. Lin Fan hurriedly answered. I rule the world day and night. I toil with vigilance to secure the realms, stabilize the nation, and protect the people as my duty. Now there is Jean Yiwei 100 household Lin Fan, whose loyalty and bravery are commendable. For the Fengping princess case, his merits are outstanding. The Fengping princess case, sealed for 3 years, has involved many twists. The truth is hard to find and concerns royal dignity. I am deeply concerned. Since taking the mission, Lin Fan faced no fear of hardship, and in the end, he made the truth known to the world, rendered justice to the deceased, and upheld the royal dignity. His diligence, public spirit, wisdom, and decisiveness earned the emperor's high praise. To honor his merit, Lin Fan was promoted to Fengzhou Jean Yiwei 100 household. May you keep your original resolve and continue serving the court so as not to betray my trust and expectations. Thus decreed. I, Lin Fan, accept the edict. Lin Fan hurriedly took the edict and the new official seal and belt badge with due reverence. Grand Eunuch, you have traveled thousands of miles to deliver the edict. This is my small token of gratitude. Please accept it. Lin Fan flicked out a 1,000-tael silver note and tucked it into the edict-delivering eunuch's hand. The eunuch's frost-bitten face suddenly lit with a smile upon seeing the note's denomination. Master Lin, you are too courteous. You may call me Xiao Detzi. When Lin Baihu the 100 household was still the crown prince of the Duke of Bingjian's mansion, I saw him a few times and always thought the 100 household was the son of a Qilin. Now you are the court's youngest 100 household. The former de Gonggong, indeed, the edict-delivering eunuch laughed. Lin Fan replied, I knew you looked familiar. The former de Gonggong, indeed. In those days, the edict-delivering eunuch often read edicts at the Duke of Bingjian's mansion. Lin Fan had seen him several times, though for a moment he could not recall. The de Gonggong's smile grew to be remembered, is a joy. He then said, Your Majesty has spoken in truth. With Lin 100 household's merits, he should have been promoted directly to Deputy Qianhu, but Lin's experience is still shallow. Overly rapid promotion may be ill-advised, so it is better to advance step by step with solid merit. Additionally, the Zhongrenfu is very pleased with Lin 100 household's performance. Normally a prefecture would have 200 households, but during Lin's tenure the court will not dispatch another 100 household. Thank you for your guidance, de Gonggong. Lin Fan felt a surge of happiness. Jean Yiwei have always stood apart from the regular official system, subject only to the emperor's orders, not the Yamen's authority. Now that the court would no longer dispatch 100 households, Fengzhou's 1 mu and 3 fun of land became his domain, with the great power to rule almost unopposed. By the way, there's one more thing I almost forgot, de Gonggong whispered. Lin 100 household, do not continue investigating the Qingyi building any further. Is this an imperial will? Lin Fan asked in confusion. The eunuch shook his head. It is not only the emperor's will but also the will of Zhongrenfu. Lin Fan frowned, but he nodded. I understand. Lin 100 household, until we meet again. De Gonggong turned and left the 100 household office. Holding the edict and the 100 household seal in his hand, Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. His gaze swept across the rows of Jean Yiwei. The time to settle the accounts had come. He had watched these days of outward obedience and hidden defiance with no edict, yet his authority lacked proper sanction. But now the moment had come to strike hard. Su Kuang, have our men arrived? Lin Fan turned his head to ask. Master, they have reached just outside the city. As soon as you give the order, they can enter the city. Wang Hu, how is the gathering of information on Fengzhou officials at all levels? Lin Fan looked again at Wang Hu. Wang Hu cupped his fists. We have uncovered most of the officials' corrupt practices thanks in large part to the cooperation of younger brother Chingfeng. Give the order, tell them to enter the city and seize the culprits. You and Su Kuang should lead the teams, and only by elevating the meritorious deeds can your own positions rise. Yes. The two men brightened, seeing promotions within reach. Fengzhou Prefectural School, the place where Fengzhou students study. The head tutor Lu Biqing was guiding the school's teaching. At that moment, a squad of Jin Yiwei suddenly charged into the prefectural school. This is a school, a place for studying. Ooh, what business do you have barging in here? Lu Biqing, seeing this, immediately rebuked them. Lu Xuezhen, your affair has broken out. Lin Guzi's voice was calm, yet carried a heavy sense of oppression. Lu Xuezhen's eyes flickered, then he quickly composed himself. What are you saying? I cannot understand you. The surrounding students rose to their feet, glaring at Lin Guzi. In their eyes, the Jin Yiwei were a corrupt pack of rabid hounds not worthy of standing on the stage. Their favorite pastime was to smear others, extort, and bully. By order of Fengzhou 100 Household Office Lin Fan, the 100 Household Lin, arrest Lu Biqing for me, without error. Lin Guzi shouted. Behind him, Jin Yiwei surged forward to seize the man. Lu Biqing quickly rallied the students. Students, these Jin Yiwei bully people too much. Today it may be me, but tomorrow it may well be you. Yet the students hesitated, for the name Lin Fan had reached their ears. Lin Fan, the Lin Fan who wrote, "Bring in the wine." That must be it. Fengzhou Jinyui only has this one Lin Fan. If he could produce such a grand work, he must be a righteous man. Lu Xuezhen really have done something wrong. However, Lu Xuezhen came from a humble background, and in daily life, he was upright and incorruptible. He even eats noodles with only a few garlic cloves, sparing even a bite of vegetables. Voices of discussion swelled, yet no one stepped forward to stop the crowd of Jinyui. Lu Biqing grew flustered. He was a scholar. How could he compare against the Jinyui? Moreover, they were Jinyui from Ping'an County, each a seasoned fighter, some among them even 9-rank martial artists. Soon Lu Biqing was pinned by two tall Jinyui. Dear students, do you not believe your master as a person? Will you let these schemers smear me? Today the slander is aimed at me, tomorrow it may be aimed at you all. Lu Biqing shouted, hoping to stir the students to intervene. If the Jinyui laid hands on the students, the matter would be different. Even the emperor's own guards must respect scholars. Finally, a student spoke up. Sir, you are Master Lin's men. Oh, we do not wish to doubt Master Lin, but Lu Xuezhen has long lived frugally and treated others kindly. He should not have done anything wrong, right? Master Lin, without solid evidence to tarnish Master Lin's good name, would be a stain on us all. Facing the bold speakers, Lin Guzi did not hurry. But then he smiled and said, my master has always respected scholars. You should know that. If there is no substantial evidence, how could we arrest anyone? Since you all wish to see, I shall take you to look at the evidence. The scholars hearing this felt that the Jinyui had their share of distinction. The other Jinyui were fierce and brutal. Look at Master Lin's Jinyui. Their towering frames aside, each man speaks with reason, and even the leader, the banner chief, is genuinely articulate. The academy office lies just beside the Zhou school. Lord Lu, please come this way. Lin Guzi smiled. He led the way, guiding the Jinyui and the scholars toward the Zhou school. Lu Biqing's heartbeat quickened, a cold sweat breaking out. Could he really be exposed? Impossible. They must be bluffing. He had acted secretly, and nothing would come of it. Before long, they arrived at Lu Biqing's residence. Lin Guzi looked around, and following inside information, raised a hand and pointed to a wall. Smash the wall. The leading 9th-rank warrior sprang forward, kicked the wall with a heavy strike. Bang! The already not very sturdy wall collapsed. Bricks clattered to the floor, and a mound of gleaming silver appeared in the hollow. All gazed in stunned silence at the sight. The bright silver piled up like a small mountain, a jarring visual shock. That heap likely ran to 8 or 9,000 taels. Lu Biqing's pupil shrank, and he hurriedly said, I don't know who placed this silver here. I have always lived plainly and treated others well. Who would frame me? He argued on, trying to persuade the scholars to believe him. Yet doubt lingered in their eyes. Lin Guzi sneered. It seems Lu Xuezhen has not given up yet. In that case, let us view other evidence. Lin Guzi strode to Lu Biqing's bed, slipped his waist knife into the gap in the bedding, and gave a sharp twist. The bedding flew into the air, and sheets of banknotes rose with it. Denominations ranged from 10 taels to as high as 500 taels. This sight left all the students dumbfounded, and Lu Biqing sank into despair. Lu Darren, will you still not confess? Lin Guzi turned to him, his voice sharp. Lu Biqing regained his senses and hurriedly said, who placed these banknotes under my bedding, and why must you frame me? Lu Darren, the physical evidence is before you. It seems you must go to the imperial prison to sign and seal before you confess. Lin Guzi shook his head helplessly. Lu Biqing collapsed to the ground, trembling. I have not spent a single coin. Our family has always been tenants, poor beyond measure. Not a single coin dares to be moved. All is here. He looked at Lin Guzi, tears in his eyes. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Lin Guzi gazed coldly and said, you are not simply aware of your error. You are afraid. Over the years, how many scholars' bribes did you accept sealing off the paths for truly talented but impoverished people? If you had met someone like you when you studied today, there might be no loot beaching. The surrounding scholars were utterly stunned. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing. They could hardly believe that the once upright and untainted Master Lin could be such a man. They could not comprehend how Liu Biqing could have taken so many bribes, yet have his mother so close at home to subsidize the family. The scene overturned their understanding and revealed Liu Biqing's true face. Take him away. Lin Guzi had no time to waste. There were many corrupt officials to deal with today, so he ordered Liu Biqing to be taken away. The scholars watched Lin Guzi depart until he vanished from sight. Similar spectacles unfolded in other parts of Fengzhou. Officials above 7 ranks were led by Lin Fan, while those below 7 ranks were dealt with by various banner officers. In a single day, Fengzhou seemed to tilt on its axis. More than 20 officials were seized and hauled to the imperial prison. Among them, the highest ranking had already held the position of Tongji in Fengzhou. These were 6-rank grand officials, their posts only beneath Prefect Li Shun. And unlike the earlier cases in Ping'an County, this time Lin Fan simply caught the big fish. The smaller fish would be released for now. In the prefectural yamen, Li Shun was utterly astonished upon hearing the news. This Lin Fan, how could he have such audacity as soon as he took office? Fengzhou's officials all have their own factions. Is Lin Fan not afraid of provoking public outrage? But he soon burst into laughter, youthful arrogance, thinking one can move heaven with one's own strength. If you rouse the people's wrath, their spit can drown you. Lin Fan, you are still too young. In days to come, petitions to impeach you will fly into the court like snow. Lin Fan did not know Li Shun's thoughts. At that moment, he sat in the 100-house office quietly awaiting the verdict. In the imperial prison, screams rose without end, lasting until the dawn of the next day when the verdict finally arrived. Wang Hu carried a thick stack of testimonies and walked out. Master, all are here. No one has been wrongfully accused. Lin Fan casually took up a copy and scanned it quickly. A cold smile crossed his face. Indeed, a nest of worms, devouring the court and gnawing at the people fat from their own indulgence. Lin Fan gathered everyone together. However, a stark divide remained between the original Leisure and squad leaders of the local Centurion office and the 40 Jinui dispatched from Ping'an County. Lin Fan scrutinized the original Jinui of the Centurion office. They bowed their heads one by one. In their minds, the Jinui from the county magistrate's office had always been nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Yet having witnessed the Jinui from Ping'an County today, their preconceived notions were utterly shattered. Compared to this highly disciplined force, they realized that they themselves were far more deserving of the term disorganized rabble. This was precisely the effect Lin Fan desired when he dispersed these guards to execute missions alongside the Ping'an County Jinui. You are all elites of this Centurion office and have participated in today's operations. What are your thoughts? Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet it made the Jinui lower their heads even further, as if wishing they could bury themselves in the dirt. After a brief silence, seeing that no one dared to speak, Lin Fan continued, since everyone is silent, I shall proceed. He then drew out a sheet of paper. Ruan Peng Kong Sha Chui Peng. Step forward. Lin Fan read out 8 names in a single breath. Though stunned, the 8 men took a step forward. Take them down, Lin Fan said with a wave of his hand. Wang Hu and the others immediately swarmed forward, pinning all 8 men to the ground. My lord, what is the meaning of this? We also contributed to today's operation. One of them cried out, sensing that things had taken a terrible turn. Drag them to the imperial prison. I, Lin Fan, have no use for parasites. Ignoring the man's clamor, Lin Fan watched as all 8 were dragged into the imperial prison. Their ultimate fate required no explanation. The remaining 20-odd men were seized with panic. Was Lin Fan killing the donkey once the grindstone was put away? Do not be alarmed, everyone. Those 8 only received what they deserved. But before the survivors could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Fan's tone shifted. Of course, you too have committed many transgressions, all of which I have noted. However, as the Centurion office is currently shorthanded, I am willing to grant you a second chance. Should you fail to cherish it, the imperial prison has plenty of room for more. I Zhao Si am willing to follow your lead blindly, my lord. A Jinui squad leader immediately declared, cupping his fists. I Lu Hua pledge my loyalty to you, my lord. And I. The others quickly caught on, cupping their fists one after another to pledge their allegiance. Seeing this, a gratified smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. The Centurion office was finally under his absolute control. Rest assured, I have always been fair in dispensing rewards and punishments, and I will not discriminate against you based on your past. Many in the Ping'an County contingent were once Gao Chang's subordinates, yet I have never treated them harshly. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the Jinui of the Centurion office finally put their worries to rest. Go back and rest well. We shall assemble here at noon today to distribute the tea allowance. Upon hearing the words tea allowance, everyone's eyes lit up. Today they had netted over 20 big fish. Even the smallest among them possessed a net worth of 6,000 to 7,000 taels of silver, while the grandest catch, the vice prefect of Fengzhou, had amassed a staggering 200,000 taels in just 3 years through bribery and the illicit sale of public property. Even with over 70 men participating in the operation, each would still receive a handsome sum of silver. Aside from squad leaders like Lin Guzi and Su Kuang, everyone else dispersed to rest. Now that only his true confidants remained, Lin Fan spoke freely. From this day forward, Fengzhou is our domain. However, to truly secure our footing, we must bring the 3 counties of Baoquan, Yongtai, and Ningyi under our control. My lord, the Jinui in those 3 counties bear rather notorious reputations, Wang Hu noted. Lin Fan smiled faintly, which is why I intend to summon the platoon commanders of those 3 counties to report on their duties. If they come, they will be thrown straight into the imperial prison. If they refuse, they will be dismissed and investigated on charges of insubordination. Wang Hu and the others were astonished. Having just purged Fengzhou today, their lord already planned to eliminate the platoon commanders of all 3 subordinate counties in one fell swoop. This was a remarkably bold move. My lord, removing the platoon commanders of all 3 counties at once might trigger a massive upheaval in Fengzhou. Many of them are suspected of colluding with bandits and local thugs. Wang Hu expressed his hesitation. Lin Fan looked at them, his expression solemn. Once they are removed, I intend to recommend the 3 of you, Su Kuang, Wang Hu, and Su Hu, to succeed them as platoon commanders. I expect you to swiftly sweep away all obstacles and stabilize the situation. Can you do this? The 3 men trembled, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. To be promoted to platoon commander, a prestigious 7th rank official post, in such a short span of time felt like an absolute dream. Su Kuang's voice trembled slightly. My lord, is our seniority not far too lacking? Your achievements today are more than enough to warrant your promotion to platoon commander. However, holding on to those positions will depend entirely on your own capabilities. If you cannot secure your footing, I will have no choice but to replace you. Understood? Lin Fan looked them in the eye and demanded. Understood. We will never disappoint you, my lord. The 3 bellowed in unison. Lin Fan produced 5 porcelain vials and handed them to the 5 men. Inside are medicinal pills for cultivation. Train diligently. Without sufficient strength, you will never command the respect of your subordinates. As long as your cultivation advances rapidly, I shall lead you to become centurions or even 1,000-man commanders. Lin Fan spoke with absolute confidence. While he could now safeguard himself, he was determined to ascend further, to heights where he could shake the Marquis of Zhongding's estate and crush Qin Hui and Lin Xiaolong like insects. It was a matter of life and death, of advancement or ruin. A single tree could not support a forest, thus he had to elevate Lin Guzi and the others to loftier heights alongside him. We shall follow you to the death, my lord. Lin Guzi and the others felt their blood boil with passion, having transformed into Lin Fan's most fanatical devotees. Even if Lin Fan were to raise his arms and cry out, "Are kings and nobles born to their high stations?" they would fearlessly follow him. For no other reason than this man had not only provided them with immense wealth, but had also granted them the respect they deserved. Once the meeting concluded, the others returned to the inn to rest, while Lin Fan stayed directly at the Centurion office. The Centurion office did possess quarters for the Centurion, but Ling Huan and Chu Feng had found the conditions too meager and had purchased private manors outside instead. Lin Fan paid no heed to such trifles. The Centurion office was merely a temporary lodging. Staying there alongside him was Lin Guzi. Lin Fan asked, "Guzi, are you angry that I didn't make you a platoon commander?" Lin Guzi chuckled. "Young master, I have no desire to be some platoon commander. I must remain by your side. You are my entire world. Where is your ambition? Is a high rank and handsome salary not appealing to you?" Lin Fan scolded with a laugh. Lin Guzi shook his head. "If not for you, young master, my bones would have been gnawed by wild dogs long ago. I want nothing more than to follow you, in this life, the next, and for lifetimes to come. Guzi, you are truly my brother. No, I want to be your dog, young master." Upon returning to his room, Lin Fan once again entered the world within the bronze mirror. The surroundings remained familiar. Since arriving in this world, his range of movement had been limited to a mere radius of 2 zhang, with the furthest distance traveled being the shift from his starting point to this grassy patch overgrown with wild fruit. The wild fruits were almost completely ripe. Lin Fan scrambled on all 4s toward the nearest one. By now, moving within this world was no longer too arduous for him. Progressing from only being able to move for a few breaths to now sustaining himself for 30 to 40 breaths was a massive improvement, granting him far more time to gather resources. One by one, the ripe red fruits were swept into his pouch. Pat! A grasshopper suddenly leaped past him. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he sneered, "You again. Stay right there." He smacked his hand down toward the grasshopper. It was highly likely the very same one he had encountered last time, for it was just as sluggish, allowing him to snatch it directly into his palm. A sharp pain pricked his palm. The creature was undoubtedly thrashing about again. This young master's cultivation realm has risen, and my physical body is far tougher than before. Your hind legs cannot harm me now. Having captured the grasshopper, Lin Fan immediately departed from the bronze mirror world. Once back on his bed, he wasted no time in tearing the insect apart. Its 2 thick, powerful hind legs were ripped straight off, and its wings were plucked clean. First, let's find the rooster to test for poison. Lin Fan rose and headed to the backyard of the Baihu office. Indeed, knowing he would be staying in Fengzhou for a long time, Lin Guzi had brought his household rooster along. Perhaps because Lin Guzi fed the rooster daily, the relationship between man and fowl had eased considerably. Strolling in the backyard, the rooster immediately flapped its wings in excitement and ran over upon seeing a familiar face. "Maori, here is a leg for you to eat." Lin Fan fished out one of the grasshopper's tiny legs and tossed it to the rooster. Maori was the name Lin Fan had given to the rooster. Seeing the grasshopper leg, which was as tiny as a bristle, the rooster hesitated. It looked up at Lin Fan, then lowered its gaze to the barely visible grasshopper leg on the ground. It seemed to be asking Lin Fan, "Are you serious?" Lin Fan urged, "Hurry up and eat. Don't go stuffing yourself to death if you eat too much." Even the smallest grasshopper leg was meat. The rooster ultimately craned its neck and swallowed the leg. Lin Fan closely observed the rooster's condition, wanting to confirm whether the thing was safe to consume. Before long, the rooster began to flap its wings frantically, as if it had gone mad. The entire bird scurried wildly around the yard, seemingly venting the terrifying energy within its body. The rooster ran lap after lap around the courtyard, only coming to a halt after a full 15 minutes. Upon closer inspection, it was obvious that the rooster's feathers had grown much brighter, and the bird itself seemed to have become considerably sturdier. Its comb grew even larger and redder, as eye-catching as a ruby. No problem at all, and the energy it contains is even greater than the fruit. Lin Fan's face lit up with joy. After a moment of thought, he tossed the grasshopper's wings to the rooster as well, then returned to his room. Back in his room, Lin Fan lit a fire and lightly roasted the grasshopper. He sprinkled some cumin and other seasonings over it, then tossed it into his mouth. It was incredibly crunchy to chew, with a protein content likely 5 times that of beef. As the chewed grasshopper was swallowed, a massive surge of energy immediately diffused through his lower abdomen. Such rich power. Even 10 fruits couldn't compare to this. Lin Fan immediately channeled all his strength to refine the grasshopper's flesh and blood. Billowing vital energy and blood surged throughout his body, and the dark force circulating within his meridians began to grow thicker and thicker. For hours later, the dark force had grown as thick as a hemp rope. "Break!" Lin Fan roared, and a muffled boom suddenly echoed from within his body. Suddenly, everything cleared up as his meridians widened. His cultivation had stepped into the 5th grade realm. The Baihu of ordinary prefectures generally possessed cultivation at this very level. Combined with his strength, which was several times greater than others of the same realm, and his far more resilient dark force, he would find it hard to meet a match among his peers. Phew. Lin Fan let out a long breath. A 5th grade martial artist can be considered mid to high level in the entire Great Jing dynasty. A Qianfazang in the army is generally at this realm as well. Following his breakthrough, the fatigue in his body seemed to be swept away completely. Lin Fan rose once more and went to the backyard, only to see many savage scratches scoring the walls. He turned his head to look and realized they were indeed marks left by the rooster's claws. For at this moment, the rooster was sharpening its claws against the courtyard's bluestone, leaving a white scratch with every single stroke. Noticing Lin Fan watching it, the rooster let out a couple of clucks in response. Clearly, its spirituality had increased significantly once again. "Maori, come here." Lin Fan beckoned. Upon hearing this, the rooster immediately flapped its wings and flew over. Its strong, powerful wings kicked up a gust of wind and dust. Clearly, its strength was likely far greater than that of an ordinary human. The rooster stared intently at Lin Fan, its eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why its master had called it over. "Here, eat this." Lin Fan fished out a handful of grass leaves and tossed them to the ground. Seeing this, the rooster's eyes lit up, and it immediately lowered its head to peck at the grass leaves. Maori's intelligence is growing higher, and its physique is becoming stronger. I wonder if raising it like this will eventually produce a demon beast. Lin Fan muttered as he watched the rooster peck at the grass leaves. Chickens have crops, so the rooster swallowed all the grass leaves in one go, storing them in its crop to digest slowly. After eating the leaves, the rooster felt a bit overwhelmed. It flapped its wings, flew up into a tree, and leaned against the trunk to take a nap. "Sleeping right after eating? You certainly lead a leisurely life." Lin Fan shook his head with a chuckle. Then he began to practice in the backyard. The spring-embroidered blade seemed like an extension of his body. His saber techniques were at times peerlessly overbearing, and at other times as agile as a butterfly flitting through flowers. This training lasted until noon. Rustling conversations could already be heard from the front yard, and a thin layer of sweat coated Lin Fan's body. Sheathing his spring-embroidered blade, he walked toward the front yard. The Jinyui who were conversing quickly saluted upon seeing someone approach from the backyard. "Greetings, my lord." Lin Fan raised his hand and said, "Rise, everyone." He turned his gaze to Wang, who go and fetch the silver. "Remember to keep 30% of our tea money. I need to bring it with me when I report to the Qianhu office in a few days." The Baihu office was allowed to keep 30% of the confiscated loot, but a portion of that 30% still had to be handed over to the Qianhu. This subordinate understands. Wang Hu immediately led his men to count the silver. Upon hearing this news, everyone's faces lit up with joy. The tea money was coming, and the amount was bound to be substantial. Before long, everyone had gathered, and the counted silver was carried out. The confiscated silver from this haul totaled over 500,000 taels. Just 30% of that amounted to a whopping 160,000 taels, with a portion of that reserved for the Qianhu. Yet even the remaining 120,000 taels of silver filled 3 large chests to the brim. Since silver ingots were difficult to transport to the Guangming Prefecture Qianhu office, the silver distributed to the Jinyui was handed out in the form of physical silver. When the 120,000 taels of physical silver were displayed before everyone, their eyes widened in absolute shock. The visual impact of such a massive fortune was beyond question. The silver was quickly distributed. Even the lowest-ranking leisure with the least merit received a hefty sum of 300 taels. Xiaoqi, like Wang Hu and Su Kuang, directly received 5,000 taels. After receiving 3,000 taels of physical silver, Lu Hua also breathed a sigh of relief, completely pledging his loyalty to Lin Fan. Once the tea money was distributed, Lin Fan spoke in a resonant voice. From this day forward, work diligently under my command, and I will absolutely never mistreat you. Everyone shouted in unison, we shall follow your lordship's lead to the end. The voices of over 70 robust men converged, shaking the very heavens. With the silver secured, the entire 100-man office was thoroughly forged into an impenetrable unit by Lin Fan. Among the chief flags overseeing the 3 subordinate counties, 2 reported for duty at the 100-man office and were subsequently thrown into the imperial prison. 1 further refused to appear and report in person, so Lin Fan personally made the journey and dispatched him with a single stroke. Upon submitting his report of merit, the 1,000-man office responded with remarkable speed. Su Kuang and 2 others were all appointed as chief flags to garrison the 3 subordinate counties. The youngest and weakest among them, Su Bao, remained in Pingan County to serve as its chief flag. Upon assuming their posts, Su Kuang and the other 2 immediately set about purging corrupt officials and eliminating mountain bandits. Apart from Su Hu, who had reached the peak of the 8th rank, both Su Kuang and Wang Hu cultivated at the 7th rank. Thus clearing out the bandits required barely any effort at all. Following Lin Fan's methods, they seized an additional 200,000 taels of illicit silver. Meanwhile, Lin Fan oversaw the imprisonment of 2 county magistrates. Both Baoquan County and Ningyi County fell victim to charges of embezzlement and bribery. Yongtai County, dominated by mountainous terrain and already impoverished, saw comparatively little corruption from its magistrates, sparing him by a stroke of fortune. With the 2 senior magistrates imprisoned, the entirety of Fengzhou and its 4 subordinate counties fell into complete stability. The common people no longer feared bandit raids, and merchants and peddlers were likewise secure. However, beyond Pingan County, the other 3 districts suffered severe shortages of officials, rendering the local government increasingly strained. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's bold maneuvering had finally drawn censure from the court officials. At court, an atmosphere of palpable tension prevailed. The Jing Emperor sat upon the dragon throne, a stack of memorials in hand. His knuckles tapped rhythmically against the armrest. So many have memorialized against Commissioner Lin Fan of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Their petitions nearly form a mountain. Can anyone tell me what in heaven's name is going on? A figure stepped forward and all eyes turned toward him. It was none other than Chun Guang, Vice Minister of Works. Chun Guang bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, Lin Fan's conduct has been recklessly arrogant. Since his promotion to commissioner, he has apprehended officials throughout Fengzhou by the dozens, from lowly clerks to the regional vice prefect, totaling over 40 arrested. The entire administration quakes in fear. Your Majesty, Vice Minister Chun speaks truthfully. If Lin Fan's disruptions continue unchecked, the officials will grow alienated to the detriment of the state. Another figure emerged, the Hanlin academician Ji Qing. The Jing Emperor continued, drumming his fingers on the armrest, remaining silent. At that moment, Wang Lang stepped forward. Your Majesty, while Lin Fan has indeed apprehended numerous officials, all of them are guilty. Is this not precisely the duty entrusted to the Embroidered Uniform Guard? Lord Wang misreads the situation, came the retort. Lin Fan may have arrested only the guilty, yet he has brought all administrative offices in Fengzhou to near paralysis. Governor Li Shun has submitted multiple memorials stating that nearly all officials have been rounded up and the government has nearly ceased functioning. This is hardly beneficial to the common folk or the stability of the realm. Wang Lang raised his gaze to the speaker. Arching an eyebrow, he smiled. Lord Marquis, would you argue that allowing these corrupt officials to continue oppressing the people is somehow the better path? Marquis Zhongding Qin Jingyue found himself at a loss and finally forced out. Then the government must not be allowed to cease functioning. If it cannot operate, who will collect the taxes? Who will administer the populace? Your Majesty, Lin Fan and his subordinate officers have collectively confiscated over 800,000 taels of illicit silver, now fully deposited in the treasury. At these words, everyone present froze in astonishment. All eyes turned to Qianfeng, Minister of Revenue. No one had anticipated this devastating counterstrike. Even the Marquis of Zhongding was stunned, for from his peripheral vision, he had already caught the faint smile touching the lips of the sovereign upon the dragon throne. Qianfeng continued. Your Majesty, Lin Fan originally confiscated over 1 million taels of illicit silver. After deducting the portion allocated to the Embroidered Uniform Guard's private treasury, 834,000 taels remained, equivalent to 8 years of Fengzhou's tax revenue. Thieving vermin. Do they seek to destroy the foundations of our great Jing and undermine my empire? The Jing Emperor thundered. Everyone present trembled into silence. Such vermin deserve the punishment of flaying and sinew removal. it would scarcely satisfy my wrath. They should die, the emperor declared in a low menacing tone. Lin Fan's actions please me greatly and merit reward. The Marquis of Zhongding's mind went blank with ringing confusion, and the Bingjian prince shared the same bewildered reaction. What was happening? His own worthless son had been nothing but a prodigal rogue. How had he suddenly begun achieving repeated merits since joining the embroidered uniform guard? Moreover, these were deeds of genuine significance for the state and its people. In barely this span of time, he had risen from a petty officer all the way to commissioner. Judging by the emperor's demeanor, another promotion for Lin Fan was almost certain. Could it truly be as whispered in the capital, that Lin Fan bore no fault, and instead Qin Hui had deliberately corrupted the child? As Lin Nantian began reflecting upon this possibility, beside him the Marquis of Zhongding could no longer restrain himself. A commissioner was already a 6th-rank official, a position of considerable standing even in the capital. If Lin Fan continued to be elevated, the next step would be deputy commander of the embroidered uniform guard, a from 5th-rank post whose authority would radiate across all 5 prefectures governed by Guangming Circuit. By then, any attempt to move against Lin Fan would become utterly impossible. This youth, if left unchecked, would inevitably become a calamity. Of course, the immediate priority was to prevent his continued advancement. Thinking thus, he immediately declared, "Your Majesty, within barely a month Lin Fan has risen from petty officer to commissioner. This rate of promotion is unprecedented. If his elevation continues, I fear it will breed arrogance in him." The Jing Emperor found merit in these words and fell into contemplation. The pace of promotion may indeed be swift, but Lin Fan has rendered substantial merit and rightly deserves reward. Otherwise word might spread that I am an incompetent ruler who fails to reward those who serve well, would it not? Weighing his options, the Marquis of Zhongding finally proposed, "Your Majesty, Lin Fan is after all a martial artist. Why not instead bestow upon him cultivation techniques or martial arts? This too would allow him to feel the grace of your Majesty's favor." "Your proposal is sound." The Jing Emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Last time I bestowed upon him a first-class cultivation method. Let us then grant him a first-class martial technique this time." Hearing this, the Marquis concealed his delight within his heart. Martial techniques of this caliber required years, indeed not merely 1 or 2, to transform into genuine power. Even if Lin Fan obtained a first-class technique, he estimated that the youth would likely become dry bones in some forgotten grave before achieving mastery. Qin Jingyue immediately declared, "Your Majesty's wisdom knows no bounds." Just then Wang Lang suddenly stepped forward once more. Clasping his hands in salute, he said, "Your Majesty, the Fengzhou vice-prefect was executed for corruption. This humble minister believes that Wang Onping, magistrate of Ping'an County, serves with integrity and could be promoted to vice-prefect of Fengzhou. Additionally, selected provincial scholars could be dispatched to Fengzhou to fill the vacant positions." "Granted," the Jing Emperor replied with quiet composure. Yet Wang Lang did not retreat. Instead, he continued, "Your Majesty, since Lin Fan has cleansed the corrupt winds within Fengzhou's bureaucracy, this humble minister believes he should be granted the authority to act decisively on his own judgment, enabling him to serve your Majesty with greater boldness and confidence." At these words, all present were startled. Though the embroidered uniform guard was the emperor's personal army renowned for executing without prior authorization in practice, this was rarely so straightforward. Numerous procedures still had to be followed. If Lin Fan were truly granted the authority to act independently, it would mean he could genuinely strike first and report afterward, operating without constraint. "Your Majesty, Fengzhou's annual tax revenue amounts to merely 80 or 90,000 taels of silver. From the bellies of these corrupt officials alone, Lin Fan has extracted more than a decade's worth of taxation for Fengzhou." Vice Minister of Revenue Qian Feng spoke at the crucial moment. The Jing Emperor no longer hesitated and immediately declared, "The embroidered uniform guard is my personal army and inherently possesses the authority to execute without prior authorization. Let Lin Fan proceed with full confidence and boldness." Qin Jingyue's expression shifted subtly. He needed to notify Li Shun as soon as possible to clean up all traces of his connections. Otherwise, his tendrils in Fengzhou would be severed by Lin Fan. And that young man was a madman who would stop at nothing. After the court session dispersed, Lin Nantian stumbled out of the palace in a daze. Fanner was nothing but a worthless prodigal son. How could he suddenly turn over a new leaf and begin accumulating merits one after another? Could it truly be, as Wang Lang suggested, that Heir is not as virtuous as she appears, that she deliberately corrupts Fanner and drives a wedge between us father and son? He muttered to himself, letting his horse carry him back to the princely mansion at its own pace. The capital city abounded with taverns and tea houses where scholars and poets would gather to compose verses and couplets. Have you not seen how the waters of the Tsang River descend from heaven, rushing toward the sea and never returning? A drunken scholar leaned against the railing of a tavern, reciting aloud with great fervor. Have you not seen how the bright mirror in the high hall mourns the white hair, black as silk at dawn, turned to snow by dusk? Lin Nantian raised his gaze to the scholar, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Which accomplished poet penned such verses? Could this distinguished sir truly be unfamiliar with Jiang Jinjiao, An incredulous voice interjected from nearby. Lin Nantian turned and spotted a young man holding a folding fan. He could not help but ask in confusion, Jiang Jinjiu, which renowned master has composed this? Could it be Ouyang when the head of the Ouyang family? Master Ouyang, the young man chuckled and shook his head upon hearing this. This Jiang Jinjiu is indeed connected to Master Ouyang, but it was not written by him. Then who is the author? Lin Nantian was taken aback, his curiosity growing ever deeper. Such literary brilliance. If not Ouyang, then this person must surely be destined to reach the realm of a grandmaster someday. It is Lin Fan, the deposed heir apparent of Bingjian Prince's mansion. The young man smiled. Though Master Lin now serves as a member of the embroidered uniform guard, he devotes himself entirely to eradicating corruption and serving the common people. Moreover, he possesses extraordinary literary talent. This masterpiece was composed by him at the Ouyang Literary Assembly, where he claimed first place and caught Master Ouyang's favor. Lin Fan. Lin Nantian's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately declared impossible. Lin Fan is an ignoramus who has driven away several tutors with his misconduct. How could he possibly compose such a masterpiece? Absolutely impossible. The young man raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with disdain. Judging from your attire, you must be a person of importance. Yet, even someone of your stature should not tarnish Master Lin's reputation. That so-called reputation is merely a fabrication spun by that Madame Qin from the Zhongding Marquis Manor. How can you say that? Madame Qin's virtue is renowned throughout the capital. How could she possibly be a vicious stepmother? Lin Nantian rebuked sharply. A virtuous lady may not necessarily raise a son accomplished in both civil and martial arts, but she would certainly not produce a spoiled brute who indulges in debauchery and oppresses the innocent. The young man departed these words and ascended the tavern. Lin Nantian sat motionless upon his horse. Wang Lang's voice seemed to resound once more in his ears. Had he truly misunderstood Fanner? Yet Madame Qin Hui's virtue was something he had witnessed with his own eyes. Carrying a heart full of questions, Lin Nantian returned to the Bingjian Prince's mansion. My lord, you have returned. Your concubine has prepared the meal and personally simmered the chicken soup you favor most. Qin Hui hastened forward, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Lin Nantian responded, though his expression showed little joy. He proceeded to the dining hall. On the table sat 4 simple dishes, and the steaming chicken soup nearby still rose with fragrant vapors, clearly fresh from the pot. The moment he took his seat, Qin Hui had already placed the soup before him. These were all dishes she had. Unpretentious fare, yet all tailored to Lin Nantian's usual preferences. Yet today the chicken soup tasted faint and hollow to him, his gaze drifting with confusion. My lord, what troubles you? Qin Hui asked, puzzled. I am quite all right. Lin Nantian shook his head, then glanced about and asked, where is Xiaolong? Why has he not joined us for this meal? Qin Hui sighed. Has he not gone to Fengzhou for the Ouyang Literary Assembly? He encountered Fanner there. Oh, has that wretched child not become a member of the embroidered uniform guard? Why would he attend a literary assembly? Lin Nantian set down his soup, feigning casual interest. Yet his eyes never left Qin Hui's face, tracking every flicker of emotion. Fanner not only participated in the Ouyang Literary Assembly, he claimed first place. A single piece, Jiang Jinjiu, won Master Ouyang's deep appreciation. Xiaolong wishes to study harder to walk in his elder brother's footsteps. A faint smile graced Qin Hui's lips. My lord, since Fanner has shown such dedication, now why not bring him back? Though he committed many misdeeds in the past, even wronged Nienner, he is still the legitimate eldest son of this mansion. The position of heir apparent rightfully belongs to him. Lin Nantian's eyes shifted slightly. Before he could speak, he saw Lin Xiaolong approaching. Father, I encountered my eldest brother in Fengzhou. After making inquiries, I learned that apart from the occasional visit to a pleasure quarter, he has been diligently applying himself. Even as a member of the embroidered uniform guard, he has not given up on himself. I am willing to return the position of heir apparent to my eldest brother. Before Lin Nantian could respond further, Xiaolong had already spoken these words. Heir apparent, but Fanner he publicly. Zhu suddenly spoke up from the side. Xiaolong immediately rebuked. Silence. Do not speak nonsense. Zhu dared not speak further, yet her expression seemed to convey to Lin Nantian that she had something urgent to say. Lin Nantian asked, Zhu, do you wish to say something? Zhu stole a glance at Xiaolong and replied timidly, the young master forbids me from speaking. He may be the young master, but I am the prince. I command you to speak, Lin Nantian declared. Then I shall speak. Zhu appeared fearful of Xiaolong, who kept glaring at her. Xiaolong, what do you think you are doing? Lin Nantian rebuked. Only then did Xiaolong withdraw his glare. Zhu, go on. Zhu said, upon encountering the young master, the eldest young master immediately struck him. Relying on being the elder brother, he beat the young master nearly to death in public. Had the guards not intervened, the young master would likely have been beaten to death. Xiaolong's face darkened. Why did that bastard strike me? He claimed you stole his position. He also said that once he claimed first place, he would use a jade pendant to manipulate Master Ouyang into deliberately spreading rumors destroying the young madams and your reputations, Zhu stammered. Zhu, you've said too much. Xiaolong immediately reprimanded. The position of heir apparent rightfully belonged to my eldest brother. It is natural that he disapproves of me occupying it. Now that my eldest brother is turning over a new leaf, how dare you sow discord between him and father? Young master, I am sorry. This servant was wrong. Zhu'er fell to her knees, bowing her head repeatedly in fear. Lin Nanshan's expression had darkened to its most ominous. He raised his hand and lifted Zhu'er from the ground with a gesture of spiritual energy. You have done nothing wrong. It is that little bastard Lin Fan who has acted too arrogantly, publicly striking his own younger brother and besmirching his mother's reputation. Even if he were to kneel and beg, I would never allow him to set foot within the Bingjian prince's mansion again. Thinking of that rebellious son Lin Fan, Lin Nantian was so furious he could barely finish his meal. The Heavenly Wolf Kingdom in the northern frontier has been causing trouble recently. I need to visit the military camp more often. You all continue eating. He set down his chopsticks and turned to leave the dining hall. Only after watching Lin Nantian depart did Lin Xiaolong and his mother take their seats on the chairs. Qin Hui glanced up at her maid. Zhu'er, you've worked hard. Zhu'er hurriedly replied, it's nothing, madam. My life was saved by you. As long as I can help the young master secure his position, I am willing to do anything. Rest assured. Although your background prevents you from becoming the primary wife of the prince's mansion, I will have Xiaolong raise you to the position of a noble concubine. Qin Hui said calmly. Zhu'er's face lit up with joy, and she quickly bowed. Thank you, madam. Lin Xiaolong beside her had a grim expression. He spoke up. Mother, has father begun to suspect you? Will my position as heir still be secure? Rest assured. Qin Hui said calmly. With your uncle and grandfather helping you, you will surely secure this position. As for Lin Fan, he is nothing but a bastard with no backing. He cannot threaten your status. But I heard the emperor has awarded him again today. If not for grandfather's intervention, his official rank would likely be promoted once more. And with his growing reputation among scholars, if we let him continue to develop, he may become a threat. Lin Xiaolong remained worried. In his over 10 years of life, he had never taken Lin Fan so seriously before. He used to think Lin Fan was a good-for-nothing, but within this past month, he had felt fear toward him. Not to mention that Lin Fan's cultivation had reached the 6th rank, and he was a captain of the Brocade Guards, but also that he had conquered countless scholars with his poem Chong Jinjiu. If things continued like this, even if Lin Fan was not the heir of the Bingjian kingdom, he would definitely become a presence capable of shaking both the Zhongding Marquis Manor and even the Bingjian kingdom itself. For now, let's wait. Lin Fan is currently at the height of his popularity and not easy to deal with. The emperor's favor always comes quickly and departs just as fast. We will handle him after his momentum passes. Qin Hui's eyes turned cold. She also wished to eliminate Lin Fan. Only by removing Lin Fan could she erase all traces of that woman from this world. Only then could the Bingjian king be her sole husband and the mansion her sole domain. Mother, we must act soon. I worry that this little beast Lin Fan will grow to a point beyond our ability to handle. Lin Xiaolong remained deeply concerned, harboring a persistent feeling that Lin Fan would inevitably reach terrifying heights, where even the Zhongding Marquis Manor or the Bingjian kingdom could not shake him in the slightest. Rest assured. Your grandfather is the Zhongding Marquis, a noble of great Jing. Even if Lin Fan rises to the position of a Qianhu, your grandfather could crush him with a single gesture. A rare ferocity appeared on Qin Hui's usually gentle face. Fengzhou, the 100 House compound. In the back courtyard, the roars of Brocade Guard training echoed. The methods from the Ping'an County Brocade Guard office had been extended to the Fengzhou 100 House. Su Wanner had also been transferred to the compound to work as a cook. Meanwhile, the 4 subordinate counties had each hired new cooks, but none possessed the secret porcelain bottle contents Lin Fan had provided. Since the grass leaves came from the bronze mirror world, only Su Wanner and a few others could be trusted, not anyone else. However, Lin Fan would occasionally distribute small amounts of medicinal pills as rewards for meritorious service, which helped strengthen the Brocade Guard forces in the 4 subordinate counties. Fengzhou had now become a solid stronghold. Each day Lin Fan simply basked in the sun and fed the chickens at the compound, enjoying a few days of leisure. With the 4 subordinate counties fully stabilized, Lin Fan finally intended to proceed with his next moves. Young master, the orders have been sent. By tomorrow morning at the latest, Su Zongqi and the others will arrive at the prefectural city. Lin Guzi walked over quickly. Well done. Lin Fan, lounging on the bamboo chair, opened his eyes. He turned his head to glance at Lin Guzi before asking, Guzi, how stable has your foundation become? Lin Guzi chuckled. Young master, rest assured. I've been training hard recently, and my unstable realm is gradually stabilizing. Almost there, is it? Then tonight attempt a breakthrough. See if you can reach the 6th rank. It won't do for only me in the 100 House to be a martial artist above the 7th rank. Lin Fan took out a porcelain bottle and poured out 2 slightly shriveled red fruits from it. Take these and eat them. See if you can break through to the 7th rank tonight. Lin Guzi stared at the 2 red fruits dumbfounded. He had consumed these before many times. How could he not recognize them? Previously, he had only received tiny portions. Today was the first time he saw the fruit in its entirety. Even a mere fragment of such flesh before was comparable to an 80-year-old ginseng root. What would consuming this entire fruit do? Young master, this won't do. Please keep them for yourself. Lin Guzi hastily declined. Lin Fan said casually, rest assured. I have plenty of these. Just eat them. Even if I need to nurture you all the way to a first-rank martial artist, I can afford it. He tossed the fruit toward Lin Guzi, who fumbled but managed to catch it. Thank you, young master. I will definitely cultivate hard and won't let down your expectations. Lin Guzi promised. Lin Fan waved his hand. Enough. Hurry back and cultivate. Try to break through to the 6th rank by tomorrow, understand? Understood. Lin Guzi responded loudly. Alright, why so loud? Go on, scram. Lin Fan scolded with a smile. Lin Guzi chuckled and immediately returned to his room to cultivate. No sooner had Guzi left than Aori fluttered over from the backyard. After days of feeding, Aori had grown to the height of a man's waist. Its feathers shimmered brilliantly, dazzling in the sunlight like golden silk satin. Its crimson comb hung heavy and lush, and the entire bird seemed otherworldly, not of this mortal plane. Moreover, its combat prowess was formidable. The muscular guards at the 100 House could not prevail against this chicken. Only Lu Hua, the stingy steward of the 100 House, could spar with Aori for a few moves, yet even he struggled to subdue it. For Aori's feathers were hard as iron, resistant to blades and spears alike. Worse still, whenever it flapped its wings to take flight, the gale they generated made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Aori sauntered over in an 8th character stride, nuzzling its head against Lin Fan's palm, its bean-sized eyes brimming with longing. Lin Fan glanced at it, exasperated. Alright, I get it. Here, take one. Speaking, he removed a fruit from the porcelain bottle and tossed it to Aori. Aori caught the fruit in its beak and swallowed it in 3 quick bites. The little creature possessed a crop in its stomach capable of storing the fruits, so there was no risk of it being crushed to death by the potent medicinal energy within. Aori fluttered its wings and flew back to the parasol tree in the backyard. Witnessing this, Lin Fan murmured, with the bronze mirror world, who knows? I might actually raise a demon. The hour of Mao. On the outskirts of Fengzhou City, the entire Jinui of the Baihu office, led by Lin Fan, had already assembled. Before long, squads of Jinui began converging from all directions. My Lord Su Kuang, the Jinui Zongqi of Baoquan County, reports for duty with his squad. Wang Hu, the Jinui Zongqi of Yongtai County, reports for duty with his squad. Su Hu, the Jinui Zongqi of Ningyi County, reports for duty with his squad. Su Bao, the Jinui Zongqi of Ping'an County, reports for duty with his squad. Except for Ping'an County, the Jinui of the other 3 counties had not yet reached their full complement. Even so, the Jinui from the 4 counties combined numbered a full 180 men. With the addition of 30 men from the Baihu office, the force had grown to 200. Furthermore, after several days of rigorous training, the morale and spirit of these Jinui had visibly improved. While they might not be elite veterans, they were certainly a cut above ordinary yamen runners. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the crowd, while those county-level Jinui who had never met him stole secret glances at their superior. He was indeed as young as the rumors suggested, yet the commanding aura he exuded made them lower their eyes. Since everyone is here, let us depart. The usual rules apply. Money will be distributed according to merit. The more you achieve, the more you earn. With a wave of Lin Fan's hand, he led his subordinates straight into Fengzhou City. The soldiers guarding the city gates were startled by the sight. Why were the Jinui making such a massive stir? What were they planning? Hadn't the administration of Fengzhou and its 4 subordinate counties already been purged of corruption? Why were the Jinui mobilizing on such a scale? A few swift-footed guards immediately slipped away toward the prefectural yamen, intending to alert Prefect Li Shun. The sudden appearance of a massive force of Jinui on the streets caused the common folk to scatter in avoidance, even though the Jinui had ceased their tyrannical ways under Lin Fan's recent administration. Of course, a few daring souls followed the Jinui out of curiosity to see what they were up to. But as they drew closer to the objective, the expressions of the onlookers began to shift. The prefectural yamen. The target of these Jinui was clearly the yamen. Good heavens, Lord Lin is actually going after the prefect. What audacity! The prefect is a high official of the secondary 5th rank, governing a territory of 300 li. Soon Lin Fan led his men to the front of the prefectural yamen, behind which lay the prefect's private residence. Surrounded. Lin Fan gestured. The Jinui behind him surged forward instantly, splitting into 2 columns to flank the estate. Lin Guzi, leading over 30 men, followed closely behind Lin Fan as they strode into the yamen. The yamen runners were terrified by the display, quickly shouting, "What are you Jinui doing? This is the prefectural yamen, and the prefect's residence is right behind it." Before Lin Fan could speak, Lin Guzi kicked the obstructing runner to the ground. "What insolence, daring to block my master's path!" Lin Guzi spat. A mere runner of the 9th grade martial artist realm was sent flying by a single kick from a 6th grade martial artist like him. Seeing how fierce and ruthless these Jinui were, the other runners quickly backed away. There was no need to risk their lives for a measly 2 or 3 taels of silver a month. Lin Fan and his men marched straight in without resistance, entering the prefect's residence shortly after. Led by Su Kuang and the others, the Jinui had already sealed off the estate so tightly that not even a bird could escape. As they reached the main doors, Lin Fan was about to call out when Lin Guzi stepped forward. Grinning, he said, "Young master, let me do it." With those words, he rushed forward and delivered a heavy kick to the doors. Boom. The grand doors were kicked flat onto the ground. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless at the sight. Guzi, we are here to investigate a case, not to commit vandalism. Besides, the prefect's residence is public property, not Li Shen's personal estate. The cost of repairing these doors will be deducted from your team money later. Huh. Lin Guzi froze in his tracks. He stared closely at the ruined doors of the prefect's residence. How repairing them would probably cost more than 10 taels of silver. This was a massive loss. He had lost over 10 taels before earning a single copper. The group stepped into the estate. The moment they entered, the first thing they saw was an array of guards lined up in formation. There were over 30 of them, each exuding a powerful aura. Clearly, they were all ranked martial artists. Most of them were of the 8th or even 7th grade, and the leader's aura had even reached the 6th grade realm. Lordly, surely you do not believe these guards can stop me? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and let out a soft chuckle. Of course not. After all, Commander Lin is a master who participated in the slaying of Wei Wudao. How could I not be prepared? The guards parted and Li Shen stepped out from behind them. He looked up at Lin Fan and barked, Commander Lin, you are merely a 6th rank Baihu. How dare you surround my residence? I am a prefect of the secondary 5th rank. What on earth do you think you are doing? Lin Fan smiled. I do not intend much, Lordly. I merely wish to invite you to the Imperial prison for a cup of tea. I am a court-appointed official, and my rank is higher than yours. Unless the Qian who arrives in person, even the Jinyui have no authority to throw me into the Imperial prison. Li Shen barked sternly, showing no fear, even when facing Lin Fan. Lordly, have you perhaps forgotten one thing? The Jinyui are the Emperor's personal guard, holding authority one rank higher than their nominal status. Strictly speaking, we are of equal rank, Lin Fan said with a smile. Li Shen's expression shifted slightly. He then said, Lin Fan, there is no conflict between us, is there? The Jinyui and the prefectural yamen do not interfere with each other. Why not just perform your duties quietly and line your pockets? Why must we fight to the bitter end? Why must we fight to the bitter end? Lordly, aren't you overestimating yourself? Lin Fan sneered. I believe the fish will surely die, but the net might not necessarily break. As those words fell, the atmosphere in the courtyard of the prefect's residence grew incredibly tense. One by one, Jinyui officers scaled the courtyard walls, while Su Kuang and his 2 sons took up commanding positions on the rooftops. On Li Shen's side, the elite guards held their weapons at the ready. Though few in number, the vital energy radiating from them was immensely potent. They were clearly formidable masters. A great battle seemed imminent, but at that moment Li Shen suddenly burst into laughter. He glared at Lin Fan and sneered, Lin Fan, you forced my hand. Unveil it. Only then did everyone notice a large object covered in a black cloth behind Li Shen. When the black cloth was pulled away, everyone gasped in shock. The divine might crossbow of the great Jing. The bowstring woven and tanned from ox sinew was already pulled taut. 3 arrows as thick as a man's arm were already knocked upon the string. This massive siege crossbow was reputed to be capable of slaying middle 3-rank martial artists. Within 50 paces it could kill a 4th-grade martial artist. Within 80 paces a 5th grade, and within 100 paces even a 6th-grade martial artist could not escape death. A lethal military weapon, when used in city defense, even upper 3-rank martial artists would not dare to charge against it lightly. Now Lin Fan and his men were a mere 30 to 40 paces away, well within the lethal range of the great Jing's divine might crossbow. The cold, gleaming tips of the arrows sent shivers down the spines of the Jinyui, facing the divine might crossbow. Once fired, these bolts could easily skewer them like candied haws, leaving absolutely no chance of survival. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, then he smiled and said, if this humble official recalls correctly, the divine might crossbow is classified as a restricted military weapon, is it not? How could a mere prefect like yourself, Lordly, come into possession of such an armament? That need not trouble yourself, Commander Lin. I merely wish to inquire whether you might be willing to sit down and converse in good faith. Li Shen's eyes were filled with smug satisfaction. Fortunately, the Marquis had provided the divine might crossbow well in advance. Without it, subduing Lin Fan would have been impossible. Once Lin Fan was driven away, he could eliminate all of his trailing followers. Should Lin Fan attempt any retaliatory action at that point, he would no longer have cause for concern. Indeed, he could even turn the tables on the young man, stripping him of his rank and reducing him to common status. Without the protective shield of the embroidered uniform guard, even a 3rd-rate warrior of Lin Fan's caliber would appear as nothing more than an insignificant ant in the Marquis' eyes. Hell, Lordly has prepared so thoroughly, producing even the divine might crossbow. What else could one do but negotiate? Were we meant to be skewered like candied hawthorns? Lin Fan sneered and waved his hand dismissively. Go fetch me a chair. If we are to talk, we shall do so properly seated. An attendant of the embroidered uniform guard went to retrieve a chair, while the bolts of the divine might crossbow remained fixed upon Lin Fan at all times. Even the slightest movement of Lin Fan caused Li Shen to stare intently, hand poised to loose the bolt at any moment. Of course, under ordinary circumstances, he would never resort to such measures. For once the divine might crossbow was deployed against Lin Fan, it would amount to open rebellion. After all, the latter was a member of the Emperor's personal guard. But as for the current standoff with the crossbow aimed at Lin Fan, once their terms were settled, it would simply be dismissed as a misunderstanding. Watching Lin Fan take his seat, Li Shen narrowed his eyes and smiled. That is more like it. We both serve the court. What matter between us cannot be discussed. You speak truly lordly. While Lin Fan's words were directed at Li Shun, his gaze was fixed instead upon the divine might crossbow. He then cast a sharp glance at Lin Guzi and Lu Hua on either side and barked, "Why have you not yet withdrawn? Can you not see that this humble official wishes to conduct business with Lord Li?" Lin Guzi, who had followed Lin Fan for many years, immediately understood. He quickly pulled Lu Hua and led his men back to a distance. Before anyone could react, the only person directly targeted by the divine might crossbow was now Lin Fan alone. Lin Fan crossed his legs casually and said, "Speak your mind, lordly. How do you wish to proceed?" Although Li Shun chafed inwardly at the departure of those men, it was sufficient that Lin Fan remained within reach. No matter how formidable Lin Fan proved himself, he was ultimately merely a mid-third-rate martial artist. There was absolutely no way he could evade the divine might crossbow. "Lord Lin, my demands are quite simple. You withdraw and cease harassing my residents, and that shall suffice. As for the corrupt officials you previously apprehended, they receive their just deserts. Consider their arrest as a gift of merit from myself." "How does that sound?" Li Shun said with a smile. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "Very well. I can lead my men out of the prefect's mansion at once." Li Shun shook his head and smiled. "Lord Lin may return at any time, but the divine might crossbow cannot guarantee it will always be aimed at you. Therefore I have prepared a small gift for you." He clapped his hands, and a constable immediately approached, presenting a tray before Lin Fan. Upon the tray rested a porcelain flask. "What is this?" A cold gleam flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Li Shun explained, "This is the 6 Harmonies power-severing powder. After consuming it, you will be unable to draw upon your inner strength or latent force for 1 month, though your physical power shall remain unaffected. Once Lord Lin takes the powder, our matter will be settled. Furthermore, Lord Lin need not fear. I would never take advantage of your vulnerability. After all, assaulting a member of the embroidered uniform guard constitutes treason, a capital offense." Lin Fan took the porcelain flask into his hand and sneered, "Your calculations are thorough indeed, lordly. Yet tell me, will I even survive to see the month end?" He suddenly lifted his head to glare at Li Shun, then extended his hand, fingers curling into a claw as he seized the constable beside him by the throat. Crack! The constable's neck snapped. Li Shun's pupils contracted sharply. He had never imagined Lin Fan would dare to strike, while the divine might crossbow remained trained upon him. Then he saw Lin Fan's hand press against the hilt of his embroidered spring blade. This sight sent a wave of icy dread through his body. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted, "Loose the bolts." Who cared now about accusations of treason? Survival was the only thing that mattered. The crossbow string snapped taut, and with a sharp twang the ox-tendon bowstring launched all 3 massive bolts, each as thick as a man's arm. At a distance of no more than 30 paces, the kinetic force carried by the bolts was truly fearsome. Even a city wall over 3 feet thick could be pierced clean through. "Young master, my lord." The faces of all the embroidered uniform guards drained of color. At such close range, a mid-third-rate martial artist stood absolutely no chance of survival. Shing! The embroidered spring blade was drawn, and simultaneously Lin Fan unleashed the wind-stepping step. The wind-stepping step had reached its perfection, representing one of his recent breakthroughs achieved through the bronze mirror. As the wind-stepping step was employed, his figure became as elusive as a phantom. Amidst the devastating wind generated by the 3 incoming bolts, he swayed like reeds bending in the gale. Within a span of mere inches, he narrowly evaded the bolts, slipping precisely through the narrow gaps between them. And the 3 crossbow bolts tore through the air, flying straight past him behind. Thud after thud echoed continuously, the bolts penetrating wall after wall. The sight stunned everyone present. How had Lin Fan managed to dodge the divine might crossbow at such devastatingly close range? They could scarcely follow Lin Fan's movements with their eyes. All they perceived was that the moment he took a single step, he had already appeared behind the trajectory of the bolts. Lin Fan bared his teeth in a grin. "Lordly, do you have any further tricks up your sleeve? If your contingencies have run dry, then I shall make my move." Li Shun involuntarily shivered. Was this man human or some supernatural entity? How could anyone possibly evade the divine might crossbow? Had the Marquis provided him with a counterfeit crossbow? But he had no time to ponder such questions anymore, for Lin Fan was already walking toward him. His pace was unhurried, yet each footfall seemed to tread directly upon Li Shun's heart, sending tremors through his very soul. "Lin Fan, I am the prefect of this province, a 5th-rank official. You have unlawfully entered the prefect's residence. I shall memorialize the throne and report you." Li Shun's voice had already begun to tremble. Fear had seized him. He never imagined that his carefully prepared trump card would fail to stop Lin Fan. "Embroidered uniform guards, attend my orders. Li Shun has attacked members of the guard with intent to rebel. Seize him all at once." Lin Fan's thunderous shout erupted. The multitude of guards surged forward from every direction simultaneously, while over 200 men crowded the courtyard walls and rooftops. "Charge! Fight your way through." Li Shun urgently issued his command. Tinkle. No one paid any heed to his orders. Instead, these hired guards dropped their weapons to the ground in clusters. They were terrified. Opposing the embroidered uniform guard equated to plotting treason. Risking one's life for a few silver coins might be forgivable, but surely one must leave a path to survival for one's 9 generations of kin. My lord Li Shan coerced us into this. We are merely hired guards taking payment to perform our duties. We never intended to rebel. That treacherous dog Li Shan, I shall expose him. The guards not only laid down their weapons, but began denouncing one another. Witnessing this scene, Li Shan felt his heart turn to ice. After all these years in Fengzhou, and the considerable wealth he had expended, did he truly cultivate nothing but this batch of good-for-nothings? Lin Fan smiled, and said, Lord Li, it is simply what the people desire. I am a man of Marquis Zhongding, and I am the prefect of Fengzhou. Without evidence, by what authority do you arrest me? Li Shan continued to struggle, but despair had already surfaced in his eyes. Lin Guzi and the others paid no heed to his protests. They surged forward and shackled him without hesitation. Lin Fan walked up to Li Shan, reached into his own clothes, and produced a bundle of letters. He tapped them against Li Shan's face with a grin. Lord Li, care to guess what these are? Li Shan caught sight of the names on the letters from the corner of his eye, and fury nearly erupted from his gaze. He threw his head back and roared to the heavens, Scarface, Tiger Lu Guangdou. I never mistreated you too. Why would you betray me like this? Indeed, these were the confessions left behind by Scarface Tiger and Lu Guangdou, along with correspondence between them and Li Shan. Normally such letters were destroyed immediately upon receipt to maintain secrecy. But Scarface Tiger and Lu Guangdou harbored deep distrust toward Li Shan, so they had deliberately kept several copies. And those very letters would prove to be the lethal blades driving Li Shan to his doom. Every person within the prefect's mansion was taken into custody, including the courtyard guards and bailiffs. The procession marched forth in great numbers. As they emerged from the gate, Lin Fan raised his gaze and spotted the imperial envoy announcing the emperor's decree. The man leading the procession was someone he knew exceedingly well, none other than eunuch Da, who had read the imperial edict for him on a previous occasion. Upon spotting Lin Fan, the procession immediately came to a halt. Citing the imperial envoy, Li Shan regarded it as his last lifeline. He urgently shouted out, Eunuch, save me. I am the prefect of Fengzhou. Lin Fan is abusing his authority for personal gain and seeks to imprison me in the imperial prison. Eunuch Da exchanged a subtle glance, and a guard behind him immediately charged forward, delivering a brutal slap across Li Shan's face with the butt of his spear. The hard spear shaft drew blood from Li Shan's mouth and knocked out 2 of his teeth. How insolent, Eunuch Da snorted. Could you bear the responsibility if you had delayed my reading of the imperial edict? Eunuch Da gave a cold snort, then turned to Lin Fan with a beaming smile. Commander Lin, you have once again rendered meritorious service. His Majesty is most pleased and has specially sent this humble servant to read the edict and bestow honors upon you. Lin Fan paused perplexed. What decree was this? When had he earned such merit? The edict began to be read, and Lin Fan respectfully accepted it. Upon learning the full circumstances, he stood dumbfounded. Those who had impeached him had failed, and in doing so they had inadvertently secured his reward. Lord Lin, please receive the edict, Eunuch Da said warmly. Lin Fan receives it. Lin Fan hurriedly took the edict with both hands. Eunuch Da gestured, and an attendant stepped forward presenting a first-rate martial arts manual bestowed by the emperor. This humble servant knows that Lord Lin excels in blade techniques, and has therefore selected a particularly suitable manual for you. Lin Fan quickly replied, I am deeply grateful, Eunuch. Additionally, His Majesty has passed down a verbal decree for me to convey to you. Within Fengzhou you are granted the authority to act as you see fit, and may execute before reporting afterwards, Eunuch Da said. Upon hearing these words, Li Shan's face turned ashen. He knew he was doomed. Under normal circumstances, only a chief of 1,000 could order the arrest of a prefect. But now that Lin Fan held the power to act independently, it meant that even killing him fell within his permitted scope, provided he could furnish a reasonable explanation afterward. Lin Fan had not expected Emperor Jing to grant him such sweeping authority. He began to wonder if the emperor was not quite as incompetent as he had seemed. He immediately declared, this official shall devote himself wholeheartedly to his duties and will never fail to disappoint your Majesty's expectations. The great Jing dynasty needs talents such as yourself, Commander Lin. Eunuch Da said, a smile spreading across his face. You flatter me, Eunuch. Since you have traveled such a long distance, why not stop by the 100 household office for a cup of tea? Lin Fan handed the edict and the rewards to Lin Guzi, then stepped up to Eunuch Da. Without anyone noticing, he slipped a bank draft worth 1,000 taels of silver into the eunuch's sleeve. Eunuch Da merely rubbed it between his fingers and immediately recognized the denomination. His smile grew even wider. Lord Lin, there is no need for tea, but this humble servant did hear some news on the way here. I only wonder whether it might be useful to you. Lin Fan immediately said, please share it, Eunuch. After all, the silver was not offered for nothing. Officials allied with Marquis Zhongding impeached you in the imperial court, but Wang Lang and the Ministry of Revenue hold a favorable impression of you. His Majesty was initially undecided, but after the ministry reported the amount of confiscated illicit silver you uncovered, he resolved to bestow honors upon you. However, Marquis Zhongding refused to yield, and the vice chief of 1,000 post was exchanged for a martial arts manual and a verbal commendation. Eunuch Da explained the court proceedings with striking clarity. Lin Fan's brows furrowed, slightly cold light flashing in his eyes. What a move by Marquis Zhongding. What a scheme by the Qin family. They were clearly afraid he posed a threat. Lord Lin, although Marquis Zhongding's faction has suppressed you, perhaps Wang Lang and the Ministry of Revenue could serve as valuable allies, Eunuch advised. Lin Fan clasped his fists in gratitude. I thank you for your counsel, Eunuch. You are too kind, Lord Lin. Since the edict has been delivered, this humble servant shall return to the capital. After bidding farewell, Eunuch turned and led his entourage away. Watching him depart, Lin Fan turned his head toward Li Shun. Smiling, he brandished the imperial edict. Lord Li, shall we proceed to the imperial prison now? Lin Fan, you conduct yourself with absolutely no regard for official courtesy. One day your actions will spark widespread outrage, and even as a Jinui 100 household commander, you will not escape death. Li Shun shot Lin Fan a venomous glare. Slap. Lin Guzi raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Li Shun's face, then spat on the ground. How dare a prisoner insult our lord? Who do you think you are? Su Bao watched this and filled with regret. If only he had been the one to escort Li Shun. Then he, not Lin Guzi, would have been the one to deliver that slap. What a missed opportunity. On the journey back, when the common folk learned that the prisoner being escorted was none other than Li Shun, they pelted him and his guards with rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables. Imperial taxes were not particularly heavy, but prefectly eager to present bribes to Marquis Zhongding and other superiors had imposed numerous arbitrary levies. Moreover, he frequently condoned his subordinates' extortion, sowing widespread resentment among the people. His own lavish lifestyle was equally extravagant, such as the dancing girls and entertainers, he kept all of whom required substantial sums. Naturally, that money came from the people's pockets. Now that the chance had arrived, the people seized it to kick a man while he was down. Only now did Li Shun fully realize how detestable he truly was. Upon arriving at the 100 household office, Li Shun was swiftly imprisoned in the imperial jail. It is said that civil officials tend to be stubborn of tongue, but frail of body. Before 2 hours had passed, Li Shun had confessed everything. Even Lin Fan was greatly shocked when he read the confession. This was merely a single prefecture official governing 4 counties and 1 prefecture across 300 square li. Yet in such a barren land, Li Shun had somehow scraped together no less than 800,000 taels of silver. Considering the entire Fengzhou region, including the 4 counties, had a population of merely 500,000 souls, the figure was staggering. This Li Shun truly is a talent, squeezing the land until it is bare. Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer. He turned his head to Wang Hu. Have they begun the confiscation? Lin Guzi and Su Kuang have already taken people and gone, Wang Hu replied. There is simply too much property to inventory. They are still searching and tallying. Lin Fan sighed. Let us see how much wealth we can recover first. The prefect's mansion. Carts laden with gold and silver were being wheeled out in succession. Paintings, calligraphy, and rare treasures were beyond count. Deep within the cellars, not a single grain of food could be found. Instead, they were filled to the brim with chests of copper coins. Li Shun had not embezzled a single grain of food. He had converted all of it into silver and coin. He had taken no fewer than 18 beautiful concubines, the youngest of whom was a mere 12 years old, forced into his household against her will. There were 12 dancing girls, each possessing beauty that was 1 in 10,000. Li Shun had gathered them from all corners of the land, spending upwards of 10,000 taels of silver on them annually. In addition, there were 8 courtesan musicians whose annual expenses exceeded 5,000 taels. In the back kitchen, Lin Guzi also discovered numerous dead sparrows and rotten cabbage leaves. Upon inquiry, he learned that Li Shun relished eating sparrow tongues, demanding a plate of them every single day. A sparrow's tongue was smaller than a fingernail, and a single dish required 100 taels of silver just to gather enough. Furthermore, the rotten cabbage leaves were there, because Li Shun only ate the hearts of the cabbages, discarding the rest to feed the pigs. Unlike Liu Biqing, the director of studies, this man not only dared to embezzle, but also dared to squander his ill-gotten wealth, indulging in an incredibly lavish lifestyle. After all, he was the chief official of Fengzhou, a prefecture already bound in ironclad unity under his control, and with Marquis Zhongding shielding him from above, he naturally feared nothing. Yet he never anticipated the arrival of a capable and reckless upstart. This brash youth had not only used Wei Wu Dao to sever all of Li Shun's tentacles, but had also thoroughly unearthed his granaries in one fell swoop. The tallying persisted for a full day and night. Lin Fan sat quietly in the office of the 100-man commander, awaiting the results. It was not until nightfall that Lin Guzi rushed over, cradling an account book in his hands. Are the results out? Lin Fan sat up straight, his gaze shifting toward Lin Guzi. Young master, everything is accounted for, Lin Guzi replied. Lin Fan said calmly, speak. Let us see just how much grain this bloated rat has hoarded in his nest. A total of 120,000 taels of silver coin, 170,000 taels in silver banknotes, 8,000 taels of gold, and various paintings, calligraphy, and treasures estimated to be worth 100,000 taels were seized. Additionally, there are several estates in Fengzhou valued at approximately 50,000 taels. Having finished speaking, Lin Guzi handed the account book to Lin Fan. Lin Fan cast a cursory glance over it. Is that all? Where is the remaining 300,000 taels? Lin Guzi hastily explained. The guards have dug 3 feet into the ground short of tearing the prefect's mansion apart, yet we still could not locate the remaining funds. Let us go and ask Li Fan. Lin Fan set off toward the imperial prison. Within the prison, Li Fan hung from a wooden frame by 2 heavy chains, his obese frame covered in lash marks. However, his injuries were limited to this. He had likely confessed before even surviving the first round of flogging. Hearing approaching footsteps, Li Fan lifted his head with great effort. Upon seeing Lin Fan, he grinned, revealing a row of blood-stained white teeth. Master Lin, have you found all the silver? Master Li, they have no intention of protecting you anymore. Do you still plan to cover for them? Lin Fan seated himself in the interrogation room, his gaze upon Li Fan, remarkably calm. Master Lin, I have no objection to telling you, but you must promise me one condition. Li Fan grinned. Lin Fan had expected this, so he said, what condition? Speak. Protect my son Shaner. Supplication filled Li Fan's eyes. Lin Fan recalled the 5-year-old boy from the Li household. When he had first laid eyes on him, he felt the child was well-mannered and possessed an air of upright integrity. When the guards told him the boy was Li Fan's son, he had found it hard to believe. Now hearing the name Li Fan, it indeed suited the child perfectly. Lin Fan smiled. Li Fan, you certainly gave your son a good name, and he is far more refined and well-mannered than you. Of course. Li Fan's tone carried a hint of pride. I sought out many great scholars to teach him how to read and conduct himself, so of course he would excel. My son could read the 1,000-character classic at the age of 4, and he is humble and polite to others. He truly deserves the name Li Fan. You named your son Li Fan in the hope that he would live an upright life, yet did you never consider that your deeds would one day come to light? If he ever learns his father was such a man, will he not hate you? Lin Fan looked up at Li Fan, his eyes filled with questioning. A bitter smile appeared on Li Fan's face. Li Fan also came from impoverished beginnings. My parents were mere peasants who scraped a living from the soil. Were it not for absolute desperation, who would willingly become a corrupt official? He looked up at Lin Fan. Master Lin, if you truly wish to listen, I shall tell you. Bring him a bowl of clean water. Lin Fan commanded. Prisoners thrown into the imperial prison were given no water, which was itself a form of punishment. Once the interrogation concluded, prisoners in their cells were left to their own devices, forced to drink urine or filthy stagnant water. Once the water was brought, Lin Fan personally fed it to Li Fan. Li Fan gulped it down greedily, then let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Master Lin. I shall begin. It turned out that Li Fan indeed came from an ordinary peasant background. His family could not afford schooling, yet he possessed an insatiable thirst for learning. Thus, for years while cutting grass to feed the pigs, he would secretly peer through the windows of the local private school to listen to the lessons. By the age of 7, he could already read the entire 1,000-character classic, demonstrating remarkable talent. When his parents eventually found out, they sold a plot of their land to scrape together enough money for his tuition. Upon entering the school, he exhibited extraordinary talent, successfully earning the favor of his teacher. The teacher waived many of his expenses, which finally enabled his parents to support him all the way to the civil examinations. He did not disappoint, standing out with an essay of statecraft that expressed deep empathy for the common people. Yet in the bureaucracy, navigating without a patron was an exercise in futility. No matter how talented he was, he could only secure a position as a low-ranking clerk in Yongtai County. The meager silver he earned could barely sustain their daily expenses. His childhood sweetheart and wife died during a difficult labor, taking their unborn child with her all, because he could not afford to hire a physician. His father cut his foot while working the fields, and unwilling to spend money on medicine, ultimately succumbed to tetanus. It was not that no one offered him bribes, he had simply resisted them all. Yet when his mother fell gravely ill, he finally cracked. Once he accepted the first bribe, there was no turning back. Once the floodgates were opened, it was no longer within his power to stop. He was like a carriage hurtling forward at breakneck speed, only able to plunge ahead, powerless to halt. Later he entered the faction of Marquis Zhongding, paying annual tribute for protection, and the Marquis promoted him step by step to the position of prefect. His mother passed away, and though his wealth grew, his life became increasingly hollow. He kept dancing girls and courtesan musicians for his own amusement, finding a sliver of solace only in moments of fleeting pleasure and indulgence. It was not until the birth of Li Fan that he seemed to see his former self, and he resolved to nurture the boy. He wanted to raise him to be just like his younger self, planning to change Li Fan's identity and sever all ties with him once the boy turned 10. Regrettably, time waits for no man. His deeds were exposed when Li Fan was only 5. Lin Fan fell into a long silence after listening. You were only 5 years away from changing your son's identity. Do you hate me? Li Fan shook his head. I do not hate you. Even without Lin Fan, there would have been a Lu Fan or a Li Fan. The fault lies entirely with me. He looked up at Lin Fan once more. Master Lin, I am willing to cooperate with the Jinyui's investigation. I only beg you to spare my son's life. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before finally nodding. So be it. 30 li beyond the western suburbs of Fengzhou City, there stands a manor. Each year, I need only deliver silver there, and someone will come to collect it. Li Fan said calmly. Lin Fan asked, how much silver was sent in total? Li Fan pondered for a moment and replied, about 350,000 taels. However, that manor is abandoned with no visitors, so I am unsure whether we can find any useful clues. Does Marquis Zhongding not contact you directly? Lin Fan asked in puzzlement. Li Shun smiled bitterly. Marquis Zhongding is old and cunning. How could he place himself in harm's way? All correspondence used coded language. After half a month the writing on the letters would vanish on its own, leaving me not the slightest chance to preserve any evidence. Hearing this, Lin Fan's brows knit tightly. Under these circumstances, finding evidence to accuse Marquis Zhongding would be exceedingly difficult. They had barely managed to capture one Li Shun. Could they simply let it go to waste? How did that Shunwei Nu come into being? Could we press charges through the Shunwei Nu? Lin Fan asked. Li Shun shook his head. The Shunwei Nu was arranged by Marquis Zhongding for transport to the coastal frontier. It merely passed through Fengzhou by coincidence under his arrangements. Using the Shunwei Nu as a basis for accusation is absolutely impossible. Lin Fan fell into deep thought upon hearing this. If there were complete documentation, it truly would be difficult to proceed. After a moment, he spoke again. Who is responsible for transporting the Shunwei Nu? When will they arrive at Fengzhou? Li Shun considered before answering. Likely a distant relative of Marquis Zhongding's household. He currently serves as director of the Vehicle and Carriage Department at the Ministry of War, a 5th-rank official. His name is Qin Chao, and he is the cousin-nephew of Marquis Zhongding Qin Jinghua. Is this Qin Chao clean? Lin Fan asked. Of course not. This is a highly lucrative post. In our great Jing dynasty, there are only 2 directors of the Vehicle and Carriage Department at the Ministry of War. It is only because the Zhongding Marquis mansion has the support of the Bingjian Prince's mansion that they were able to seize this position, otherwise it would have been impossible to obtain. Li Shun said. His expression then darkened. You are not planning to make a move against Qin Chao, are you? That position is far too important. He is always accompanied by skilled military experts. Furthermore, Marquis Zhongding will undoubtedly protect him at all costs and go to great lengths to impeach you and may even send assassins after you. Moreover, he holds a 5th-rank official post while you are merely a 100 household commander in a single prefecture. You have no authority to act against him. Rest assured, I know what I am doing, Lin Fan said calmly. I will preserve your son's life, but the rest will face execution for their crimes. Being able to spare Shauner's life is sufficient. I do not care about the others. Li Shun said indifferently. Having secured Lin Fan's assistance, he also breathed a sigh of relief as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. As for those concubines and relatives, he did not care at all. In his days of destitution, no one had ever offered him help. Those people were nothing more than his tools and instruments for satisfying his desires. After leaving the imperial prison, Lin Fan said to Lin Guzi. Guzi arranged several strong guards to watch the prison. Come with me to the manor Li Shun mentioned. We will see if we can discover any clues. Understood. Lin Guzi immediately made arrangements. No fewer than 6 strong guards were assigned to patrol the premises, 2 of whom were 9th-rank martial artists. Meanwhile, Lu Hua and others were stationed at the front courtyard. They would rush to provide support at the first sign of disturbance. 2 swift horses left the city overnight. The gate soldiers, upon recognizing Lin Fan, immediately granted passage. With the prefect now arrested, he was the highest-ranking official in Fengzhou. The 30-li distance was nothing more than a brief span for Lin Fan and his companion. Soon a sprawling agricultural estate came into view. The moon shone brightly among scattered stars. The only sound reaching their ears was the cawing of crows. Surrounding them were abandoned villages overrun with weeds, a scene of utter desolation. Such deserted villages were very common throughout the great Jing dynasty. Burdened by various heavy taxes and levies, the common people could no longer afford to raise children. The saying that poverty does not last 3 generations essentially means that families are too destitute. The lineage simply dies out before reaching the 3rd generation. What lay before them was similar, an entire village whose people had perished, leaving behind wasteland and ruined houses. The 2 walked straight toward the largest manor. This had once been the residence of a wealthy family, but after they died out without heirs, the mansion fell into disrepair. Young master, this mansion is terribly creepy. Surely there are no ghosts. Lin Guzi felt his heart race at the sight of it. A 6th-rank martial artist like you is afraid of ghosts. Lin Fan laughed. He then stepped inside the mansion. Spiderwebs hung everywhere. Wherever his gaze fell, desolation met him. Lin Fan's eyes landed on broken grass blades on the ground. His brows furrowed slightly, and one hand rested on the Shochuan blade at his waist. As they pressed deeper inside, the scent of cooking smoke drifted from the mansion's depths, accompanied by the murmur of voices. Young master, someone is here, Lin Guzi whispered. Lin Fan glared at him. I am not deaf. The 2 crept forward stealthily. They discovered 2 young men and 1 young woman sitting around a fire roasting food. The men were handsome, while the woman was exceptionally striking. Her beauty rare and remarkable, carrying the aura of a heroic lady from the Jianghu. Who goes there? One of the youths, keenly perceptive, kicked a burning branch with 1 foot, sending it flying toward the direction where Lin Fan and his companion stood. The flaming branch shot toward them. Bang! Lin Fan raised his palm and shattered the branch, then strode forward boldly. Who are you? Why do you appear in this desolate wilderness in the dead of night? The 3 were startled upon seeing Lin Fan's attire. Silver-white flying fish robes. The young man before them appeared no older than 20, yet he was already a 100 household commander of the embroidered uniform guard. The youth who had attacked hastily cupped his fists in salute. "Honored sir, we are disciples of the Jianzhou Iron Sword sect. We are traveling and happened to pass by this place, so we rested here for the night." Jianzhou Iron Sword sect. Lin Fan frowned. Jianzhou and Fengzhou both belonged to Guangming Prefecture, but he was unfamiliar with the situation of sects in that region. "Honored sir, this is the sect disciples' iron token." The youth hurriedly produced a sword-shaped token and offered it respectfully. Lin Fan took the token, glanced at it briefly, then returned it. These three were unlikely to have any connection to the case. 30 li to the east lies Fengzhou City. "You would do well to rest in the city. The wilderness invites suspicion," Lin Fan said calmly. "Very well, we shall leave at once." The youth quickly urged his junior martial brothers and sisters to depart. Though they looked down upon the embroidered uniform guard, the guard's power was formidable. They dared not provoke them. 100 household commander was considered a mid-level position within the guard. They would not dare to offend. What's so impressive about the embroidered uniform guard? They are merely the court's lapdogs daring to chase us away. The woman muttered softly. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. In a flash he appeared before the woman. He raised his hand and struck her across the face. Smack! The woman was sent flying. "Watch your tongue. The embroidered uniform guard is the Emperor's personal army. The next time you dare speak such arrogantly, one slap will not be enough," Lin Fan said coldly. The two youths had not even perceived when Lin Fan struck. They had originally presumed that such a young man must have obtained his position through connections. But this individual possessed genuine skill. He was undoubtedly a third-tier mid-rank martial artist. "Honored sir, forgive us. My junior sister has been spoiled since childhood. Once we return, I will ensure the sect master disciplines her strictly." The leading youth hurriedly clasped his fists in apology. Lin Fan cast a glance at the young woman. A gleam of coldness flashed in her eyes. It lasted only an instant, yet he caught it clearly. Since she harbored murderous intentions, he would show no mercy. Just as he was about to deal with the woman, a dull thud suddenly echoed from another room in the distance. "Guzzi, something's happening." Lin Fan immediately employed the wind-stepping step and rushed toward the sound. "Young master, wait for me." Lin Guzzi followed close behind, chasing after him. With his wind-treading steps perfected, Lin Fan moved with extreme speed. In just a few breaths, he traversed 20 to 30 zhang, arriving before the door of the room where the disturbance originated. He raised his hand and slashed open the long-decayed door. As smoke billowed out, a figure suddenly soared into the air, crashing through the roof beam and flying upward. "Halt!" Lin Fan stomped his foot and gave chase. "Take a strike from Lord Dog." Above them, Lin Guzzi's furious roar echoed. The next instant, accompanied by a miserable shriek, Lin Fan, who had just emerged, saw Lin Guzzi's waist saber shattered by a single palm strike from the masked man, sending him flying backward. Guzzi crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of congested blood with a gasp. He muttered indistinctly, "Damn it, he's incredibly strong." Yet it was because of the brief 3 breaths of time bought by Guzzi. That Lin Fan had already caught up with the masked man. He raised his blade and slashed at him, his perfected saber technique cutting through the fierce wind as the blade light swept forward like a sheet of cascading silk. "Stay right there." What a formidable saber technique. The masked man was startled. Even with absolute confidence in his own cultivation realm, he dared not take such a blow with his back. He instantly spun around and unleashed a palm strike. His palm resembled gold and jade, carrying the faint roars of tigers and dragons. The blade light shattered as the palm imprint slammed directly onto the Shochuan blade. Lin Fan felt a terrifying force surging along the blade. The colossal impact threatened to tear his muscles apart and shatter his bones. Its inner force. His expression changed drastically. He had not expected his opponent to be an expert of the upper 3 ranks. Developing inner force meant standing among the absolute elite of the great Jing dynasty. Those like a Jinhui Qianhu were typically 3rd-rank experts. In the brief moment he was distracted, the opponent had already struck again with another palm. With inner force condensing in his palm, the hand became harder than metal. "Kid, since you crossed my path, I cannot let you live." Murderous intent flickered in the man's eyes. He had clearly resolved to kill. Lin Fan's nerves tightened. Facing an expert of the upper 3 ranks, he dared not be the least bit careless. He immediately swung his blade to meet the attack. 3 wind-breaking blades. The perfected saber technique was unleashed once more, each slash resembling a howling gale. Yet under the suppression of their differing cultivation realms, even a perfected technique lost much of its efficacy. The palm strike bent the Shochuan blade and slammed heavily into Lin Fan's chest. Bang! Lin Fan was blown back by the impact. Thud, thud, thud. He used his feet to disperse the force. With every step back, roof tiles shattered and beams cracked under his weight. He retreated a full 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing himself. Holding his blade, his gaze was cold and sharp. The masked man was astonished. This young man was remarkably formidable. To survive a direct palm strike at the 5th rank realm and seemingly without injury was incredible. This strike was not as casual as the one used against the Xiaoqi earlier. He had exerted his full strength. He began to hesitate, unable to gauge the depths of Lin Fan's strength. "Guzzi, how much longer until our men arrive?" "Did you have them bring the Shunwei crossbows, eh?" Lin Fan shouted without looking back. Hearing this, Guzi's eyes darted around, and he immediately replied, "My lord, they should be here soon. You only need to hold them off for another half an instant sticks time. Furthermore, I have indeed instructed them to bring the Shunwei crossbows." "Good." Lin Fan responded, his voice full of vigor. He then raised his eyes to glare at the masked man and barked, "So what if you are of the third rank? Tonight this officer shall apprehend you and throw you into the imperial prison." The masked man's eyes flickered. All traces had already been completely erased. Lin Fan would never find anything useful in this residence. Since that was the case, there was no need to remain in a deadlock with the boy. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. At this thought he sneered, "Apprehend me. Catch up to me first." With those words, the masked man turned and leaped into the darkness, vanishing completely within a few breaths. What incredible speed! Lin Fan snorted coldly. He then leaped down from the roof and landed in the courtyard. Lin Guzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hurried over. With a look of deep concern he asked, "Young master, are you all right?" Lin Fan shook his head and whispered, "Let's go." Back to the Baihu office. The three disciples of the Taijian sect had witnessed the entire clash between Lin Fan and the masked man. They were profoundly shaken. Judging by the residual force of the clash, that masked man was definitely a third-rank expert. Even the sect leader of their Taijian sect was only of the third rank. Yet this young Baihu was able to exchange blows with him without being overwhelmed. He was indeed a formidable individual. "Senior brother, if that Baihu is so powerful, why isn't he on the Qianlong list?" the young man inquired. The leading youth shook his head. "I do not know. The Qianlong list is updated monthly. Logically he should be on it. Perhaps his achievements have not yet become known to the public. Once we return to the sect, I will definitely complain to my father. I want him to find a way to kill him," the girl said, resentfully clutching her face. The leading youth sighed. "Junior sister, he is a Jinui. Commoners do not contend with officials. Besides, you were the one who spoke out of turn first. But facts aside, is he entirely blameless? A grand Jinui Baihu, why must he bicker with a weak, delicate girl like me?" The girl remained furious, her eyes filled with spite and resentment. The leading youth sighed once more, but said nothing further. Even if their master found out about this, he would absolutely never seek trouble with that Baihu. Outside the manor, Lin Fan and Lin Guzi had already mounted their horses. Just as they rode out of the village, Lin Fan could no longer suppress it. A sweet sensation welled up in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. His previously flushed face instantly turned pale, and he nearly tumbled off his horse. Lin Guzi was startled and quickly asked, "Young master, are you injured?" Lin Fan waved his hand. "I am fine, let's head back to the Baihu office first." He slumped over the horse's back, handing the reins to the less severely injured Lin Guzi. The horses rode slowly. The journey back took twice as long as the trip there. The moment they returned to the Baihu office, Lin Fan sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Lin Guzi assisted him off the horse. Upon entering the Baihu office, they saw 6 corpses lying on the ground. Beside the bodies, Su Kuang and the others had grim expressions. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. Lin Fan asked, "What happened?" Wang Hu replied in a bitter tone, "My lord, an expert infiltrated the imperial prison and slaughtered 6 Li Shi. Li Shun and his entire family have been silenced." "What about Li Shan?" Lin Fan asked. Wang Hu replied, "He is also dead." His neck snapped. Lin Fan sighed. The residence of Marquis Zhongding was indeed a formidable adversary. Just for a single Li Shun, they had mobilized so many experts. The martial artist who infiltrated the Baihu office, even if not of the upper 3 ranks, must have been of at least the 5th rank. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to silence the prisoners without alerting Lu Hua, Su Kuang, and the others. Still, perhaps this was for the best. Even if Su Kuang and the rest had tried to intervene, it would have only resulted in more injuries. "My lord, you are injured." Su Bao keenly noticed the trace of blood at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. "I am fine, it is merely a minor injury. Since the targets are already dead, everyone should go back and rest." Lin Fan turned and returned to his room. Lin Guzi was pulled aside by the crowd, who eagerly questioned him. Upon learning that Lin Fan had been injured in a clash with a 3rd-rank martial artist, everyone was utterly shocked. Wang Hu could not help but exclaim, "With our lord's strength, he is surely qualified to be on the Qianlong list. More than just making the list, his rank certainly wouldn't be low." Su Kuang added. Barely having returned to his room, Lin Fan coughed up another mouthful of fresh blood with a violent shudder. The disparity between hidden force and internal energy is simply too vast. A single palm strike was enough to severely wound me. Sitting on the bed, Lin Fan was completely pale, devoid of any color. Had I not cultivated the iron shirt technique and the dragon elephant heaven-shattering force, this single strike would have been enough to shatter my internal organs. Relying solely on the 3 wind-cleaving blades, even if I break through to the 4th rank, I might not necessarily defeat that masked man. He retrieved a porcelain bottle, inside of which were the fruits he had recently harvested but not yet finished. There were exactly 10 remaining. He picked one up and popped it into his mouth. As the surging medicinal efficacy diffused through his body, his injuries were temporarily alleviated. After a brief rest, Lin Fan consumed another 4 in succession. His wounds healed significantly, though the remaining injuries would still require some time to recover gradually on their own. Sighing softly, there is still half an hour before midnight, and the bronze mirror cannot be used yet. I might as well examine the martial skill bestowed by Emperor Jing. Lin Fan retrieved the imperially granted martial manual. The mountain-shattering saber technique. Though the name sounded ordinary, Lin Fan was startled upon seeing it, secretly thinking that the silver he had gifted to eunuch Da was well worth it. This was the saber technique of Yu Changhe, a legendary general of the great Jing dynasty 200 years ago. It possessed immense power, and it was said that cultivating it to perfection could slay a grandmaster. Furthermore, this technique simplified complexity, making every strike swifter and more lethal. Though the variations were few, every slash was fatal. It focused on overwhelming opponents with sheer momentum. The deeper the practitioner's foundation and the richer their accumulation, the greater the power erupted by the saber technique. What a formidable saber technique! I estimate that even at the mastery stage its power would not be inferior to the 3 wind-cleaving blades. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Since I am injured today, it is not suitable to enter the bronze mirror world again. I still have a few fruits left anyway, so I will focus on cultivating this mountain-shattering saber technique first today. When the time was ripe, Lin Fan activated the bronze mirror. His future self traversed the void, emerging in the pitch-black darkness to execute the saber technique. This time his future self was clad in a crimson flying fish robe, his countenance visibly weathered by time. It appeared to be him from 8 or 9 years in the future. As the technique unfolded, it was indeed at the perfection stage. Lin Fan felt as though a colossal mountain was crashing down upon him, making even breathing extremely difficult. The surrounding space seemed sealed with a majestic, unending momentum pressing down. In the next instant, a flash of saber light erupted, and the mountain shattered into pieces, a truly awe-inspiring sight. The future self sheathed the saber and returned to the bronze mirror. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood frozen and placed the waves of shock in his heart, unable to settle for a long time. It took him more than half an hour to finally snap out of it. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. What a terrifying technique. If I can cultivate this mountain-shattering saber technique to the perfection stage, even if I cannot defeat that masked man, I will not be vanquished so quickly. If I can raise my realm to the 4th rank and combine it with the wind-treading steps, I might even have a chance to slay him. Lin Fan murmured to himself. He then began to comprehend the saber technique. Before dawn broke, he had already achieved minor accomplishment in the mountain-shattering saber technique, though he was still a step away from mastery. The loud crowing of the rooster Maori woke Lin Fan, who had only slept for a short while. He got up and stretched, sensing that his internal injuries had improved slightly more. It must have been the residual medicinal force in his body taking effect. Additionally, last night's cultivation had revitalized his blood circulation, dispersing much of the stagnant blood. I must elevate the cultivation of Su Kuang and the others. Otherwise, if we encounter real experts, they won't be of any help at all. After some thought, Lin Fan crushed the fruits and rolled them into pill-like medicine balls, then gathered Su Kuang and the rest. My lord, what is the matter? Su Kuang inquired. Lin Fan took out the pills and distributed them to everyone. 2 for each of you. Do not take them in quick succession. Raise your cultivation to the 6th rank as soon as possible. Everyone stared blankly at the pills in their hands. They were already about to charge into the 6th rank. If they recalled correctly, they were still at the 9th rank just a month ago, weren't they? Decades of hard cultivation could not compare to a single month of following their lord, such was the disparity. Yet where did their lord obtain so many resources? Though doubts lingered in their hearts, none of them questioned the efficacy of the pills. They were not strangers to medicinal pills, and had long known of their miraculous effects. Lin Fan said solemnly, furthermore, do not slack off on training. Elevate the cultivation of the guards as quickly as possible, at the very least they must all enter the ranks. Yes, we will do our utmost. Su Kuang and the others immediately complied. Lin Fan waved his hand. Very well, go attend to your duties. After dismissing the crowd, Lin Fan planned to head to the backyard to stretch his limbs. Moderate exercise would also help accelerate the recovery of his internal injuries. Young master, are you all right now? Lin Guzi approached and inquired. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, do not worry, I am mostly recovered. How are things on your end? Lin Guzi chuckled. I only sustained some minor internal injuries, and they are almost completely healed. Cultivate diligently. Once your realm stabilizes, I will procure some treasures to help you break through, so you can enter the upper 3 ranks as soon as possible. Also, do not neglect your martial skills. Realm is one thing, but without a decent martial skill, it is difficult to unleash your true strength. Lin Fan advised. Lin Guzi patted his chest and said, rest assured, young master. I am very diligent now. I have already cultivated the 3 wind-cleaving blades you bestowed upon me to the stage of minor accomplishment. Keep up the good work. Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. But before long, Lin Guzi leaned in again. Young master, how about I keep guard at your door at night from now on? Why? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, somewhat curious. Lin Guzi replied, that masked man yesterday was a 3rd-rank martial artist. I am worried he might come to the Baihu office to assassinate you. Lin Fan laughed and scolded, you foolish dog, if a 3rd-rank martial artist truly comes to assassinate me, what use would your guarding be? I can take a blow for you, young master, to buy you some time, Lin Guzi said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lin Guzi said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Your master doesn't need you to buy him that little bit of time. Lin Fan slapped the back of his head and said, cultivate well. Raising your realm as soon as possible is the only real priority. Besides, if he truly dares to come, it is yet to be decided who will end up dead. Lin Guzi's words nevertheless made Lin Fan more cautious. At night he no longer dared to sleep in his bed, choosing instead to lie directly on the roof beams. His life belonged to him, and without absolute certainty Lin Fan would never take such a risk. For 3 days Lin Fan perched on the roof beams every single day, never once setting foot on his bed. By the 3rd day the mountain-shattering saber technique had also been elevated to the perfection stage. The moment the technique reached perfection, the heavy stone weighing on Lin Fan's heart finally crashed to the ground. The injuries sustained from his previous clash with the masked man were almost fully healed, and his cultivation had even progressed slightly, putting him not far from the 4th rank. Now bolstered by the mountain-shattering saber technique at the perfection stage, even if he encountered the masked man again, while he might not win outright, holding his own in a short-term clash would no longer be an issue. Li Shin's confession had already been sent to the Guangming Prefecture Qianhu office. However, because the stolen goods were not fully recovered, leaving a deficit of over 300,000 taels of silver unfilled, the merit was not yet sufficient for Lin Fan to be promoted to Vice Qianhu. Ultimately, he only received a verbal commendation, with the only tangible reward being the promotion of Lin Guzi to the position of probationary Baihu. Having received his promotion, Lin Guzi grinned from ear to ear, leaving Su Kuang and the others green with envy. But who could complain when Lin Guzi was the one who was truly their lord's confidant? Young master, your Guzi has finally made something of himself. Near the yamen at the Tongji's residence. Hadn't expected newly arrived Fengzhou Tongji would be Wang Anping. It wasn't until Wang Anping invited him to dine that he learned of the matter. Being transferred to Fengzhou as Tongji is also a stroke of luck from you, Lord Lin. If it weren't for your grace, I would still be worrying about the Lanniu Mountain bandits, not to mention any promotion. Wang Anping smiled and spoke. Lin Fan hurriedly said, Lord Wang, you are too courteous. You devote yourself to the people, and even without my aid your excellency's promotion would come in due time. Wang Anping sighed. I am well aware of the current climate in officialdom. If it were up to me alone, it might take 10 years, perhaps 8 to reach this position. He then laughed. Since arriving in Fengzhou, I first visited Master Ouyang. He helped me a great deal. Now, though I am still Tongji, I am acting as the prefect. Perhaps once Fengzhou stabilizes I could go further. Lin Fan raised his eyebrow, smiling as he raised his cup. Then I shall offer my early congratulations to Prefect Wang. Not at all of promotions for civil officials rely on steady footing. I rose from county magistrate to prefect in one leap, and in these coming years I won't move again, but Lin Baihu is different. You are Jinyui, and you reach the Qianlong Bang before 20. If nothing goes wrong, you could be promoted to Vice Qianhu within a year. I made the Qianlong Bang. Lin Fan was surprised by the 3 words and asked instinctively. Wang Anping was somewhat surprised. Lord Lin, you don't know. The Jinyui's information should be more reliable than the prefectural Yamen's, right? Lin Fan was a bit puzzled. Perhaps recently he had been immersed in practicing sword techniques, and Su Kuang and others were training fiercely, so no one noticed the news about the Qianlong Bang. And the so-called Qianlong Bang was in fact a list created by the common people of the Great Jing Dynasty. Rumor has it that a mysterious faction called Kirin Pavilion produced the list. Unlike Qingyi Lu, Kirin Pavilion merely trades in information and arranges Jianghu rankings. 2 lists the Qianlong Bang open to young prodigies under 25 across the Great Jing Dynasty, with exactly 100 slots. The other is the Jinlong Bang for masters like dragons. It ranks masters above the level with only 30 spots, and even grandmasters are included. Similarly, Lin Nantian sits at number 5 on the Jinlong Bang, Ouyang, when a literary Dao master stands at 10th. Lord Wang, what is my rank on the Qianlong Bang? 97th, Wang Anping replied. Your record on the Qianlong Bang includes single-handedly capturing a 5th-grade martial artist Jiang Duan and taking part in the pursuit of Jiang Bei's bloodslayer Wei Wudao. Lin Fan was a little disappointed. The Qianlong Bang has only 100 people. Being 97th is at the bottom. It's embarrassing to tell others about it. Wang Anping laughed. This ranking isn't low, Lin Darren. You just turned 18 this year. With your aptitude, you will surely enter the top 10 of the Qianlong Bang before you are 25. Maybe so. Lin Fan accepted this reality. From the Qianlong Bang's achievements, it's clear my cultivation has grown again, and you don't know that my Pa Yu Dao technique has reached consummation. 3 days' time, if I can break through to the 4th rank, I'll make a move. If I can't break through, I'll look for another opportunity. Also, I must raise the strength of my subordinates. It seems I'll need to harvest a lot in the Copper Mirror world. Lin Fan, the Qianlong Bang's rank isn't the full story. Is there something else I should know about? Wang Anping frowned. Lord Lin, why are you asking this? Lin Fan said, I heard Qin Xiao Longzhong of the Carriage Office in the Ministry of War is a distant relative of the Zhong Dinghao household. I thought I would ask casually. Qin Xiao holds the 5th rank and is Longzhong of the Carriage Office in the Ministry of War. Though the rank isn't high, his position is crucial. If you move him, the Zhong Dinghao household might go mad. I was just asking you, I haven't decided yet, Lin Fan replied. Wang Omping spoke gravely. Lord Lin, do not act rashly with your situation. As long as someone in Guangming Prefecture's Qianhu office is transferred, your chances to become Vice Qianhu are great. When you govern a prefecture and 10 provinces, you can then contend with the Zongdinghao household. It's not late. Lin Fan looked helpless. From 100 households upward, it's a carrot and a hole. It's not easy to be promoted. If Ling Huan and Chu Feiying hadn't died, I would have been relocated to other places as 100 household. You already have His Majesty's attention. A promotion is inevitable. Take my advice, don't move Qin Shao. Even if he personally comes to transport the arms, there will be experts with him. Once you take action, he can claim you intend to seize the arms and kill you on the spot. Wang Onping looked solemn. In the Jinui, a promising seed has appeared. I truly do not want to see Lin Fan die here prematurely. Thank you for the reminder, Lin Fan replied. Wang Onping could only sigh in his heart, hoping Lin Fan would truly heed his words. After dinner, Lin Fan left the Tongji's residence. Back at the 100 household office, he began to think. As a 100 household official of one prefecture, there were few chances to contend with the Zongdinghao in the capital. If he let this chance slip away for nothing, he would be reluctant. If he cannot even deal with the Zongdinghao mansion, what use is there to resolve Qin Hui and Lin Xiaolong? 3 days. If I can break through to the 4th rank, I will go for it. If not, I'll find another opportunity. Moreover, I must raise the strength of my underlings. It seems I'll need to harvest a lot in the Copper Mirror world. Lin Fan pondered. But tools like the Xiaochun Dao can't be brought into the Copper Mirror world. If I could bring tools, harvesting resources would be much easier. He dumped all the grass leaves from his body, plus the crushed grass leaves from 2 porcelain bottles. Guzi, Lin Fan shouted. Master, I'm here. Lin Guzi immediately pushed the door open. Master, what's wrong? Distribute these 2 porcelain bottles. Keep one for the 100 household office, the other to be sent to the 4 counties under your jurisdiction. In the next couple of days during meals, pour them all in and have Su Kuang and the others handle it themselves. Understood. Master, rest assured I understand. Lin Guzi replied, nodding. After speaking, he grabbed the porcelain bottle and turned to leave the room. As for the 2 porcelain bottles of dried grass leaves, Lin Fan planned to harvest more grass leaves in the next few days in addition to the more than 39 rank warriors who had already appeared. 3 days later, gathering more than 59 rank warriors should not be difficult. By then, Su Kuang and Wang Hu should be able to advance to the 6th rank, and Su Hu and Su Bao should reach the 7th. If I myself can break through to the 4th rank, I might well be able to deal him a decisive blow. Lin Fan murmured. In these 3 days, I must also explore the Copper Mirror world thoroughly. Relying on the fruits alone, it's hard to break through to the 4th rank in 3 days. I must see if there are other treasures. Guangming Prefecture, Haizhou. Qin Shao finished reading from the A wry smile curved at the corner of his mouth, and a cold sneer spread across his face. What a Lin Fan. Deposed as the heir, yet he can still cause such a commotion, forcing my paternal uncle to write personally. Qin Shao placed the letter over a candle and burned it to ashes. Uncle actually said Lin Fan might strike at me. How interesting. He a mere 100 household, how dare he? But since Uncle spoke, I shall give it a try and see what means this boy truly has. Qin Shao thought with amusement. To have him a Longzhong of the carriage department under the Ministry of War lay a hand on him was almost a joke. Yet his current status owed everything to Marquis Zhongding's machinations, so in both duty and reason Qin Jingyue would have to act. This time I will go personally, taking 2 4-rank deputy generals with me. Lin Fan may have made it onto the Hidden Dragon list, but he is only 97th. The 2 4-rank deputy generals should be enough to show him respect. Qin Shao quickly arranged the convoy to transport arms. The 2 deputy generals, upon hearing they were to step in to transport arms, were somewhat reluctant. Gentlemen, think of this as a small excursion. By the time we reach Fengzhou, I will arrange everything properly for you two. Qin Shao saw their reluctance, so he smiled and spoke. The 2 men brightened their eyes, immediately understanding the meaning behind Qin Shao's words. Then we, the 2 brothers, will await your arrangements. And I, Qin Shao, shall entrust the safety of this batch of arms to you 2 generals. Qin Shao cupped his hands. The 2 men patted their chests in assurance. Lord Qin, rest assured, with us 2 here, you won't lose a single hair. The convoy set out. Qin Shao led the team, with the 2 deputy generals following. There were also 4 5th-rank centurions and 400 armigers. The 2 deputy generals looked at the troop with some doubt. They were only transporting a batch of arms, and with the Divine Might crossbow as the only weapon, was such a grand display really necessary? But it was all Qin Shao's arrangement. They would not question it, only wait until they reached the place to enjoy themselves. Lin Fan did not know that Qin Jingyue had already made arrangements. At this time by day, he restrained his realm in actual combat against Wang Hu and Su Kuang. At dawn, he entered the Copper Mirror world to explore and collect resources. This was the first day of his expansion. A flash of light faded and Lin Fan returned to the familiar Copper Mirror world. After landing, he propped himself up with his arms and looked around. There were no signs of animal activity. He breathed a sigh of relief, casually tearing off a blade of grass and tucking it into his chest. The first destination was a patch of wild fruit a zhang away. Climbing over, he had already exhausted more than half of his strength. Yet he harvested 13 fully ripe red wild fruits. Time was short, so he rose again and looked around. His gaze narrowed abruptly. About 3 zhang away stood a small tree barely 3 or 4 feet tall, and on that slender tree hung 2 apricot-like fruits. Of these 2 fruits, one seemed to have been pecked by a bird for half of it. These apricot-like fruits should have stronger effects than the grasshopper fruit and the red wild fruits, right? Lin Fan looked at the apricot-like fruits on the tree and murmured. Once his target was set, he began to climb toward the tree with all his might. 3 zhang away seemed like a chasm to him. When he exhausted his remaining strength, he had only drawn within just over half a zhang. I can't endure it, I can't carry it any longer. I'll come back tomorrow. Lin Fan plucked another blade of grass and disappeared back into the copper mirror world. Back in bed, he panted heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat. I am near death. He turned to glance at today's harvest, 13 ripe fruits plus 2 handfuls of wild grass, a bountiful harvest indeed. He plucked a fruit and shoved it into his mouth. The mildly sweet juice exploded in his mouth. A surge of power spread through his body, his cultivation slowly rising, and even his stamina was somewhat restored. Lin Fan suddenly sat up. The fruit has a certain stamina-restoring effect. Could I eat them in the copper mirror world to restore stamina, and thus extend my stay there? That idea sprang up, and quickly grew unstoppable. But today I have already used the copper mirror, so I must wait until tomorrow's pre-dawn to try again. With 12 fruits left, Lin Fan divided 5 to Lin Guzi and Su Kuang and the others. Lin Guzi received a single fruit, while Su Kuang and the others ground theirs into pills. A carrier pigeon delivered news under his command. 4 counties produced 11 rank entrants, and Ping'an County alone saw 1 breakthrough to 8th rank. Guzi, how many rank-entered martial artists do we have now? Lin Fan asked. Lin Guzi replied. Baihu Suwa has 12, Ping'an County 22, and the other 3 counties together 18. So that makes 52 rank-entered martial artists in total, right? Lin Fan said. Lin Guzi nodded. Yes, 52. This progress pleased Lin Fan greatly. At this rate, in 3 days there could be 60 or 70 rank-entered martial artists. Keep training. For those already in the ranks, this month's stipend can be increased by 50 taels. Those who can enter the ranks within 2 days will likewise receive 50 taels. Yes, I will inform them at once. Lin Guzi immediately notified the Jinui of Baihu Suwa, then sent carrier pigeons to the 4 counties under his command. Upon hearing the reward, all those not yet ranked immediately intensified their training. 50 taels is a year's salary. In ordinary households, that much silver would take 5 or 8 years to save. Across Fengzhou, the Jinui moved with feverish energy. Besides their routine patrols, they spent almost all their spare time training within the official yamen. Some even began gathering herbs to boost qi and blood. But after tasting them, they found they were not as nourishing as the hearty meat in the yamen. In the capital, at the Marquis of Zhongding's residence, after sending Qin Shao a carrier pigeon, Qin Jinghua still felt a touch unsettled. He thought for a moment, then released another pigeon. Father, who did you inform this time? Qin Feng watched the pigeon flash its wings and fly away puzzled. Send a message to Qin Zhen telling him not to return to the capital for now, and to stay in Fengzhou to help Qin Shao for the time being. Qin Jinghua said calmly. Qin Shao has brought 2 4-rank warriors as deputy generals. Is it still necessary for Uncle Zhen to keep taking action? Qin Feng asked in confusion. Qin Jinghua replied. Uncle Zhen has already faced Lin Fan once. That little rascal Lin Fan actually withstood a blow from Uncle Zhen. At that moment he appeared relaxed, and Qin Zhen was fooled. But this boy could endure a strike from a 3-rank warrior, indicating his strength may be nearing 4 ranks. In the end, it's best to let Qin Zhen stay in Fengzhou for a couple more days. That should be the prudent course. Night fell in the pre-dawn hours. Lin Fan entered the world once more. This time his goal was clear. He strained toward the fruit tree. After a mere 10 or so the distance, a little over 2 zhang shrank to about 1 zhang. His strength was draining, but the apricot-like fruit lay right before him. Close inspection confirmed it was the apricot. The 2 pieces were identical except that the half-fruit was fully ripe, while the remaining whole one was still slightly unripe. Perhaps it was because the intact apricot was still green that the birds hadn't pecked at it. Come on, push a little harder. We're almost there. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and pressed on toward the apricot tree again. But with roughly 3 feet to go, he truly had no strength left. Eat the fruit. Lin Fan pulled out 2 red fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. The juice melted, turning into a sweet flow that coursed down his throat into his stomach. In just 2 or 3 breaths, his strength somewhat returned. He pressed forward again. 2 qi, 1 qi. He finally reached the foot of the tree. The tree wasn't tall, barely over 3 feet. Yet at this moment that height was a daunting challenge for Lin Fan. He had no energy left, and to pluck the fruit, he would need to stretch as far as possible. Eat more fruit. Lin Fan stuffed the remaining red fruits into his mouth all at once. But at this moment those fruits could provide only limited energy. First pluck that half-fruit. The full one is too high. Lin Fan took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on the target, and immediately stretched toward that half-fruit with all his might. All his muscles trembled, the pressure of this world was overwhelming, and his strength was nearly spent. A distance of just over 2 feet now seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Bean-sized beads of sweat seeped from his brow and dripped to the ground. The veins on his neck bulged as he seemed to fight with all his might. The birds in the tree looked on in confusion, chirping that the man's acting was really something. Get down from there. Lin Fan suddenly grabbed the half-apricot. But this thing was sturdy. Lin Fan pulled with all his might downward, finally wrenching the apricot loose. No doubt as soon as the apricot landed in his hand, he could no longer hold on. Thud! He toppled onto the bed, completely exhausted. He lay on the bed, panting heavily, his muscles as if torn apart. The fruit was gone, and he dared not eat any more apricots recklessly. He could only pull out a handful of grass leaves and chew them. The green's slightly bitter juice flowed down his throat, easing the pain somewhat. If I could only pick a fruit, it nearly cost me my life. When will I truly stand in the copper mirror world? Lin Fan murmured to himself on the bed. He rested for more than an hour before gradually recovering. Dragging his still sore, tired body from the bed, he peeled off a mung bean-sized piece of orange-yellow apricot flesh and headed toward the backyard. Maori was resting in the tree. On hearing the footsteps, it immediately heightened its vigilance. Seeing Lin Fan, it spread its wings and flew down from the wudong tree. Its sleek, glossy feathers shone under the moonlit night. Maori, I brought you something good. Lin Fan offered the morsel of fruit to Maori. Seeing only a mung bean-sized piece of flesh, Maori's eyes were full of scorn. Too stingy, who would eat such a tiny piece? If others saw it, they'd think you can't even afford to eat. But Maori knew Lin Fan was bringing good things. It leaned forward and ate the morsel. The force was controlled while swallowing the flesh without harming Lin Fan's hand. After swallowing the flesh, Maori resumed its rodent-like frenzy. It flapped its wings and darted about as if driven mad. Perhaps the apricot flesh contained more power, causing it discomfort, which it vented in this way. Lin Fan returned to his room to sleep for a while, and about an hour later came back to the backyard where Maori had transformed. Its feathers weren't as hard as before, and its form seemed to shrink a little. But when Lin Fan slashed at Maori with his blade, he was astonished. Feathers and blade clashed, sparks flew. Of course, Lin Fan did not unleash his inner energy. This guy, warriors below the 6th rank, are no match for you. Lin Fan then tossed another handful of grass leaves to Maori and returned to his room to eat the half-apricot. The half-apricot still bore the marks of the bird's beak, but he did not mind. Having some to eat was better than nothing. With the Shochuan Dao, he shaved off a small piece of flesh and swallowed it. The apricot was still somewhat sour, but its power quickly spread through his chest. Lin Fan immediately refined the potency with the dragon elephant shattering sky strength. The apricot's medicinal power was indeed far stronger than that of the red fruits. This small piece of apricot equaled 7 or 8 red fruits. Moreover, it was easier to absorb and refine, and its power was purer. After half an hour, Lin Fan sensed his inner chi. Not only was it sturdier, but also purer, yet still short of the tide-like inner energy. The mark of the 4th rank is an endless tide-like inner energy. There is still plenty of flesh, who I don't believe I can't reach the 4th rank. Lin Fan cut off another piece and swallowed it. To be honest, the flesh had already begun to spoil somewhat, and the bitterness likely came from that. Yet cultivation level remained the priority. After another half hour, that piece of flesh was completely refined. Lin Fan felt he was approaching a critical threshold. It seems only one step more to reach the 4th rank. There remained quite a bit of flesh. Lin Fan cut off a larger piece and swallowed it. Power surged forth, the dragon elephant shattering sky strength turning. Lin Fan felt his flesh swell with pain, his meridians seemed stretched to the limit. Yet he did not relent, for this was the prelude to a breakthrough. Continuing to refine the flesh, tiny worms seemed to crawl beneath his skin. They looked ferocious and terrifying. Just as he could endure no more, something seemed to shatter inside his body. Dark energy surged wildly, swirling around him like waves. A tide of dark energy, 4th rank warrior. Lin Fan did not stop and continued refining the remaining flesh within him. The realm grew steadier. Once this flesh was refined clean, the realm would be fully stable. There remained quite a bit of flesh on the core. Lin Fan's lips curled, not satisfied by simply breaking into the 4th rank. Since he had already broken through, why not push a bit further to see if he could directly rise to the 3rd rank? Reaching the 3rd rank would make slaying the masked man as easy as slicing vegetables. He hadn't rested all night training until dawn. When the sky brightened, the backyard's exclamations woke him. Damn, Maori is amazing. He actually fought Sure by who. Even Su Zongqi's banner fell to Maori's claws. This guy is going to become a spirit. After a brief wash, Lin Fan made his way to the backyard. There a group of Jinui was watching Lin Guzi and Maori spar. Perhaps accustomed to watching the Jinui train, Maori's moves were surprisingly structured. With claws and razor-sharp feathers working in tandem, the creature could even execute seamless combos. Even though Lin Guzi had nearly cultivated to the 5th rank, he still found it somewhat taxing to contend with this beast. The standard-issue Jinui saber in his hand was already covered in claw marks. This meant that Maori's claws had become comparable to refined iron. Furthermore, its feathers were equally formidable. Whenever they brushed against the walls during the fight, they left behind deep, jagged gashes slicing through the solid stone wall as effortlessly as a knife through curd. Lin Guzi unleashed his wind-cleaving 3 sabers, but Maori, covered entirely in feathers, was akin to wearing a suit of refined iron-heavy armor. To make matters worse, this heavy armor did not hinder its agility at all. even when the blade struck its body it felt virtually nothing. After landing a few more strikes that failed to pierce Maori's defense, Lin Guzi finally gave up and grumbled, I'm done. Your feathers are like sheets of refined iron, even better than actual armor. This is just cheating. Maori cast a sidelong glance at him, its eyes filled with utter disdain. But the moment it spotted Lin Fan, it immediately flapped its wings and flew over, affectionately rubbing its head against Lin Fan's hand to curry favor. Greetings, my lord. The Jinui guards finally noticed Lin Fan's arrival and clasped their hands in salute. Continue your training. There will be silver rewards for anyone who makes a breakthrough, Lin Fan said with a wave of his hand. With that, the men resumed their training with renewed vigor, driven by the motivation of 50 taels of silver. Guzi, come with me for a moment, Lin Fan beckoned. Once he was certain they were alone, Lin Fan took out the apricot and scraped off the remaining flesh, handing it over to Lin Guzi. Use this for your cultivation. Eat it slowly, there's no rush. The apricot was already overripe, and once scraped off the flesh resembled a yellow paste. It inevitably brought some unsavory things to mind. Yet Lin Guzi did not mind in the least. He eagerly accepted the small portion of fruit paste and said with a grin, Thank you, young master. I will definitely cultivate diligently. Indeed. Make sure to solidify your foundation. Do not rush your breakthrough and end up with an unstable foundation, Lin Fan cautioned. Lin Guzi thought to himself, I climbed to the 6th rank in just a single month. How could my foundation possibly be solid? Besides, there simply hasn't been enough time to temper it. Nevertheless, he nodded and replied, Rest assured, young master, I understand. Watching Lin Guzi depart, Lin Fan began to examine the pit left in his hand. The apricot pit looked no different from an ordinary one. Lin Fan drew his saber and struck it, intending to crack the outer shell to get to the kernel inside. If the flesh could boost his cultivation, the kernel surely would too. Clang! The Imperial bestowed Xiuquan saber slashed down fiercely onto the apricot pit. Screech! Sparks flew in all directions. Propelled by the immense force, the apricot pit shot outward, instantly piercing straight through a solid wood cabinet nearby. Upon opening the cabinet, Lin Fan found the apricot pit embedded deep in the wall. When he pried it out with the tip of his blade, he discovered that not even a single white mark had been left on its surface. This hard, Lin Fan was astonished. He glanced at the edge of his Xiuquan saber and saw that it had been slightly chipped and bent. This tiny nick pained him deeply. The quality of this Imperial bestowed Xiuquan saber was far superior to that of ordinary sabers. If it were truly ruined, not only would it be difficult to explain to Emperor Jing, but finding a suitable replacement would also be an arduous task. For a swordsman, lacking a proper blade would severely compromise their combat strength. Since this apricot pit is so hard, it would actually make an excellent hidden weapon. Lin Fan put the apricot pit away. After all, items from the bronze mirror world might prove immensely useful in the future. Having nothing else to do for the day, he went to the local theater alone to listen to some melodies. In the early hours of the morning, after returning to the Baihu office, he activated the bronze mirror once more. Once dawn broke, Qin Shao and the others could arrive in Fengzhou City at any moment to transport the military armaments. Tonight was his last opportunity to enter the bronze mirror world before their arrival. Accompanied by a wave of intense vertigo, Lin Fan materialized on the grassy ground. Perhaps because he had broken through to the 4th rank as a martial artist, he felt significantly less strained today. Trembling, Lin Fan pushed himself up and reached out for the slightly green apricot. Unlike the fully ripe one, this fruit was connected much more firmly to its branch. It took every ounce of Lin Fan's strength to finally wrench the apricot from the tree. Having secured this fruit, his primary objective was complete, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder if I can stand up now. Lin Fan tentatively attempted to stand, but as his height increased, the crushing pressure intensified substantially. Every joint in his body creaked and groaned, and his muscles ached under the immense weight. Rise! Lin Fan roared, veins bulging on his neck, his face flushed crimson. Thud! He crashed heavily back onto the ground, unable to stand upright after all. Lying flat, Lin Fan panted heavily, sweat pouring profusely from every pore of his body. After resting for about a dozen breaths, he pushed himself up again. Although standing remained impossible, propping his body up on all fours was no longer an insurmountable task. Supporting himself in this manner broadened his field of vision significantly. Furthermore, his crawling speed had improved qualitatively. Crawling on all fours was infinitely faster than merely wriggling on his stomach. Lin Fan locked his gaze onto a hillside about 10 zhong away. If he could reach that slope, his view would undoubtedly expand. Moreover, there seemed to be unfamiliar plants growing on that hillside, which might be edible and boost his cultivation. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan began his journey toward the hillside. Like an infant, he wobbled and crawled unsteadily toward the slope. Towering trees lined both sides of his path, some harboring bird nests and others bearing fruit, but these were clearly beyond what the current Lin Fan could hope to reach. As he crawled along, Lin Fan managed to pluck quite a few wild red berries. They grew in abundance, and each possessed medicinal effects surpassing even a century-old ginseng. The distance to the hillside had shortened by 4 to 5 zhong, and he had gathered nearly 30 wild berries in his hands. He continued to exert all his strength to scramble up the slope. Suddenly a gust of foul metallic wind rushed past, causing him to snap his head up in alarm. There at the top of the slope, a ferocious wolf had materialized, its gaze locked dead onto him. From the corner of his eye, Lin Fan saw several more wolves emerging one after another. Without exception, every single one of them glared at him with predatory intent. He felt his hair stand on end as his entire body froze in place. Have I crawled straight into a wolf's den? How? The wolf on the slope lunged first, traversing the distance of 5 zhang in the blink of an eye. The other wolves swarmed forward in unison, seemingly intent on tearing him limb from limb. Leave. Lin Fan dared not hesitate for a second, immediately vanishing from the bronze mirror world. The pack missed their target entirely, colliding into one another. The pack leader's cold eyes narrowed as it stared thoughtfully at the spot where Lin Fan had vanished. Lying on the bed, Lin Fan let out a long sigh. This was the first time he had left the copper mirror world without exhausting. Even though last time faced that wolf he had at least used up his energy before coming out. Not having exhausted his stamina felt like a slight loss. Lin Fan reached out, gazing at the apricot in his hand, and more than 20 red fruits, a pleased smile crossing his face. Luckily my movements were swift. The harvest is decent, perhaps I can push toward the 3rd rank realm. Lin Fan's lips curved into a smile. A 3rd rank warrior, the Qianhu of Guangming Prefecture, is at this realm. Coupled with the perfect realms Pu Dao Fa and the treading wind, step 1 is invincible within the 3rd rank. The Xiaochuan Dao sliced open the apricot's skin, and Lin Fan immediately cut off a piece of the pulp and stuffed it into his mouth. After last night's breakthrough, apricot flesh still remained, and eating it then not only stabilized his realm, but also yielded a notable improvement. Now after eating this piece of fruit, Lin Fan's inner qi surged more violently within him, and his breath grew ever stronger. 2 hours later, half of the apricot had been eaten. Lin Fan's inner qi was already on par with a 4th rank warrior who had lingered for 5 years. In the copper mirror world, treasures have very little impurities. Even 100-year-old ginseng carries many impurities and toxins. After consuming treasures like ginseng and Lingji 1 would need some time to purge toxins and impurities from the body. But Lin Fan did not need to worry about that at all. It was simply like playing a game, gobbling experience pills that defies reason. Of course, one cannot break through too drastically at once. It still takes time to stabilize the realm and adapt to the current strength. After all, even giving a novice a maxed out account, the mechanics could still kill you. Moreover, the resources Lin Fan has collected are far from enough to push his realm to Grandmaster. Time flew by. More than half of the apricot had been eaten. His realm had risen quite a bit, and he sensed he was about to reach the brink of a breakthrough. Because the dark qi within him was already showing signs of transforming into inner power, and a 3rd rank warrior must convert the dark qi within into inner power. The last bite of fruit is here. I must surely break through. Lin Fan scraped clean the flesh from the apricot pit, and then stuffed it all into his mouth. A surging force exploded within his body. He hurriedly accelerated the cultivation technique, continually absorbing the energy contained in the apricot flesh. Time flew by. His muscles swelled and contracted. It was the sign that the body could bear. The dark qi had reached its limit. Lin Fan had already touched the boundary between 3rd rank and 4th rank. He immediately gathered sufficient dark qi for the breakthrough. The energy contained in the apricot flesh transformed into the power to push through. A muffled boom echoed from within him. His muscles felt as if bruised, and torn sweat breaking out on his brow. The breakthrough failed, and the backlash of the dark qi wounded his internal organs. Puff! A cloud of blood mist sprayed from Lin Fan's mouth. His breath faltered, and if he gave up now, he would have to nurse his injuries before attempting the breakthrough again. As the proverb goes, one surge of momentum, then it wanes. The 3rd attempt is exhausted. Lin Fan did not want to give up this breakthrough opportunity, so he grabbed a handful of red fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. A few bites chewed the fruits into pulp and swallowed them. This handful contained more than 10 fruits, more than what he could refine in a single night before. The energy of the fruits exploded within his body. Lin Fan forcibly gathered this power together. Then with this gathered force, he charged the 3rd rank realm again. Breakthrough! Lin Fan roared. Boom! A muffled boom echoed from within him. In an instant, everything seemed to open up. Surging dark qi began to transform into inner power in waves. During this process, Lin Fan's injuries within him were gradually recovering. Transforming dark qi into inner power was extremely inefficient. 10 strands of dark qi could not turn into a single line of inner power. 2 hours later, all the dark qi had transformed into inner power. And the inner power flowing within was only as thick as a pinky. Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pouring the inner power and roaring a punch. The air roared, the punch's speed leapt to new heights, and the might was incomparable. Although the inner power in quantity was not as much as the dark qi, its might far surpassed the dark qi. They say inner power can both attack and defend. Oh, let me try it. Lin Fan poured inner power into his palm, then swung the Xiaochuan Dao toward his palm. Clang! The Xiaochuan Dao hummed as it struck the palm. There was a twinge of sting, but the palm remained unharmed. No wonder that the masked man could seriously injure me with a single move. Inner power is indeed not on par with dark chi. Lin Fan sighed in wonder, muttering that there are 13 fruits left. With the remaining fruits, he continued to cultivate to stabilize his realm. Within just 2 days he had risen from 5th rank to 3rd rank. If he didn't stabilize his cultivation, future progress would be affected. The sky grew slightly bright, and the dawn's early stirring dispelled the last darkness. Lin Fan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The realm still feels a little unstable. It seems he can't rush the breakthrough yet. He should stabilize his cultivation first. Lin Fan glanced to the side. There were 6 fruits left. He raised his hand and stored the remaining fruits in a porcelain bottle. In the rear courtyard, the Jinui strongmen had already begun training. Lin Fan strode into the rear courtyard and called aloud, "Everyone cease cultivation. There may be a mission today. I'll conserve your energy. After completing the mission, each person will be rewarded 10 taels of silver." The Jinui strongmen in the rear courtyard, upon hearing this, lowered their tools. "Rest well, as soon as there is a task, assemble immediately," Lin Fan commanded, and the guards cupped their fists and replied yes. Then Lin Fan looked at Lin Guzi again and asked, "Guzi, where are the elites under 4 counties?" Lin Guzi replied, "Master, they left during the hour. All are at the entry rank. They've already rested at inns in the city." Lin Fan nodded. "Let everyone keep their vigor." "Understood, my lord," Lin Guzi replied. Outside Fengzhou City, a unit of soldiers hurried along the official road. 2 burly men in general's armor rode ahead on horseback. Behind them followed 400 armored soldiers, with 2 5th-rank warrior captains guarding at the front and rear. Among the armored soldiers, every 10 men had a squad leader who had reached the rank. In other words, there were as many as 40 5th-rank warriors in the unit. At the center of the marching force stood a carriage that drew the eye. The carriage curtain was drawn back, and Qin Shao looked toward the prefectural city ahead. Fengzhou City is indeed a barren land. The walls are barely over 2 zhang high. Any warrior could leap over it, I suppose. Qin Shao sneered. "If you think about it, Lin Fan should call me uncle today. I will see what talents this good nephew truly has." At the prefectural yamen, Qin Shao lounged with his legs crossed on the raised below him. Wang Onping, a fellow prefectural official, only stand with his hands at his sides. A sense of foreboding had already begun to rise in Wang Onping's heart. Although the Longzhong of the Ministry of War's Transport and Carriage Office is responsible for shipping arms, his main duties lie in armament allocation and planning the routes of transport. In ordinary circumstances, one would never personally escort the arms. And this time Qin Shao, the Longzhong of the Ministry of War's Transport and Carriage Office, chose to personally escort the arms. Clearly he is coming for Lin Fan. It seems that even if Lin Fan does not provoke him, this man intends to humiliate Lin Fan, otherwise he would not personally come to Fengzhou. Before long, a middle-aged man in a long robe strode in. "Sir, the arms have been counted. Only the Shunwei New Divine Might crossbow shows signs of use, and 3 bolts are missing." This middle-aged man is Qin Shao's subordinate in charge of inventory and data statistics. Qin Shao replied calmly, "That matters not. The former Zhizhou Li Shun used the Shunwei New. Li Shun's graft and bribery have been punished by death. Record it faithfully." "Sir, the armaments count is fine," the chief said. Qin Shao nodded. "Today we begin loading the wagons, then let the soldiers rest for a night. Tomorrow we will return along the route to Cheng." "Yes," the chief answered politely, and then exited the hall. The hall now remained only Qin Shao and Wang Onping. Qin Shao finally looked at Wang Onping. "Wang Tongji, tonight I shall prepare a banquet at your residence, inviting all officials above 7th rank in Fengzhou. My thanks for everyone's cooperation." "Sir, the arms are in the storehouse. They did nothing, so this banquet is unnecessary, isn't it?" Wang Onping said. Qin Shao's gaze cooled. In a grave tone he said, "I told you to invite them, so go invite them. And be sure to extend an invitation to Baihu Sua as well. Their contributions to Fengzhou should not be overlooked." "Yes," Wang Onping could only reply. In this court hierarchy, a higher-ranking official can press down the lower, and Qin Shao was more than a full rank above him. Letters of invitation arrived at officials of all levels. Those who still held posts in Fengzhou were not necessarily paragons of virtue, but at least they had not committed any major crimes. When they received Qin Shao's banquet invitation, their expressions grew grim. Anyone with a bit of sense could see this was a Hongmin banquet for Lin Fan at Baihusa, but if they attended they would inevitably become unwitting victims drawn into trouble. Besides, what good would come from currying favor with Qin Shao? This man is the Longzhong of the Ministry of War's Transport and Carriage Office. They are not in the same system. His rank is high, but of little practical use. Baihusuo. Lin Guzi stood to the side and asked, "Young Master Qin Shao invites us, should we go?" Lin Fan looked at the invitation with a cold smile. "Go, why not go? Not only should I go, we all must go." Then he said calmly, "Notify all Jinui small banners and the main banners to head to the Zhizhou Prefecture tonight." "Yes," Lin Guzi immediately set about notifying the others. "Wait a moment." Lin Fan suddenly halted him, then added, "Remember to have all the brothers carry starfall bombs, and have all the strongmen ready. As soon as you see the signal, surround the Zhizhou Prefecture at once." "Understood." Lin Guzi promptly spread the word. The entire Baihu Suo and all Jinui were immensely excited. After a day of waiting, word finally came. Tonight, those who participate in the operation would be rewarded with 10 taels of silver, enough to cover 2.5 months' pay. It seems that getting rich isn't by toiling away alone. The key is to align with the right people. Jizhou Prefecture. This place had already been cleared out to serve as Qin Shao's temporary banquet venue. 400 jiashi were assigned to various places within Jizhou Prefecture by Qin Shao. In addition, 4 captains and 2 lieutenants were summoned to gather in one hall. Sir, isn't this a bit ostentatious? A Jinui force from a remote prefecture. What real power could they have? It seems unnecessary to deploy all the soldiers, does it? One of the lieutenants spoke up. They've seen Jinui from remote prefectures, some banner offices, can't even muster 5 mid-rank martial artists. Even Baihu Suwa would typically have only about 10 mid-rank martial artists plus 2 5th or 6th rank warriors acting as Baihu. Even if the whole prefecture were drawn together, there would be just over 30 mid-rank warriors, and aside from the Zongqi banner and Baihu Suwa, the others were not highly ranked. Under Qin Shao's orders, the 2 lieutenants will disperse all the soldiers in groups of 10. Each group will be led by a mid-rank warrior, totaling 40 mid-rank warriors, and some have already reached the 8th rank. Additionally, under Qin Shao's arrangement, the Shunwei crossbow has been concealed in a hidden place. With this lineup, not to mention a Baihu Su, even a Qianhu Suwa could be compelled to reckon with it. Forewarned is forearmed. Lin Fan has managed to make the Hidden Dragon list, though only the 97th. It is wise to stay cautious. Qin Shao said coolly. In truth, he did not take Lin Fan seriously. To him, Lin Fan had merely gained a bit of power and started to swagger. He treated his trivial 97th rank as if it were a mere dish, believing no one in the world could challenge him. Sir, everything is prepared now. After the preparations, a lieutenant reported to Qin Shao. Where is the Shunwei crossbow? It's in place, but with such a grand setup, what if Lin Fan does not act? We can't possibly strike at the Jinui, can we? The lieutenant hesitated. Even though they are responsible for transporting the arms, attacking the Jinui without cause would be treason. Don't worry, Lin Fan is young and reckless. With a few words I can provoke him to strike on the spot. Qin Shao looked as if he had everything under control, his eyes full of confidence. In his eyes, Lin Fan was a hot-headed youth. A single provocation would surely anger him. When the moment came, they would seize him and use him to curry favors from his uncle, ascending in a single bound. Sir, there is still an entire afternoon left. What should we do? Another lieutenant asked, his eyes gleaming with expectation as he clearly remembered that Qin Shao would pay for everything today. Every silver penny spent today is on me. You two may indulge yourselves, but do not delay the mission or affect tonight's actions. Qin Shao was generous, covering their costs, but added one more admonition. Fearing that the 2 would be distracted by brothels and lust, delaying their plan, the other lieutenant replied, relax, we are both 4th rank warriors, even 10 times a day we can manage. The lieutenant chuckled and said, all right, go now, I'll come back early tonight. Qin Shao waved them off, and the 2 lieutenants departed from Jizhou Prefecture. Watching the 2 depart, Qin Shao's face curved into a cold smile. The pockets are lined already, Lin Fan, don't disappoint me. I am counting on your head as my trophy for merit. At the Baohu station, Lin Fan looked up at the setting sun on the horizon. The sun was about to descend, and the banquet was about to begin. Guzi, have the files been obtained? Lin Fan asked. Lin Guzi walked over, clutching a thick stack of papers. Young master, everything has been investigated thoroughly. Uncovering the affairs between Qin Shao and Qin Jingyue was no difficulty at all. With our Jinui connections, it was even simpler. Lin Fan vaguely recalled that Qin Shao's rise to power had been quite notorious back then. If there had been no unorthodox means, how could a collateral branch member of the Zhongding Marquis mansion possibly secure such a lucrative post as director of the carriage department in the Ministry of War? Positions of this caliber would normally require fierce competition even among direct line heirs, yet this one somehow fell to Qin Shao. The schemes behind it were rather intriguing. If there were no special circumstances, Lin Fan would never have believed it. After taking the files and glancing through them, a knowing smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. He couldn't help but remark, interesting. This Qin Shao truly has no shame actually tolerating such matters. He stopped at nothing to climb the ranks. Young Master Qin Shao was merely a collateral branch member who was never valued. Given his circumstances, it would have been remarkable enough for him to become a 7th rank petty official. Without employing certain methods, he certainly couldn't have reached his current position. These methods were indeed somewhat unsavory, Lin Guzi added in agreement. After carefully reading through the records in these files, Lin Fan shattered the paper with a burst of internal energy. It was more than sufficient. Whether he could turn the tables tonight depended entirely on these documents. Lin Fan said calmly, notify everyone to prepare for the banquet. His 4 chief flag officers and 13 subordinate flag officers all assembled together. Including himself and Lin Guzi as the acting Baohu, a total of 19 people attended the banquet, which could certainly be described as a complete mobilization. 19 fine horses carried them toward the prefect's mansion. Meanwhile, over 20 Jinui from the Baohu station, plus more than 60 ranked Jinui dispatched from outside, totaled 92 men. These 92 also quietly made their way to the prefect's mansion under the cover of night. It should also be noted that among these 92, only 4 were not yet ranked martial artists, but their strength was already close to entering the ranks. Because they belonged to the Baohu station, they were brought along together for this mission. Inside the prefect's mansion, 5 banquet tables had been set up. Fine wine and exquisite dishes were already served, with dancing women providing entertainment utterly extravagant. Qin Shao was hosting, and officials had been arriving one after another to take their seats. Facing these people's respectful greetings, Qin Shao merely nodded slightly. These were but mere backdrop. The person he truly wished to entertain had not yet arrived. Jinui Baohu Lin Fan arrives with his subordinates to attend the banquet. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the mansion. Everyone turned their heads to look, watching a handsome youth clad in silver-embroidered uniform stride confidently into the estate. Behind that youth, the acting Baohu and 4 chief flag officers followed closely. These 5 possessed extraordinary aura, all being mid-tier, third-rank martial artists. Behind them trailed 18 subordinate flag officers, all of whom were also ranked martial artists, many having already reached the 8th rank. Though Qin Shao did not cultivate martial arts, his 2 adjutant generals were no pushovers. These 2 had already discerned the cultivation levels of Lin Fan's companions and whispered them to Qin Shao. As for Lin Fan's own cultivation, they could not fathom it likely because his aura was too stable and solid without any leakage. If conflict erupts, can we subdue them? Qin Shao asked softly. The adjutant general smiled faintly. Rest assured, my lord. His 4 chief flag officers are merely at the early 6th rank level. That acting Baohu has some substance, probably early 5th rank. His subordinate flag officers are negligible. And Lin Fan? Qin Shao asked. Though Lin Fan's aura is stable, he ranks 97th on the Qianlong list. At most, he is a 5th rank martial artist. Both of us are at the 4th rank realm. Subduing him would be effortless, the adjutant general replied with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Shao felt reassured. The grand situation was entirely within his control, and the initiative rested in his hands. He only needed to provoke Lin Fan, and the prefect's mansion would become his burial ground. Jinui Baohu Lin Fan pays his respects to Lord Qin. Lin Fan offered a fist-in-palm salute to Qin Shao. Though he bowed, there was not a trace of reverence in his tone. The Jinui behind him also saluted, yet carried themselves as fellow guests rather than subordinates. Qin Shao sneered inwardly at this sight. Truly young and reckless. Did he really think this amounted to intimidating him? Be seated, everyone, Qin Shao said indifferently. Lin Fan led his Jinui and claimed 2 tables, sitting down with unabashed arrogance. My lord, this Lin Fan is too arrogant, showing no respect, the adjutant general whispered. Qin Shao sneered. Let him be. The more arrogant, the easier it will be to provoke him later. You speak wisely, my lord, the adjutant general nodded. Officials continued to arrive, but the atmosphere at the banquet had grown subtly tense since Lin Fan and his entourage appeared. All 5 tables were placed in the courtyard, for the prefect's mansion could not accommodate so many inside. Yet despite the open space, the atmosphere felt extraordinarily oppressive. Lin Fan made himself at home, already urging his men to eat and drink. After all, if they did not feast now, there would be no time later, and this trip would have been for nothing. Many Jinui had been recently promoted, and few had ever witnessed such a scene or dined at such a lavish spread. Some had already begun shoveling peanuts into their mouths with their hands. Vulgar. Lin Fan quickly stopped that man. Put the plate down. Do not let others think all Jinui are uncultured brutes. Oh, the subordinate officer finally set down the plate, but casually plucked a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. The Jinui feasted heartily, while the officials at other tables dared not raise their chopsticks. Their superior had not yet given the signal. To eat now would be to slap his face. Lin Fan held a high position, commanding an entire Baohu station across the prefecture. What he did they could not follow. After a long wait, everyone finally arrived. All 5 tables were filled to capacity. Since so many Jinui had come, Qin Shao had an extra table added, and only then did all the officials of Fengzhou manage to be seated. This was also a chronic ailment of the great Jing dynasty. There were far too many useless official positions. Many roles overlapped in authority, greatly reducing administrative efficiency. Since all are present, I would like to propose a toast first. Qin Shao raised his wine cup and stood. Scanning the room, everyone hurriedly rose with their cups. Lin Fan and his men also stood, though some Jinui held wine cups in one hand while gnawing on chicken legs and pork trotters in the other. Qin Shao observed this clearly. These mere Jinui subordinate officers at best from the 7th rank dared show so little respect. Yet he suppressed his anger. There was no need to quarrel with a bunch of dead men. I have come to Fengzhou to transport military supplies. Thanks to everyone's wholehearted assistance, everything has proceeded smoothly. I have prepared this modest banquet to express my gratitude. Enjoy today's feast without restraint. Eat and drink your fill. We offer our deepest gratitude for your generous hospitality, my lord. Everyone replied in unison, then raised their cups and drained them in one gulp. Such official pleasantries had been heard countless times, and replying to them was second nature to all. However, the 2 tables occupied by the Jinui remained noticeably quiet. They simply raised their cups, down the wine, and sat back down nonchalantly to continue eating. Please everyone sit and eat. Qin Shao's expression remained indifferent, yet he could barely suppress the rising fury in his heart. These damned brutes, the dregs of officialdom, dared to show him such disrespect. What a pack of utter scoundrels. His gaze shifted toward Lin Fan, already formulating his words to launch an attack. If one were to ask whom I admire most among all the officials present, it is, of course, Centurion Lin. He spoke abruptly, his clear voice carrying to everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart tightened. They all knew the real business was beginning. Qin Chao was about to stir up trouble. Centurion Lin was born into the Prince Regent's mansion. In the past, he was a profligate playboy committing all kinds of atrocities and bullying the innocent. Later, he even violated his own cousin, which led to his banishment from the prince's estate. Qin Chao paused. Though his words were ostensibly meant to praise, pausing at this juncture inevitably invited scandalous thoughts. Lin Fan's past was no secret, but having it aired so publicly would surely bring immense embarrassment. Qin Chao's gaze lingered on Lin Fan's face, yet he failed to detect even a shred of anger, which sent a sudden chill through his heart. This brat actually possessed quite a bit of restraint. Thus he continued, however, after becoming a deposed heir, Centurion Lin joined the Jinui and has repeatedly achieved great merits. Though these achievements might not entirely be of his own doing, they nonetheless prove he has reformed his ways, serving as an exemplary model for us all. Master Qin flatters me. I am simply someone who corrects his mistakes when they are realized, wishing only to serve His Majesty, Lin Fan replied, cupping his hands in respect toward the direction of the capital. Qin Chao frowned, not expecting Lin Fan to appear so unbothered. Just as he was about to press his attack further, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. In truth, I also deeply admire Master Qin, Lin Fan said with a smile. Indeed, I am not joking, it is a genuine admiration from the bottom of my heart. Hearing this, Qin Chao's brow furrowed. What was this boy up to? Was he trying to show weakness by praising him? However, upon hearing Lin Fan's next words, his expression instantly contorted. I joined the Jinui to serve the imperial court, while Master Qin has also racked his brains to ease His Majesty's burdens. Originally as a collateral descendant of Marquis Zhongding's estate, Master Qin was merely a judicial commissioner of the Provincial Administration Commission, a petty 7th-rank official. Yet before the age of 30, Master Qin already occupies the prestigious post of Director of the Bureau of Equipment and Communications in the Ministry of War. Why do you all think that is? Lin Fan's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd as he inquired with utmost gravity. At this point, those below who knew of Qin Chao's background could no longer suppress their laughter. There was no helping it, the matter was simply too ludicrous. Meanwhile, seated at the head of the table, Qin Chao's face flushed crimson and his fists clenched tightly inside his sleeves. Lin Fan scanned the room once more and smiled. Since no one is answering, allow me to enlighten everyone. Infusing his voice with his cultivation, he declared loudly, to secure an official post, Master Qin's mother became a concubine to Marquis Zhongding, which in turn bought Master Qin his 5th-rank position. What kind of spirit is this? To sacrifice his own mother's reputation just to obtain an official post and serve His Majesty. Master Qin is truly a paragon of loyalty to dying. I would call this sacrificing one's mother for office. The moment the phrase, sacrificing one's mother for office, left Lin Fan's mouth, Qin Chao felt as if he had been struck by a devastating blow. A surge of blood welled up in his chest, nearly spraying out. The officials present were also utterly dumbfounded. One usually avoids exposing another's shameful secrets when insulting them, yet Lin Fan had exposed this of all things. He was clearly intent on driving Qin Chao to his death with rage. Furthermore, Lin Fan had recently been hailed as a great scholar. Though he served in the Jinui, he was still regarded as one of the preeminent Confucian scholars of dying. This was the personal evaluation of Ouyang when a grandmaster of the literary path, and it was widely recognized by countless scholars. His poem, Bring in the Wine, had achieved nationwide renown, thoroughly cementing his status as a great scholar. With the phrase, sacrificing one's mother for office, coming from his mouth today, it would inevitably become a classic idiom. When scholars of the future mentioned this phrase, the first person they would think of would be Qin Chao, ensuring his name would live on in infamy for eternity. Centurion Lin, how dare you humiliate me so? Qin Chao slammed his hand on the table and rose, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Fan as he roared in fury. Yet Lin Fan maintained his smile. Master Qin, how can this be considered humiliation? Is sacrificing one's mother for office not a beautiful tale? Does it not show that to ease His Majesty's burdens, Master Qin was willing to offer his own mother to Marquis Zhongding? You. Overcome with rage, a mist of blood erupted from Qin Chao's mouth. Oh my Master Qin, what has happened to you? Quick, summon a physician. Although Master Qin claims to be Marquis Zhongding's cousin's son, he is actually his stepson. If anything happens to him, none of us will escape the blame. Lin Fan cried out in feigned urgency. Already struggling to stand, Qin Chao felt his vision go dark upon hearing these words, nearly fainting from the sheer fury. What stepson? This was pushing things way too far. If this got out, how could he ever serve as an official again? A dark resolve took root in Qin Chao's mind. He had to kill everyone present. He must silence them all. Otherwise, if the infamy of sacrificing one's mother for office spread, not only would his own reputation be utterly ruined, but it would also drag down his elderly mother and Marquis Zhongding. By then he would be completely finished. Lieutenant Wang, Lieutenant Zhou, kill them all for me. Qin Chao ordered the two lieutenants beside him, his voice trembling with homicidal rage. My lord, if we attack the Jinui, wouldn't that be equivalent to treason? That is a heinous crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations. The 2 lieutenants hesitated greatly. When it concerned their own vital interests, where a single misstep could result in the annihilation of their entire lineage, who would dare to act recklessly? Kill them all. Once they are dead, who will know we struck first? We will claim the Jinui attacked us. That Lin Fan, harboring a grudge because of my ties to Marquis Zhongding's estate, conspired with officials across Fengzhou to steal military armaments and frame me, and then chose to burn both bridges when exposed. Qin Shao fabricated charges against Lin Fan on the spot. As long as the story was somewhat plausible, his stepfather, Marquis Zhongding, would surely make it an absolute truth once he found out. By then, Lin Fan's death would be in vain. But, no buts. If you do not act now, I will have Marquis Zhongding punish you. Qin Shao roared in anger. Weighing the pros and cons, the 2 lieutenants ultimately decided to lead their troops to action. After all, Qin Shao was Marquis Zhongding's stepson, and they could not afford to offend him. Men, attack. The lieutenant slammed his wine cup onto the ground. In an instant, squads of armored soldiers poured out from all directions, quickly surrounding the Jinui and the officials of all ranks. The officials' faces turned deathly pale in an instant. This was an utter disaster out of nowhere. They had merely come to attend a banquet, so how did they end up putting their own lives on the line? Some officials began to beg for mercy. They swore they would never speak a word of this, desperately professing their loyalty to Qin Shao. Qin Shao merely sneered. Only the dead keep secrets. Kill them all. The armored soldiers surged forward, closing in step by step. The 2 lieutenants also strode forward, weapons in hand. Atop the high platform, Qin Shao roared in fury. Lin Fan, you forced my hand. Today I swear I shall have your life. Lin Fan's eyes filled with mockery as he sneered. Qin Shao, did you honestly believe you were the only one who prepared? Brother's signal. At his command, the 4 Zongqi drew their fire meteors and ignited them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, the fire meteors soared into the sky with a sharp whistle. The night sky was instantly illuminated. The next moment, over 90 Jinui guards converged from all directions, their destination being the prefectural mansion. Lieutenant Wang laughed mockingly. Save your breath, Lin Fan. Do you think we don't know the limits of the Jinui's strength? We have brought 400 armored soldiers with us, 40 of whom are ranked martial artists. An ant trying to shake a giant tree. How utterly laughable. Lieutenant Zhou sneered in agreement. Yet Lin Fan remained entirely composed. It remains to be seen who will emerge victorious. You 2 speak too boldly. Within mere breaths, the Jinui guards arrived one after another. They instantly clashed with the 400 armored soldiers in a chaotic melee. And then an astonishing sight unfolded. There were clearly only 90-odd Jinui. In the minds of the 2 lieutenants, these 90-some men should have been subdued in a matter of moments. Yet the reality before them was that the 400 armored soldiers were showing signs of being suppressed. Upon closer inspection, they realized to their horror that almost all 90-plus Jinui were ranked martial artists. Su Kuang Wang, who, you 4 Zongqi and the probationary centurion, take the Shaoqi officers and protect the dignitaries. I alone am enough to deal with these 2 lieutenants. Lin Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze brimming with disdain. Understood. Su Kuang and the others immediately led their Shaoqi to form a protective perimeter around the Fengzhou officials. These officials were crucial eyewitnesses who had seen Qin Shao and his men assault the Jinui. As long as they remained alive, they would serve as irrefutable proof that Qin Shao had initiated an attack on the Jinui, sealing his fate for rebellion. Hearing Lin Fan's orders to protect them, the officials eagerly promised to submit memorials to the imperial court detailing Qin Shao's treasonous actions today. After all, Qin Shao had intended to slaughter them. Once they escaped with their lives, they would surely retaliate against him with absolute fury. Capture Lin Fan first. Once he is subdued, the others will pose no threat. Lieutenant Wang and Lieutenant Zhou instantly locked onto their target. Both were 4th-rank martial artists, so as long as they eliminated Lin Fan, today's crisis would be resolved. Where are the 4 centurions? Lieutenant Wang bellowed. Instantly, 4 centurions, all at the 5th-rank martial artist realm, rushed forward. Join us and slay the rebel leader. Intent on ending the fight, swiftly Lieutenant Wang summoned the 4 centurions. With this, they now possessed 2 4th-rank experts and 4 5th-rank experts. Against such a formidable lineup, let alone someone ranked 97th on the Hidden Dragon rank, even the 77th ranker would find it futile. Seeing this, Su Kuang and the others grew anxious. My lord, do you require our assistance? Wang, who stepped forward. No need. Just ensure the safety of the dignitaries. Lin Fan dismissed them, his hand gripping the imperial Xiuquan blade. With a sharp ring, the Xiuquan blade unsheathed. The next instant, he lunged forward like a pouncing tiger. The 4 centurions were the first to brandish their weapons and encircle him in an assault. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds rained down upon Lin Fan. Get lost. Lin Fan bellowed, his blade light tearing through the air like a streak of white silk. Flash. Weapons were severed one after another. As if guided by an unseen force, the blade light instantly decapitated one of the centurions. Blood erupted in a crimson geyser as the headless corpse collapsed onto the ground. Everyone, including the 2 lieutenants, was utterly stunned. What a ferocious blade technique, what exquisite footwork. With a single strike he had slain a 5th-rank martial artist. How could this man's strength possibly be ranked only 97th on the Hidden Dragon rank? With such prowess he was easily among the absolute elite, even among 4th-rank martial artists. Attack together. Lieutenant Wang dared not underestimate him any longer, instantly pouncing at Lin Fan alongside Lieutenant Zhou. The 3 remaining centurions and the 2 lieutenants launched a coordinated assault. Flash of blades and clash of steel rang out like pattering rain. Even when facing a horde of enemies alone, Lin Fan remained completely unfazed. This was the supreme confidence of a 3rd-rank martial artist. His internal energy could be used for both offense and defense, far superior to anything Hidden Force could hope to match. Slash. Another centurion was decapitated. Splattering blood struck terror into the hearts of the onlookers. 3 wind-cleaving slashes. Lin Fan bellowed, unleashing his Grandmaster-level blade technique. In an instant the remaining 2 centurions were sliced in half at the waist. Blood splattered across the 2 lieutenants, sending a chilling shiver down their spines. You are a 3rd-rank martial artist. Lieutenant Wang cried out, voicing a daring realization. If he were not a 3rd-rank martial artist, how could he possess such terrifying strength? You are quite clever. I shall reward you with a strike. Lin Fan smiled faintly, raising his blade to slash at Lieutenant Wang. Lieutenant Wang screamed in panic. Quick! Use the Shunwei crossbow to shoot him dead. The concealed Shunwei crossbow was dragged out, and an armored soldier triggered the mechanism. 3 heavy bolts tore through the air, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. The heavy crossbow was lethal, but unfortunately for them, this was not Lin Fan's first time facing such a devastating weapon. When he was merely at the 5th rank, he had already managed to evade the Shunwei crossbow, let alone now. Of course he had no intention of dodging this time. Since his strength had reached a new level, his method of handling it should change as well. Facing the incoming bolts, he reached out and caught one midair. At the same time his feet clamped down on another, while the final bolt was firmly caught under his armpit. Spinning to redirect the momentum, he forcibly seized all 3 bolts. What in the world? How is this possible? The 2 lieutenants were completely dumbfounded. The Shunwei crossbow was a devastating weapon reputed to be capable of wounding upper 3-rank martial artists. Even if it failed to injure Lin Fan, he shouldn't have been able to catch all 3 bolts in such an outrageous manner. Right back at you. Lin Fan hurled all 3 bolts back at the 2 lieutenants. 2 flew toward Lieutenant Wang, while 1 was directed at Lieutenant Zhou. For no other reason than that Lin Fan found Lieutenant Wang's noisy shouting highly irritating. Why do I get 2? Lieutenant Wang paled in horror, frantically swinging his spear to block them. The bolts flew too fast to evade, leaving him with no choice but to block them head-on. The lieutenant did possess some skill. With a strike of his spear, he actually managed to deflect one of the bolts. But that was the extent of his skill, for the other bolt pierced straight through his heart. Tearing through his chest, the momentum sent him flying backward until he was pinned to the rafters of the prefectural mansion. Lieutenant Zhou enjoyed better luck. Although he failed to completely parry the bolt, it only pierced his right shoulder, similarly carrying him backward to be pinned to the opposite side of the rafters. Everyone stand down. Surrender, and you shall be spared. Lin Fan raised the Imperial Xiuquan blade and bellowed. All the armored soldiers looked toward the center of the courtyard. Seeing the corpses of the 4 centurions on the ground and the 2 lieutenants pinned to the rafters, their will to fight evaporated instantly, and they threw down their weapons. Qin Shao fell into absolute despair at the sight. He had planned everything so meticulously, how could it have collapsed so suddenly? Pick up your weapons. I have yet to make my move. A figure soared through the air, stepping lightly across the eaves. Lin Fan recognized this figure all too well. It was the very masked man he had encountered in the deserted mansion last time. Upon seeing the figure, Qin Shao's face lit up with joy, and he cried out in pleasant surprise, "Uncle Jin, save me." Hearing Qin Shao call out his name, the masked Qin Jun wished nothing more than to slaughter this fool on the spot. He had traveled thousands of miles to get here, only to find that the 2 vice-generals had already been slain, leaving them completely at a disadvantage. Now that his identity had been exposed, there was no turning back. He had to capture Lin Fan and ensure not a single soul present escaped alive. Otherwise, if word got out, he too would be branded a rebel. Since his name had already been revealed, Qin Jun decided to cast aside all pretenses. Reaching up, he tore off his mask, his figure descending upon the rooftop like a soaring eagle. Casting a chilling glare at Lin Fan, he barked, "Lin Fan, I spared your life last time, yet you remain stubbornly foolish and dare to oppose the Marquis. Since you seek your own ruin, I shall leave you no quarter." Spared my life? Lin Fan chuckled softly. I wonder who it was that fled faster than a rabbit that night. Sharp-tongued little beast. Do you truly believe that merely entering the 3rd rank makes you a match for me? I have remained at the 3rd rank for 10 long years. How could a novice like you hope to compare? Die. Flying into a rage, Qin Jun soared into the air, pouncing down on Lin Fan like a hawk diving for its prey. His hands flexed into claws, executing the renowned eagle claw technique. You're getting on in years, yet you still boast so shamelessly without fear of biting your own tongue. Today I shall cut you down. Lin Fan drew his saber and charged forward, completely devoid of fear. In an instant, the 2 3rd-rank martial artists clashed. Internal energy surged as sparks flew in all directions. Yet the moment they clashed, Lin Fan noticed a difference. This time Qin Zhen's hands were fitted with sharp claws forged from fine iron. Clearly these iron claws were Qin Zhen's signature weapon. He likely refrained from using them during their previous encounter because such a rare weapon would easily expose his identity. Now that his cover was blown, Qin Zhen cast aside all reservations and equipped his exclusive weapon without hesitation. Metallic clangs echoed continuously as blade and claw collided in rapid succession. Qin Zhen indeed lived up to his reputation as a seasoned third-rank martial artist. His combat prowess was formidable. His first-class martial skill, the Eagle Claw technique, had evidently reached the stage of great accomplishment, delivering fierce and overwhelmingly oppressive attacks. Lin Fan felt as though he were locked in combat with a real wild eagle. A single lapse in concentration could result in being lacerated or having his bones crushed by those claws. Their battlefield shifted from the ground to the rooftops, and then from the rooftops to the courtyard walls. The onlookers could barely keep up with their blistering speed, catching only the constant flashes of sparks. "Boy, surrender now, and I might grant you a swift death." Astounded by Lin Fan's resilience and techniques, Qin Zhen resorted to psychological warfare to disturb his focus. "Old geezer, has your brain rotted from eating too much filth? Demanding my surrender right off the bat. If you surrender to me instead, I might just grant you a swift death too." Lin Fan cursed mockingly, staring at the old man as if looking at an utter fool. "You insolent brat, die." Qin Zhen was driven into a towering rage by Lin Fan's scathing remarks. His internal energy boiled within him as he burned with the desire to tear the youth before him into shreds. 3 wind-cleaving strikes. Lin Fan bellowed, his Xiaochuan saber sweeping outward. "A mere third-class martial skill, yet you dare flaunt it before me. Behold my eagle's reaching claw." Qin Zhen sneered, instantly channeling his full internal energy to unleash the ultimate killing move of his Eagle Claw technique. Even if a third-class martial skill reached the consummate realm, it could never match a first-class martial skill at great accomplishment when wielded by opponents of the same rank. Confident of his victory, Qin Zhen believed this strike would undoubtedly leave the young brat severely wounded. But in the very next moment his eyes widened in sheer disbelief, and he cried out, "You little beast, this is not the 3 wind-cleaving strikes." The saber technique was heavy and oppressive, bearing down like a collapsing mountain. How could this possibly be the 3 wind-cleaving strikes which relied on agile and swift movements? Indeed, feast your eyes on the mountain-cleaving saber technique. Lin Fan laughed heartily, pressing down relentlessly with his Xiaochuan saber. Having already engaged in close combat, Qin Zhen could not retreat even if he wanted to. No matter how fierce the Eagle Claw technique was, it could never breach the mountain-cleaving saber technique at the consummate realm. The eagle claws shattered as the iron claws fitted over Qin Zhen's hands crumbled piece by piece, the sharp fragments slicing into his palms and leaving hideous bloody gashes. "Despicable little beast. How dare you trick me?" Qin Zhen's eyes nearly split with rage as he spat curses, but his defeat was already sealed. A sharp flash of saber light flickered and vanished. In an instant, the Xiaochuan saber severed Qin Zhen's head from his shoulders. Even as his severed head tumbled to the ground, Qin Zhen's eyes remained wide, with lingering resentment and disbelief. He could not comprehend how Lin Fan, a mere 18-year-old youth, had managed to cultivate a first-class martial skill to the consummate realm. Was this what they called extraordinary heaven-sent talent? The moment Qin Zhen's head was publicly lopped off, all the armored soldiers completely lost their will to resist. When even a high-tier master of the upper 3 ranks had been decapitated, what was the point of minor lackeys like them continuing to fight? As for Qin Xiao, he collapsed powerlessly to the ground, his eyes filled with utter despair. The Qilin Pavilion has utterly misled me. How could he possibly be ranked 97th? In my opinion, placing him 57th or even 37th would not be an exaggeration. After slaying Qin Zhen, Lin Fan let out a long breath of relief. He now had a rough assessment of his own strength. Qin Zhen was a seasoned third-rank martial artist. Unless he encountered an opponent who had similarly mastered a first-class martial skill to the consummate realm, ordinary third-rank martial artists would likely be no match for him. However, the disparity in strength between the upper 3 ranks of martial artists was still quite vast. If he encountered a second-rank martial artist, he would certainly be no match, though he could still rely on his wind-treading steps to escape. While he was lost in thought, all the armored soldiers had been completely subdued by the Jinyui, and Qin Xiao had been taken into custody. Even Vice General Zhou, who was pinned to the roof beam, was brought down by the combined efforts of Wang Hu and the others. Meanwhile, the officials of Fengzhou let out a collective sigh of relief. With Lin Fan's victory, their lives were saved, as he still needed them to serve as witnesses. "We thank Lord Lin for saving our lives." An official stepped forward to express his gratitude, and the others quickly followed suit, offering their thanks one after another. Lin Fan clasped his hands and said, "You are too polite, gentlemen. This is merely the duty of the Jinyui. However, I do hope you will all testify on my behalf to avoid any unnecessary complications." "Most certainly." Qin Xiao is a man of wild ambitions who abused his authority for personal gain and sought private vengeance. Not only did he try to murder you, Lord Lin, but he also intended to silence us all. If we do not report this to the imperial court, we will never find peace. One of the officials spoke up with righteous indignation. Although the officials present held relatively low ranks, the highest among them being Wang Onping, the vice prefect of Fengzhou. They did not all come from impoverished backgrounds. Quite a few of them belonged to collateral branches of prominent clans. Even if they were not highly valued within their families, they still possessed the means to submit memorials to the throne. Even though the Marquis of Zhongding Qin Jingyue wielded immense influence in the imperial court, it was impossible for him to intercept every single memorial. The bureaucracy of the great Jing dynasty was in essence a vast web of connections where even the minor figures played a part. I shall leave the matter of submitting the memorials to you lords. We will return to the Centurion office first to interrogate the suspects, Lin Fan said. Please attend to your duties, Lord Lin. We will definitely submit our reports. The officials immediately began drafting their words. Having nearly lost their lives, they were burning with resentment. So what if it was the Marquis of Zhongding's estate? Did the Marquis's estate have the right to bully and slaughter people at whim? Is there no longer any law in this land? The sheer number of arrestees was overwhelming. The cells within the Baihu office's imperial prison were utterly insufficient, forcing the armored soldiers to endure a cramped confinement. Cells originally designed for a mere pair of captives were now packed with tin, leaving virtually no room to set foot. Fortunately, the ventilation in the imperial prison was well designed, otherwise many would have suffocated from a lack of oxygen. Since the armored soldiers were merely accomplices, they did not require interrogation. The primary targets, of course, were Qin Xiao and the Lieutenant General Zhou Jian. Qin Xiao had already been suspended from the torture rack by heavy chains. In the hearth, the branding iron glowed crimson, while nearby Wang, who washed a whip bristling with barbs and brine. Su Kuang, meanwhile, was cleaning the fragments of flesh from the finger screws. This device could easily crush a person's fingers into mush, leaving behind a gruesome residue of torn flesh and splintered bone. Suspended from the rack, Qin Xiao watched this scene with sheer terror. His scalp tingled, and a suffocating sensation gripped his chest. Lord Qin, regarding the matters of the Zhongding Marquis mansion, will you confess or not? Lin Fan sat opposite Qin Xiao with his legs crossed, a gentle smile playing upon his face. Confess? What is there to confess? I ordered the attack on the Jinyu, which already seals my fate for rebellion and treason. If I remain silent, my wife, children, and elders might still stand a chance of survival through the Marquis' maneuvering. But if I confess, my entire family will undoubtedly perish. Lin Fan, do you take me for a fool? A sneer of derision surfaced on Qin Xiao's face. Wang Hu, you go first, Lin Fan signaled with a wave of his hand. Yes, my lord, Wang Hu replied, reaching out to retrieve the glowing branding iron from the charcoal brazier. He raised his hand and pressed it directly against Qin Xiao's chest. With a sharp hiss, the branding iron made contact with the skin, releasing a plume of steam. It hurts. The pain is killing me. Lin Fan, you will die a horrible death. Qin Xiao shrieked in agony, pouring a nonstop torrent of abuse upon Lin Fan. Wang Hu, however, did not pause. He was all too accustomed to such vitriol, much of which had been directed at himself in the past. Turning around, he selected another branding iron and seared Qin Xiao once more. The excruciating pain reduced Qin Xiao to a mess of tears and saliva. His trousers were thoroughly drenched, and a pungent, foul odor wafted through the air. Lin Fan, if the Marquis does not receive my carrier pigeon by tomorrow night, he will take immediate action. You will never bring down the Zhongding Marquis mansion. Qin Xiao gasped heavily, his bloodshot eyes glaring intently at Lin Fan. Bring out the whip, Lin Fan said with a dismissive wave. Wang Hu drew out the iron whip, which was thoroughly soaked in brine and bristled with sharp barbs. The brine served to disinfect while the barbs tore at the flesh, a cruel synergy of simultaneous whipping and sterilization. With a resounding crack, Wang Hu lashed out, tearing away a strip of flesh and leaving a bloody gash across Qin Xiao's body. As shreds of flesh clung to the whip's barbs, a single strike was enough to make Qin Xiao lose consciousness from the agony. Yet Wang, who was highly experienced in these matters, with a splash of water from a ladle, Qin Xiao was jolted awake once more. Then came the relentless, repetitive lashing. Lin Fan had no desire to watch this tedious process, so he stepped out of the cell to rest for a moment. The agonizing shrieks from the torture chamber drifted into the cells of the armored soldiers, making their hair stand on end. This was a deliberate psychological design of the imperial prison. The screams of those being interrogated were intended to inflict immense mental pressure on the remaining captives. By the time those prisoners were brought to the rack, many would confess completely before a single instrument of torture was even applied. Half an hour later, Su Kuang emerged, his hands stained with blood. How is it? Lin Fan inquired. Su Kuang shook his head. My lord, Qin Xiao cannot withstand the beating well and has fainted several times already. However, his mouth is incredibly tight. He has not confessed a single detail regarding the Zhongding Marquis mansion. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not expected Qin Xiao to be so unyielding. It appeared that Qin Xiao's ability to win the favor of the Marquis of Zhongding was not merely due to his mother's exceptional beauty, but was also inextricably linked to his own competence. Lin Fan sighed and remarked, who would have thought that this Qin Xiao is quite the resilient man? Since he is a man of such fortitude, we must accord him the respect he deserves. He fumbled through his robes, and after a brief moment retrieved a porcelain vial. Handing the vial to Su Kuang, he instructed, "There is medicine inside. When Qin Xiao is on the verge of collapsing, feed him a pill to keep him alive. Do not let him die. After repeating this cycle a few times, I expect he will break." Hearing this, Su Kuang shuddered. He recognized the porcelain vial all too well, which contained medicinal pills used for cultivation. Such pills did not merely enhance one's cultivation and replenish vital energy, they were also highly effective at sustaining life and healing wounds. For an ordinary person, this vial of pills was equivalent to having several extra lives, which also meant that Qin Xiao would have to endure several times the agony. Within the cell, Qin Xiao's breathing had grown exceedingly faint. At last, release was near. His eyes began to grow hazy. The mortal realm was full of suffering. Once he died, he would feel no pain, and he would no longer have to endure this torture. Yet in the very next instant, he felt something suddenly placed into his mouth. Dissolved by his saliva, the object slid down his throat. Immediately after, a warm current seemed to course through his body, and his wounds began to itch intensely. The blurry scene before him gradually cleared. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Hu pressing down with a searing red-hot branding iron. With a sharp hiss, he shrieked, "Ah, Lin Fan, you will die a horrible death. Why must you keep me alive? Just let me die. I beg of you, just let me die." Qin Xiao's cries were agonizingly shrill, filled with curses, accusations, and utter despair. The faint-hearted in the cells had already wet themselves in terror. Were the methods of the Jinyui truly so terrifying? To think they could drive Lord Qin to a state where he could neither live nor die? After being forced to consume 4 medicinal pills, Qin Xiao finally capitulated. Virtually a whole layer of flesh had been scraped from his body. Even Wang, who could not help but admire him, to endure the Jinyui's methods for so long, he was willing to name Qin Xiao the most resilient man he had ever witnessed. "Lord Qin, I truly admire you. You are the most resilient person I have ever laid eyes on," Wang Hu remarked with a click of his tongue. Qin Xiao looked up at him, a few more tears squeezing from the corners of his eyes. This was simply too humiliating. Qin Xiao confessed thoroughly, making the connection between himself and the Zhongding Marquis mansion crystal clear. Once he signed and pressed his thumbprint onto the document, the written confession was delivered to Lin Fan. It was already the dead of night. When Lin Fan received the confession, he was somewhat astonished. Even he felt a modicum of respect for Qin Xiao. Sweeping his gaze over the document, his furrowed brow finally relaxed. The confession detailed how the Marquis of Zhongding had directed Qin Xiao to profit from trafficking military weaponry, implicating an entire collateral branch of the Zhongding Marquis clan. The sum involved reached as high as 2 million taels of silver, and there was even a record of selling the great Jing Divine Might crossbows to the Heavenly Wolf Court. Qin Jingyue, oh Qin Jingyue, even if this does not utterly destroy your Zhongding Marquis mansion, it will certainly deal you a crippling blow, will it not? Lin Fan held the confession, his lips curving into a smile. Since this concerned the trafficking of military weaponry, Lin Fan had no need to report it to the Qianhu office. He could bypass them entirely and send a carrier pigeon straight to the emperor's ear. This was one of the Jinyui's special privileges. In the event of a monumental case, they could send a direct letter to the reigning emperor, preventing any illicit interception by intermediaries. Trafficking military weaponry was without a doubt a monumental case. After releasing the carrier pigeon, Su Kuang brought another piece of welcome news. Zhou Jian, the vice-general, had finally relented, agreeing to serve as a state witness to testify against Qin Xiao's rebellion. With the officials of Fengzhou as witnesses coupled with Zhou Jian's testimony as a state witness. No matter how Marquis Zhongding maneuvered, he could not alter the undeniable fact of Qin Xiao's rebellion. Once Zhou Jian relented, his treatment was immediately upgraded, save for his martial cultivation remaining sealed. While he was not pampered with exquisite delicacies, simple meals were provided in abundance. Furthermore, his cell was remarkably spacious, harboring far fewer rats than the others. As for the remaining armored soldiers, their utility had run its course. Lin Fan had the leisure temporarily transfer them to the prefectural prison, easing the pressure on the imperial prison. Otherwise, keeping so many men confined for days would inevitably turn the place into a squalid mess of filth, and Lin Fan had no desire to see his pristine imperial prison reduced to a cesspool. Having settled the remaining affairs, Lin Fan finally collapsed onto his bed. After stretching his limbs and resting briefly to restore his energy to its peak, he prepared to venture into the bronze mirror world to continue gathering cultivation resources. After all, he had a large cohort of subordinates to support, and elevating his cultivation was essential for smooth operations. Furthermore, now that both his martial skills and movement techniques had progressed, using the bronze mirror to practice them further seemed rather wasteful. It was far better to gather more resources to bolster his cultivation. Bronze mirror world, here I come. Lin Fan activated the ancient bronze mirror. A profound wave of vertigo washed over him. Even as a martial artist of the upper 3 ranks, he remained utterly defenseless against this overpowering dizziness. Thud! He materialized within the bronze mirror world. Yet as he opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was not a landscape teeming with resources. Instead, it was a massive wolf head. The beast's face was practically pressed against his own, its nose touching his forehead. A foul, putrid stench wafted from its jaws, assaulting Lin Fan's nostrils. Holy shit! Lin Fan cried out in shock, instantly vanishing from the bronze mirror world. The alpha wolf had been waiting in the bronze mirror world for a long time, having memorized the exact timing of this bizarre human's appearance. Since the timing was always consistent, it had waited there deliberately. However, the human did not arrive on schedule this time, appearing only when the wolf had just drifted off into a brief slumber. By the time the beast reacted and lunged to bite, the man had already vanished. Seeing its prey slip away from its very jaws, the alpha wolf's eyes filled with immense frustration. How could it have been so impatient? Why couldn't it have waited just a little longer before sleeping? It resolved to lie in wait again today, determined not to lose focus. Making up its mind, the alpha wolf summoned the entire pack. This time, the moment the human materialized, he would fall straight into their waiting jaws. Meanwhile, Lin Fan sat on his bed, utterly dazed. Wasn't that the same pack of wolves from yesterday? Why on earth were they guarding the exact spot where I entered the bronze mirror world? Lin Fan muttered to himself, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was not as if he had never encountered wolves before, but he had never been camped like this. Could I have been targeted by that pack? Are they trying to camp my spawn point? A terrifying realization dawned upon Lin Fan. If that is indeed the case, does it mean I can no longer enter the bronze mirror world to gather resources, eh? At this thought, Lin Fan felt utterly exasperated. He took out all his remaining resources and took inventory. Currently, he possessed half a caddy of medicinal grass, leaves a few red wild berries, and 2 apricot pits. Lin Fan let out a long sigh. It seems I must tighten my belt until that pack moves on. As for defeating the wolves, he did not even dare to entertain the thought. In that world, even standing up was an ordeal. Attempting to exterminate the pack was nothing short of a pipe dream. Early the next morning, Lin Fan, who had not slept a wink, dragged his exhausted body out of bed. "Young master, what happened to you?" Lin Guzi was startled by Lin Fan's disheveled appearance. Ever since they left the capital, he had never seen his master looking so haggard. Lin Fan stretched and let out a long yawn. "I am perfectly fine." As he spoke, he scratched an itch on his waist. "By the way, distribute the silver to the brothers. The rewards must be handed out." "Young master, are you truly all right?" Lin Guzi bypassed the topic and pressed further. Lin Fan waved his hand. "I am truly fine. Just distribute the silver first. The brothers risk their lives for these few taels of silver, so let us not delay it." "Understood," Lin Guzi nodded. "Then I shall go distribute the silver. Please take care of your health, young master. Don't worry, you talk too much nonsense." Lin Fan planted a swift kick on Lin Guzi's backside. Feeling the familiar force, Lin Guzi was reassured that his master was indeed in perfect health. After sending Lin Guzi off, Lin Fan fell into deep thought again while washing up. What if that pack of wolves guarded his spawn point indefinitely? He could not simply abandon the bronze mirror world. If he had a weapon in hand, or could bring a suit of armor inside, would he be able to contend with those wolves? Yet Lin Fan quickly dismissed the idea. Mortal items would likely be reduced to scrap metal in that realm. After all, even a mere apricot pit was harder than his imperial bestowed spring-sleeve saber. Unable to find a solution after much deliberation, Lin Fan could only set it aside and attend to other matters. Although the confession had been dispatched to the capital via carrier pigeon, it would take at least 2 days and nights for the bird to arrive. Covering a distance of over 3,000 miles, only specially trained carrier pigeons could fly at such speed. Today, Lin Fan planned to escort the 400 armored soldiers and Qin Shao to the Guangming Prefecture 1,000-man office. Once they were delivered to the 1,000-man office, the matter would no longer concern the 100-man office. Lin Fan only needed to sit back, watch the Marquis Zhongding's estate meet its ruin, and wait to claim his rewards. With this achievement, securing a promotion to Vice 1,000-man commander should be well within reach. That morning, Lin Fan selected Lin Guzi and Wang Hu to accompany him to Guangming Prefecture, ordering Su Kuang to temporarily oversee the 100-man office while the remaining banner commanders returned to their respective jurisdictions. The journey from Fengzhou City to Guangming Prefecture was considerable, spanning over 800 miles. Since they were escorting prisoners, it would take approximately 10 days to reach their destination. This was only because the prisoners were elite armored soldiers possessing excellent stamina and marching speed. Otherwise, the journey would have easily taken half a month. The convoy slowly ambled out of Fengzhou City. Lin Fan lay atop a carriage laden with grain. In the barren wilderness, feeding over 400 men required several carriages filled with provisions. "Young master, do you have something on your mind?" Lin Guzi rode up and inquired. Lying on the grain, Lin Fan glanced at him before sitting up. With a solemn expression, Lin Fan asked, "Guzi, what do you think is the best way to drive away a large pack of wolves?" "Young master, with your cultivation level, let alone a pack of wolves, even the Mountain Lord is no match for you. Couldn't you just dispatch them directly?" Lin Guzi asked, puzzled. "And what if I had no cultivation?" Lin Fan countered solemnly. "And what if I were extremely weak? So weak that even standing up was a struggle?" Lin Fan said solemnly. "Then I wouldn't know." Lin Guzi shook his head, then added, "But if you could prepare in advance, perhaps you could get a tiger's skin. I've heard that wolves fear tigers. Even the mere scent of a tiger can scare them away." "Wolves fear tigers." Hearing this, Lin Fan stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. "I wonder if the wolves of the bronze mirror world fear the tigers of the great Jing dynasty." The imperial capital, the mansion of Marquis Zhongding. Ever since he delegated the task to Qin Shao, Qin Jingyue had been plagued by a persistent sense of foreboding. Looking at the table filled with exquisite delicacies, he found them utterly tasteless. Chao should have reached Fengzhou last night. By this time he must have already captured Lin Fan. My lord, please eat first. Chao has always been prudent in his undertakings. There will surely be no mishap this time. A middle-aged woman walked over offering comfort with a smile. Chao is of your own flesh and blood, so I am naturally at ease. Seeing the woman, a gentle smile graced Qin Jingyue's face. He picked up his chopsticks and placed some food into his bowl. Yet before the morsel could even reach his mouth, the housekeeper suddenly rushed in panic-stricken. My lord, this is bad. Bang! Qin Jingyue slammed his bowl down onto the table. Frowning, he demanded, what has happened? How can you lose your composure in such an unseemly manner? The housekeeper hurriedly adjusted his robes, caught his breath, and only then spoke. My lord, a grave matter has arisen. Speak. Qin Jingyue picked up his bowl, once more intending to shovel the mouthful of rice into his mouth. The Qilin Pavilion has suddenly updated the Hidden Dragon ranking, and Lin Fan's rank has ascended to the 27th place. The moment the housekeeper's words left his mouth, Qin Jingyue instantly spat out the mouthful of rice. Staring at the housekeeper in sheer disbelief, he demanded harshly, what did you just say? The housekeeper swallowed hard, his voice trembling. My lord, Lin Fan's rank on the Hidden Dragon ranking has risen to the 27th spot. Clatter. Qin Jingyue's bowl slipped from his hand and clattered onto the table. The Hidden Dragon ranking was not strictly updated on a monthly basis. When a prodigy on the ranking shifted by more than 50 places, the Qilin Pavilion would issue an extraordinary update. Rising from 97th to 27th was a direct leap of 70 places, which was why the Qilin Pavilion had updated the ranking. For Lin Fan to ascend to the 27th spot, he must have trodden upon the corpses of others to get there. The path of supreme geniuses was inevitably paved with bones and blood. Give me the announcement, Qin Jingyue said through gritted teeth. The housekeeper was too terrified to even budge. I said give me the announcement. Qin Jingyue slammed the table, roaring at the housekeeper. And my lord, here it is. The housekeeper hurriedly pulled the Qilin Pavilion announcement from his sleeve and presented it with trembling hands. Qin Jingyue snatched the announcement and scanned it rapidly. His hands trembled and his face turned as pale as paper. Lin Fan 27th on the Hidden Dragon ranking, abandoned son of the mansion of the Bingjian Prince, Jinui Centurion. Record of battle fought alone against 4 5th-rank centurions and 2 lieutenant generals. All centurions were slain, while the lieutenant generals suffered 1 dead and 1 wounded. Subsequently, he slew Qin Jun, a 3rd-rank martial artist, using a perfected first-class martial technique. My lord, what is wrong? Seeing Qin Jingyue's reaction, the beautiful woman's expression also shifted. She took the announcement, scanned it quickly, and her face instantly turned deathly pale. My lord, Qin Jun is dead. Does that mean Chao has? The beautiful woman covered her face and wept bitterly, clutching Qin Jingyue's shoulder as she cried. My lord, you must save Chao. Though Chao is not your biological son, he has always revered you like a father. Revered me like a father. Qin Jingyue shuddered as a chilling realization suddenly dawned on him. Now that Qin Shao had fallen into Lin Fan's hands, he might very well confess to the illicit smuggling of military weaponry. It was even highly probable that he was captured because he had initiated the assault. If that were the case, and they did not sever ties with Qin Shao immediately, wouldn't the entire mansion of Marquis Zhongding be dragged to ruin with him? At this thought, he immediately shoved the beautiful woman aside, roaring, Vile woman, you raised an unfilial son who has brought disaster upon my Marquis mansion. I cannot spare you today. He immediately ordered his men to drag the woman away and dispose of her. Meanwhile, he dispatched a flurry of messages. Even if he had to sacrifice the entire collateral branch of the Qin family connected to Qin Shao, he had to secure the safety of the mansion of Marquis Zhongding. As order after order was handed down, the entire mansion of Marquis Zhongding fell into a state of upheaval. Members of the Qin clan were being executed one after another, yet the executioners were none other than the Marquis's own trusted men. Qin Jingyue then summoned Qin Feng and said, Feng go seek your sister's help. During tomorrow's imperial court session, the Bingjian prince must plead on our behalf. Father, I understand. Qin Feng set off for the mansion of the Bingjian prince under the cover of night. Having arranged everything, Qin Jingyue turned things over in his mind repeatedly. Assured that there were no loopholes, he returned to his chambers and solemnly opened a chest. Inside the chest lay a set of battered armor. It was heavily mottled with rust, yet at the chest was a gaping hole as thick as an arm, presenting a truly ghastly sight. Undercurrents surged through the imperial capital, and the mansion of Marquis Zhongding was in even greater turmoil. However, Lin Fan was entirely oblivious to the happenings in the capital, though at this moment his entire focus was directed toward the world within the bronze mirror. In the early hours of the morning, he ventured deep into the mountain forests and hunted a fierce tiger. After skinning the beast, he fashioned the pelt into rudimentary clothing and put it on. I wonder if the scent on this tiger pelt can scare off that pack of wild wolves. Lin Fan tugged at the pelt on his body and took a deep breath. Once inside, if there is any danger, I will withdraw immediately. At worst, I'll take a single bite. As long as I am fast enough, the wolf pack won't be able to pin me down. Having steeled his resolve, Lin Fan activated the ancient bronze mirror. Within the mirror world, the wolf pack, led by the alpha wolf, had formed a tight circle around the spot where Lin Fan would materialize. The alpha wolf's eyes gleamed intensely, staring unblinkingly at the spot where Lin Fan had last vanished. This time it was determined to sink its teeth into him and taste this human who could vanish and reappear at will. It licked the fur around its muzzle, its deep blue eyes chillingly cold. Judging by the past timing, that human should be appearing any moment now. Immediately after, a figure suddenly dropped to the ground. The wolves prepared to pounce and tear it apart. Holy crap! No, wait, it's a tiger. The alpha wolf abruptly halted. The other wolves followed suit and stopped in their tracks. Taking advantage of the pause, Lin Fan lifted the tiger pelt and scanned his surroundings. Holy crap! He was completely surrounded by a dense ring of wolves. Without a moment's hesitation, he instantly vanished from the mirror world. The very instant he disappeared, the previously filled-out tiger pelt collapsed onto the ground. The wolves were dumbfounded. They were, after all, mere beasts, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. How could that human be beneath the tiger's skin only to vanish so abruptly? Even though the tiger was dead, the residual scent emanating from the pelt still struck a chord of fear in the wolves. Stealing its courage, the alpha wolf crept closer and sniffed the pelt. The scent of blood was still fresh. It bit down on the tiger pelt. With just a gentle tug, the pelt tore open like a piece of rotten cloth, leaving a gaping tear. The alpha wolf was baffled. A tiger pelt should be tough and resilient, yet this one was so fragile that it shredded at a mere tug. It tore at it frantically, shredding the once intact pelt into a pile of scraps on the ground. Despicable human to deceive wolves with a fake tiger pelt. Sitting atop the shredded pelt, the alpha wolf threw its head back and howled. The other wolves quickly followed suit. With a cold glint in its eyes, the alpha wolf decided to keep waiting in ambush. It would catch this cunning human no matter what. In the imperial capital, before the break of dawn, the assembly of officials had already stepped through the lingering veil of night to ascend the grand court. It was a rule decreed by the ancestors, one that even Emperor Jing was compelled to obey. He awoke reluctantly from the warmth of tender flesh and soft jade. Attended by his imperial concubines, he donned his dragon robe, and once properly attired, departed the bedchamber with lingering drowsiness. Emperor Jing yawned, stretching his limbs upon stepping outside. The nearby chamberlain wished to remind the emperor that such unbridled behavior was unseemly, but in the end he lacked the courage to speak. After all, this sovereign possessed a rather volatile temperament. The adage, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger, was by no means a jest. Your Majesty, there is a carrier pigeon dispatch from the Fengzhou 100 household office. As soon as he stepped out of the inner palace, a brocade guard clad in a crimson flying fish robe immediately appeared before Emperor Jing, holding a pigeon. A dispatch via carrier pigeon from the Fengzhou 100 household office. Emperor Jing raised an eyebrow. Retrieve the letter. Once the letter was retrieved, Emperor Jing scanned it briefly, and as he read, he could not help but chuckle aloud. This Lin Fan is quite audacious. How intriguing. Today's court assembly promises to be rather amusing. Crumpling the letter in his hand, he spoke indifferently. Come, let us attend the court. Within the Golden Throne Hall, the civil and military officials had already taken their respective positions. The Prince Regent stood at the head of the military officers, while on the opposite side the two prime ministers led the civil officials. Although the Marquis of Zhongding intended to transition into a civil official and had taken in many disciples, he had yet to complete this transformation. Consequently, he still stood among the ranks of the military officials, albeit in a relatively prominent position near the front. However, the Marquis of Zhongding's court robes appeared somewhat bloated today, looking a size larger than usual. The news of the Hidden Dragon ranks update had already spread far and wide last night. To reach the 27th place on the Hidden Dragon rank at a mere 20 years of age, and to successfully step into the realm of a third-grade martial artist, the Prince Regent must have been blind to let his own prodigy slip away. Of course, everyone only dared to harbor such thoughts in their minds, and none dared to speak them aloud in the presence of Lin Nantian. Standing within the imperial court, Lin Nantian's eyes seemed devoid of focus. He was contemplating the bulletin from the Qilin Pavilion he had seen yesterday. What on earth had happened to that rebellious son of his? How had he suddenly transformed from a profligate playboy into a master of martial arts? That rebellious son was only 18 years old. To enter the realm of a third-grade martial artist at 18 was even faster than his own advancement back in his youth. He then thought of his wife's plea last night to intercede on the boy's behalf, leaving his heart in a state of immense turmoil. However, the moment Emperor Jing ascended the dragon throne, everyone's attention instantly converged upon him. Such was the majesty of the Heaven Son. Even if Emperor Jing appeared fatuous and indulged in wine and women, he was still the sovereign of the great Jing. His gaze swept over the assembled ministers, lingering slightly longer when it passed over Lin Nantian and Qin Jinghua. Your Majesty, your servant deserves 10,000 deaths. Before Emperor Jing could even speak, the Marquis of Zhongding, Qin Jinghua, suddenly fell to his knees and cried out. Oh! Emperor Jing raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, what crime has my beloved minister committed? Your servant. Your servant is guilty of a grave oversight. Qin Jinghua pressed his forehead against the floor, not daring to raise his head. Qin Jingyue, your oversight is rather remarkable. Qin Shao is a member of your Qin clan, yet you claim to be unaware that he smuggled military weaponry to the northern frontier grasslands. It seems to me that you have grown senile in your old age, Emperor Jing sneered. The imperial majesty enveloped Qin Jingyue like an endless tide. With his forehead pressed to the floor, the robes on his back were already drenched in sweat, and beads of perspiration the size of beans seeped from his brow, dripping continuously onto the ground. Qin Shao smuggled military arms, and even dared to lead troops to besiege the Brocade Guard. Is it Qin Shao who is lawless, or did you, the Marquis of Zhongding, embolden him? Emperor Jing questioned sternly. Your servant deserves 10,000 deaths. Qin Jingyue continued. Your Majesty, the smuggling of military arms has absolutely nothing to do with the Marquis of Zhongding's estate. It was perpetrated by the collateral branch of Qin Liang's lineage, and your servant was entirely unaware. Seated high upon the dragon throne, Emperor Jing looked down at him and said, smuggling military weaponry and besieging the Brocade Guard. By any measure, either of these is a capital offense warranting the execution of 9 generations, is it not? I beg your Majesty to show mercy. Qin Jingyue kowtowed violently once more. Perhaps due to the sheer force of his movement, his official court robes tore open. Accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, a suit of rust-covered armor was revealed to everyone. The armor was riddled with scars left by various weapons, and there was a gaping hole the width of an arm right at the chest. Upon seeing this armor, Emperor Jing's gaze sharpened. Beloved Minister Qin, you are indeed resourceful, even donning the armor left by your ancestors. If I recall correctly, the gaping hole at the chest of this armor was left when your great-grandfather shielded the Emperor of Great Lai from a crossbow bolt. Your Majesty, your servant would rather die in battle like my ancestors than be implicated in the crimes committed by distant collateral relatives. I pray your Majesty grants this old servant's request to take my family to the northern frontier and shed our blood upon the battlefield. Qin Jingyue kowtowed once more, his head striking the floor heavily with a dull thud. The surrounding civil and military officials were all astounded by the old man's maneuver. As expected of a seasoned veteran in politics, and indeed worthy of the Marquis of Zhongding, who had managed to transition from a military general to a figure of influence in both civil and military spheres. Smuggling military arms would be a devastating crime of 9-generation execution for anyone else, yet he was on the verge of turning the situation completely around. Emperor Jing's gaze grew increasingly cold. What a brilliant move of retreating to advance. This old fellow truly possessed formidable schemes. If he were to actually execute him now, he would surely bear the infamy of a tyrant. Moreover, since Qin Jingyue had already designated Qin Shao's lineage as a collateral branch, he must have made flawless preparations. Even if an investigation were launched, it was highly likely that nothing would be found. He looked up at Lin Fan and asked, Prince Regent Minister Qin is your father-in-law. Do you have any recommendations? Hearing this, Qin Jingyue breathed a sigh of relief. Since Emperor Jing had asked his worthy son-in-law for advice, there should be no major issues ahead. It would be nothing more than a forfeiture of salary or a demotion. Lin Fan hurriedly said, Your Majesty, smuggling military arms is indeed a heinous crime deserving of the execution of 9 generations. Even if the Marquis of Zhongding was unaware of the matter, he must be severely punished. Otherwise, how can the soldiers fighting on the borders find peace of mind? Upon hearing these words, Qin Jingyue's expression instantly froze. He glanced at Lin Fan from the corner of his eye, repeatedly signaling him with his gaze to change his tune. Yet Lin Fan remained completely oblivious, offering no response whatsoever. Then how does the Prince Regent believe we should proceed? Emperor Jing had not expected Lin Fan to respond in such a manner, and his interest in what followed grew even keener. Your servant believes his noble title should be stripped to appease the public. However, since the Marquis of Zhongding was truly unaware and his ancestors rendered great service to the state, no further punishment should be imposed after the stripping of his title. Lin Fan braved his father-in-law's murderous glare and finished his words with gritted teeth. A smile appeared on Emperor Jing's face, though Lin Fan was somewhat slow-witted. His attitude toward public affairs was indeed quite upright. Stripping the title would work well. It would save a significant amount of stipend every year, and it would also make those parasites behave. If even a marquis could have his title stripped, what more of those minor insignificant officials? Emperor Jing immediately waved his hand. Let it be done as the Prince Regent suggests. Strip Qin Jingyue of his hereditary title of the Marquis of Zhongding. Stripped of his title. When Qin Jingyue heard those 4 words, it felt as though the heavens were collapsing upon him. The hereditary rank his ancestors had fought and bled to obtain was ruined by his own son. No, it was Qin Shao, that good-for-nothing Qin Shao, who destroyed it. And Lin Fan, that cursed bastard. After all, he is his granddaughter's husband. How could he treat him this way? He even pinned the charge of treason onto Qin Shao and exposed the matter of smuggling military weapons. Didn't he fear implicating the Bingjian prince's mansion? Even if Qin Jingyue had once sent men to undermine him, it was all done for the stability of the Bingjian prince's mansion. All to help Xiaolong secure his position as heir apparent, for the sake of the Zhongding Marquis Manor and the Bingjian prince's mansion. Why couldn't Lin Fan make a small sacrifice? Why couldn't he accommodate everyone and not cause such a massive disturbance? Now it was all over. The title was gone, gone. Standing among the civil officials, Qin Feng also felt his sky collapsing. He was currently a director in the Ministry of Personnel, holding a 5th-rank position and considered somewhat influential at court. Yet what could a mere director of the Ministry of Personnel compare with the status of a Marquis heir? One had to labor like an ox or horse for his position, while the other was inherited without diminishing. There was no need to compare them to see the vast gap. With his father stripped of the title, what was there left for him to inherit? The status of heir was gone too. But unlike his father's enemies, he not only resented Lin Fan and Lin, but also harbored hatred toward his own father Qin Jinghua. If it weren't for this troublesome father failing to control his second brother who insisted on taking Qin Shao's mother as a concubine, how would this disaster have come to pass? Idiot. He couldn't even protect a title. What a useless father indeed. Emperor Jing gazed down at Qin Jinghua and asked, Minister Qin, why do you remain silent? Yet facing the emperor's inquiry, he could only count out, this subject thanks your majesty for his sacred grace. There is no need to thank me. After all, it was I who took your title. When your sons and grandsons earn military merit in the future, I will give priority to restoring the Qin family's rank. Emperor Jing spoke with an indifferent expression and casual tone. Qin Jinghua's heart bled. Earning military merit, such a difficult prospect. Unless one was a founding meritorious official or expanded the territory, what opportunities were there to achieve deeds worthy of a noble title? Moreover, even if such opportunities existed, he did not believe that Qin Feng or the younger generation had the capability. Martial practice was arduous. The Qin family had long gradually abandoned the path of martial arts and shifted toward civil service. Those who commit faults must be punished, and those who merit reward must be honored. Emperor Jing cleared his throat, his resonant voice spreading across the golden throne hall. Upon hearing this, all the ministers immediately understood the emperor's meaning. The fault referred to the Zhongding Marquis manor, so the merit naturally belonged to Lin Fan, the 100-person captain of the Imperial Guards. Who would have thought that this cast-off son of the Bingjian prince's mansion after joining the Imperial Guards would rise so triumphantly? Repeatedly earning merit and gaining the emperor's favor, his rank climbed like bamboo segments. How long had it been? Just over a month, and he had already reached the position of 100-person captain. Now from the emperor's words, it seemed his rank would be elevated further. The Bingjian prince was indeed formidable in martial cultivation, but his judgment was abysmal. He might as well have been blind. Lin Fan risked his life to achieve such great merit, preventing our great Jing's military weapons from flowing into enemy lands. What rewards do you all suggest? Emperor Jing announced. Wang Lang, who had always supported Lin Fan, immediately stepped forward. Respectfully stating, Your Majesty, this old minister believes that Lin Fan's merits to the state are sufficient for him to serve as a 1,000-person captain. Even as a 100-person captain, he has repeatedly earned merit. If promoted to 1,000-person captain, would he not bring further benefit to the common people? Upon hearing this, Qin Jinghua clenched his fists, wishing to strangle Wang Lang, that old villain, right there on the spot. If Lin Fan became a 1,000-person captain, how dire would things be? A 1,000-person captain could govern an entire prefecture. In the Great Jing Dynasty, one prefecture typically comprised 8 to 10 circuits spanning 1,000 li. The position of 1,000-person captain was already equivalent to a high-ranking court official. How much time had passed? Less than 2 months. At this rate of promotion by years, and they might as well appoint him commander of the Imperial Guards. Yet however much dissatisfaction churned within him, Qin Jinghua could not step forward to object. Having just been stripped of his title, and being a party to the case, speaking out now would only invite disaster upon himself. He kept casting sidelong glances at those he had previously promoted, but not a single one dared to stand up and oppose. They all stood rooted to the spot, like silent gourds. What does Minister Wan's proposal seem to you? Does anyone hold differing views? Emperor Jing inquired. Qin Jinghua was on the verge of burning with anxiety. At that moment, Lin Fan finally moved. Your Majesty, this subject believes Minister Wang's proposal is unwise. Wang Lang was already cursing this fool in his heart, blocking his own son's path to promotion, truly unworthy of being called a human being. As the saying goes, a stepmother makes a stepfather. A Lin Fan was indeed a fool. He raged inwardly while Lin Fan began his argument. Your Majesty, Lin Fan is merely 18 years old. Over a month ago, he was still a worthless prodigal. Your Majesty is well aware of this. He has already risen to the rank of 100-person captain, which is no slow advancement. If promoted directly to 1,000-person captain, he may well revert to his old nature, bringing suffering to the people and tarnishing Your Majesty's prestige. Lin Fan's words were cruel, attacking from the angles of seniority and past misdeeds. Laying these two arguments before Emperor Jing made it extremely difficult to promote Lin Fan further. Bingjian Prince, have you not heard the recent rumors? Wang Lang countered. In this old minister's opinion, Lin Fan is without fault. At the very least, since joining the Imperial Guards, he has done nothing but good deeds that benefit the nation and its people. On the contrary, your wife ought to be thoroughly investigated. This old minister suspects she is far from virtuous and gracious. Lin Fan fell silent. He had indeed heard much recent gossip. Yet Qin Hui had always treated him exceedingly well, and Ray Xiaolong remarkably well. He paused then spoke gravely. Minister Wang misunderstands. I oppose Lin Fan's promotion not because of private matters, but because I fear that in his youth wielding such great authority may not be beneficial to his growth or to the common people. If this old minister recalls correctly, your highness was but 17 when you succeeded to the title. Did you not then lead troops on the battlefield and defend the territory of our great Jing? Can your highness wield great power in your youth, yet Lin Fan cannot? Wang Lang sneered. Lin Anshan maintained his serious expression. Minister Wang, my situation differs from my rebellious sons. How so? Wang Lang retorted. Lin Anshan was speechless once more. To speak praising words about himself in public was something he simply could not bring himself to do. Moreover, to disparage Lin Fan now, when the matter concerned Lin Fan's merits, would surely displeasing the emperor. Your Majesty, it appears the prince has no further words. This old minister proposes that Lin Fan be promoted to 1,000-person captain of Guangming Prefecture. Wang Lang stated respectfully. Upon the dragon throne, Emperor Jing's brows furrowed slightly. Perhaps the Bingjian prince has a point. Yet leaping directly from 100-person captain to 1,000-person captain, bypassing the vice 1,000-person captain rank, may not be wise. Lin Fan is indeed young. He paused then continued. Let us do this: promote Lin Fan to vice 1,000-person captain of the Imperial Guards. Establish a probationary period of 1 year. If no misconduct occurs during this period, he shall be promoted to 1,000-person captain. If he achieves great merit, he shall be promoted directly. Upon hearing this, Wang Lang immediately declared, Your Majesty is most wise. The court session dispersed. Wang Lang and the others were exceedingly satisfied with the final outcome. An unconventional Jinyue had emerged, and they were determined to protect him at all costs. Qin Jingyue and Qin Feng's expressions were the complete opposite extreme. Qin Jingyue's face was as black as a soot-covered wok. Despite bringing out the ancestral armor, he still failed to preserve the noble title. Qin Feng was also seething with frustration. With the heir apparent identity of Marquis Zhongding stripped away, he was left with only the position of director in the Ministry of Personnel. Father, look at the mess you've made. He could not resist blaming Qin Jingyue. Qin Jingyue paused then roared, You little brat, what have I done? He was already churning with rage, yet now his own son dared to reprimand him. He was about to fly into a rage immediately. If you hadn't arranged for Qin Shao to hold such an important position, how would our Marquis Zhongding estate have lost its title? Qin Feng snapped. Do you know there's another phrase in the intelligence report, sacrificing one's mother to secure an official position? It has become a classic idiom referring precisely to you and Qin Shao. Qin Jingyue was taken aback. He had never heard of this term, nor had he ever encountered such a story. He immediately pulled Qin Feng over to ask, desperate to learn what had happened. Qin Feng explained the origin of this idiom in full detail. Upon hearing the tale, Qin Jingyue's face turned an ashen purple with fury. Damn Lin Fan. You filthy little beast. How dare you humiliate me so? Once this story was told, it would echo through the ages, and the sordid affairs between him and Qin Shao's mother would be exposed for all eternity. At this thought, he was consumed by righteous wrath, longing to devour Lin Fan's flesh raw and sleep upon his skin. Father, I warned you long ago that Qin Shao was unreliable. You were blinded by that woman back then and wouldn't listen. Now look at the result. The title is gone, and we've earned ourselves a cautionary tale. The entire Qin family will be infamous alongside your name for all eternity, Qin Feng said resentfully. Qin Jingyue tilted his head and let out a long sigh to the heavens. He truly regretted it now. Why had he failed to control himself? Why had he chosen to rely on Qin Shao and Lin Fan? Despite being his grandson by marriage, why must he suffer such humiliation? The noble title was lost, and even 100 years hence, he would have no face to meet his ancestors. But a ruined reputation tainted by a single anecdote would reverberate through history forever. At this thought, darkness swam before Qin Jingyue's eyes. Father-in-law in the imperial court. I did not refuse to assist you. However, trafficking in military equipment is indeed a grave offense. If we set such a precedent, it would only encourage further corruption, harming both the nation and the armed forces. After hesitating for a long time from a distance, Lin Nantian finally approached. He wished to explain why he had not helped the Marquis Zhongding estate retain its title, trusting that his father-in-law's family like Heir would understand his predicament. Begone. I disown you as my son-in-law. My noble title, the Qin family's title, has been destroyed by your hands. I shall send for my daughter tomorrow and bring her back. Qin Jingyue unleashes a torrent of curses upon Lin Nantian without mercy. His mind is completely clouded by rage, lashing out at anyone within reach. A dignified Bingjian king, Lin Nantian, was being berated so severely he could barely lift his head. Besides, raising his face meant being sprayed with saliva, profuse and fetid, far worse than the stinky tofu sold on the streets. I was blind back then to have married my daughter to you. Tomorrow I shall wed her to a beggar, to a peddler, or a common soldier. Qin Jingyue had lost all composure, cursing indiscriminately. Suddenly overwhelmed by rising blood, and his chest heaved violently, and a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. With that spray of blood, Qin Jingyue's body went limp, and he nearly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Father-in-law. Lin Nantian hurriedly reached out to support him. Father. Qin Feng also panicked. The Qin family still depended on this foolish old man to hold things together. The title was already lost. They could not afford to lose the entire Qin clan as well. Father-in-law has been struck by furious anger, causing his vital energy to reverse. Quick, carry him back for medical treatment, or he risks suffering paralysis. Lin Nantian immediately hoisted Qin Jingyue into his arms and ordered someone to fetch the imperial physicians at once. Though Qin Feng harbored grievances against Lin Nantian, he had no choice but to rely on him at this moment, so he dared not speak. After the imperial physicians finished their treatment, Lin Nantian personally escorted Qin Jingyue back to the Marquis Zhongding estate. Passing by the main entrance, he saw artisans from the palace dismantling the estate signboard. The sight drew a sigh from him, but his conscience was clear. Qin Feng, already harboring resentment toward him, certainly had no intention of inviting him to stay for a meal. When Lin Nantian finally returned to the Bingjian King Manor in the afternoon, gazing at the manor, thinking of his obedient son and virtuous wife, he let out a long, relieved breath. Though his father-in-law's family did not understand his actions, his son and wife would surely comprehend his intentions. In a couple of days I shall have Heir visit the Qin estate to comfort my father-in-law and ease his resentment toward me. Muttering to himself, Lin Nantian stepped into the Bingjian King Manor. Heir, I am home. Upon reaching the rear hall, Lin Nantian called out loudly. By past custom, his madam should have had his meal prepared by now. However, upon entering the dining hall, he froze. Lin Xiaolong and Qin Hui sat with cold expressions. Much of the furniture and items on the floor had been shattered, and the atmosphere was chillingly rigid. Xiaolong, Heir, what is wrong? Lin Nantian asked in confusion. Qin Hui raised her tear-swollen red-rimmed eyes and fixed them on him, demanding, My lord, since I married into this manor, I have served diligently and kept this household in decent order, have I not? Lin Nantian nodded. Indeed. Who in the capital does not praise you as virtuous and gracious? Aside from Lin Fan's prodigal ways, I have also educated Xiaolong adequately, have I not? Qin Hui pressed again. Xiaolong excels in both literary and military arts, and upholds the manor's honor, Lin Nantian replied. Then why did you support the emperor in stripping my father's title? Do you not know how hard won the Qin family's nobility has been? Qin Hui immediately covered her face and burst into tears once more. If you are dissatisfied with me, you may simply divorce me and cast Xiaolong and me out of this manor. Why subject the Qin family to disgrace and strip me of my dignity? Heir, the border soldiers are still campaigning. If those who traffic in military supplies are not severely punished, how can the soldiers continue to fight and defend the realm? Lin Nantian said helplessly. Lin Xiaolong spoke resentfully. Father, the border soldiers are nothing but a bunch of dirty old soldiers. Are they not less dear to you than my maternal grandfather? Does stripping my grandfather of his title bring you any glory? Dirty soldiers. Upon hearing those three words, Lin Nantian's expression stiffened. He looked at Lin Xiaolong with utter disbelief. He could not believe his own son would refer to the soldiers as dirty old soldiers. The Bingjian King Manor's standing rested entirely on military merit, which was earned solely through the sacrifices of countless soldiers. Lin Xiaolong's words struck at the very foundation of their family's legacy. Shock melted into rage. Lin Nantian raised his hand and delivered a fierce slap across Lin Xiaolong's face. Smack! Lin Xiaolong was sent flying over a zhang away, crashing violently into a pillar before collapsing to the ground. Lin Xiaolong covered his face, crying out in pain. Two of his teeth had been knocked loose, his head throbbed with a ringing buzz, and blood foam dripped from his mouth. Qin Hui was stunned for a moment, then burst into even heavier sobs, and threw herself onto her son. My lord, please kill us both. Our Qin family lost its title. Joining the Bingjian prince's mansion was already above our station. We are unworthy of you. Just kill us both. Lin Xiaolong then clung to his mother, the two weeping together. Lin Nantian stood frozen, staring at the scene before him, then glanced down at his own palm. In his eyes, Lin Xiaolong had always been well-behaved. This was the first time he had ever laid a hand on him. The mother and son's wailing only served to irritate him further. Xiaolong, you will not speak such nonsense again. The border soldiers are the foundation of Great Jing and the pillar of the Bingjian prince's mansion. If I hear those three words from your mouth again, I will break your legs. Lin Nantian's words rang loud, but lacked conviction. He flicked his sleeve and turned to leave the dining hall. On the ground, Qin Hui and her son watched him go, then let their act drop. Son, does your face hurt? Qin Hui touched Lin Xiaolong's cheek with great pity. Lin Xiaolong gritted his teeth. Of course it hurts. That slap nearly killed me. Aren't the border soldiers just filthy common soldiers? My maternal grandfather and my uncle call them nothing else. Why shouldn't I say it? Now that our grandfather has been stripped of his title, the Qin family's power will certainly decline. That doesn't benefit me either. What do those filthy soldiers' opinions have to do with me? Qin Hui spoke softly. Those people may indeed be common soldiers, but your father came from a military background himself. He has not yet adapted to his noble status. You must never mention those three words in front of him. I am afraid he might actually break your leg. So what if he breaks my leg? Does that mean Lin Fan comes to claim the title? Lin Xiaolong said in defiance. Xiaolong, do not speak in anger. The Qin family has already fallen from grace. You must hold firmly to your position as heir. As for that little bastard Lin Fan, I will discuss it with my father and find a way to ask your father to restore grandfather's title. Lin Xiaolong gritted his teeth. Mother, I understand. When I become the Prince of Bingjian, I will make him pay for that slap tenfold. Hearing this, Qin Hui froze for a moment, but ultimately said nothing, only gently rubbing Lin Xiaolong's swollen cheek. Guangming Prefecture, Fengzhou District. Deep in the barren wilderness, a detachment of the Jinyi was escorting prisoners toward Guangming Prefecture. Out of the more than 800-li journey, they had barely covered 100. On the creaking grain cart, Lin Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. Getting ambushed and respawned by a pack of wolves. What should he do? Was he really going to let the mirror world lie fallow? Young master, why have you been so glum lately? Lin Guzi rode over on his horse. Nothing. I suppose I've just been under a lot of pressure recently. Lin Fan answered casually. After the reward distribution this time, you might get promoted to deputy commander. You'll be an important official governing a region. How could you still have pressure? Lin Guzi asked in puzzlement. It's about strength, of course. Until one reaches the Grandmaster realm, one remains an ant. Lin Fan rose from the pile of grain. Guzi, what if the tiger fails to scare off the pack of wolves? Lin Guzi was baffled. Why was his young master so fixated on wolves? With his master's strength, how could wolves possibly be a threat? Shouldn't they be easily crushed? But his master must have had his reasons for asking. After careful thought, Guzi said, why not set traps? I've heard old hunters in the mountains use traps to catch wolves. Thinking of the wolf's strength in the mirror world, Lin Fan shook his head. Traps won't work. Try something else. Lin Guzi racked his brains and finally blurted out 2 words, poison. Hearing those words, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Poison, a brilliant idea. The only question was whether the poisons of this world could actually kill the wolves from the mirror world. Guzi, what poison is the most potent? Preferably one that can kill a grandmaster, or even a supreme grandmaster, Lin Fan said immediately. Lin Guzi was taken aback. Were these wolves his young master spoke of really that powerful, stronger than a grandmaster? But he shook his head. Young master, I don't know. His gaze fell on Wang Hu and he added, Elder Wang, who has served in the Jinyui longer than I have. He surely knows more about poisons. Lin Fan immediately called out, Wang Hu, come here. My lord, what are your orders? Wang Hu asked respectfully. Lin Fan hurried to ask, do you know of any poison that could kill a grandmaster or a supreme grandmaster? Wang Hu thought for a moment and replied, my lord, grandmasters have cultivated true energy, which can expel ordinary poisons. Very few poisons in this world can actually kill a grandmaster. Even if it doesn't kill them, rendering them combat incapacitated would suffice, Lin Fan said. Our Jinyui does possess some substances that can incapacitate a grandmaster, but they are extremely precious and inaccessible to anyone below the rank of 1,000 household commander. Lin Fan sighed, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. This was problematic. Upon his promotion to 1,000 household commander, an imperial envoy would need to come to Guangming Prefecture. That alone would take at least 7 or 10 days. Then procuring the medicine would add more time. The whole process would eat up half a month. My lord, there is actually another substance that can temporarily incapacitate a grandmaster. Wang Hu suddenly spoke as if struck by an idea. Lin Fan's expression sharpened, hope rising within him. Tell me. An aphrodisiac. Wang Hu spoke 2 words. Unlike ordinary poisons, this substance merges directly into the bloodstream and circulates within the practitioner's true energy. Even a grandmaster poisoned by it cannot purge it. They can only wait for the effects to wear off before regaining their strength. Administering an aphrodisiac to wolves. It felt strange, yet strangely plausible. If he could mix the powder into meat and feed it to the pack, then, while they were under the drug's influence, he could swoop in and gather a mountain of resources. It might actually work. After much deliberation and running through the plan again and again, Lin Fan finally decided to give it a try. He looked at Wang Hu and asked, Wang Hu, do you happen to have such a drug on you? Wang Hu's old face flushed red. My lord, I am a man of virtue. How could I possibly carry such a substance? Do not defame my character. Issue an order, anyone carrying an aphrodisiac, I will buy it at a heavy price. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and issued a rather embarrassing command. Though Wang Hu and the others were puzzled, they complied nonetheless. Under heavy reward, brave men would surely emerge. Among the 50 Jinyui, someone actually produced the substance, a Jinyui strongman named Yang Fan. How effective is this medicine? Lin Fan asked, examining the porcelain vial in his hand. The shifty-looking strongman grinned and introduced, my lord, this is the strange lust harmony powder. A mere sliver the size of a fingernail can break a high monk's vows and corrupt a chaste woman. It is truly enough. Here's 100 taels. I'll take it. Lin Fan casually tossed a 100-tael banknote. The strongman quickly pocketed it. Scram. Lin Fan waved his hand. Yes, my lord. The strongman returned to his position after securing the payment. Lin Fan turned to Wang Hu and instructed, keep a close eye on that fellow from now on. Carrying an aphrodisiac wherever he goes. His intentions are suspicious. Wang Hu was at a loss for words, but still saluted. This subordinate understands. At night the party made camp. Lin Guzi hunted several wild animals and skewered them over the fire. There were pheasants, hares, and even a young deer. The savory aroma of roasting meat filled the air, complemented by fine wine. It was quite the indulgence. The Genui guards brought along were all elites. Hunting wild game was easily within their capabilities. They ate wild game alongside dry rations, living carefree and content. Meanwhile, those imprisoned soldiers suffered, able only to inhale the meat fragrance while sipping thin porridge with barely any rice grains. Young master, take this leg, it's highly nourishing. Lin Guzi tore off a leg of venison and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a bite, chewing thoughtfully as he plotted his next move regarding the drug. An aphrodisiac was no ordinary poison. It certainly wouldn't kill those wolves. If he drugged the pack tonight, by tomorrow they'd have recovered their vigor after a day of indulgence, essentially granting those beasts a gift at no cost to himself. In that case, he would have to wait until just before midnight to administer it. That way, once the wolf pack consumed the drug meat, a short while later, he could use the bronze mirror again. At that point, once inside the bronze mirror world, assuming the drug took effect, those wolves would be too occupied with their activities to pay him any mind. He could then seize the opportunity to scavenge resources for cultivation. He had already reached the upper 3 grades, so surely he could stand on his own feet within the bronze mirror world by now. It was all those damn wild wolves' fault that his cultivation progress had been delayed. Lin Fan sank his teeth into the deer meat, fiercely gnawing at it, as though it were a wolf's leg. Within the bronze mirror world, the wolf pack, led by the Alpha, had gathered at the location where Lin Fan always appeared. By past experience, that human was about to arrive any moment. But this time the Alpha waited for a long while, yet still saw no sign of a person. Doubt flickered in the Alpha's eyes. Had that human decided not to appear anymore? The pack wolves whined softly. They had gone a full day without food, waiting alongside the Alpha to lie in ambush. After waiting all day with no prey in sight, their dissatisfaction was inevitable. Roar! The Alpha turned its head and emitted a low growl. The pack's burgeoning discontent was immediately suppressed. But the wolves still needed to eat. The Alpha ultimately split the pack in 2, sending half to hunt, while the other half remained to continue the watch. However, having their numbers meant the prey captured would be insufficient for everyone, leaving them all only 3/10 full. While the wolves continued their vigil, Lin Fan and the others had already woken and resumed their journey. Over 600 li remained, and the chained soldiers were already groaning in protest. On the 3rd day, they finally exited Fengzhou territory and entered Huazhou. The entire day's trek covered over 80 li. It was not that the soldiers walked slowly, but rather that mountain roads lay ahead. Mountain paths were treacherous, though 80 li a day was already their limit. They made camp and built a fire to cook. Lin Guzi and Wang, who went hunting, once more returning with additional wild game. Pairing the wild game with dry rations eased the day's exhaustion. Today, let's brew some minced meat porridge for them. We're in a hurry, but don't exhaust them completely. These people have committed no major offenses. They were merely following orders. Lin Fan issued his order. Hearing this, the prisoners were overwhelmed with gratitude. Some nearly knelt to kowtow to him. The so-called minced meat porridge was simply animal offal and coarse rice boiled together, seasoned with a pinch of salt. Yet for those prisoners, it was already the finest treatment imaginable. They ate with evident pleasure, as though they had never tasted such delicacy before. After eating their fill, everyone rested. Even martial artists with cultivation would grow weary marching 80-odd li each day. The time was about right. He estimated roughly half an hour remained until midnight. Lin Fan opened his eyes, intending to hunt a larger prey and dust the powdered drug onto its body to drug the wolf pack. Young master, where are you going? Before he could step away, Lin Guzi's voice rang out. Lin Fan glared at him. Go back to sleep. Aye. Lin Guzi obediently closed his eyes. Lin Fan gathered his inner energy and deployed the wind-treading step, vanishing from the camp. His figure darted through the mountain forest like a wraith. A grade 3 martial artist was already considered a formidable expert in the Dejing dynasty. Scaling walls and walking rooftops posed no difficulty. Beneath the moonlight, Lin Fan spotted numerous animals. There were rabbits, pheasants, and even water deer. But these prey were too small, insufficient for the entire wolf pack. Should several wolves go without the drugged meat, it would be problematic. When he reached a small stream, Lin Fan spotted something that satisfied him. A wild ox. This beast must have weighed 2 or 3,000 jin. Massive in size, as sturdy as a small hill. Lin Fan dove from the treetops, launching himself straight at the wild ox. Wild animals possessed acute danger perception. The sleeping ox's eyes snapped open instantly. Thud. Blood erupted as Lin Fan's fist crushed the ox's skull. Sorry about this. May you be reincarnated as a human in your next life. Lin Fan drew his embroidered uniform blade and began carving small incisions across the ox's body. With each incision, he stuffed a bit of the powdered drug inside. According to that strong man, 1 vial of the substance was enough for over 100 uses, yet Lin Fan had shoved the entire contents into the ox's flesh in one go. By the time he finished, it was nearly dawn. Not wasting a moment, Lin Fan grabbed the wild ox and immediately entered the bronze mirror world. Within the bronze mirror world, the wolf pack was already starving, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Their discontent grew deeper. If they went hungry for a few more days, they might outright rebel against the pack. The alpha continued to wait patiently, for it felt that consuming that human might yield unexpected benefits. Judging by the timing, the human was due to appear any moment now. Thud. A heavy thud suddenly echoed. Immediately after, the wolf pack witnessed a massive wild ox corpse plummeting onto the grass before them. Sitting atop the ox corpse was a human figure, none other than the very person they had been lying in ambush for over several days. Aru. The alpha issued its command, and the pack surged forward at once. The alpha was the swiftest, closing the distance to Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. "Enjoy your meal," Lin Fan said calmly, then vanished from the bronze mirror world in a flash. Plop. The alpha lunged into empty air and crashed onto the grass. The rest of the pack stood frozen, staring at the spot where Lin Fan had disappeared, their eyes filled with bewilderment. What kind of human was this, capable of appearing and vanishing at will? Yet ultimately the pack's gaze fell upon the wild ox corpse. Since the ox's body had been carved with countless small incisions, a rich, pungent scent of blood spread in all directions. The starved pack, deprived of food for 2 days, could not help but their eyes shimmer with an eerie blue glow upon catching the blood scent. They tentatively approached the ox corpse, eager to tear off a chunk of flesh and devour it. But the alpha harbored a deep suspicion that something was wrong with this meat. How could that human be so kind as to deliver food to them? It turned its head and growled, signaling the pack to retreat. But the wolves could barely restrain themselves as some of the more defiant ones began whining, drool pooling on the ground. The alpha also sensed the situation going awry. The pack was on the verge of starving into madness. If this continued, they would break free from its authority entirely. After much hesitation, it finally compromised, tearing off a piece of flesh and eating first. The meat was tender and fell apart at the slightest bite, yet undeniably it was real flesh. The wolf pack surged forward at once, indulging in a lavish feast. 30+ wolves faced a wild bull weighing over 3,000 gene. It should have been enough to satisfy their hunger. Yet after feeding, the meat seemed to offer little sustenance, leaving them without a proper sense of fullness. Perhaps the meat lacked sufficient vitality, providing minimal replenishment to their energy. Still, having something in their stomachs offered the wolf pack a slight measure of comfort. As the alpha wolf, it had consumed the largest share of flesh and blood. It sensed the beef within its belly, a presence that seemed both there and not there, its eyes filled with confusion. It felt as though a warm current had awakened within its body, coursing through its veins to every part of itself. It raised its head to observe its companions, whose behavior was beginning to show signs of abnormality. Soon the alpha understood the source of this strange sensation. Something was wrong. The spring hadn't even arrived yet. What was happening? A she-wolf had already pressed close, rubbing her sleek fur against its body. The alpha felt an infernal fire raging within its gaze toward the she-wolf, brimming with desire. And the she-wolf responded by swaying her hips. The great coupling was about to begin. The entire pack started to stir. Spring had arrived, the season of renewal. The wolf pack had sunk into utter madness. With insufficient she-wolves, disputes among the males might even arise. Thus there were more howls of pain echoing through the pack. Outside, Lin Fan waited quietly. According to the strongman, it would only take half an hour for the drug's potency to reach its peak. He wondered how effective it would be on the wolf pack. The time is about right. Lin Fan estimated the elapsed time. He could now use the bronze mirror again. He immediately activated the mirror and entered the bronze mirror world. This time he had made thorough preparations, ready to exit immediately if anything seemed amiss. However, upon landing, he felt his eyes sting as if burned by something acrid. A pack of wolves was vigorously rolling on the grass. Puffed, this drug is truly potent. Lin Fan couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The wolf pack was in complete frenzy, yet the alpha's eyes caught sight of the suddenly appearing Lin Fan. It harbored the urge to charge and bite him, but its body was beyond its control, and it still needed some time to free itself from the she-wolf. Those who understand, understand. Lin Fan was well aware of the wolves' current condition. Even if these wolves desired to lunge at him, it was impossible in the short term. Therefore, he boldly decided to remain in the bronze mirror world. Having broken through to the upper grade realm, it was time to attempt standing upright. After careful observation, the pressure seemed slightly reduced compared to before. Then Lin Fan exerted himself fiercely to straighten his body. His frame wobbled, but he quickly regained his balance. "I've stood up. Ha ha ha, I've stood up." Lin Fan laughed heartily, nearly moved to tears of joy. Who knew how long he had waited for this day, or finally he could stand in the bronze mirror world. Although it felt markedly strenuous, being able to stand upright was a new milestone. Ignoring the frenzied wolves, he staggered toward the hillside like a toddler taking first steps. His movements were still labored, as if he might topple at any moment, yet his pace was considerably faster than crawling. Moreover, the field of view was entirely different. After about 10 breaths, Lin Fan successfully reached the summit of the hill. Standing atop the slope and gazing downward, the vista was remarkably expansive. Scanning the surroundings, it resembled a primeval jungle. There were flying birds, various wild grasses and fruits, as well as towering ancient trees. At the horizon's edge, a small river seemed to wind through, roughly 100 zhang away from where Lin Fan stood. First, gather resources. Lin Fan immediately bent down to cut grass. Pulling weeds was now effortless for him. With a casual tug, he gathered a handful of grass blades. In just a few swift motions, he collected a small bundle. Then Lin Fan's gaze fell upon a tree resembling a mulberry near the hillside. Clusters of dark purple-black fruits hung from its branches much like mulberries. He immediately set out toward that mulberry tree. The distance of roughly 5 zhang would have taken him 2 full days to crawl previously. But now standing upright and capable of walking, his speed was undoubtedly vastly different. Within no time he arrived beneath the mulberry tree. By then he had already spent about 40 breaths in the bronze mirror world, a significant increase from before. However, after reaching the mulberry tree, he began to pant slightly, indicating his stamina was nearing its limit. After briefly regulating his breathing, Lin Fan reached for the reachable mulberries. The mulberry tree stood over 2 zhang tall, so even standing on tiptoe, he could only grasp the lower hanging clusters. Yet mulberries excelled in abundance and ease of picking, qualities apricots could not match. The mulberries in his hand multiplied, already exceeding 10. But soon the accessible mulberries ran out and his stamina was about to exhaust. Unwilling to settle for just these meager gains, Lin Fan also plucked several mulberry leaves. He then vanished from the bronze mirror world. Though he was gone, the wolf pack continued its relentless exertions. For over 100 instances, Lin Fan mixed everything thoroughly into the beef. The 30-plus wolves likely would not rest today. Watching Lin Fan disappear, the alpha felt deep resentment, yet the surge of passion made it impossible to stop. The howls of the wolves echoed through the jungle, causing surrounding animals to pause and listen attentively. Some brave creatures climbed trees to spy on the pack's activities. However, the scene on the grass left them utterly bewildered. Spring had already passed. What were these wolves doing? Furthermore, apart from males and females, there were also. Given the situation, next year's wolf population would surely surge dramatically. Nevertheless, Lin Fan, the culprit behind all this, was already tallying his gains. Since standing upright today, his harvest had increased substantially. He had gathered slightly over a gene of grass leaves, 13 mulberries, and additionally 5 mulberry leaves. A bountiful harvest indeed. But whether those wolves will continue to hunt me after suffering this setback remains uncertain. If they do persist, resource collection will pose another significant challenge. Yet with these resources, cultivating for a while should suffice. However, I need to test whether the mulberries and leaves are toxic. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, carefully securing the grass leaves on his person. For him, now grass leaves held little value, but for martial artists at the middle grade and lower grade levels they remained precious. Maori is not here, what should I use for testing? Returning to camp, Lin Fan scanned the area and ultimately chose the old donkey pulling the grain cart. Lin Fan took a handful of fresh grass leaves mixed in the mulberry leaves and a small amount of mulberries and fed it all to the old donkey. The already exhausted donkey began devouring the meal voraciously. A bundle of fresh grass was finished by the old donkey in a mere 7 to 8 minutes. Lin Fan lay on the grain cart. Soon the drowsy old donkey suddenly upright with a start. Then it kicked up its hooves and set off in a wild gallop. Inside its belly a blaze seemed to burn. Hee-haw, hee-haw, the donkey cried as it ran with reckless joy. The commotion immediately woke everyone in the camp. Damn it, what's wrong with this old donkey? Has it lost its mind? Let it have its fun, Lin Fan interjected, as Wong, who started to step forward to restrain the beast. Yes, sir. Though puzzled, Wong, who stepped back to wait. The donkey's excitement grew more fierce and its strength seemed to be increasing. With a single kick, it toppled a grain cart weighing over 400 gene. The onlookers gasped in awe. If it gave any bystander a kick, they would be torn apart on the spot. The donkey wreaked havoc, dashing about the camp, and several prisoners who could not dodge were knocked airborne. The farce lasted for a full 3/4 of an hour before it subsided. When they looked back at the donkey, its muscles were noticeably more defined. Moreover, after all that thrashing, the fellow showed no sign of exhaustion. Tisk, what a strange thing. This old donkey was clearly listless while pulling carts today, and how has it suddenly gained vigor? This strength rivals that of an entry-level martial artist. The old donkey is turning into a spirit. The Jinui murmured in astonishment. All right, disperse. We must press on again tomorrow. Lin Guzi waved them off to rest. He cast a knowing glance at the donkey, as if the young master had acted once more. When everyone had rested, Lin Fan lay on the grain cart and drew out a mulberry, tossing it into his mouth. The sweet and tart flavor spread through his mouth. It was delicious. Then a surge of power unfurled within his body. Quietly, he guided the dragon elephant shattering sky fist to refine the mulberry's energy. His inner power rose slowly. After a moment, the mulberry had been completely digested. Lin Fan formed a rough estimate in his mind. Mulberries, while roughly the size of the red fruits, are worth 5 or 6 red wild fruits apiece. The energy contained is similar to that of apricot flesh. He pinched off another mulberry leaf and chewed it. At first there was a scent like fresh grass. Not long after, a subtle bitterness appeared in his mouth, though it was tolerable. But after the bitterness, a trace of sweetness returned, even a refreshing aftertaste. The energy in the leaf was quickly refined away. Mulberry leaves are somewhat stronger than grass, but still not on par with red wild fruits. Better than nothing. Lin Fan tucked the leaf away. This thing might be useful for training his subordinates. However, after stepping into the 3rd rank, the rate of inner energy growth is truly slow. Even with the Copper Mirror World's resources helping, it would take a long time to rise to the second rank. One mulberry at most equates to half a year of hard practice. The effect is not very satisfying. I wonder how Lin Fan managed to ascend to Grand Master in his 40s. He probably didn't lack heavenly materials and earthly treasures in everyday life. Lin Fan stuffed another mulberry into his mouth, closed his eyes, and drifted to sleep. After tossing about most of the night, he was tired too. The dragon elephant shattering sky fist began to circulate on its own, gradually digesting the mulberry's energy. As dawn broke, the group broke camp and continued their journey. The old donkey pulled the cart again, but this time everyone could feel that it was much easier. It moved as if nothing heavy rode on its back, quick and light. If not for the reins controlling it, this beast would probably outrun a horse. While everyone's attention was on the donkey, Lin Fan slipped over to Lin Guzzi. He pulled out a mulberry leaf and handed it to Lin Guzzi. Receiving it, Lin Guzzi understood immediately. This must be another good thing the young master brought. Lin Guzzi unlatched the wine gourd from his belt and tucked the mulberry leaf inside. Lin Fan's brow rose a notch at his action. Guzzi, what trick is this? Lin Guzzi grinned and whispered, Master, soak herbs in wine. Oh, drinking it can boost your cultivation, and it steadies your pace, aiding foundation stability. You've got a knack for this, young master. Lin Fan praised. He also pondered whether to fashion a wine gourd to soak mulberries and the like. Also, there are wild fruits. The dried ones are clearly not as effective as fresh. Ooh, I wonder if we can harvest more and soak them in wine. Even if the potency fades, the essence would still seep into the wine. Lin Guzzi's approach gave him a new idea. Copper Mirror World is no longer safe. With wolves appearing, there must be other beasts as well. Harvest more wild fruits and store them. Even if danger later prevents resource gathering in the Copper Mirror World, we won't be left with nothing to use. After handing the mulberry leaves to Lin Guzzi, Lin Fan lay back on the grain cart. He popped another mulberry into his mouth. While enemies were still present, cultivation could not stop. The capital, the Zhongding Marquis estate, now perhaps called the Qin family. The atmosphere in the parlor was stiff. Qin Jingyue sat grimly at the head, and beside him Qin Feng wore a stern expression. Qin Hui, seeing her father and brother's expressions, grew more resentful toward Lin Fan. That damn soldier, how could he be more important than your own father-in-law and little brother? Husband, don't you understand? Isn't that the Wang Fei of the Wang mansion? Why would she deign to come to our Qin family? Qin Jingyue snorted coldly, his tone dripping with mockery. Qin Hui's face heated with embarrassment, and she hurriedly said, Father, please don't ruin your health with anger. Don't mind it. You are the Wang Fei. I would never dare be angry with you. Qin Jingyue replied coldly. Qin Feng added, Indeed, you're the Wang Fei. Well, our Qin family is a small fry. How could we stand in your way? Brother, don't you understand your elder sister yet? Qin Hui cried, nearly in tears from anger. If you beat the young miss, you'll only hurt yourself. Isn't that obvious? I did advise the Lord, but you know his stubborn temper. Xiao Long was beaten, I was humiliated in the Wang mansion, and returning home, I met with your cold ridicule. Qin Jingyue's expression softened a little. Oh, Qin Feng's face reddened. In the past, Qin Hui indeed cared for the Qin family, and many clan posts were sought by her. Thinking of Lin Nanshan's stubborn temper, it's clear Qin Hui's words weren't unfounded. Enough, Heir, I admit I blamed you wrongly. It's just that I've lost our ancestral title, and I feel I owe the ancestors an apology. Qin Jingyue sighed deeply. Qin Hui dabbed at her non-existent tears, her eyes firm. Father, I understand your sorrow, but our immediate task isn't to brood over the lost title. It is to root out Lin Fan, that little beast. Qin Jingyue and Qin Feng both turned to look at Qin Hui upon hearing this. Heir, why do you say that? Qin Jingyue asked. Lin Fan's power had grown formidable, though acting against him now hardly seemed like a wise course of action. Should they not wait a while longer, let the storm pass, and then continue devising ways to eliminate that young brat? Qin Hui spoke earnestly. Father, Lin Fan is already a deputy commander. In a year he will become a commander of the embroidered uniform guard. By then it will be far more difficult to act against him. Moreover, your excellency the prince seems to be gradually changing his opinion of Lin Fan. If we disturb Crown Prince Xiao Long's position, our Qin family's chance of regaining its noble title will become even more remote. Only by ensuring Xiao Long secures the Crown Prince position and eventually inherits the Peerless Prince title can our Qin family restore its status. Qin Jingyue fell into deep thought upon hearing this. After all, Lin Xiao Long was his maternal grandson. If he could secure the position of Peerless Prince, it would undoubtedly benefit the Qin family greatly. The Peerless Prince commanded military affairs, which meant military merit. And to regain a noble title, one could only achieve it through military merit. Father Lin Fan achieved his current accomplishments in less than 2 months. If we continue to wait, it is hard to predict what heights he might reach. Our Qin family has already lost its noble title. If we continue to let him grow unchecked, it will be catastrophic for the Qin family. Qin Hui continued to persuade. Qin Jingyue's expression grew grave, and he nodded. What you say is correct. Lin Fan must be eliminated as soon as possible. Our Qin family has made enemies of him beyond reconciliation. If we do not remove him, we risk being destroyed in return. Qin Feng said, Father Lin Fan is now ranked 27th on the Dragon Ascension list, and is a third-rate martial artist. Even Uncle Zhen lost his life at his hands. To subdue him, we would likely need to summon a second-rate or even first-rate martial artist. Though above the 9th rank, there existed grandmasters and great grandmasters. Those at such levels were either retainer experts of great families or sect leaders of martial arts clans. They would not act lightly. Thus, the top 3 martial ranks represented the most formidable fighters one could typically encounter. Had they not seen that even a commander of the embroidered uniform guard was merely a third-rate martial artist? How has Lin Fan cultivated? Did he take some secret art from the peerless prince's mansion before leaving? Otherwise, how could he have risen to become such a master in barely over a month? Qin Jingwei mused, stroking his chin. Qin Hui hurriedly replied, impossible. If there were such a secret art, the prince would surely have used it on Xiaolong first. He would never pass it to that young brat Lin Fan. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and said, I have heard rumors that the Jianghu also harbors certain secret arts capable of accelerating one's cultivation by burning through one's lifespan. Could Lin Fan's breakthrough to 3rd rank in merely a month be the result of such a life-draining technique? Enough speculating about how he gained his power. The priority is to figure out how to kill him. Qin Jingwei cut them off and continued. This old man has thought of someone who might be able to eliminate this troublesome Lin Fan for us. Who? Qin Feng and Qin Hui turned to look at him simultaneously. Qin Jingwei said gravely, 9-fingered evil immortal Chu Zhengming. Chu Zhengming, that martial artist imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's dungeon for indiscriminately slaughtering innocent people. Qin Feng asked. Admittedly, he is a first-rate martial artist, but his behavior is erratic and vicious. How could he possibly be controlled by us? Fenger, I have told you many times to observe and listen more, but you refuse to heed my words. Qin Jingwei reprimanded Qin Feng, then continued. Chu Zhengming's indiscriminate killings were actually to collect heavenly treasures needed to break through to Grandmaster level. Most of his victims belonged to families engaged in the medicinal herb trade. Do we not still have a 200-year-old ginseng root in our mansion? We could bribe him with it to go and kill Lin Fan. Father, what about the Ministry of Justice dungeon? Qin Feng asked. Qin Jingwei smiled. A first-rate peak martial artist escaping from a prison due to the guard's negligence. Does that sound unusual? There is also a 3-leaf Lingji mushroom in the mansion's treasury. If the 200-year ginseng alone is insufficient to tempt Chu Zhengming, we can add the Lingji as well, Qin Hui suggested. Very well. This time Lin Fan will surely die. Cold light flashed in Qin Jingwei's eyes. He must eliminate that young brat who had cost him his noble title. Qin Hui inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Fan died, no one would be able to shake Xiaolong's position as crown prince. Meanwhile, in the Huazhou region, Lin Fan was still leading the group on the march. He had stopped by Huazhou City and purchased a gourd flask. He stuffed all the mulberries he had into the gourd, bought a few caddies of braised meat, and lay back against the supply cart savoring meat and wine in alternating bites, carefree and content. Guzi, how far have we walked these past few days? Lin Fan asked. Sir, we have covered over 300 li already. The distance to Guangming Prefecture remains another 400+ li, Lin Guzi replied eagerly. Hearing this, Lin Fan sighed. Escorting so many prisoners made travel exceedingly inconvenient. They marched from dawn until dusk once more. When night fell, the group set up camp again. In this desolate wilderness where few travelers ever ventured, they had been eating wild game for several consecutive days. The novelty had long worn thin. After eating their fill, everyone slept fully clothed, for only sleep could relieve the exhaustion of travel. Once everyone had fallen into deep slumber, Lin Fan slipped away from the camp once more. I wonder if the wolf pack will continue to stalk me after I was poisoned once. If any danger arises, I will retreat immediately. He then activated the bronze mirror. With a hum and a sensation of weightlessness, his figure appeared in the bronze mirror world. Upon landing, Lin Fan's first act was to scan his surroundings. Where did that wolf pack go? Why aren't they lying in wait for me today? The sudden disappearance of the wolf pack made Lin Fan somewhat uneasy. He had originally prepared to glance around and retreat immediately. Never mind. Let me gather resources first. Lin Fan immediately began a sweeping collection. Any item that appeared beneficial for cultivation and was edible, he gathered with reckless enthusiasm. At the same time, he kept drawing closer to the small river, for resources near water sources were generally richer. If he could obtain ginseng or other medicinal herbs from this world, they might yield extraordinary effects for his cultivation. In no time, Lin Fan had collected a bundle of fresh grass and picked another dozen or so mulberries. The rest were simply out of reach. He then began gathering the red wild berries scattered on the ground. Though their quality was average, these berries were far superior to grass leaves, and they were abundant and easy to collect. However, he noticed that many of the berries had already overripened, with some even beginning to rot. It seems the red berries will all overripen and rot very soon. I wonder if other substitutes will appear by then, Lin Fan murmured to himself before speeding up his collection of the red wild berries. In the end, he harvested fully 100 red wild berries, 15 mulberries, and approximately 3 or 4 caddies of fresh grass. A single blade of grass was enough to turn an ordinary person into a ranked martial artist. 3 or 4 caddies of fresh grass could theoretically produce thousands of ranked martial artists. If sold on the open market, it could fetch tens of millions of taels of silver. But if he truly attempted to sell them, it would undoubtedly invite grave trouble. Lin Fan understood this clearly before he possessed sufficient strength. The products of the bronze mirror world must never be revealed to the outside world. Lin Fan had already left the copper mirror world to slowly digest the cultivation resources he had acquired. What he did not know was that in the nearby deep forest, the pack of wolves lay weakly on the ground resting. A day and night of fierce battle, even an iron body could not withstand it. That medicinal effect was too potent. Each wolf had consumed 3 times the normal dose, completely overwhelming them. Even the alpha wolf with its mighty physique lay on the ground with its tongue lolling out. Its kidneys ached severely, and it had thoroughly memorized Lin Fan. This damn human, when I recover my strength, I will definitely catch you and devour you alive. It constantly cursed in its heart. Another group that cursed more fiercely were the relatively weak male wolves. The number of female wolves in the pack was already small, and after the drug took effect they were treated as females by some stronger pack members. The pain was real, burning and stinging like needle pricks when a light breeze blew. The wolf pack had already remembered Lin Fan, while Lin Fan himself remained unaware that a packet of medicinal powder had made him the common enemy of all wolves. In the capital, the Ministry of Justice prison. In the deepest cell, a withered old man leaned against the wall. His shoulder blades were pierced by iron chains, and he was locked there like a dead dog. Beneath the messy gray-white hair was a ferocious face, and with a broken finger on his left hand, he added a touch of viciousness. The 9-fingered, evil, immortal Chu Zhongming. He was a relatively famous figure in the Great Jing dynasty. His weapon was an iron flute, and he was originally the son of the Valley Master of Moyo Valley. However, later Moyo Valley acquired 2 white jade stones, and his father, Valley Master Chu, he broke through from a first-rate martial artist to the Grandmaster realm in one go using these 2 stones. With an additional Grandmaster presiding over Moyo Valley, its fame in the Great Jing dynasty became even more prominent. But good fortune did not last long. Moyo Valley was slaughtered overnight, and only Chu Zhongming escaped by wandering the Jianghu. After his parents were killed and his wife and children met a tragic end, Chu Zhongming's personality changed drastically. He began to act recklessly, killing without blinking an eye. Moreover, he constantly sought heaven-defying treasures to break through his cultivation. He was actually only 50 years old, but appeared as an elderly man in his 80s. Outside the prison, rustling whispers could be heard. Soon the sound of clinking cups came from outside, and a figure walked into the cell, stopping outside Chu Zhongming's cell. The prison door was opened, and a person in a black robe walked in. Hearing the increasingly close footsteps, Chu Zhongming struggled to lift his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the gray-white hairs. "Who are you?" The voice was hoarse, making one's skin crawl. "To discuss a business deal with you." "What business?" "Killing." A smile twisted Chu Zhongming's lips, ferocious. "Killing? This old man is most adept at killing, but if you want me to take action, the price is not cheap." The robed figure said indifferently, "My lord has spoken. We can ensure your survival and help you escape prison." "Not enough." Chu Zhongming shook his head. "Living has been too tiring, and now with severe injuries, even if he escapes he won't live long. Plus a 200-year-old ginseng root," said the robed figure. Chu Zhongming's eyes lit up. If he had a 200-year ginseng, his injuries could recover quickly, and he might even have a chance to break through to the Grandmaster realm again. The corners of his mouth lifted. "Who to kill?" "Jinui Lin Fan." "That Jinui Lin Fan who is about to be promoted to deputy commander." Chu Zhongming shook his head. "He is a deputy commander of the Jinui. Killing him, the Great Jing will have no place for me, which is no different from being dead. Add a 3-leaf Ganoderma mushroom." "Deal." Chu Zhongming smiled. "But this old man needs a 200-year ginseng to restore his strength." "No problem." The robed figure threw a fine iron strip on the ground, then produced a cloth package. Chu Zhongming took the package, glanced at it, and held it to his nose to sniff. 200-year ginseng, well-aged and pure. "I accept the task. Within 10 days you will surely hear the news of Lin Fan's death." "That would be best. After the deed is done, come to the city god temple in the eastern suburbs of the capital to collect the 3-leaf Ganoderma." Having said this, the robed figure turned and left the prison. Chu Zhongming bit off a piece of ginseng and chewed it. An earthy, fishy smell mixed with the sweet flavor of ginseng rushed into his mouth. That night, Chu Zhongming escaped from the Ministry of Justice prison. The prison guards, drunk on the indulgence of wine and food, were beheaded without even knowing it. The capital erupted in uproar. Emperor Jing was furious. The Minister of Justice immediately issued a bounty decree. At the same time, Emperor Jing ordered the Jinui to hunt down Chu Zhongming. Whoever kills Chu Zhongming will be bestowed the Flying Fish Robe. Guangming Prefecture territory. After 6 days of travel, Lin Fan and his companions had shortened the distance to the Guangming Prefecture 1000 household office to over 100 li. During these 2 days, Lin Fan collected quite a few resources. Some fruits were dried and packed into bags, while others were stuffed into wine gourds to make wine. A large bundle of dry grass leaves was also gathered. Additionally, Lin Fan found 2 slightly unripe apricots. Resting his head on the bag filled with resources, Lin Fan was in high spirits. These resources would certainly support his cultivation to a second-rate martial artist without any issue. It was just that the dragon elephant shattering heaven skill technique was somewhat inadequate. Although it was indeed a first-rate technique, when faced with massive resources its effect was not as significant, and the speed of digesting resources was not entirely satisfactory. If the technique cannot keep pace, consuming too many resources would not be absorbed, ultimately they would only be expelled as chi and blood through the pores, which was a great waste. Guzi, take these and eat. Lin Fan stuffed 2 more mulberries to Lin Guzi. Thank you, young master. Lin Guzi carefully stored the mulberries. These were all cultivation points. 1 mulberry was equivalent to years of hard cultivation, with cultivation rising rapidly, though the foundation was somewhat unstable. Wang Hu, take these pills and use them. Lin Fan mixed the mulberries with coarse grain powder to form pills and bestowed them upon Wang Hu. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Wang Hu reverently accepted the pills. Over these past few days he had also received ample rewards from Lin Fan. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the 6th rate, and he estimated that within no time he would break through to the 5th rate. Go and fetch Cheng Feng, Lin Fan ordered. Wang Hu immediately went to the group and brought Cheng Feng. Now Cheng Feng had also cultivated to the 8th rate and served as a squad leader in the 100 household office. Lin Fan took out a handful of pills and handed them to him. The pills were divided into several types by Lin Fan. Some were made from grass leaves, some from mulberry leaves, and also mulberries and red wild fruits. Those given to Cheng Feng were made from mulberry leaves, which were very effective for 8th-rate martial artists. Thank you, my lord. This subordinate will surely endure any hardship for you without hesitation. Cheng Feng was deeply grateful and hurriedly took the pills to store on his person. That night, after setting up camp, Lin Fan personally cooked a pot of beef stew for everyone. The pot was filled with sufficient chopped grass leaves. 1 bite of beef was equivalent to months of hard cultivation for these Jinui. The strong men he could bring along were all loyal individuals. Once their strength was enhanced, they would become Lin Fan's foundation within the Jinui. That night, the Jinui soldiers who had eaten beef felt their vital energy surging through their bodies. None of them bothered to rest. They immediately began their drills. The martial techniques of Jinui strongmen were generally unranked and varied wildly. As they trained, their battle cries echoed endlessly. It seems I need to obtain some decent martial techniques to train my loyal followers. Lin Fan stroked his chin in thought. The techniques passed down by that certain someone could certainly not be spread abroad. If he wanted to acquire martial techniques, he would have to rely on himself. I hear Guangming Prefecture has several large merchant houses. I'll see if I can obtain some comparable techniques from them, at minimum 2nd-rate techniques. The methods Dog and the others practice are far too inferior to enter the upper 3 ranks. Lin Fan pondered in silence. At dawn, the strong men had already absorbed the energy from the crushed herbs and collapsed into sleep. The prisoners could finally close their eyes, as well their snores rising and falling like waves. Lin Fan vanished into the mountain forest. After finding a secluded spot, he turned and entered the bronze mirror world. Within the bronze mirror world, the wolf pack had recovered its vitality after 3 days of rest. Of course, its waist still ached slightly. Bodily exhaustion could not be fully remedied by merely 3 or 5 days of rest. The alpha wolf immediately wanted to continue ambushing Lin Fan. Having watched him move so recklessly these past days, it had long seethed with frustration. The wolves, having fallen victim to Lin Fan's poisoning once before, were now green with envy and rage. Damned human race. We must bite him to death. Yet a few individual wolves still harbored goodwill toward him. If not for Lin Fan administering the poison, how could they ever have had the chance to approach their goddess, who in former times could only be touched by the alpha wolf? Before the watching eyes of all that humans suddenly plummeted to the ground. After landing, Lin Fan intended to continue harvesting resources while drawing closer to the small river. But before he could make a move, he found himself gazing into a multitude of deep blue eyes. Gulp! Lin Fan swallowed hard. Farewell. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant as he fled straight from the bronze mirror world. The surging wolf pack collided with one another, grasping only empty air. The alpha wolf's gaze turned sinister, its expression darkening. This would not do. That human was elusive and untouchable. How could they ever catch him? After leaving the bronze mirror world, Lin Fan exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Why have the wolves returned suddenly? And they seemed far more ferocious than before. Even after departing the bronze mirror world, lingering fear still gripped his heart. I have gathered enough resources for now. Perhaps I should avoid the bronze mirror world for the next couple of days. With such hatred directed at me by that pack, 1 bite from them would cause serious trouble. After some thought, Lin Fan decided to temporarily abandon further entry into the bronze mirror world. For the next 2 days, he would focus his efforts on martial techniques instead. Using the bronze mirror to enhance his control over martial techniques would likewise strengthen his power and consolidate his foundation. Time flew swiftly, and Guangming Prefecture was now within sight. The Great Jing dynasty comprised 10 prefectures, and 84 provinces, each prefecture presided over by 1,000 household office. Unlike the 100 household offices, the 1,000 household offices were responsible not only for investigating official corruption, but also for operating intelligence networks, ensuring that every movement across the Great Jing dynasty remained under the Jinyui's watchful grasp. Normally, a 1,000 household office had 1,000 household commander and 2 deputy 1,000 household commanders. The minimum requirement for a 1,000 household commander was a third-rate warrior, while a deputy 1,000 household commander needed to be at least fourth-rate. In particularly prosperous regions, a 1,000 household commander might even be a second-rate warrior, with deputy 1,000 household commanders requiring third-rate status as well. Deputy 1,000 household commanders were true high-ranking figures within the Jinyui, needing both merit and considerable strength. Although Fengzhou was a poor region, Guangming Prefecture itself was quite prosperous. Each year, the 10 provinces under one prefecture paid taxes totaling as much as 2 million taels of silver. The moment Lin Fan and his companions entered Guangming Prefecture, a Jinyui scout horseman promptly came to greet them. That Jinyui was clearly an 8th-rate warrior, sufficient rank to serve as a little flag officer or even chief flag officer in a single county. "Are you not Lord Lin Fan, 100 household commander?" the Jinyui scout called out loudly. The imperial edict had not yet arrived in Guangming Prefecture, and the formal appointment and official seal remained undelivered, so Lin Fan retained his 100 household commander title for now. "This official am Lin Fan," Lin Fan declared in a clear voice. The scout dismounted and saluted with clasped hands. "Your humble subordinate is Zhao Ning, a scout of the Guangming Prefecture 1,000 household office, ordered by the 1,000 household commander to personally welcome you, Lord Lin." "Thank you for your trouble," Lin Fan replied. Riding alongside Zhao Ning, the latter tactfully lagged half a horse length behind. Indeed, those from the 1,000 household office paid far greater attention to protocol. "Brother Zhao, could you inform me about the 1,000 household office?" Lin Fan asked politely. Zhao Ning hurriedly replied, "Lord Lin, you are too kind. Simply call me Zhao Ning or Little Zhao." Although the deputy 1,000 household commander's appointment document, an official seal, had not yet arrived in Guangming Prefecture, how could any well-informed Jinyui not know his current standing? Within merely 2 days, this man would be promoted to deputy 1,000 household commander. Would a mere strongman scout dare address him as a sworn brother and risk his life? Lin Fan said, "Then I shall call you Little Zhao. Tell me about the situation at the 1,000 household office." "Yes," Zhao Ning answered, and immediately began explaining the current state of the Guangming Prefecture 1,000 household office. Guangming Prefecture currently had 1,000 household commander and 1 deputy 1,000 household commander. The other deputy 1,000 household commander had died unexpectedly while on duty, and due to a shortage of Jinyui personnel, the position had remained unfilled. Furthermore, a deputy 1,000 household commander needed to possess fourth-rate cultivation, yet most candidates lacked sufficient merit or lacked the strength to qualify. The 1,000 household commander, named Lu Qingfeng, was a master of the blade, who had also received an imperial bestowal of the embroidered spring sword. Having achieved numerous merits, he was very likely to be transferred to a key position in the capital. The deputy 1,000 household commander was named Feng Yuhai, a warrior at the peak of the 4th rate, merely 1 step away from the 3rd. However, numerous hidden injuries within his body, coupled with insufficient resources, prevented him from breaking through. Additionally, the prefect of Guangming Prefecture was named Chun Huang, a direct descendant of the prestigious Chun family of the Great Jing dynasty. Holding a senior 4th-rate official position, his rank surpassed that of a 5th-rate 1,000 household commander, though, in normal circumstances, the prefectural administration rarely interacted extensively with the 1,000 household office. Moreover, beyond commanding and mobilizing the 100 household offices under Guangming Prefecture's 10 provinces, the 1,000 household office maintained its own 200 elite Jinyui warriors, including 200 household commanders, 4 probationary 100 household commanders, and 20 little flag officers. 70% of these 200 Jinyui elites were ranked warriors, true formidable forces. Truly a 1,000 household office worthy of an entire prefecture. These are all elite troops. Lin Fan murmured after absorbing the information. However, Zhao Ning spoke up. "Lord, you have achieved extraordinary merits. The Emperor's Edict of Reward is already en route. Before long, you will assume the position of Deputy 1,000 Household Commander. Within a year, you will firmly occupy the 1,000 Household Commander's seat, and the Guangming Prefecture 1,000 Household Office will be at your command." Lin Fan's eyebrows rose slightly. He had not been aware of this matter. These past days, he had been traveling constantly cut off from news, and did not know his imperial rewards were already on their way. "Tell me, Little Zhao, how has the Emperor bestowed rewards upon me?" Zhao Ning suddenly remembered that Lin Fan had been traveling non-stop, and hastily recounted the entirety of the imperial rewards. He even explained why Lin Fan had not been directly promoted to Deputy 1,000 Household Commander. Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer. The Marquis of Zhongding's mansion had been stripped of its title. That was a good thing. But he never expected that Lin Nanshan, his adoptive father, would become an obstacle on his path to promotion. Every debt is recorded and will surely be repaid in time. The atmosphere at the Qianhu office lighter than Lin Fan had imagined. There is little deceit or intrigue, or rather they and Lin Fan have no real conflicts of interest. Lu Qingfeng is a pinnacle third-rank martial artist about to be promoted to a key post in the capital region. Yet, Guangming Fu's Jinyui has never found a successor for his position, so the promotion has stalled. Now Lin Fan's arrival reveals a chance for advancement, a third-rank warrior on the verge of becoming Vice Qianhu. It is not surprising that within a year Lin Fan will ascend to Qianhu, and thus he will take the post the promotion within reach. Vice Qianhu Feng Yuhai is now a pinnacle fourth-rank warrior, his body bearing many internal injuries. Without sufficient resources, there will be no chance to rise to Qianhu, and there will be no conflict of interest with Lin Fan. With the two highest posts not clashing with Lin Fan, the atmosphere at the Qianhu office will naturally be fine. To welcome Lin Fan, Lu Qingfeng hosts a banquet at Zuixiang Lu to greet him. Sir, we have just arrived at Guangming Fu. The captives haven't been arranged yet. Should we head to the banquet now? Lin Fan had just met Lu Qingfeng. Seeing Guangming Fu's Jinyui Qianhu, a man in his 40s with a blade-like face, sharp eyes, and a gaunt frame radiating terrifying power. Indeed, he is no ordinary man. Yet this seemingly formidable Qianhu, upon meeting him, immediately wishes to take him to Guangming Fu's top tavern Zuixiang Lu for a meal. This left Lin Fan momentarily taken aback. We are all kin here, let your underlings handle these commoners. In Guangming Fu's Qianhu office, no one dares to cause trouble, brother Lin, you can rest assured. Lu Qingfeng's face pulled into a smile, but it looked even more sinister, perfectly matching his Jinyui identity. Then very well. Lin Fan could not refuse Lu Qingfeng's enthusiasm and merely nodded in agreement. That's right. When the imperial edict arrives in a few days, brother Lin will become our Vice Qianhu. An 18-year-old Vice Qianhu in 500 years of our great Jin dynasty. You are the first. Lu Qingfeng laughed. Lin Fan cupped his fists toward the capital and said, this is also thanks to the emperor's grace. But merit must accompany grace. The emperor is wise, yet Lin Fan's own efforts are indispensable. Lu Qingfeng patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, come along, Zuixiang Lu's dishes are ready. Lin Guzi and Wang Hu and others hesitated. If the Lord is going to the banquet, what should they do? Lu Qingfeng's hospitality exceeded everyone's expectations. He walked beside Lin Fan, chattering along the way. Everyone above the small banners should follow the Qianhu. The Qianhu office has prepared a welcoming banquet for the troops. While the dishes at hand may not rival Zuixiang Lu, there is still wine and meat. Lu Qingfeng's warmth far exceeded expectations. He walked beside Lin Fan, endlessly rambling as they moved. The great Jin dynasty has 10 Qianhu offices. Our Guangming Fu is short of talent. Even 2 Vice Qianhu positions can't be filled. Now brother Lin has come. He fills the vacancies just in time. My lord, rest assured I will do my best to serve. We are family. Don't call me a subordinate. You now stand at the 27th rank on the hidden dragon list at just 18. Perhaps in the future your elder brother will rely on you for support as well. Brother Lu is a pity indeed. Lin Fan went along with the insinuation, eager to forge ties. After all, being a Qianhu office member, fostering brotherhood with him could not hurt. On the long street they rode. Everyone in official robes avoided them. The Jinyui on the streets, who would dare provoke them? Before long, Zuixiang Lu lay right ahead. 3-story pavilions with carved beams and painted edgings. Even before approaching, the fragrance wafted out. No wonder Zuixiang Lu is the premier tavern of Guangming Fu. Its dishes rival even Lin Fan's meals at the royal manor. Brother Lin, atop Zuixiang Lu, there is an old acquaintance waiting for you. Once you reach the upstairs, don't blame me for not giving you a warning. At Zuixiang Lu's entrance, Lu Qingfeng spoke with a meaningful undertone. Lin Fan's heart tightened at the words. An old acquaintance? Where did such a friend come from? Could it be someone from the capital? One of his former companions? He was about to ask, but Lu Qingfeng wore a mysterious look. Lin Fan, don't ask too much, you will know once you see him. With doubt in his heart, Lin Fan followed Lu Qingfeng up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor private rooms numbered over 10, yet now they were all empty. Clearly a clearing had been done in advance. At the stairwell, Lu Qingfeng suddenly halted. Lin Fan looked at him in confusion. Lu Qingfeng said, Lin Fan, you can go in by yourself. We will come over later. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then stepped toward the room. Since this had been arranged by Lu Qingfeng, it should not be dangerous. And even if there were danger, he possessed the Perfection Realm's 2nd-tier wind-treading step. Only a master could trap him. Lin Fan pushed the door open. With a creak, the door opened. He looked up and saw a man in Jinyui standard attire, standing with his back to him, hands clasped behind him, gazing through the window at the endless night. From this man, Lin Fan felt an oppressive, terrifying aura, as if once he moved there would be no chance of escape. The figure before him gradually converged with the man from that night. The man turned, and his face completely matched the man from that evening. Lin Fan's heart lurched. Sit. The man spoke calmly, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not object, pulling out a chair and sitting. But in the next moment the man suddenly slapped the table. A surge of true qi ran through the table. Like a venomous snake or a sea dragon's, Lin Fan's face shifted. He quickly pressed his hand on the table, countering with his inner power. Boom. The chair beneath him shattered, and the sudden loss of balance nearly sent him to the floor. Yet he tapped the wind-treading step and leapt a short distance above the ground, steadying himself. The look in his eyes toward the other was one of confusion. If this man had intended to kill him, that earlier move would have sufficed, so he did not fear. The other man raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he smiled. Your realm has risen too quickly. I had thought you practiced some taboo art that eats away at life, but now it seems your realm is a bit hollow, yet you do not rush growth. It seems you are destined for great opportunities. Lin Fan realized that this person intended to test his true strength. Sir, who are you? He was curious about the man's identity. A guess formed, could he be one of the 2 town prefects? The man answered calmly, since you are about to ascend to Qianhu, there is no need to hide it from you. I am Lu Mingzhao, the Jinyui Dudu Tongji. Jinyui Dudu Tongji. Lin Fan was astonished by the rank. From a first-rank official, Dudu Tongji is a promoted post, but in truth it should be the Jinyui Commander-in-Chief's Tongji. His power and status are only beneath the Jinyui Commander. No wonder this prominent figure was able to arrange for him to join the Jinyui as a Xiaoqi. It turned out he was one of the 3 individuals at the absolute pinnacle of the Jinyui. As a vice commander-in-chief of the Jinyui, he was undoubtedly a grandmaster, and his cultivation realm was bound to be exceptionally high. Thinking back carefully now, it all made sense. Aside from those few at the very top, who else could have taken him in, while keeping it completely hidden from the mansion of Marquis Zhongding and the mansion of Prince Bingjian? Had this benefactor not intervened, he would have long since become dry bones in a mass grave, mere fodder for wild dogs. Lin Fan took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and said, Lin Fan offers his deepest gratitude to my lord for saving my life. Lu Mingzhao replied calmly, there is no need to thank me. Your mother once saved my life and bestowed a great favor upon me, lending you a hand was merely a matter of convenience. That you have reached your current height is entirely due to your own efforts. Hearing the word mother, once again Lin Fan felt an indescribable sorrow welling up in his heart. In his memories there was absolutely nothing regarding his mother, for she had died of postpartum hemorrhage at his birth, or rather she had died because of him. Yet the bond of blood between mother and son could never be severed. My lord, could you tell me something about my mother? Lin Fan's voice trembled slightly. Lu Mingzhao pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Your mother was an extraordinary woman. To put it into specific words is beyond me, but of one thing I am absolutely certain. Your father was not worthy of her. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Lu Mingzhao to say such a thing. The Prince Bingjian of the Great Jing dynasty, whose title was hereditary and perpetual coexisting with the state itself, was actually deemed unworthy of his mother. This only intensified his curiosity, fueling an even stronger desire to know what kind of extraordinary woman his mother truly was. Young man, work hard. I am keeping my position reserved for you. Lu Mingzhao smiled. I will do my best, Lin Fan nodded. I still have a mission to attend to, so I shall not linger. However, before I depart we might as well have a drink together. Lu Mingzhao raised his hand, and the wine jar was drawn into his palm by his powerful genuine qi. Then the wine flew out of the spout on its own, turning into a thin stream that filled the cup before Lin Fan. Lu Mingzhao poured himself another cup and raised it. Lin Fan hastily raised his own cup. The next time we meet, I hope you will already be firmly seated in the position of a Qianhu. Lu Mingzhao downed his wine in one gulp, then leaped out of the window. As a grandmaster, his qigong was incredibly elegant. Within a mere few breaths, his figure had completely vanished. Lin Fan set down his cup and composed himself. Exhaling a long breath, he turned and opened the private room's door. Lu Qingfeng and the others were still standing by the stairs. However, the eyes of Lin Guzi and the others betrayed a hint of worry. They were all martial artists, and Lin Guzi had even reached the 5th rank. With such a massive commotion in the private room, they had heard everything crystal clear. Originally Lin Guzi and Wang who had intended to rush in to check on him, but they were stopped by Lu Qingfeng. Seeing that Lin Fan was unharmed now, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Has that esteemed lord departed? Lu Qingfeng asked tentatively. Lin Fan nodded, a smile gracing his face. Come brothers, let's eat. Coming. Lu Qingfeng responded. The crowd filed into the private room. More than 20 people sat around 3 tables. Those present were either high-ranking officers of the Qianhu office or the elites brought by Lin Fan. Amidst fine wine and delicacies, glasses clinked in merry toast. Brother Lin, on behalf of the brothers of the Qianhu office, I propose a toast to you. Before Lin Fan could even raise his glass, Lu Qingfeng, as the superior, took the initiative to toast him. Brother Lu, you are far too polite. It is I who should be thanking the brothers. The handling of these criminals will require everyone's cooperation. Lin Fan replied. The two raised their cups and drained them in one gulp. Once they had settled back into their seats, Lu Qingfeng spoke again. Brother Lin, judging by the current state of Qin Chao's case, the collateral branch of the Qin family will undoubtedly have their assets seized. Qin Jingyue is indeed a ruthless character. His move to sever a limb to survive was incredibly swift and decisive. Lin Fan remarked, indeed. I didn't expect the Qin family to act so quickly either. If only I had been a bit faster in apprehending Qin Chao and processing the case. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Brother, you don't know the sheer filth of these great clans. Whenever they plot something underhanded, they make foolproof preparations. Once exposed, they usually sacrifice a single branch of the family without ever harming the clan's foundation. He raised his hand, tossed a peanut into his mouth, and continued, take this Qin family case for example. Right after you reported it, the Jinyui dispatched men to investigate immediately. But guess what? The Qin family actually used single-line contact. The contact person at the key link was silenced, leaving no evidence behind. Furthermore, Qin Jingyue holds a noble title of Marquis. In the end, only that collateral branch of the Qin family suffered, while the main house merely faced the reduction of their noble rank. Still, compared to one's life, I'd say life is far more important. Qin Jingyue is indeed a crafty old fox, but he cares deeply about his reputation. Losing his noble rank this time is as good as taking half his life, Lin Fan said calmly. Now that he was part of the Jinyue, there would always be an opportunity to bring Qin Jingyue down. After all, Qin Jingyue's hands were far from clean, and the Qin family was hardly an honorable clan. That is true, Lu Qingfeng agreed. But I must warn you, brother, great clans employ despicable methods. You must be careful lately lest you trip up in an unexpected place. Thank you for the warning, brother Lu, Lin Fan said. Lu Qingfeng looked at Lin Fan. By the way, some members of Qin Chao's branch are holding offices within our Guangming prefecture, and they are somewhat connected to this case. The higher-ups are planning to dispatch men to arrest them. Do you want to participate and vent some of your anger? Lin Fan shook his head. No need. They are merely a bunch of insignificant people. Let others have this credit. All right, then I will make the arrangements. Lu Qingfeng remarked casually. As everyone chatted, ate, and drank, Lin Guzi and the others grew increasingly familiar with the baihus of the Qianhu office, quickly hitting it off. Having eaten and drunk to their heart's content, Lu Qingfeng personally arranged lodging for everyone at an inn. At the very least, the men from the baihu office could not return until the case was officially closed, requiring them to remain in Guangming prefecture for the time being. This was also the first time Wang Hu and the other Jinyue guards had visited the prefectural capital, so it was a perfect opportunity for them to unwind and experience the local customs. As night fell, Lin Fan once again chose to use the bronze mirror to temper his cultivation techniques. He had also completely mastered the first-rate cultivation technique, the Dragon Elephant Heaven-Shattering Force. Consequently, his cultivation speed had elevated to a whole new level. Currently, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the third rank. After accumulating for a while longer, he would be able to attempt a breakthrough to become a second-rank martial artist. Within the bronze mirror world, the pack of wolves continued to lie in wait at Lin Fan's landing spot. Only this time they had prepared in advance, digging a pit exactly where Lin Fan would appear. Several wolves crouched inside the pit, waiting with their jaws wide open. Once that human appeared, he would fall straight into the wolves' waiting jaws, leaving him absolutely no time to react. The Wolf King's gaze was cold. The trap had been perfectly set. They only awaited the human's appearance to hunt him down. Clad in splendid brocade garments, Fan Lin strode out of the inn. Meanwhile, Lin Guzi, who held the rank of probationary centurion in the embroidered uniform guard, had changed back into the attire he once wore as an attendant. These garments feel far more comfortable. They remind me of those days spent accompanying the young master and playing about at the prince's mansion. Lin Guzi murmured quietly to himself. The provincial capital was immense leagues away from the modest town of Fengzhou. Guzi, how did your inquiries go? Fan Lin asked casually as they stepped outside. Lin Guzi replied, Young master, everything has been thoroughly investigated. Guangming Prefecture has 3 merchant guilds: the Zheng Family Guild, the Lu Family Chamber of Commerce, and the Wang Family Guild. The Zheng Guild does the largest business and carries the most comprehensive selection, followed by the Lu Family, with the Wang Family ranking last. Very well, then we'll visit the Zheng Guild first. Lead the way, Fan Lin said. He intended to purchase some proper martial arts techniques and cultivate them. Perhaps he might find something even better suited to his needs. Though Dragon Elephant Shattering Heaven Force would suffice for now, his only first-class martial art remained the mountain-cleaving blade method. He was in no hurry to enter the bronze mirror world recently, and needed to find techniques to refine in order to strengthen himself. Before long, a remarkably grand merchant guild appeared before them. 4 guild characters flashed above the entrance: Zheng Family Guild. Even the guards stationed at the door were warriors who had attained official ranks. The moment they entered, an attendant hurried over. What may I assist you with, gentlemen? He asked politely. Lin Guzi immediately replied, We're looking for cultivation techniques and martial arts. My young master wishes to browse. The attendant glanced at the two. Clearly a wealthy young master accompanied by a servant. Such delicate skin and fine features, would someone like him truly cultivate martial techniques? Still, he replied courteously, Of course we have them. Please follow me. Guiding them through the bustling guild, they soon arrived at rows of wooden shelves. Books lined the shelves, presumably all cultivation manuals and martial arts techniques, each accompanied by detailed descriptions. There must have been 300 or 400 volumes altogether. After scanning the descriptions, however, Fan Lin's brow furrowed. They were all substandard techniques. Barely any third-rate manuals among them. Don't the embroidered uniform guards deserve at least third-rate techniques for their training? These levels are far too low, Fan Lin remarked, turning toward the attendant. Honored guest martial techniques above the 3rd rank begin at a minimum of 1,000 taels of silver. According to our guild's regulations, you must first present proof of funds, the attendant explained politely. Fan Lin shot Lin Guzi a subtle glance. Lin Guzi promptly produced a stack of 1,000-tael notes, roughly over 10,000 taels in total. The attendant's face broke into a smile. Honored guest, please follow me. Deeper inside, the shelves were stocked entirely with 3rd-rate and 2nd-rate cultivation techniques. Glancing at the price tags, ordinary third-rate manuals cost roughly 1,500 taels each, while second-rate techniques commanded over 10,000 taels. Martial techniques were approximately 30% cheaper. Though the prices seemed reasonable, they were no small sum for martial artists whose cultivation itself demanded vast resources, all purchased with silver. Expenses extended far beyond merely acquiring techniques. Even a 7th-rank warrior would hesitate before purchasing a second-rate manual. Take Gao Chong, the former captain of the embroidered uniform guard in Ping'an County, who controlled tens of thousands of taels, yet ultimately settled for a third-rate manual for his cultivation. For ordinary martial artists seeking to reach the 5th or 6th-rank third-rate techniques proved entirely sufficient. However, aspiring to break through to the 4th or 3rd rank required second-rate or superior techniques, otherwise progress would stagnate severely once past the middle tier. Wrap up those martial techniques over there along with these 3 cultivation manuals. I'll take them all, Fan Lin said, pointing to several third-rate techniques on the shelf. At once honored guest. The attendant moved swiftly, wrapping and bundling the purchases within moments. Honored guest, the 4 third-rate martial techniques come to 5,000 taels, and the 3 manuals total 6,000. The grand sum is 11,000 taels. I've seen the second-rate techniques and martial arts here. They're rather mediocre. Do you have anything superior? Fan Lin asked. Honored guest, higher quality techniques and manuals start at 30,000 taels. Would you like to see them? Show me, Fan Lin said calmly. Please follow me. The attendant led them even deeper. Passing a doorway, Fan Lin noticed the guard stationed there. 2 warriors who had reached the 6th rank. Furthermore, he sensed another powerful aura within, likely a warrior in the upper 3 ranks. It seemed the Zheng Guild possessed not only considerable wealth, but also formidable martial masters on standby. Honored guest, this is the only section in our guild that carries premium techniques and manuals. Following the attendant's gesture, Fan Lin spotted rows of wooden cases. The descriptions were affixed directly to each case. With a martial artist's keen vision, reading them posed no difficulty. I'll take that falling leaves blade method. Fan Lin pointed to a second-rate blade technique on the shelf. The falling leaves blade method struck with the weightlessness of drifting leaves. Unpredictable, formless, and lethal. Judging by the description alone, this blade technique ranked among the finest of the second-rate tier. Honored guest, this technique is 32,000 taels of silver, the attendant replied. His face beamed with delight. Selling a single manual would yield him a commission of 320 taels. Combined with the earlier purchases, he stood to earn over 400 taels, a substantial sum. Very well. I'll take that one as well, Fan Lin said, pointing to a second-rate cultivation manual. Honored guest, this manual costs 50,000 taels. Adding it to the previous purchase brings the total to 93,000 taels. Are you certain? The attendant could hardly believe he'd stumbled upon such a monumental sale. His voice trembled slightly. If this transaction succeeded, his commission alone would be 930 taels, enough to retire in comfort, living extravagantly for the rest of his days. Of course. However, I'd also like to browse some first-rate techniques and manuals. I don't see any here, Fan Lin remarked. The attendant felt as though his head might explode. A major client indeed. A single first-rate manual was worth over 100,000 taels, finer pieces could exceed 200,000. Even a guild of the Zheng family stature in Guangming Prefecture managed to sell only 2 or 3 per year. Could such fortune truly fall upon him? Hurriedly he replied, Honored guest, we do carry them. However, I lack the authority to sell first-rate techniques. You'll need to speak with the manager. Then fetch the manager, Fan Lin said. Right away, honored guest. The attendant excused himself and hurried toward the back chamber. Soon an elderly man with white hair and beard strode briskly forward. Esteemed guest, I am the manager of the Zheng Guild. Might I inquire if you wish to purchase a first-rate technique or manual? Despite his advanced years, the old man lifted his heavy brows to get a clearer view. When he finally beheld the visitor before him, his expression shifted to utter shock.